unrivaled across the heavens. The primordial spirit is innate. Any individual who cultivates to the realm of innate martial arts before the age of 30 with a sufficiently powerful primordial spirit can communicate with the heavens, gain the recognition of the heavenly path, and acquire its inheritance. The heavenly path bestows a Jade Tower or a precious pagoda, within which lie corresponding cultivation techniques and sorcery. Those who achieve this are known as shamans, possessing vast supernatural powers, transcending the mundane. From the moment of his birth, Yisu harbored a mysterious Jade Tower within him. With this peculiar tower, he attained the realm of innate martial arts, transitioned from martial arts to shamanism, and ultimately embarked on a path of unparalleled supremacy. The shamanic realms consist of the three Yuan realms: nurturing Yuan, firm Yuan, merging Yuan, the three true realms: true Yuan, bright moon, merging Yuan, the three Dan realms: Dan Ding, illusory Dan, primordial Dan, the three realms: membrane, illusory, primordial, the three Yang realms: body Yang, pure Yang, Yang spirit, the three divine realms: transforming spirit, primordial spirit, merging body, the three aspect realms: law aspect, earth aspect, heaven aspect, the three indestructible realms: indestructible flesh, indestructible primordial spirit, indestructible heavenly law aspect, the three sovereign realms: human sovereign, shaman sovereign, holy sovereign, and the three divine king realms: shaman ancestor, divine king, emperor lord. Above the emperor lord are the heavenly lord, the Dao lord, and the primordial beginning. Chapter 1. Innate Martial Arts. Liuzhou City is situated at the foot of the Baiman Mountains in Miaojiang, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, displaying picturesque scenery. The inhabitants are predominantly descendants of the Jiuli Miao, known for their fierce and courageous spirit. The young men are robust and strong, adept hunters who can traverse the mountains with ease, even while carrying heavy boars. Unlike the customs of the Central Plains, the people here are unruly, venerating the 10 earth demon sovereigns, with their homes devoted to demonic deities and the manipulation of spirits. Thus, the Baiman Mountains have become a gathering place for practitioners of the demonic path. One morning, in the woods outside Liuzhou City, a blue-clad youth stood quietly on the grass, his posture steady, eyes gently closed, breathing rhythmically. Should a master of martial arts happen upon this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the youth exuded an extraordinarily profound aura, reaching an almost unimaginable realm. His internal organs had been honed to an iron-like resilience, functioning like a colossal bellows, exhaling a forceful breath that bent the tough grass before him. Even seasoned masters who have labored for decades in martial arts might find it difficult to achieve such a feat. This youth is named Yi Su, courtesy name Xiaobao, merely 14 years old, with a slightly youthful and refined visage. He is a collateral descendant of the Yi family in Liuzhou, ranking 7th among his peers. The Yi family is a renowned shamanic clan, with the head, Yi Sadeo, being the most illustrious figure in the realm of Miaojiang's demonic path. Yi Sadeo cultivates the Mangu Zhu Ha de Li Shun Tong, mastering shamanic sorcery and standing as the most powerful shaman in Liuzhou, possessing a vast estate. The Yi residence spans over 1,000 acres, resplendent and grand, featuring numerous courtyards and thousands of servants. Even those who have served for many years often find themselves lost within its confines. The Yi family is immensely wealthy, and all members, including the servants, practice martial arts, with many among them achieving the realm of innate martial arts. Yisu lost his parents at a young age, 7. He began practicing the Tsangming body refinement technique, achieving remarkable progress by cultivating true qi in just half an hour, advancing rapidly. Within 2 years, he had reached the 4th level of the Tsangming body refinement technique, recognized as a prodigy by the Yi family. Even the head, Yi Sadeo, took a particular interest in him, nurturing his potential. However, since that time, Yisu has faced numerous dangers, including an incident where he discovered a poison in his tea. Had he not cultivated the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 6th level by then, he would have lost all his true qi, rendering him powerless. In a family of great stature, competition is fierce. Even among the offspring of noble families, some may find themselves in a lower position than favored servants. However, should one ascend to the status of a shaman, they would rise to greatness, where even a servant might gain prominence. Wai Yisu understands this well, hence he feigned having his true qi shattered, enduring neglect but ensuring his safety. Now he has cultivated the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 9th level, standing out among many of his peers in the Yi family. Despite this, he has chosen not to reveal his true prowess. At the pinnacle of the 9th level, I finally possess the strength to break through to the innate realm. Once I enter this realm, I shall hold my head high as a shaman, making those who have belittled and plotted against me fully aware of the consequences of their transgressions. Suddenly, a circular flow of energy emerged beneath Yi Su's feet, swirling gently around him. The circular chi gathered and intensified, expanding to envelop his waist, abdomen, and head, ultimately shrouding him entirely, resembling a miniature whirlwind. Wherever the gale passed, the sturdy grass was uprooted and drawn into the vortex, swiftly reduced to fragments. Condensing chi into a gale, the 10th level of the Tsangming body refinement technique signifies a leap into a new realm. Condensing chi into a gale and becoming an innate master. Among the numerous descendants of a Yi family, some may never touch this threshold in their entire lives. Yet Yi Su has already crossed it, entering a realm beyond their reach. After a considerable time, the gale gradually dissipated, leaving the grassland utterly transformed. Yi Su opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, and thought, at last, I have refined the Tsangming true chi into Gale chi, achieving the innate realm. Now, I am but a step away from the realm of the shaman. He is acutely aware that among the many descendants of the Yi family, he is the only one orphaned early, lacking any background or foundation. Although he bears the reputation of a martial arts genius and has garnered the attention of Yi Sadeo, these accolades mean little to him. Ultimately, the Yi family is a shamanic clan of Miaojiang, and only by becoming a shaman will he obtain true recognition and nurturing from the family. Furthermore, upon achieving shaman status, his identity and position will significantly elevate, granting him immense power and authority over life and death. The martial arts path consists of 10 levels, with the innate martial arts realm representing the pinnacle achievable by mortals. However, for shamans, the innate realm is merely the beginning, as their levels are far more profound and cannot be compared to that of innate martial arts. Young master, you have returned? In a secluded courtyard of the Yi residence, upon Yi Su's return, he was greeted by a sunny young girl. She appeared to be of similar age, dressed in simple attire, yet emanated a unique and spirited charm, her hands slightly roughened from years of labor. This girl is his maid, named Su Qiao Qiao, of similar age to him. Following the demise of his parents, he was left with an elderly servant named Su Fu, who remained loyal to him. However, due to his frail health and advanced age, Su Fu passed away after a few years. Before his death, Su Fu, concerned for Yi Su's well-being, brought his granddaughter Su Qiao Qiao to the Yi residence to care for Yi Su's daily needs. Though young, Su Qiao Qiao is clever and gentle, taking meticulous care of Yi Su, allowing him to focus entirely on his martial arts training. When Yi Su began to rise in prominence, the Yi residence sent several maids to serve him. Yet upon the news of his cultivation being rendered ineffective, those maids gradually departed, leaving only Qiao Qiao, who remained steadfast by his side. Yi Su's gaze flickered, and he smiled, saying, Qiao Qiao, from this day forward, we need not endure the days of meager meals any longer. 7th brother, you, a useless one, are wasting such a large house. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Yi Su's expression darkened as he turned to see 5 or 6 servants accompanying a young man, striding into his courtyard. The young man, brimming with vitality, laughed heartily, saying, 7th brother, you should move out. This house will be mine from now on. I will give you a few silver coins to improve your life, so you won't have to endure such meager fare anymore. So, it is 6th brother. Yi Su smiled faintly, neither servile nor arrogant, and replied, 6th brother Jess. This house was left by my parents and cannot be sold under any circumstances. The young man, Yi Feng, his cousin, wore a playful smile and remarked, 7th brother, you must sell whether you want to or not. The Yi family cannot afford to support idlers or waste. Allowing a useless person to reside in such a large courtyard is indeed a waste. Steward Yili, go help 7th brother move. An aged servant stepped forward with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, 7th young master, will you vacate on your own accord, or shall I throw you out? This elder was Yi Li, the steward of the Yi family's outer court, tasked with managing the household servants. The Yi family, esteemed as one of the most renowned witchcraft clans in Liuzhou, boasted servants who were proficient in martial arts. Yi Li was among the top 10 innate realm experts among thousands of servants, nicknamed Qian Kuan Shou. His standing in the Yi household even surpassed that of some collateral relatives. Yi Li, do not cast away this little maid. She is of use to me, Yifeng interjected with a chuckle that, of course. Yili replied, approaching Yisu with a sardonic smile. Young master, please proceed. Yisu suddenly smiled faintly and remarked, Sixth brother, when I was 10, I fell victim to the Pachi sand, losing all my cultivation to tea. Must have been you who bribed my maid, Jiwan, to poison my tea, correct? Yifeng laughed heartily. Ah, seventh brother, you are astute. While I did indeed conspire with your maid to poison you, it was not solely my idea. It was a collective decision among the brothers, as we deemed you too exceptional. With you around, we could not rise, so you were destined to become a waste. A chill ran down Yisu's spine. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and replied, so there were indeed other brothers involved in this conspiracy. Steward Yili grinned ominously, saying the other three were also the highest authorities of the Yi clan, renowned sorcerers in Liuzhou City, which underscores the significant attention the clan's leadership pays to Yisu's potential to become a sorcerer. The middle-aged man in a purple robe, Yi Si Min, slowly remarked, young master began cultivating the Tsangming body refinement technique at the tender age of 7, reaching the 4th level by the age of 9, earning the title of a once-in-a-century genius. It is astonishing that now, at the mere age of 14, he has elevated the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 10th level. Another elder in gray robes nodded in agreement, saying, this young man has exhibited remarkable restraint, managing to keep his progress hidden from us for so long. He possesses a deep-seated cunning, and should he become a sorcerer, he is bound to become a formidable figure in the future. In the 300 years since our clan's establishment, many have reached the innate realm, but only he has achieved martial innate status at the age of 14. To call him a genius would be an understatement. The clan leader interjected, this extraordinary talent is indeed a great fortune for our Yi family. I propose we invest our utmost efforts in nurturing Yisu. Not necessarily. His years of restraint suggest a calculating mind. Upon entering the innate realm, he immediately eliminated Yi Li, our loyal outer gate steward, revealing his predatory ambitions, which may not bode well for our clan. Yi Li was but a mere servant, and to conspire against a member of the Yi family, he deserved his fate. Third brother, why do you not mention the young master Yifeng, who secretly poisoned Yisu's food? Yi Si Dao's expression turned serious as he stated, it is undeniable that Yisu is indeed an extraordinary talent. However, whether he should be heavily relied upon depends on his ability to become a sorcerer as for his future as a formidable figure. That is a matter for another time. Our Yi family needs a formidable leader to establish our standing in the martial world. Upon hearing the clan leader speak, the other three immediately fell silent, standing quietly before the armament pavilion. Inside the armament pavilion, Yisu looked up at the treasure trove of the Yi family, a place he was visiting for the first time. The first thing that caught his eye was an oval-shaped bronze mirror over a meter high, intricately engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. It was evident that this mirror was not an ordinary object. Beneath the mirror stood a gigantic bronze toad, its limbs grounded, its gaping mouth holding the bronze mirror. Yisu had heard other clan members speak of this peculiar bronze mirror, which was said to be called the Tongshin Divine Mirror, a magical sorcerous treasure that allowed one to see their primordial spirit and communicate with the heavenly way. An elderly man with white hair sat before the Tongshin Divine Mirror, eyes closed in deep concentration, a swirling mass of dark energy rising above his head, resembling a cloud of dark mist 3 feet wide, with a black banner flitting within, rustling ominously. The elder, Yi Fan, with hawk-like eyes and an aura that weighed heavily upon Yisu, opened his eyes upon sensing someone's presence. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the dark energy above him, then extended a hand, bony and gnarled, beckoning gently. The black banner floated down into his grasp. In an instant, it expanded to a height surpassing a person, its dark surface appearing even more eerie and ominous. Leaning on the black banner, Yi Fan stood up and, upon noticing Yisu's youth, displayed an expression of surprise, saying in a chilling tone, you've achieved martial innate status. At such a young age, you are indeed a talent. Step before the divine mirror and remain still, allowing it to reveal your primordial spirit. Yisu bowed respectfully and approached the colossal bronze mirror. Gazing into its surface, he found it dull and featureless, shrouded in a greenish haze, devoid of any reflection. Just as he was bewildered, the elder Yi Fan swiftly drew a sharp knife from his palm, slicing it across his hand, blood immediately gushing forth. Startled and furious, Yi Su had yet to react when he saw Yi Fan shake the black banner and shout sharply. A burst of blood erupted from his palm, flying into the black banner. The banner, nourished by his blood essence, swelled with dark mist, suddenly transforming into a skull of about a foot long, exhaling black smoke onto the bronze mirror. Yi Fan commanded with authority, his left hand moving swiftly to execute 100-hand seals, declaring, "Primordial Spirit manifest, communicate with the heavens, open." Only then did Yi Su realize that Yi Fan harbored no ill intent. Rather, he was initiating the Tongshin divine mirror, requiring his blood as a catalyst to manifest the primordial spirit and connect with the heavens. He quickly turned his gaze back to the bronze mirror. As the azure mist dissipated from the surface of the Tongshin divine mirror, Yi Fan nodded and said, "It has finally appeared. Young man, behold, this is your primordial spirit." Chapter 3. The unexpected turmoil in the Jade Tower. Yi Su was taken aback, his heart racing as he turned to look. In the mirror appeared a remarkably handsome young man clad in blue, his own reflection. Suddenly, the image within the mirror exploded with a thunderous roar, his form disintegrating instantaneously into countless shards of ethereal light, scattering across the mirror's surface like innumerable stars in the night sky. These shards of light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually coalescing into an ancient tree, its branches lush and sprawling, its canopy obscuring the heavens. This magnificent tree had presumably existed for countless millennia, bearing the weight of time, radiating vibrant hues and auspicious energies that cascaded down from its apex. At long last, the dormant primordial spirit stirred to life. In a moment of clarity, Yi Su felt as if another self within him had finally awakened from slumber, an indescribable joy swelling in his heart. He recalled the words of the first patriarch of the Yi family upon the awakening of his primordial spirit. To see the mirror is to see the heart, to illuminate one's true nature. Today, he understood the meaning of this phrase. It referred to the awakening of the primordial spirit through the Tongshin divine mirror, revealing the true essence of one's being. Suddenly, he sensed the emergence of something new within his dantian as his primordial spirit awakened. Hastily, Yi Su turned his focus inward, discovering his dantian filled with Sangming true qi, resembling a vast sea of clouds. At the center of this cloud sea stood a resplendent white Jade Tower, rising and falling amidst the clouds, radiating countless beams of light that illuminated the heavenly sea in golden splendor. This tower was singular in its structure, forged from an unknown material that was neither gold nor jade, with sharp corners adorned by dragon heads that seemed to exhale luminous pearls. The tower's body was inscribed with bizarre patterns, reminiscent of swirling mist, dragons, and serpents in flight. Yi Su was utterly astonished. He had yet to communicate with the heavens and gain their recognition. So how could a Jade Tower suddenly manifest within his dantian? Could it be that this white Jade Tower had always existed within him, only to reveal itself upon the awakening of his primordial spirit? Yi Fan, too, was bewildered. Having overseen the armory pavilion for decades, he was witnessing, for the first time, a primordial spirit manifesting as an ancient and peculiar tree. His own primordial spirit took the form of a colossal gray eagle, while the patriarch Yi Dao's primordial spirit was that of the ancient and rare beast, Mengajuha. Most others in the residence also possessed primordial spirits that were beasts. How could this young man's primordial spirit be so strange? Now, it remained to be seen whether he could inherit the legacy of the 10 earthly demonic paths and become a shaman. At last, the heavens had recognized this young man. A sense of relief washed over Yi Fan as he raised his gaze, observing a faint light descending from the sky, heading directly toward Yi Su. In that light, he could vaguely discern the form of a 7-star cold Jade Tower, a sign that Yi Su had gained the heavens' recognition, along with the granting of the demonic path's Jade Tower. As the faint light enveloped the 7-star cold Jade Tower and settled atop Yi Su's head, Yi Su was horrified to discover that the Jade Tower within his dantian began to tremble violently, as if enraged by the arrival of the 7-star tower. An unfathomable force erupted from the Jade Tower. The 7-star cold Jade Tower seemed to suffer an invisible blow, exploding with a deafening sound, shockwaves sweeping through the armory pavilion and nearly obliterating it. In the ensuing explosion, the 7-star cold Jade Tower was also destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Yi Su found himself at the center of the explosion. Despite the protective barrier of innate vital energy surrounding him, he was unable to withstand such a force and lost consciousness, confused by the sudden turn of events. Yi Fan was also thrown by the shockwave, and as he regained his footing, 4 figures flashed into the armory pavilion, including the patriarch Jade Dao. Upon witnessing the devastation, even Jade Dao, known for his composure, could not suppress his fury, his voice low and controlled as he demanded, "Yi Fan, what on earth is happening here?" Yi Fan, bewildered, slowly shook his head. "I do not know. It seems someone wishes to undermine the prosperity of the Yi family, acting in the shadows to shatter the Jade Tower bestowed upon this young man by the heavens. Alas, the 7-layer 7-star cold Jade Tower has thus been destroyed." Jade Dao's expression turned to one of shock. The number of layers in a Jade Tower represented a shaman's aptitude and future potential. The greater the number of layers, the greater the accomplishments one could achieve. He, the foremost expert of the demonic path in Luzhou, had only attained a 3-layer dragon degree tower. Yet Yisu had somehow acquired a 7-layer 7-star cold Jade Tower, a truly prodigious talent. The unexplainable destruction of the tower caused a pang of regret within Jade Dao, who turned to Yi Fan, saying, "The Jade Tower is gone. We must ensure the young master is safe." After inspecting Yisu, Yi Fan sighed in resignation. He is ruined. His meridians are shattered. Even if his injuries heal, he will remain as good as a cripple. Is there no hope for recovery? Yi Fan shook his head. None, unless we obtain the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill. However, such miraculous medicine is rare. I once heard that the Liang royal family in Qingzhou possesses one, treasured as if it were their very life. Jade Dao's demeanor became numb, and after a moment of silence, he declared, "The destruction of the armory pavilion stemmed from the young master. Considering he is a member of the clan, we will not pursue this matter further. I shall punish him by making him a servant. Once he awakens, he shall tend to the horses." Beside him, Yi Ran could not help but interject, "Patriarch, such a punishment seems rather severe, does it not?" Jade Dao shook his head. This failure in the test may not be entirely detrimental to him. If he perseveres and rebuilds his innate abilities, I shall naturally revoke his status as a servant. If he succumbs to despair, then such a member of the Yi family is better off without. His gaze grew increasingly sharp as he turned to the middle-aged man in purple robes. "Sija, you and your companions must investigate immediately who it was that acted against our Yi family. If we discover the perpetrator, annihilate them and their entire lineage. How dare anyone in Luzhou plot against the Yi family? They truly do not know the gravity of their actions." Yi Sija and the others promptly departed. The patriarch's fury was not to be trifled with. While they may have relished Yi Su's misfortune, they dared not defy the patriarch's authority. The mysterious individual who shattered the 7-layer 7-star cold Jade Tower had obliterated the Yi family's brightest prodigy, and the extent of Jade Dao's anger was palpable. Once the others had left, only Jade Dao and Yi Fan remained in the armory pavilion. Yi Fan suddenly chuckled, saying, "Jade Dao, the horse handler San Bao is your loyal servant. Sending Yisu to the horse farm is not merely a punishment, but a means of protecting him, is it not?" Jade Dao paused for a moment, then sighed. "Our Yi family is rife with discord, and it seems you find amusement in it. If Yisu remains within the inner court, Yi Feng and the others would undoubtedly target him. By placing him with San Bao at the horse farm, we can ensure his safety. Yi Fan, we have known each other for a long time. I have a request of you." Yi Fan's expression turned serious. "Speak freely." Jade Dao glanced at the unconscious Yisu, his voice low and solemn. "In the coming days, I must leave the Yi residence. While I am away, if any shamans attempt to harm him, kill them without mercy, even if they are my own brothers." Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. "Are you planning to seek the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill? Our family can scarcely afford to lose such a genius. I will not allow him to be wasted." Jade Dao floated away, his voice echoing, "I accept responsibility for this outcome. I will seek every possible remedy, no matter how elusive, to restore him." "Young master, are you awake?" Yisu startled awake from a nightmare, a familiar voice reaching his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself back in his quarters. The air thick with a pungent medicinal aroma. A delicate face appeared before him, holding a bowl of medicine, her expression one of genuine joy. Yisu attempted to rise, only to feel excruciating pain coursing through his limbs, causing him to frown. He immediately began to circulate that Songming body refinement technique. Yet, as he focused his mind, a wave of sharp pain surged through him, forcing a groan from his lips and leaving his heart heavy with despair. His dantian was utterly empty. That Songming true qi he had painstakingly cultivated for 7 years had vanished without a trace. Moreover, his meridians had been completely destroyed in the explosion, severed into fragments with little hope of restoration. "Thus, I find myself in a state of bitterness," murmured Yisu, a waste. Qiao Qiao hastily set down the bowl of medicine, supporting him upright and propping him with a pillow, expressing her mild reproach. "Young master, The physician has stated that your health is exceedingly frail. It would be best for you to rest a while longer. After a brief silence, Yisu mustered his spirits and managed a wry smile. Frail? I never imagined I would encounter such a day. Having cultivated the Tsangming Lian Tiju, his physical prowess was second only to that of the Wu Shi, yet an explosion at the Wu Bei Gu had reduced him to his former state. Worse than even an ordinary person. Qiao Qiao, how long have I been asleep? It has been 4 days. 4 days in slumber, indeed. A faint smile of bitterness graced Yisu's lips as he shook his head and inquired, what measures are being taken at the manor? Su Qiao Qiao displayed a troubled expression, biting her lip and remaining silent. A heaviness settled in Yisu's heart. He vaguely recalled the destruction of the Wu Bei Gu before his unconsciousness, and the high-ranking officials of the Yi Manor would undoubtedly impose some form of punishment upon him. Likely a severe one. Qiao Qiao, do not hesitate to speak. I can endure minor setbacks. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qiao Qiao softly remarked. The manor lord stated that the destruction of the Wu Bei Gu was due to you, and once you awaken, you are to be sent to the horse farm as a servant. Yisu's heart sank further. His cultivation had been rendered useless, and he had been stripped of his noble status, demoted to a servant, a true double blow. After all, he was once a formidable practitioner of martial arts. Having reached the innate stage, his heart, tempered like steel, swiftly banished the feeling of loss and restored his composure. In the past, he had focused solely on martial cultivation, neglecting the virtues of Su Qiao Qiao. Now, having experienced such highs and lows, and feeling abandoned by many, he found solace in the unwavering presence of Qiao Qiao. Reflecting on their past, he felt gratitude and smiled. Qiao Qiao, thank you. A man may be surrounded by women who share in his fortune, but it is the rare confidant who stands by him in adversity that is most precious. While others regarded Yisu as a pariah, only Qiao Qiao remained steadfast, attending to his every need during his unconsciousness with meticulous care. This alone surpassed countless others, etching her deeply into his memory, never to be forgotten. Qiao Qiao appeared flustered. Her cheeks flushed and stammered. Young master, please do not say such things. It shames this servant. Qiao Qiao, from now on, you need not refer to yourself as a servant. I am now but a horse servant, and my status is scarcely higher than yours. Henceforth, I shall be your brother. And you my sister, we shall rely on one another. I will strive to restore my innate abilities. And I vow to elevate you to a position of honor and prosperity. Before Su Qiao Qiao could refuse, Yisu crossed his legs and began to meditate, endeavoring to activate the Tsangming Lian Tiju to mend his meridians. Not daring to interject further, Su Qiao Qiao quietly withdrew and closed the door behind her. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the innate. As Yisu circulated his internal energy, he let out a muffled groan. As soon as his technique stirred, a searing pain akin to 1,000 needles pierced through his shattered meridians, nearly overwhelming him. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain, and relentlessly continued to activate the Tsangming Lian Tiju. After half an hour, the bedding beneath him was drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to his body, yet his injuries showed no signs of improvement. I cannot give up. To surrender now would mean a lifetime as a horse servant. A useless wretch. I must rebuild my innate abilities, become a Wu Shi, reclaim my glory, and provide a better life for Qiao Qiao. For 2 full hours, Yisu remained seated, motionless, his lips chapped and showing signs of dehydration. Just as despair began to creep in, a peculiar energy suddenly emanated from his withered dantian, gradually flowing into his shattered meridians. This extraordinary energy was distinctly different from the domineering Tsangming true energy. It was vibrant and life-giving, akin to spring rain nurturing all in its path. Where the energy flowed, his meridians began to mend slowly, though the sensation was so subtle that one would scarcely notice. And the restoration proceeded at a painstakingly slow pace. Yisu was overjoyed. After a moment, he calmed his emotions and immediately focused his mind to trace the source of this energy. Finally, he followed his intent deep into his dantian, only to discover that what he had thought was barren was, in fact, not empty. At the center of his dantian floated a white Jade Tower, seemingly taking root within him. The life-giving energy was emanating from this white Jade Tower, flowing into his meridians. Yisu's heart raced as he recalled his experiences at the Wu Bei Gu, where he had communed with the heavens and earned the recognition of the Dao, receiving a 7-layered Qingshui Hanyu Tower. Yet, he found that within his dantian, there already resided this white Jade Tower. This inexplicably appearing tower was furious at the intrusion of the 7-star Hanyu Tower, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the heavenly tower granted to him. Yisu's shattered meridians and lost cultivation, reduced to a mere wastrel and demoted to a horse servant, were all the doing of this white Jade Tower. This tower, consisting of but a single layer, what could its origins be? It could shatter even the Heavenly Tower bestowed upon him? Yisu scrutinized the white Jade Tower closely. As his thoughts brushed against it, a surge of power enveloped him, transporting his consciousness into a wondrous space. Regaining his composure, Yisu looked around and found himself in a space approximately 10 feet across, illuminated by a bright glow despite the absence of light sources. This small space had a sky and ground, with the earth oriented in all cardinal directions, and a canopy overhead. In the center stood a 3-foot square jade pool, devoid of water, beside which was a stone tablet inscribed with the words Yu Hua, Yao Qi in large seal script. Though the pool was small, its presence was astonishing. A minuscule island floated in the jade pool, upon which grew a peculiar plant, just breaking ground and revealing tender green sprouts, vibrant as jade, radiating with life. Yisu inhaled deeply, feeling life fill his chest and alleviating the excruciating pain in his meridians, his heart swelling with joy. What kind of plant is this seedling? Possessing such formidable vitality? With this green jade seedling, my meridians may well heal within a few days. This is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Having found nothing else, Yisu's thoughts shifted, and he exited the Jade Tower space, noticing an improvement in his condition. One of his meridians had been significantly restored by the vitality from that seedling, filling him with newfound confidence. With this single-layered white Jade Tower, my injuries will heal swiftly. Having once attained the innate stage of martial arts, I shall surely do so again. Little servant, dead horse servant, your master has returned. The voice of Yifeng boomed, his laughter brimming with arrogance as he kicked down Yisu's door, flanked by numerous servants. He sneered, horse servant Yi Xiaobao, come out and greet your master. Today, not only will I seize your residence, but I shall also take your female servant and publicly break your legs, reducing you to a mere waste. Sixth young master. Yisu is not here. He likely moved to the horse farm. A servant quickly reported, having searched the small courtyard without finding Yisu or his servant. The horse the old servant, known as Yifeng, was a formidable innate master among the outer sect, even more powerful than Yifeng himself. He had reached the stage of refining qi into a solid form, exuding a formidable aura. With a sly grin, he remarked, Sixth young master, is it not simple to eliminate a horse servant? One merely needs to bribe a few underlings to do the deed. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. Allowing the servants to kill Yisu would indeed be a favor to him. Yifeng responded with a cold chuckle, Yifeng, I entrust this matter to you. I demand to see Yisu's corpse before me. The Yi family's horse ranch, situated outside Liuzhou City, spanned hundreds of acres and housed magnificent steeds imported from the western regions, along with several hundred horse servants responsible for their care. These servants received meager treatment, often being fed less than the horses themselves. If a horse suffered even the slightest injury or illness, the consequences could range from a mere whipping to outright execution, leaving their bodies to rot in a common grave to feed the dogs. Upon arriving at the ranch, Yisu observed hundreds of horse servants practicing martial arts on the grassy grounds. While their skills did not rival those of the clan's offspring, they were nonetheless impressive. Some of the older horse servants had nearly attained innate mastery. A young man clad in a green shirt stood at the front, instructing the others in their techniques, declaring, to survive in my horse ranch, one must possess strength. Without the ability to lift hundreds of pounds, one cannot hope to control a wild horse. Moreover, one must be agile. When a wild horse loses control and its hooves, the size of a bowl, come crashing down, there is but one end, death. Yisu's thoughts stirred. This must be Ma Sanbao, the ranch master. It was said that he had once been a servant of the Yi family, but after achieving innate mastery in martial arts, he became a shaman and escaped his servitude, entrusted with significant responsibilities. As Yisu approached, Ma Sanbao paused upon seeing him and Su Qiao, then frowned. You are the seventh young master, Yi Xiaobao? Yisu nodded gently, prompting a buzz among the crowd of horse servants, who whispered among themselves. Is he truly the seventh young master of the Yi family? I've heard he is a prodigy. At just 14, he has already reached the innate stage of martial arts. Even the master of the estate has taken notice and intends to employ him. Why has he come to the horse ranch? Old Wu, you are out of touch. I heard from a small servant in the inner court that Yisu failed the shaman test at the armory yesterday and had his status as a clan member revoked. Demoted to a horse servant, now just like us. Ma Sanbao shot a fierce glare back at the murmuring servants, who promptly fell silent. After a brief pause, he said, Seventh young master, Since you are here at my ranch, you must abide by my rules. I do not care whether you are a cripple or a noble of the Yi family. Should you violate my regulations, I shall punish you severely. Feel free to give your orders, Yisu replied with a smile. Ma Sanbao was taken aback. Truth be told, if he were in Yisu's position, experiencing such a drastic fall, he would likely have crumbled under the pressure. Yet, Yisu remained composed, which earned Ma Sanbao's admiration, dispelling any inclination to treat him with disdain. He clasped his hands and said, I dare not presume to order you. Seventh young master. Your daily task is quite simple. Clean the stables. A clean stable ensures the horses remain healthy. With that, he instructed others to arrange for Yisu's accommodation. Yisu settled into the ranch, tidied his bedding, and then noticed Su Qiao excitedly rushing outside. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Qiao, where are you going? The girl, not even glancing back, replied, I am going to practice martial arts with the people outside. Once I achieve success, I can protect you, young master. Amused yet touched, Yisu noted that Su Qiao had never shown much interest in martial arts, but now sought to train for his protection. He chuckled. If you wish to learn martial arts, why not seek out the innate masters at home instead of joining those outside? Their training is merely superficial. While I practice the superior martial arts of the Yi household. Su Qiao's face flushed crimson, and she retreated shyly, saying, I forgot. Yisu laughed heartily. That Songming body refining technique is a closely guarded secret of the Yi family, not to be shared with outsiders. Moreover, this technique is quite brutal and unsuitable for girls. I once saw a text on the Xianming True Qi in the armory. It is also a high-level martial art, suitable for girls to cultivate. Though it may not match that Songming body refining technique, it is certainly not far off. Yisu recited the Xianming True Qi in its entirety, thoroughly explaining it. He discovered that Su Qiao possessed a remarkable ability to comprehend, after only one recitation. She memorized the technique almost perfectly, making only a few errors, and grasped the essence of the method. After a considerable time had passed, Su Qiao finally found her qi sensation, and a thread of Xianming True Qi emerged from her dantian, circulating through her meridians. Qiao's aptitude is comparable to mine, surpassing that of other Yi family descendants. Had she not been disinterested in martial arts, her achievements would likely rival my past self. Yisu settled into a meditative position, turning his focus inward to inspect his dantian and meridians. To his surprise, he discovered that one of his meridians had healed, its width, resilience, and strength significantly improved. He pondered, what on earth is that seedling in the Baiyu Lu? How could it have such remarkable effects? Chapter 5. The Mystery of the Jade Tower. His consciousness re-entered the Jade Tower, where he saw that the seedling on the small island in the Yuhua Yao pool had grown even sturdier, now standing 2 inches tall, with 2 tender green leaves sprouting at the top, resembling 2 delicate hands supporting the heavens. The space within the Jade Tower was suffused with vibrant life, more abundant than before. This seedling was still small, and Yisu could not discern whether it was a grass, a tree, or perhaps a flower or vine. Suddenly, he noticed a droplet of dew resting between the 2 tender leaves, which filled him with astonishment. The Yuhua Yao pool within the Baiyu Lu had long since dried up, containing not a single drop of water, and the Baiyu Lu floated within his dantian, inaccessible to the outside world. Where could this droplet have come from? The droplet exuded a fragrant aroma, tempting him to swallow it. Yet, Yisu sensed the volatile energy within. Should he recklessly consume it, his body would surely falter under the strain, rendering it a perilous endeavor. With a soft plink, the droplet slipped from the leaf's tip, falling into the Yuhua Yao pool with a clear sound, rolling around like mercury without evaporating. A peculiar water droplet, a curious plant, and an enigmatic Jade Tower. Yisu exited the Jade Tower space, focusing on drawing the life force within the tower into his meridians. His shattered meridians greedily absorbed the vitality emanating from the mysterious seedling, repairing the damage. Now that one of my meridians is open, I should be able to practice the Songming body refining technique. Yisu sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and began to circulate the technique. Shortly thereafter, a strand of Songming True Qi gradually formed in his dantian. Song signifies blue, while Ming represents the sky. Thus, the Songming body refining technique aims to cultivate the dantian into a blue sky, producing true Qi of the same hue. Yisu had once mastered this technique to the innate level. Although he had lost his cultivation, the foundation remained. His dantian had become quite expansive, making it relatively easy to retrain. However, he was astonished when this strand of Songming True Qi was suddenly drawn into the Baiyu Lu by a powerful gravitational force. Yisu's consciousness followed the True Qi into the Baiyu Lu, where it surged toward the mysterious jade seedling, swiftly penetrating its body. Moments later, the true chi emerged from the leaf's tip, its original light blue hue transformed into a deep green, indicating that its quality had significantly improved. Moreover, his Tsangming true chi now carried a unique life essence, likely a result of the changes occurring within the mysterious seedling, making it somewhat different from the authentic Tsangming true chi. Yi Su marveled at this transformation. However, it posed no harm to him and rather proved beneficial, aiding in the repair of his meridians. Thus, he paid it little mind and immediately directed the strand of true chi into his meridians. With the assistance of this strand of true chi, Yi Su was pleasantly surprised to discover that his speed in repairing the meridians had increased significantly. Within merely a short span of time, he successfully reopened a major meridian, exhibiting astonishing progress. Meanwhile, within his dantian, new Tsangming true chi was continuously generated, absorbed by the green jade sapling within the Baiyu Lu, only to be expelled shortly thereafter, transforming into a dark green hue and pulsating rhythmically. Yi Su's true chi continued to swell, accelerating the process of unblocking the meridians, creating a virtuous cycle wherein the more meridians he opened, the greater the amount of true chi produced. After a prolonged period, Yi Su finally opened his eyes, having unknowingly practiced throughout the night. Outside, the sky was already bright, and Su Qiao Qiao had departed at some point. After such an extensive period of cultivation, the majority of his meridians had been restored. In just 2 days at most, I shall restore all my meridians. Yi Su's heart swelled with both astonishment and joy, secretly reflecting, once my meridians are repaired, I shall have the hope of returning to the innate realm of martial arts, and becoming a shaman shall be within reach. I shall show those who insulted me who the true waste is. Before noon, Su Qiao Qiao returned, weary and disheveled, having changed into plain attire, her body covered in dirt. As she entered, Yi Su immediately caught a whiff of a foul odor and frowned, asking, Qiao Qiao, what happened? The horse stable master sent someone to request that the young master clean the stables, but seeing you were still in cultivation, I took it upon myself to do it. Yi Su recalled that indeed, Ma Sanbao had assigned him the task of cleaning the stables yesterday. Engrossed in his cultivation, he had completely forgotten about it. He was taken aback that Su Qiao Qiao, unwilling to disturb him, had taken it upon herself to handle the matter alone. It should be noted that the Yi family's stable housed over 100 excellent horses, each occupying its own stall, amounting to over 100 stables. Even a robust stable hand would struggle to finish in just one morning, let alone a frail girl like her. Yi Su gently said, Qiao Qiao, from now on, let me handle the cleaning of the stables. That is out of the question. You are the young master, and your injury has not yet healed. Yi Su shook his head and smiled, saying, that was the case before, but it is no longer so. Besides, my injuries are nearly healed. Such tasks are not beyond my capability. He then fetched a basin of warm water, grinning. Come, allow me to assist you in washing your face. Look at your face. It resembles that of a little calico cat. Su Qiao Qiao was flustered, her cheeks reddening as if painted with rouge, and she hurriedly shook her head. Yi Su unceremoniously grasped her delicate hand and placed it in the basin. Noticing the blisters forming in her palm, he felt a pang of sorrow. Tenderly cleaning her face with a towel as he spoke, you used to attend to me. Now it is my turn to attend to you. Now lift your face. Su Qiao Qiao closed her eyes and obediently raised her face, while Yi Su spread the towel in his palm and gently wiped away the grime from her visage. Her cheeks flushed even more, her cherry lips glistening, exuding a fragrant breath. The young woman felt both anxious and sweetly flattered, while Yi Su sensed an unusual atmosphere. Letting out a dry chuckle, suddenly, a childish voice rang out from outside, exclaiming, what a warm and cozy pair of lovebirds. As soon as the words were spoken, a boy of 13 or 14 years, adorned in fine garments and accompanied by 5 or 6 servants, burst into the room. One of the servants fell to his knees, and the finely dressed boy arrogantly seated himself upon the servant's back, casting a cold glance at Yi Su. Su Qiao Qiao hurriedly stood, her face flushed, hiding behind Yi Su. 13th brother, what brings you here? Yi Su frowned. This boy, known as Yi Xian, ranked 13th among the royal family members. When Yi Su was in favor, Yi Xian was like a shadow, following him around and incessantly calling him 7th brother with sugary sweetness. However, after Yi Su feigned a loss of cultivation, Yi Xian's demeanor changed completely, shunning him. Yi Xian huffed in annoyance, shrieking, who is your 13th brother? You, a worthless stable hand, have the audacity to call me 13th brother? Yi Su wrinkled the towel in his hand, pouring the dirty water from the basin outside. feeling quite displeased. Though Yi Xian was a year younger, he appeared utterly naive, yet he now wore this contemptuous facade. A servant scoffed, brandishing a horsewhip, little stable hand. Today young Master Xian is in good spirits and wishes to go for a ride. Bring a horse for him. Yi Su replied with a smile. I am only responsible for cleaning the stables, not for fetching horses. If young Master Xian desires a few buckets of horse manure, I can certainly procure that. However, if you wish to ride, you must seek assistance elsewhere. Yi Xian was infuriated, and the servant, seeing his expression, grew emboldened and swung the whip towards Yi Su's face, angrily shouting, Wretched slave, how dare you speak to young Master Xian like that? Prepare to be punished. Before the whip could land, Yi Su's figure flickered, and he had already closed the distance, delivering a resounding slap to the servant's face. Although Yi Su had lost his cultivation, he was once a master of innate martial arts, and with his experience and insight, dealing with a mere servant was still effortless. Old 13th, keep your dog in line. When the master speaks, it is unbecoming for a dog to bark. Yi Su stated coldly, hands clasped behind his back. The servant, having been struck to the ground and losing a few teeth, was both shocked and enraged, quickly scrambling back to his feet, whimpering, Everyone, let us take him down and kill him. The other three servants immediately surrounded Yi Su and Su Qiao. Stop! Yi Xian shrieked, rising and shaking off his fine robe as he strode towards Yi Su, sneering, When beating a dog, one must look to its owner. Having struck my dog, as the owner, I must step in. Yi Xiaobao, everyone praises you as a martial arts prodigy, the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Yi family. Today, I shall let you witness that in my eyes, you are nothing but a speck of dust. Defeating you means that the title of the Yi family's foremost expert will rightfully belong to me, Yi Xian. Yi Su slightly furrowed his brow. His meridians had not yet fully healed, while he could manage ordinary servants. Confronting a fellow disciple of the Tsangming body refinement technique from the Yi family posed a considerable challenge. He understood the formidable nature of the Tsangming body refinement technique. Cultivating this martial art endowed one with immense and domineering true qi, far surpassing that of other martial arts practitioners of the same realm. Yi Xian, though still young, had already attained the 4th level of the Tsangming body refinement technique. Were it the old him, he could have easily dealt with such a minor character with a mere flick of his hand. However, now, with his meridians still injured, he feared he might not be a match for Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled incessantly, tauntingly declaring, Wretched slave, if you present that little woman behind you to me for a few days, I shall spare your life today. Yi Su narrowed his eyes, fury igniting within him. In his time of misfortune, only Su Qiao had remained by his side, caring for him with utmost devotion. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qiao had come to hold an immensely significant place in his heart, akin to family. He would risk everything to ensure her safety. Yi Xian's words struck a nerve, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. Within his dantian, the mysterious Baiyu Lu seemed to sense his rage, becoming increasingly excited and restless, as if it might burst forth from his dantian at any moment. Yi Xian, catching a glimpse of the fierce glint in Yi Su's eyes, involuntarily shivered. A dragon trapped in shallow waters still retains its might. A mere glance from Yi Su sent him into a state of terror. Suddenly, Yi Xian realized he had been stripped of all his cultivation, his meridians severed, rendering him a mere invalid. What good was a fierce gaze? Gaining confidence, Yi Xian let out a furious shout and lunged at Yi Su, raising his hand to strike at his forehead. His Tsangming true qi surged into his palm, and in an instant, his small hand was enveloped in a pale blue aura, the veins on the back of his hand taut and prominent, resembling writhing blue earthworms. The splitting gold throat hand. This act was no longer merely a lesson for Yi Su. It was an attempt on his life, a lethal blow intended to eliminate him. The Baiyu Lu within Yi Su's dantian, stimulated by Yi Xian's palm wind, grew even more agitated, yearning to break free from his body. Chapter 6. The young master of the Zhou family. The young jade sapling within the building also stirred with excitement, an invigorating vitality coursing through Yi Su's meridians. Magnified beyond measure, this life force harmonized with the meager Tsangming true energy in his dantian, surging forth with unstoppable momentum, breaking through the previously blocked and fractured meridians. A series of explosive sounds reverberated within Yi Su's body, as this vitality and true energy astonishingly cleared all his meridians, completely repairing the damage. The Tsangming true energy flowed freely, rapidly circulating in an unending cycle. With this slender thread of true energy, Yi Su finally possessed the strength to resist. Yi Xian's deadly splitting gold and shattering throat technique loomed before him, poised to seize his neck in the next instant. A smirk of confidence graced Yi Xian's lips. For once ensnared by the splitting gold and shattering throat, a mere squeeze would shatter not only a soft throat, but even steel. Yet, his smile faded abruptly as a massive foot suddenly appeared before him. Caught off guard, Yi Xian collided with it and was sent flying. Regaining his footing, Yi Xian's heart surged with a blend of shock and fury, a bright red footprint marring his fair face, while his delicate nose lay flattened, blood streaming forth. Yi Su's kick was executed with impeccable timing, striking just as Yi Xian's technique was exhausted, forcing him to collide with the intruding foot. Had Yi Su retained his former prowess, this kick would have left not just a mark on his face, but would have crushed his skull entirely. Fortunately, this waste had lost his cultivation. Driven by rage, Yi Xian lunged at Yi Su once more, barking commands for his companions to capture the woman while he dealt with Yi Su. Just then, a large, grayish hand descended from above, effortlessly grasping his neck. With Yi Xian's cultivation at the 4th level of the Tsangming body refinement technique, he had no chance to resist. The hand treated him as if he were a mere chick, casually discarding him from the room. Yi Xian fell face first to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Choking on dirt, his nasal bone shattered, his nose comically flattened against his face, evoking both surprise and anger within him. Several servants, unable to capture Su Qiao, rushed forward to assist him, one of them exclaiming, "Young master, your face is ruined." With a resounding slap, Yi Xian struck the servant, sending him spinning in confusion. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the figure in the room, Yi Xian paused, fury transforming into a twisted smile. "Zhou Shiwen, how dare you and your Zhou family trespass upon my Yi family's horse ranch? Are you tired of living?" The man in the room, a burly figure with a thick beard, sneered, "Do not underestimate your Yi family's humble horse ranch. Even the Yi manor is no barrier for me. Zhou Shiwen, little one, if you do not leave now, you may never escape." Yi Xian shivered, daring not to utter another word, and with an angry grunt, retreated with his servants in disgrace. Yi Su looked up at the bearded giant, smiling, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Within his dantian, the white Jade Tower surged violently. For had this imposing figure not appeared, the mysterious Jade Tower might have emerged and decimated Yi Xian and the others. This white Jade Tower could easily obliterate even the Heavenly Dao bestowed 7-layered 7-star cold Jade Tower, effortlessly annihilating Yi Xian and his companions. "If I had not come, would you have been so easily dispatched by a mere minor character?" Zhou Shiwen, resembling a lion in stature, thundered with laughter. "Besides, I wish to see for myself if the infamous Yi Xiaobao, who had me rolling in laughter, truly has become a waste. From what I see, you indeed have. Being overpowered by an inconsequential little fellow. The Zhou, Yi, and Fong families are the 3 most renowned sorcerer clans in Liuzhou City, each producing powerful sorcerers and standing in a precarious balance of power. However, these 3 families are not known for their harmony, often engaging in open and covert conflicts. Whenever one family grows stronger, the other 2 are quick to unite against it. Yi Su's previous failure at the Wu Bei Pavilion had led the family head, Yi Si Dao, to suspect the involvement of the other 2 clans. Zhou Shiwen and Yi Su have had a contentious relationship since childhood. Yi Su, a prodigy of the Yi family, and Zhou Shiwen, the pride of the Zhou family, have clashed countless times. Initially, Zhou Shiwen won more often than he lost. But as Yi Su matured, the tides turned. In recent years, they have fought monthly, with Zhou Shiwen failing to claim a single victory. Even when Yi Su feigned a loss of cultivation, Zhou Shiwen relentlessly sought him out for a duel, until Yi Su could no longer tolerate it and taught him a lesson. Since then, Zhou Shiwen understood that Yi Su still retained his cultivation, and they met secretly in the mountains to spar. This time, Zhou Shiwen's purpose was to ascertain whether Yi Su had truly become a waste. Yi Su smiled, though his eyes sparkled with determination. "Brother Zhou, whether I am a waste is not for you to decide. One day, we shall duel again. And I hope you do not find yourself begging for mercy." "Bah, I would beg for mercy." Zhou Shiwen spat, causing Su Qiao to frown at his crude demeanor, cursing under her breath at his pretentious name. "Seeing that you still possess fighting spirit assures me." Zhou Shiwen laughed heartily, turning to leave, his back to Yi Su. His voice echoing from the doorway, "Yi Xiaobao, I have already cultivated the Ho Tu Ba Ti divine art to the 9th level, mere steps away from the innate realm. I eagerly await the day you rise again, only to fall at my hands. Without you as my opponent, your Yi family will eventually be annihilated. Although Yi Si Dao is formidable, My talent surpasses his. In 10 years, the title of the foremost sorcerer in Liuzhou will be mine. And your so-called Yi Mansion's 3 heroes are nothing but swine to be slaughtered. As he exited, Su Qiao sighed in relief, patting her chest, saying, Young master, Zhou Shirwan is already in his 40s or 50s. Why does he still bear such a grudge against you, constantly challenging you? Outside, Zhou Shirwan's ears perked up at her words, nearly causing him to stumble. The burly man exclaimed in indignation, In my 40s or 50s, am I already that mature? Yi Su stifled a laugh, explaining, This is the effect of their Zhou family's ancestral technique, the Ho Tu Ba Ti divine art. Indeed, it makes one seem more mature than the average person. Brother Zhou appears aged, but he is actually only a year older than I. 15? How can he look like he's 50? Su Qiao exclaimed in disbelief, sticking out her tongue. Yi Su replied, This is because he has cultivated the Ho Tu Ba Ti divine art to the 9th level. Nonetheless, it must be said, Brother Zhou does indeed appear rather mature. Nearby, Zhou Shirwan, overhearing Yi Su's words, nearly spat blood, muttering, Too mature? Add a few ancestors to that. Why must they pass down this technique? Suddenly recalling something, Yi Su asked, Qiao, who are the so-called 3 heroes of the Yi Mansion mentioned by Brother Zhou? Are they not the ones that were concocted by those people while you were unconscious? Su Qiao laughed. The eldest son, Yi Qin, ranks first among the heroes. Yi Bin comes second, and Yi Feng is third. I heard that the Grand Steward of the Inner Court personally evaluated them, saying all 3 have the potential to achieve innate status and become sorcerers within a few years. In my view, without you, they are like monkeys proclaiming themselves kings in the absence of a tiger. So it is those 3, Yi Su smiled slightly, saying, But Qiao, my elder brother Yi Qin is no mere monkey. Perhaps he has already become a sorcerer. Yi Qin, the eldest son of the esteemed Fu Zhu Yi Dao, had cultivated the Congming Lian Ti Ju to the 9th realm several years prior. However, after encountering a stagnation in his progress, he embarked on a journey. And to this day, he is yet to return. Zhou Shirwan strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the horse ranch, only to suddenly halt, his pupils constricting. Ahead of him, a young man stood quietly, clad in azure garments, awaiting his arrival. Ma Sanbao, the master of the ranch? Zhou Shirwan's countenance darkened slightly. Indeed, it is I. Ma Sanbao replied, a rare smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Young Master Zhou, have you come to my horse ranch to injure someone and then attempt to flee? Zhou Shirwan let out a hearty laugh, mocking, Master of the ranch, you are a 4th-tier Wu Shi, while I stand on the cusp of the innate realm. Do you truly intend to suppress me with your cultivation and take action against me? Ma Sanbao's aura surged ominously, his energy roiling violently as it detached from his body, transforming into a 3-zhonglong azure dragon, headless yet fearsome. The dragon emerged from his dantian, its tail seemingly still residing within him. Coiling around Ma Sanbao's form with a menacing gaze fixed upon Zhou Shirwan, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. Despite the terrifying intensity of Ma Sanbao's presence, his voice remained composed as he stated, This is my duty, young Master Zhou. Do not take offense. Zhou Shirwan, unperturbed by the formidable aura surrounding Ma Sanbao, queried, Master of the ranch, are you not curious why, knowing you are a 4th-tier Wu Shi, I would dare to invade the Yi family's horse ranch? At that moment, a figure emerged behind him, an elder clad in layers of thick cotton garments, hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of rustic simplicity. Though summer had arrived with the sun blazing, the elder seemed to feel an intense chill, his breath manifesting as wisps of white vapor, as if it were not the heat of summer but the depths of winter. Ma Sanbao furrowed his brow. This elder, Zhou Dingsheng, was the chief steward of the Zhou family South Inner Court, possessing the formidable cultivation of 7th-tier Gu Yuan, a vast chasm separating him from Ma Sanbao's 4th-tier Wu Shi. The chill he emanated was not due to any cold-hearted practice, but stemmed from the overwhelming ferocity of his own cultivation, incinerating his energy to a fiery intensity, resulting in the cold air around him condensing into mist. Zhou Dingsheng's voice was dry, as if parched from years without water, as he clasped his hands together and requested, I humbly ask Master Ma for some consideration. Ma Sanbao shook his head, responding, Chief Steward Zhou, I cannot make that decision. I must refer to the Fu Zhu for direction. Chapter 7. A test of strength. Both Zhou Shirwan and Zhou Dingsheng were taken aback. Yi Dao had also arrived? The renown of Yi Dao was overwhelming. Even before his appearance, both men felt their will to fight dissipate. Indeed, while Yi Dao's innate talent may not have been exceptional, and he was not the most powerful in Luzhou City, where the head of the Fong family, Fong Wanhong, held that title, he remained unmatched, having once rendered Fong Wanhong bedridden for 3 months following their duel. Had it not been for the Zhou family's intervention, the Fong family would have been eradicated from Luzhou entirely. Fuzhou. Ma Sanbao bowed deeply, speaking respectfully. Yisi Dao approached with hands clasped behind his back, emanating an ethereal aura that made his next steps uncertain. In 10 years, will the title of Luzhou's foremost Wushi belong to you? Yisi Dao's words bore a hint of a smile. Zhou Shiwen, startled, realized that Yisi Dao had overheard his conversation with Yisu. With a defiant twist of his neck, he exclaimed, Fuzhou, in 10 years, you shall certainly not be my match. Should you fear me, you may kill me now. Yisi Dao smiled, remarking, you present a rough exterior, yet your cunning rivals that of a fox, adept at using provocation to safeguard your life. A rare quality indeed. Were it anyone else, I would eliminate them to eradicate the threat immediately. However, you have not inspired such inclinations within me. You may evade death for now, but the consequences of your actions remain. Just as you have taught Xian a lesson, you too shall meet the ground first, and then you may depart. Zhou Shiwen's eyes darted, contemplating a desperate bid for survival, yet he understood the futility of resisting Yisi Dao. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I have been face down since birth. What is one more time? With that, he leaped into the air, landing headfirst upon the ground with a resounding impact. Despite being on the verge of the innate realm, the collision left his nose askew. Zhou Dingxing hurriedly helped him up, and the two departed the ranch with haste. Ma Sanbao hesitated, questioning, Fuzhou, are we to let them leave just like that? Yisi Dao replied with a smile, a mere junior is not worth my engagement. I shall keep him to hone the skills of my Yi family disciples. As for Zhou Dingxing, he is not worth my attention either. His cultivation method is overly aggressive and reckless, exposing him to dangers that will ensure his demise without my intervention before the month concludes. Sanbao, you possess commendable potential. You should soon enter the Guyuan stage. A Wushi at that level radiates energy like the sun, illuminating their surroundings without excess. Unlike Zhou Dingxing, who is merely courting death, Ma Sanbao understood that Yisi Dao was using Zhou Dingxing to guide him, feeling profoundly moved as he remarked, Fuzhou, you have come to see 7th young master, have you not? Why not visit him? Without tempering, jade cannot be crafted into tools. If he can withstand this trial, he may yet reclaim his innate potential and become a Wushi. If he cannot, what purpose would visiting serve? Yisi Dao sighed, shaking his head as he made his way out, his silhouette bearing a sense of melancholy. Though Zhou Shiwen is brash, his words hold truth, beyond Qiner and Xiaobao. The other disciples of the Yi family are unworthy of cultivation. With Xiaobao incapacitated and Qiner absent, uncertain of his fate, is my Yi family truly destined for decline? Sanbao, during my absence, ensure that no harm comes to him. After Zhou Shiwen's departure, the Baiyu Lu within Yisu's dantian fell silent once more. Floating motionlessly at the center of his dantian, Yisu felt a tinge of helplessness. The Baiyu Lu possessed extraordinary power, having shattered even the 7-layered Qixing Qingguang Hanyu Lu bestowed by the heavens. Yet, despite its might, he could not harness it. When Xian had attacked him earlier, the Baiyu Lu had stirred restlessly, yet it had failed to emerge from his dantian to obliterate Xian. It was akin to possessing immense wealth but being unable to spend a single coin. Relying on this Jade Tower was futile. What he could depend upon was solely his own strength. His formidable power was paramount. Fortunately, his meridian injuries had healed, and with prior experience, the path to reclaiming his innate potential would take no more than 2 to 3 years. Yisu calmed his mind and began cultivating the Tsangming Lian Tiju, surprisingly finding the process remarkably smooth. His meridians were now broader and sturdier than when he first stepped into the innate realm, and the speed of his true qi circulation had greatly increased. Furthermore, he was astonished to discover that his true qi was growing at a terrifying rate, far surpassing the speed he had experienced during his previous reputation as a prodigy. Within just a few hours, the Tsangming true qi in his dantian condensed into a singular azure cloud, upon which the mysterious Baiyu Lu rested steadily, continuously receiving fresh true qi, absorbed by the verdant jade seedling, which then transformed into dark green true qi, merging into the azure cloud. Had he truly completed the first layer of the Tsangming Lian Tiju? Yisu was astounded. The formation of an azure cloud from the Tsangming true qi signified his mastery of the first layer of the Tsangming Lian Tiju. Previously, this achievement had taken him 3 months, yet now, it had only required a few hours. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed frightening, leaving even him bewildered. If he had once been regarded as a prodigy, what could he be considered now? A monster? An anomaly? A freak? Should this information spread, It would undoubtedly stir the entire Luzhou city, with countless individuals eager to dissect him for study. After mastering the first realm of Tsangming Lian Tiju, Yisu's growth rate showed no sign of diminishing. Rather, it accelerated further. It wasn't long before he successfully cultivated the second, third, and fourth Qi clouds. When he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find 9 azure clouds floating in his dantian, supporting the Baiyu Lu as if it were the moon surrounded by stars. Yisu had also elevated the Tsangming Lian Tiju to the pinnacle of its second realm, setting his sights on advancing to the third realm. His meridians had expanded, and his true Qi was now several times more profound than that of his contemporaries. This heralded that if he were to re-enter the innate realm in the future, his strength would surpass that of equally ranked innate martial artists. All of this was due to the miraculous effects brought forth by the azure jade seedling within the Baiyu Lu. Yisu opened his right hand and clenched it forcefully, causing the air to emit a series of faint explosive sounds. A smile crept across his lips as he let out a long howl, resonating with an unending echo filled with elation. The once legendary martial genius had finally returned. Like a phoenix reborn from fire, his power would be even stronger than before. Su Qiao, awakened by the howl, hurriedly donned her clothes and rushed in, her face a mix of surprise and joy. "Young master, are your injuries fully healed?" Yisu gently nodded, pride evident in his tone. "Not only have I recovered, but I have also recultivated the Tsangming Lian Tiju to the third realm." Su Qiao, clearly unaware of the terrifying implications of achieving the third realm overnight, simply recognized Yisu's happiness and shared in her own joy, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, exclaiming, "That's incredible. Young master, you are truly remarkable." Yisu could only smile wryly, hinting, Qiao, my cultivation speed is now faster than before." Su Qiao, still not fully grasping the situation, nodded. "Of course. Young master is a genius." Yisu sighed inwardly. Although Qiao was clever, she could not comprehend the magnitude of achieving the third realm overnight, merely taking it for granted. Yet, he felt a pang of gratitude. This little girl held an inexplicable trust and admiration for him. However, had someone knowledgeable about the Tsangming Lian Tiju been present, they would likely have been left speechless in astonishment. "Young master, now that you're healed, should we prepare to return? I miss our home," the spirited girl declared, feigning a sword slash. "Not just yet. Let's wait 3 months until I recultivate to the innate realm before we go back," Yisu replied, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Returning now would only subject him to the disdain and ridicule of his peers. He thought back to the faces of his brothers and felt repulsed. When he returned, he would wait until he had regained his innate cultivation and with an unstoppable momentum, re-enter the Yi family estate, becoming a shaman and trampling those brothers underfoot, teaching them who the true waste was. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing silently at the door like a rock, immovable. It was Ma Sanbao, the owner of the horse ranch. The young man in green looked mature beyond his years, evidently having been drawn here by Yisu's howl. Though it was unclear for how long he had been present, Ma Sanbao's expression remained calm as he spoke. "Seventh young master, I apologize for the offense." A wave of danger surged in Yisu's heart as he hurriedly pushed Su Qiao aside. At that moment, a purple-green aura erupted above Ma Sanbao's head, swirling like a tide and resonating with a sound akin to crashing waves. The aura suddenly coalesced into a massive palm print, which shot down towards Yisu with a whoosh. The energy palm print bore an overwhelmingly terrifying force, and Yisu felt as if a mountain was crashing down upon him, its weight locking down all his openings, leaving him no chance to evade. This was the power of a shaman, truly unfathomable. With no option to dodge, he could only brace himself and attempt to shatter the energy palm print. A fierce light flickered in Yisu's eyes as his arms quaked, conjuring swirling palm prints around him, resembling a flurry of azure butterflies. Though they appeared delicate, each palm contained immense strength, perfectly channeling the might of his Tsangming true Qi. The Daqian Yishou. The Daqian Yishou was a premier martial art of the Yi family, and upon reaching its highest profundity, it transformed palm prints into 1,000 azure butterflies, making it nearly impossible to defend against, wielding immense power. Previously, Yisu had cultivated this technique to the realm of 1,000 butterflies dancing. But due to his current limitations, he could only manifest a little over 100 palm prints, yet their potency remained considerable. While others at the third realm of Tsangming Lian Tiju could only manage 20 azure butterfly palm prints, Yisu, with his profound true Qi, far exceeded this limitation. The 100 palm prints collided with Ma Sanbao's energy hand, creating a series of resounding impacts. The shock waves swept through the air, crashing against the walls, causing the plaster to rain down and fill the air with dust. Chapter 8. The divine powers of the shaman Ma Sanbao's energy hand contained terrifying power. Yi Su's De Qian Yisho struck the purple-green palm print, but failed to dissipate all the force. Suddenly, he shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity. Transitioning from palm to fist, unleashing another martial art of the Yi family, the Da Li Jin Gang Quan. Ma Sanbao couldn't help but exclaim softly. The Da Li Jin Gang Quan was the most rudimentary martial art of the Yi family, characterized by its simplicity and rigidity. Lacking variation, rarely practiced even by the family's servants. He had never expected Yi Su to use such a lowly technique to counter his energy hand. Though both were employing the Da Li Jin Gang Quan in Yi Su's hands, it took on a completely different flavor. His strikes were straightforward and solid, exuding a grandmaster's aura, amplifying the effectiveness of the Da Li Jin Gang Quan severalfold, even surpassing the prowess of the De Qian Yisho. Boom! Yi Su unleashed a flurry of direct punches, and at last, Ma Sanbao's energy hand was shattered by this simple, yet unremarkable technique, leaving even Ma Sanbao astonished. To shatter a shaman's energy hand using the most basic martial art was a testament to his extraordinary talent. With the energy hand broken, Yi Su suddenly surged forward like a great bat with azure wings, enveloped in a whirlwind of butterflies, transforming into a massive bronze sphere that rolled forth with unstoppable momentum. As if any who dared to obstruct him would be crushed to dust. From within the bronze sphere, the sound of clashing steel rang out. As though his palms had turned to iron, invulnerable, Ma Sanbao's eyes betrayed admiration, nodding inwardly. In this attack, Yi Su had utilized 4 premier martial arts: Songming Lian Tiju, De Qian Yisho, Jin Gang Fu Mo Gong, and Qing Yi Fu Wang Ju, representing internal principles. Internal palm techniques, external hard skills, and lightness techniques. Mastering any one of these arts typically required decades of arduous training. Yet Yi Su had seamlessly integrated all 4 into one, reaching a level of exquisite harmony. Even Ma Sanbao could not help but commend his innate talent. Remaining with his hands behind his back, Ma Sanbao observed as Yi Su approached, allowing his momentum to reach its zenith. Suddenly, the purple-green aura above him surged forth, transforming into multiple hands, some clenched into fists, some morphing into palm prints, others becoming knife hands or eagle claws, all executing more than 10 types of martial arts in an instant, shattering Yi Su's carefully cultivated momentum. With his attack thwarted, Yi Su immediately retreated, his figure becoming elusive, rendering his next move virtually impossible to predict. Once he had distanced himself by several zhang, he looked up to find Ma Sanbao still standing there with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of pursuing further, and he breathed a sigh of relief. 7th young master, your injuries have indeed healed, and you possess the ability to protect yourself now. Ma Sanbao's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he nodded, saying, Tomorrow, 7th young master can return to the inner mansion and need not worry about cleaning the stables. If the master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be very pleased. Yi Su hesitated for a moment and shook his head, replying, Master, I fear I must remain at the horse ranch for a while longer. I kindly ask you to keep the news of my recovery to yourself. Ma Sanbao fell silent for a moment before responding. If the master inquires, I will surely speak candidly, so I hope for your understanding, 7th young master. Furthermore, my ranch does not accommodate idlers. If you wish to stay, you must still assist with the stables. Once merely a horse servant, he had been promoted by Yi Sadeo and entrusted with significant responsibilities after becoming a shaman, remaining ever loyal to Yi Sadeo. Yi Su revealed a wry smile and remarked bitterly, How could the master care about the life of a useless person like me? If he truly cared, how could he have demoted me to a horse servant? Ma Sanbao's expression turned serious as he responded, 7th young master, the master's demotion of you was, in truth, to protect you. Yi Su felt a stir in his heart. Ma Sanbao continued, In the past, one of the ancestors of the Yi family was also a martial genius, achieving innate mastery at the tender age of 15. During a test at the martial armory, he was ambushed by the Fong family, suffering a fate similar to yours. The Jade Tower was destroyed, and he lost all his cultivation, becoming a mere shell of his former self. And then, Yi Su could not help but inquire. He could not bear the disdain and ridicule of others, fell into despair, and ultimately took his own life. Yi Su fell silent, understanding all too well the anguish that ancestor must have felt. Although the title of genius is resounding, the overwhelming sense of loss following a fall from grace can easily shatter one's inner spirit. However, unlike that ancestor, his heart had been tempered and fortified, impervious to the winds of gossip. Moreover, he possessed the mysterious green jade seedling within the Bayou Tower, constantly instilling in him the hope of resurgence. Yi Sadeo's decision to demote him to a servant and send him to the outskirts of the city indeed carried a protective intention, though it also served as a punishment for the calamity that befell the martial armory due to him. Yi Su could not help but marvel at the profound depths of the master of the Wu Huang family. Ma Sanbao turned to leave, but suddenly paused, asking curiously, "Seventh young master, do you have a grievance with the outer gate steward, Yi Fang?" Yi Su's heart stirred as he listened to Ma Sanbao continue. "As far as I know, Yi Fang has bribed several horse servants to deal with you." Ma Sanbao scoffed. "That old fool is courting death by meddling in my horse ranch. Seventh young master, if you cannot handle it, I can take action on your behalf." Yi Su replied nonchalantly, "Do you believe I am incapable of dealing with a few horse servants? I kindly ask you to leave Yi Fang to me. I wish to personally put an end to this old dog." A hint of amusement flickered on Ma Sanbao's face as he remarked, "Yi Fang has been in the innate realm of martial arts for over 20 years, with profound cultivation, ranking among the top 10 servants in the Yi mansion. It would not be an easy task to confront him. However, I respect your ambition and shall not interfere. Farewell." The Yi family's outer gate boasted 10 innate realm masters, among whom Yi Li, whom Yi Su had slain with a single palm strike, was one. Yi Fang, however, was the foremost among the 10 overseers and quite formidable. Su Qiao watched as Ma Sanbao walked away, softly asking, "Young master, why did the horse master test you?" "He was merely gauging my recovery," Yi Su mused with an air of tranquility. "The power of a shaman is truly formidable. Just now, the horse master likely exerted no more than 1% of his strength, if that, perhaps even 1,000th. Yet even that minuscule fraction of strength was sufficient to easily subdue him. The might of shamans is indeed terrifying and unfathomable." Yi Su contemplated that even upon regaining his innate martial arts prowess, he would certainly not withstand a single move from Ma Sanbao. If Ma Sanbao is already so formidable, how powerful must Yi Sadeo, the foremost shaman of Luzhou City, be? The thought of shamans filled his eyes with fervor as he silently vowed that one day he too would possess such terrifying power. That day, he believed, was not far off. Outside Luzhou City, at the edge of Baiman Mountain, Yi Su raised his head to survey the surroundings. The forest lay in ruins, with shattered towering trees strewn about. The ground was pockmarked, bearing both footprints and handprints. And some areas were marked with large human-shaped imprints, as if someone had been seized by an adversary and violently slammed to the ground. "Young master, this place is..." Su Qiao scanned the area. Although her knowledge of martial arts was limited, she could tell that a fierce battle had taken place here, leaving the forest in disarray. "This is where I once clashed with Brother Zhou," Yi Su smiled. Su Qiao pointed to a human-shaped imprint on the ground, noting it resembled Zhou Sherwin's physique. She could not help but giggle at the thought of Yi Su lifting that burly man and smashing him down with force. Yi Su sighed, "Qiao, I too have been on the receiving end of such treatment." Su Qiao stuck out her tongue, recalling how Yi Su and Zhou Sherwin were natural rivals, frequently engaging in contests. However, back then, Yi Su had faced Zhou alone, without anyone accompanying him, not even her. Now, however, Yi Su brought her along to revisit the site, and she felt a sweet thrill in sharing a little secret. Yi Su continued onward, and she hurried to keep pace. Before long, they came upon a cliff. It was not particularly high, only 3 or 4 zhang, yet it was steep and sheer, its face as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cleaved by a blade. Su Qiao noticed numerous pockmarked areas on the cliff face, and, upon closer inspection, was horrified. These various-sized pits were all handprints. The handprints were densely packed, arranged from shallow to deep, with some barely leaving a trace on the stone, while others were impressively deep, their force having rendered the stone soft and pliable, as if it were not a cliff but a block of tofu. Returning to this familiar place, Yi Su felt a rush of emotions, standing before the cliff in silence for a long while before suddenly laughing. "This is where I once tested my strength." Su Qiao raised her small palm to strike the stone wall, only to feel her arm tingle while the wall remained unchanged, without a single mark left behind. Yi Su chuckled, "Silly girl, unless you cultivate your Xianming true qi to the 3rd level, you cannot leave your handprint on the wall. I too had to cultivate the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 3rd level to leave my mark." Su Qiao stuck out her tongue and gazed along the cliff, filled with astonishment. How could a human hand, made of flesh and blood, leave a mark on stone? If such force were to strike an ordinary person, would it not leave them battered and bruised, far worse than a whip? Yi Su shook his head slightly, bemused. Battered and bruised? This little girl is far too naive. When dealing with ordinary people, there is no need to employ true energy, A mere palm strike would turn them into mush. The martial arts of the Wu Huang family were not as simple as they appeared. Chapter 9. A palm strike to death, young master. Whose handprints are these? Su Qiao inquired, noticing handprints on the stone wall that were distinctly different in size from Yi Su's. Some were remarkably broad, resembling bare paws, while others were quite slender, seemingly made by a woman's hand. Notably, the delicate handprint exuded an overwhelming force, with the last few impressions even scorching the stone, indicating that the person who left them practiced a fiercely intense martial art. The broad handprints belonged to Zhou Shi, with whom I had a fierce battle here. Ever since then, he has awaited me here every month at this time to spar with me. Yi Su stood before the stone wall, immersing himself in tranquility as he circulated his true energy. Gradually closing his eyes, he spoke with composure. The delicate palm imprint must have been left by Feng Chun, my esteemed brother. However, he has never revealed himself. Feng Chun, a prodigy of the Wu Huang family, was renowned alongside Yi Su and Zhou Shi in Luzhou City. And Su Qiao had also heard his name. This individual possessed an astounding mastery of martial arts, rivaling both Yi Su and Zhou Shi, marking him as the most exceptional talent of the Feng family. By leaving his palm print on the stone wall, he aimed to validate his strength while simultaneously proclaiming his might to Yi Su and Zhou Shi. Nevertheless, since Yi Su and Zhou Shi engaged in fierce battles here every month, Feng Chen's absence indicated his uncertainty in overcoming them. Suddenly, Yi Su opened his eyes, radiating brilliance, and struck the stone wall with a powerful palm. His return to this place was to assess his own prowess and discern the extent of his growth compared to his past self. With a resounding bang, his palm impacted the wall, sending fragments flying and leaving a deep palm imprint nearly an inch deep. Startled, Su Qiao leaned closer to examine it, comparing it with the imprint Yi Su had left years ago. Filled with astonishment and joy, young master, have you already cultivated the Tsangming Lian Ti Ju to the 4th level? How impressive. No, I am still at the 3rd level, Yi Su replied, furrowing his brows. Upon closer inspection, he realized that when he first left a faint palm imprint on the stone wall, he was at the 3rd level of the Tsangming Lian Ti Ju. Yet, this time, his palm strike, still at the same realm, was far more powerful and commanding than before. It was no wonder Su Qiao mistook him for having reached the 4th level. The depth of his palm imprint was even greater than that of the 4th level. Approaching the 5th level, despite being at the same level, his palm strength had multiplied several times, achieving a height typical of a pinnacle 4th level. This revelation left even him incredulous. While his true energy was indeed more robust than his former self at the same level, it was insufficient to account for such an effect, as the quality of the 4th level Tsangming true energy far surpassed that of the 3rd level. This could only indicate that after his recultivation, both the quality and quantity of his true energy had vastly improved compared to before. In his previous life, he had a profound understanding of martial arts, and only Zhou Shi and Feng Chun in Luzhou City could match him. Now, after his recultivation, with a quality of true energy far surpassing his past, did this not suggest that his innate talent had become even more remarkable? Could it be attributed to the Qingyu sapling in by Yilo? Yi Su pondered quietly. At this moment, he gained a clearer understanding of his strength and felt no need to linger. He promptly returned to the stable with Su Qiao. On the way back, Su Qiao remained enthusiastic, waving her small fists. Young master, I too want to leave my palm imprint on the stone wall one day. Then you must work hard. Yi Su replied with a smile. In the days following their return to the stable, Yi Su noticed several stable hands casting furtive glances his way, occasionally provoking him, and he understood their intentions. It seemed that the chief steward Yi Feng was indeed relentless, having bribed the stable hands to target him. This old dog was clearly tired of living. Yi Su paid no heed to the provocations of the stable hands. After tidying up the stable, he focused intently on his cultivation. In just a few days, he had elevated the Tsangming Lian Ti Ju to the pinnacle of the 3rd level, amassing 27 dark green Sangyun in his dantian, significantly enhancing his strength. Ever since his cultivation was dismantled, Su Qiao appeared to be invigorated, dedicating herself to martial arts. Witnessing her diligence, Yi Su sometimes felt a sense of embarrassment. As he trained while also guiding Su Qiao in her practice, his days were filled with joy, even more so than during his previous glory. One morning, after finishing his chores in the stable, he was suddenly startled by a flurry of footsteps. Looking up, he saw a short, stout middle-aged man accompanied by 6 or 7 stable hands entering the stable, his expression darkening. This stout man, named Sha Tong Tian, was the head of the stable hands, responsible for managing the stables. Recently, He had not been treating Yi Su well, either demanding him to clean the stable again or subjecting him to ridicule. Sha Tong Tian approached Yi Su with his entourage, clapping his hands. Immediately, several stable hands brought over tables and chairs. Sha Tong Tian sat down with a swagger, while one stable hand held up a sunshade, and two others fanned him, creating an atmosphere of anticipation for a spectacle. Glancing at Yi Su, Sha Tong Tian suddenly smirked and said sternly, "As a stable hand, you must first understand veterinary medicine. When a horse falls ill, you must know what the ailment is to prescribe the correct treatment. Yi Xiaobao, as a newcomer, diagnosing a horse is your first lesson. Bring that green horse here." After a moment, a stable hand led a striking green horse forward, its belly rumbling ominously, clearly unwell. Sha Tong Tian commanded someone to fetch a shovel, scooping up a pile of manure and placing it before Yi Su with a sinister grin. "Boy, eat this pile of horse manure, then tell me what illness this green horse has." Yi Su's expression darkened. It was evident that Sha Tong Tian had been bribed by Yi Fong to deliberately make things difficult for him. Sha Tong Tian's smirk widened. "If you don't eat the horse manure, you'll be violating my rules. Violating my rules means you'll be asking for a beating. If you do eat it and can't identify the horse's illness, you'll also be violating my rules and will be beaten." A stable hand chuckled. "Even if you guess correctly, what difference does it make? The steward will still manipulate you as he wishes." Sha Tong Tian laughed heartily, clearly unashamed of his intentions. Yi Su remained silent for a moment, then approached the green horse with a slight smile. "Steward, I already know what illness the green horse is suffering from." Sha Tong Tian's expression darkened. "Yi Xiaobao, you can eat your fill, but don't speak carelessly. If you're wrong, you'll be deemed a quack, and in my stable, a quack is a capital offense." "I am well aware of that," Yi Su replied. "Steward, this horse is afflicted with." Suddenly, Yi Su flipped his palm and lightly struck the center of the horse's forehead, smiling. "Death." The horse's massive head was instantly thrust into its belly, collapsing without a sound, dead as can be. The stable hands were taken aback, astonished at how a single strike could kill a prized horse. Many of the skilled stable hands believed they could accomplish such a feat, but to strike the horse's head into its belly so effortlessly was beyond their capabilities. This boy, who appeared frail, possessed such remarkable strength. How could he still be so formidable after being deemed useless? "Fear not. Steward Sha has already cultivated the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong to the 6th level, possessing immense strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Dealing with this boy should be a piece of cake," they thought. The situation had turned grim for him. One must learn to remain low-key in life to survive. Having to eat horse manure was one thing, but killing the green horse in front of Steward Sha was akin to provoking his wrath. Sha Tong Tian's expression darkened abruptly. He had not anticipated that Yi Su would so decisively kill the horse with a single blow, acting with such speed that it left him no chance to react. The chief steward Yi Fong had claimed this boy was now a waste. How could he still possess such martial skills? Yet, he was still no match for me. Even if he wasn't a waste, I could easily reduce him to one. If I cripple him, the chief steward will surely look upon me favorably, perhaps even promote me and assign me a prestigious position. Sha Tong Tian's eyes gleamed with malice as he stood up, his fists cracking ominously. He sneered, "Boy, killing a green horse in my presence, you are courting death." With that, he took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and an explosive sound emanated from high. He was a terrifying sight, his veins and muscles bulging grotesquely beneath his skin, resembling the writhing of dark blue earthworms across his body. In an instant, his stocky frame transformed into a towering figure, towering over Yi Su by a full 2 heads. This was the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong, an exceptional martial art of the Yi family, akin to the legendary techniques such as Hung Lien Shi San Tai Bao, Jin Zhong Zhao, and Tai Bu Shan, yet more exquisite than these 3. Once mastered, the body becomes as resilient as steel, impervious to blades and arrows. While the aforementioned techniques have their vulnerabilities, the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong possesses none. After mastering this formidable skill, Sha Tong Tian once lay on the grass, allowing several horsemen to trample him without sustaining even the slightest injury, demonstrating the might of this technique. "Kid, if you deliver that beautiful woman to me, I might consider sparing your life." Sha Tong Tian sneered, having once encountered Su Qiao Qiao and found her breathtakingly beautiful. There was no one in Luzhou who could match her charm, igniting his base desires. Yi Su's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Initially, he only intended to teach Sha Tong Tian a lesson for his insolence, but now his heart was steeled for bloodshed. The act of shooting down the steed had already infuriated Sha Tong Tian, but the insult towards Su Qiao Qiao struck a deeper chord. Once the urge to kill arose, it could not be contained. Yi Su smiled faintly, saying, Sha Tong Tian, it seems you, like your steed, are afflicted with a fatal malady that requires my intervention. Chapter 10. You are already dead. Sha Tong Tian, growing impatient, strode toward Yi Su. Kid, have you made a decision? It appears that without a lesson, you remain oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Consider your own mother. Yi Su bellowed, his foot already crashing into Sha Tong Tian's face. Despite his seemingly robust physique, Sha Tong Tian was sent sprawling to the ground, his massive head smashing against the bluestone floor and embedding itself deep within. With a furious roar, Sha Tong Tian slammed his hands onto the ground, straightening his body and rising defiantly, his face a mask of rage. Kid, you seek death. Crack. As soon as he stood, another foot struck his face, sending him crashing down again, this time with his head sinking into the stone. Yi Su pressed his right foot heavily against Sha Tong Tian's face, twisting it mercilessly. Enraged, Sha Tong Tian dug his fingers into the bluestone, lifting 2 slabs, each weighing over 100 pounds, effortlessly wielding them as if they were feathers, creating a fierce wind that forced the surrounding horsemen to retreat in fear. Yi Su stepped back, and with a thunderous crash, the 2 slabs collided, shattering into pieces. Dust filled the air as Sha Tong Tian leaped into action, roaring and launching a powerful punch at Yi Su's head. Having endured humiliation, he pushed the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong to its peak. His fist nearly the size of Yi Su's head, the force behind it ferocious. Even before it landed, the wind from his punch severed Yi Su's hair tie, sending strands flying backward. Sha Tong Tian's fury had reached a boiling point. He had initially promised to merely teach Yi Su a lesson, but now he sought to kill him. Yi Su, however, also retaliated with a punch that appeared diminutive in comparison, lacking any audible force. When their fists collided, it was silent. Sha Tong Tian let out a howl as his massive body was propelled backward, crashing into the stable wall with a resounding impact, leaving behind an imprint of his form, intricately webbed with cracks, while the surface remained smooth. Clearly, Yi Su's seemingly insignificant punch contained power far exceeding that of the massive Sha Tong Tian. The horsemen watched in shock and disbelief, initially confident that Yi Su, frail in appearance, would be defeated by Sha Tong Tian, only to witness the opposite unfold. As the once formidable Sha Tong Tian was soundly beaten without the slightest ability to retaliate. This showcased the distinction between the internal and external martial arts of the Yi family. While the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong ranked among the top external techniques, it could not compare to the supreme internal arts like the Tsang Ming Lien Tiju. Though Yi Su had only mastered the 3rd level of the Tsang Ming Lien Tiju, the potency of his true qi surpassed that of Sha Tong Tian's 6th level of Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong. Sha Tong Tian charged at Yi Su once more. Emboldened and sneering, Yi Xiaobao, you cannot defeat me. While your strength may surpass mine, my Tian Mo Lien Shen Gong is impervious, with no weaknesses. All I need to do is exhaust your true qi, and you'll become a defenseless chick, and I can do with you as I please. Yi Su coldly regarded him as he approached, smirking. Indeed, the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong has no vulnerabilities. But there are plenty of martial arts within the inner court capable of breaking through this hard skill. In the face of profound internal martial arts, this hard technique is riddled with weaknesses. Sha Tong Tian, do not forget, I was once the most outstanding scion of the inner court. Fear flickered in Sha Tong Tian's eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and advanced. He had boasted before Yi Fong in the outer court, vowing to subdue Yi Su. Failure would jeopardize his future. Suddenly, he spotted a single azure butterfly dancing gracefully before him, followed by a swarm of hundreds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sha Tong Tian felt as if he had transformed into a fragrant flower, attracting the butterflies to him. This was the Yi family's inner court ultimate technique. De Qian Yishou. Yi Su's De Qian Yishou had improved since his earlier skirmish with Ma San Bao, his hands fluttering, morphing into over 200 azure butterflies that overwhelmed Sha Tong Tian, leaving him with no means to defend or evade. With each palm strike, Yi Su's Tsang Ming true qi pierced through a vital point of Sha Tong Tian, akin to a sharp awl penetrating his body, and in the blink of an eye, over 200 butterflies enveloped him completely. After delivering over 200 strikes, Yi Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Sha Tong Tian, who remained motionless. With a furious roar, Sha Tong Tian swung his palm, the size of a fan, toward Yi Su's forehead. Yet, as it approached, it began to shrink rapidly. Not only that, but Sha Tong Tian's massive frame also diminished swiftly. The sound of explosions reverberated as his vital points burst, blood gushing forth. and he transformed from a towering brute back into the short and stout figure he once was. Panic-stricken, Sha Tong Tian felt the terror of imminent death, stammering, "Seventh young master, please spare me." Yi Su's gaze was peculiar as he softly replied, "Do not fear. You are already dead." Before the words could settle, Sha Tong Tian's body continued to shrink rapidly, condensing into a fleshy ball, with his short limbs disappearing into the mass, ultimately devoid of life. This was the terrifying consequence of the Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong's disintegration. As the Tian Mo True Qi was shattered, all bones were crushed in an instant. Muscles contracting and compressing the body into a grotesque ball, obliterating the internal organs. The remaining horsemen shuddered at the sight, exchanging glances, contemplating a quiet escape, but suddenly, Yi Su's cold laughter pierced the air. "Planning to flee? Seventh young master, grant us mercy," they implored, hastily kneeling and banging their heads on the ground. If even Sha Tong Tian, who had mastered the 6th level of Tian Mo Lien Gu Gong, fell to Yi Su, what hope did they have? A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Su's eyes as he declared, "I am a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and enmity. If one shows me a foot of respect, I will repay with a mile. If one glares at me, I will return with a punch. You all should know how to proceed now." A few individuals exchanged glances. One of the horse servants, emboldened, inquired, "What does the 7th young master mean?" Yi Su cast a cold gaze over the horse manure on the iron shovel and replied icily, "Consume it." The horse servants grimaced, scrambling towards the iron shovel, hands reaching for the excrement. "Disgusting." Yi Su observed for a moment, losing any inclination to quibble with such insignificant characters, and exited the stable. Suddenly, he halted, noticing an elderly man with a sinister gaze standing in front of the stable, staring at him intently. It was Yi Fong, the chief steward of the Yi family. "Seventh young master, you truly possess remarkable skill. Even Sha Tong Tian fell easily to your hand." Yi Fong's cold smile was laced with arrogance as he proclaimed, "Yi Xiaobao. Will you not kneel and confess your sins?" Yi Su displayed an expression of surprise. "Yi Fong, why should I kneel before you?" Yi Fong laughed heartily, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him, enveloping Yi Su. The pressure of innate martial prowess bore down upon Yi Su, who felt as if he were a mere blade of grass, nearly unable to lift his head. Yi Fong's cultivation was terrifying. Yi Su sensed that his mastery was several times deeper than his former self, a true expert who had been in the innate realm for decades. "I command you to kneel." Yi Fong's aura intensified further, causing Yi Su's bones to crack under the strain. He disdainfully refrained from physically assaulting Yi Su, preferring instead to compel him to kneel with sheer force, so he could then execute him. In just a few days, Yi Su had transformed from a crippled waste devoid of strength to a formidable figure capable of slaying Sha Tong Tian. Such a terrifying rate of growth sent shivers down Yi Fong's spine. Should this pace continue, it would not be long before Yi Su re-entered the innate realm, becoming a shaman. If Yi Su were to become a shaman, given his temperament and methods, Yi Fong could almost guarantee that his fate would be dire. In the past, Yi Fong would not have dared to lay a finger on Yi Su, but now that Yi Su was merely a horse servant, no one in the Yi residence would object to his execution. In fact, many scions of the family might even applaud it. Yi Su's internal Tsangming true energy surged wildly, desperately holding firm, and he coldly retorted, "Yi Fong, have you forgotten that this is a horse farm? If you wish to deal with me, you must consult the owner of the farm. Ma Sanbao, is it?" Yi Fong laughed heartily, his aura swirling like a vortex, firmly ensnaring Yi Su. "My qualifications surpass his. My seniority is greater, and I have been granted the surname Yi by the esteemed chief steward Yi Simin. Meanwhile, Ma Sanbao is merely a horse servant, fortunate enough to become a shaman. What right does he have to speak before me?" At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Yi Fong, when did it become your place to dictate matters in my horse farm?" Yi Fong's gaze turned icy as he turned around to find Ma Sanbao. Having appeared behind him without his notice, his expression cold, clearly having overheard Yi Fong's words. Ma Sanbao stated calmly, "In my horse farm, one must adhere to my rules. Yi Fong, while you are the chief steward, you do not have the authority to interfere in the affairs of my horse farm. Depart." Chapter 11. Ignorance of depths. "Do you dare to command me to leave?" Yi Fong's brows bristled with indignation, his white hair billowing, his aura locking onto Ma Sanbao. However, before his pressure could reach Ma Sanbao, it dissipated into nothingness. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that the strength of this young man in green was indeed unfathomable, far beyond his capabilities. Is a shaman truly this powerful, that I cannot gauge his depth? Yi Fong's focus sharpened. To become a shaman, One must be under 30 years of age and possess innate martial prowess. He had reached innate mastery at 37, thus he would never attain the title of shaman, leaving him with a lifelong regret. Contemplating this, Yifeng suddenly burst into chilling laughter, his expression malevolent as he stroked his sparse beard, asserting an air of superiority. Master of the horse farm, I indeed overstepped my bounds. However, I wish to see how you will handle this matter. Should you mishandle it, do not blame me for reporting to Chief Steward Yi. You intend to use the inner court to pressure me? Ma Sanbao's gaze turned frosty. Yifeng was a servant elevated by the inner court's chief steward, Yi Simin, to the position of chief steward. The implication of Yifeng's words was clear. Should Yi Su not be dealt with, he would report to Yi Simin. Yi Simin was also a shaman, highly skilled, and wielded significant power in the Yi family, being one of the 3 reigning authorities. The Yi family was not a monolithic entity, while Yi Sadeo was the highest authority. He was often absorbed in cultivation and neglected family affairs. The power struggles within the family were in the hands of 2nd Uncle Yi Simin, 4th Uncle Yi Sija, and 13th Uncle Yi Siren. While these 3 appeared amicable, they were engaged in covert battles for power and profit. Such dynamics were not uncommon within the Yi family, and Yi Su was well aware of them. Ma Sanbao sneered, glancing at Yi Su, and remarked, 7th young master, you have sullied the horse stable and must take responsibility for its cleanliness. That is the rule of Ma. Yifeng, are you satisfied with this resolution? Ma Sanbao. You. Yifeng's fury erupted, his hands trembling with rage, speech eluding him. Abruptly, he turned to leave, sneering, Ma Sanbao. I have crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. How dare you, a mere youth, contend with me? Prepare for the consequences from the inner court. Ma Sanbao let out a cold snort. Yi Su, feeling somewhat anxious, clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, master, for intervening. Because of me, you have offended Chief Steward Yi Simin. I fear. Ma Sanbao's expression remained indifferent. I am only accountable to the family head, not to the inner court. Furthermore, my actions stem not from your behalf, but from Yifeng, that old dog, disrupting my rules and audaciously interfering in my horse farm. Ma Sanbao smiled proudly. In my horse farm, one must abide by my rules. 7th young master, you have soiled the stable. Should you not hurry and clean it? Do you wish to violate my rules as well? Yi Su turned and entered the stable, feeling deeply moved. Ma Sanbao, seemingly cold-hearted, consistently emphasized rules, appearing almost unfeeling. Yet in truth, he was kind-hearted and a worthy friend. With such a friend, one need not worry about betrayal. Indeed, he would shield you from harm. Yi Su's recent experiences had been tumultuous, teaching him the value of genuine friendship amidst the capriciousness of human emotions. Unbeknownst to him, the end of the month had arrived. The day for wage settlement. Yi Su went to collect his pay, receiving 3 taels of scattered silver, while Su Qiao received 1 tael. The little girl clutched the silver tightly, her excitement causing her to bounce around Yi Su. Yi Su could not help but chuckle, teasing, Qiao. Previously I would casually give you several taels. None of those occasions brought you such joy. It's different now. Before, it was a gift from the young master. Now, it's money I earned with my own hands. Su Qiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yi Su smiled as he watched her exuberance, feeling a pang of guilt for not having spent more time with her during his prior dedication to martial arts. Now, no longer a scion, he found himself with ample time to spare. Moreover, Su Qiao had been working diligently, not only devoted to her martial training, but also finding time to earn money at the horse farm. Otherwise, Ma Sanbao would not have extended a hand to grant her wages. The girl possessed astonishing talent in martial arts and had recently made notable progress in cultivating the Xianming true energy, nearing the threshold of the 1st layer. As for Yi Su, he had successfully advanced to the 4th layer, finally possessing some means of self-protection. Today is the drum festival, Qiao. Let us venture into the city to buy some goods and celebrate together, Yi Su suggested. Su Qiao cheered and dashed out of the room, exclaiming, I'm going to change my clothes. The drum festival is one of the grandest celebrations in Miaojiang, bustling with throngs of people filling the streets. However, Yi Su had always devoted himself to martial arts and had never participated in such festivities. As they approached the city, the sounds of drums and music echoed in the air. Looking up, they spotted a large drum made of nanmu wood atop the city tower, while several Miao girls adorned in new garments danced barefoot on the drum, resembling delicate butterflies in their youthful exuberance. Their feet struck the drum, creating a resonant sound that harmonized beautifully with the music, invigorating the spirit. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by a scene of bustling activity, with a myriad of shops displaying an array of goods. Fine silks, Porcelain and garments from the Central Plains were showcased alongside ironware, fine horses from the western regions, and local jade, jewelry, and tea leaves. There were even young boys and girls brought in from afar, displayed as if they were merchandise. Yisu noticed that some were selling captured magical beasts from Baiman Mountain, their massive forms exuding an aura of terror that deterred most onlookers from approaching. Only the wealthy families could afford such beasts, while ordinary folk lacked the means to purchase or care for them. The Yi family possessed extensive enterprises in Luzhou City, owning several storefronts along various streets. Additionally, they owned 2 mines in Baiman Mountain, yielding jade, gold, and iron. Inferior ores were sold to the local sorcerers, while the superior grades were refined and stored within the Yi household. Sorcerers required vast resources to craft runes, weapons, and magical artifacts. The head of the Armory Pavilion, Yi Fan, wielded a large black banner known as the Zimu by Gui Fan, which had consumed 500 pounds of high-quality jade and 200 pounds of finely ground gold thread, with the banner pole forged from hundreds of pounds of tempered steel. Yi Fan, once a notorious figure in Luzhou, had invested heavily in crafting this banner, even going so far as to purchase 99 boys and 99 girls, sacrificing them to infuse their souls into the banner. His heinous actions eventually led to him being subdued by Yi Dao, the head of the household, who assigned him to oversee the armory. This black banner weighed over 1,000 pounds, far too heavy for an ordinary martial artist to lift, and even a slight pressure from it could fracture bones. Despite being merely a low-tier magical artifact, the resources consumed in its creation were not insignificant. Consequently, the influential sorcerer families in Luzhou often controlled 1 or 2 mines, tightly managing their resources, with loyal servants from the Yi family running the storefronts. The other 2 major sorcerer families in Luzhou had similar holdings, albeit on a smaller scale. Each year, these 3 families would fiercely compete for mining resources, with sorcerers often getting involved in the fray. Nevertheless, magical artifacts remained scarce in Luzhou, with the combined total from the 3 families not exceeding 10, underscoring their rarity. The 3 families primarily dealt in jade, gold, and iron, leaving ample opportunities for other smaller merchants, which allowed commerce in Luzhou to flourish. Su Qiao, excitedly tugging on Yisu's hand, wandered through the streets, mesmerized by the exquisite garments and jewelry. Though still young, she had begun to mature, her beauty rivaling that of the most elegantly dressed maidens. Yisu discreetly tightened his purse, sighing softly, as he had exhausted his finances seeking medical treatment after his meridians were damaged. Even Su Qiao had pawned her jewelry to provide for them, appearing as a modest young lady in simple clothing. Now, with only a few pieces of silver to his name, he could scarcely afford a fitting adornment for her. He vowed to himself that once he regained his strength, he would ensure that Qiao would no longer suffer. Su Qiao had remained by his side through adversity, their bond forged in the crucible of hardship, a connection that outsiders could not comprehend. After a short while of browsing, she turned around, only to find Yisu lagging far behind. Just as she was about to call out to him, a piercing voice rang out from ahead. "Is that you, Qiao? How dare you dress like a beggar and come out to the streets?" Looking up, Su Qiao saw a girl in splendid attire, around 16 or 17 years old, with a beautiful face, surveying her with an air of arrogance and mockery. The garments she wore were extravagantly luxurious, far exceeding the value of all of Su Qiao's clothing combined. Beside her stood a languid young boy, around 13 or 14, surrounded by several elegantly dressed girls, enjoying his moment of leisure. Upon seeing Su Qiao, the boy's eyes sparkled, and he leaned toward the girl in fine clothes to whisper, "Ziwan, it's the 9th young master." Su Qiao was momentarily taken aback. The girl was none other than Ziwan, a maid who had once served alongside her for Yisu. Ziwan had colluded with Yifeng and others to poison Yisu's tea, aiming to cripple his martial abilities. After Yisu feigned being incapacitated, Ziwan was then sought after by the 9th young master, Yi Jian, for his bed. After exchanging a few words with Yi Jian, Ziwan hesitated for a moment before suddenly laughing. Qiao, you're still following that useless young master? Let me share some good news. The 9th young master has taken a liking to you. You should leave that worthless boy and serve the 9th young master instead. Once you become his concubine, your status will elevate, and you could even stand alongside me. Due to their years of martial training, the Yi family members matured early. Though Yi Jian was only a few months younger than Yisu, he was already well versed in the ways of the world, often indulging with the maids. Ziwan had aligned herself with Yi Jian, and the very next day, she had been taken to his bed. Many young members of the Yi family led dissipated lifestyles. Not just Yi Jian. Only Yisu remained devoted to martial arts. Ziwan had attempted to seduce him several times, but he had always ignored her advances. Su Qiao Qiao had heard of this and felt her face flush with embarrassment as she spat. Shameless. Infuriated, Ziwan sneered, "You little wretch. It's an honor for the 9th young master to fancy you. Don't be ungrateful." With that, she raised her hand, preparing to slap Su Qiao Qiao across the face. However, just as her hand swung down, a small, tender hand struck her face instead. The sound of the slap echoed sharply in the air, leaving Z1 momentarily stunned, her face marked with 5 bright red fingerprints. Su Qiao Qiao, equally astonished, stared at her own hand, having instinctively retaliated against Z1's attack. To her surprise, her counter was not only swift, but had also landed first. This strike was a technique imparted to her by Yi Su, known for its rapid execution. "The martial arts my young master taught me are indeed formidable." Su Qiao Qiao felt a rush of excitement, her confidence soaring. "You dare to hit me?" Ziwan, filled with a mixture of shame and fury, raised her hand once more, but before she could land a blow, another resounding slap echoed through the air. As she attempted to retaliate again, another slap landed on her cheek, making it clear that Su Qiao Qiao's skill had surpassed her own in this brief period of training. With each slap, Su Qiao Qiao grew more adept, landing several more blows in quick succession. "9th young master, you must uphold justice for your servant," Ziwan cried, turning and kneeling before Yi Jian, her once beautiful face now swollen like a pig's head. As she wept, Yi Jian let out a cold snort, waving his hand to push her aside, and slowly approached Su Qiao Qiao, sneering, "Dare to strike my woman? Little girl, you are in dire need of discipline." Su Qiao Qiao's gaze was flustered and somewhat timid. While she could contend with Ziwan, she was far from a match for Yi Jian. Ziwan merely practiced rudimentary martial arts, whereas Yi Jian was a master who had cultivated the Tsangming Lian Tiju. "However, I quite enjoy training little women like you." Yi Jian licked his lips with a sinister smile, raising his hand to strike Su Qiao Qiao's face. Just before it descended, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him, and with a sharp crack, his face was met with a resounding slap. The force was so great that he spun around 4 or 5 times before barely coming to a halt. A familiar voice chuckled softly, "Dare to strike my woman? 9th young master? You are in dire need of discipline as well. However, I do enjoy training little men like you." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Jian was filled with both shock and fury. He looked up to see a youthful figure with a delicate appearance standing before Su Qiao Qiao, dressed in blue, gazing at him with a semblance of a smile. "Old 7, you useless horse slave, how dare you strike me?" Yi Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted with rage. He paused momentarily, suddenly shivering. If Yi Su were truly a waste, how could he have endured that slap? Yi Jian was not like Ziwan. He had cultivated the Tsangming Lian Tiju to the 5th level, placing him in the mid-tier among the numerous scions of noble families. Could it be that this waste had restored his cultivation? Ziwan, sensing his hesitation, sternly stated, "9th young master, the family rules of the Yi residence dictate that a servant who offends the nobility shall be executed on the spot. This waste is still a horse slave. Why should you fear him?" Yi Jian's spirit was invigorated. Upon careful reflection, he realized that Yi Su's slap did not possess the strength he had initially imagined. If this waste truly had restored his cultivation, a single strike could indeed shatter his skull. With newfound bravado, he grinned sinisterly. "Indeed, you, a waste horse slave, dare to strike a noble. You wretched servant, this time, I shall ensure you have no place to be buried." Yi Su cast a casual glance at Ziwan, feeling an inexplicable disdain for the once faithful servant who now repulsed him. He coldly remarked, "Poisoning the master, undermining his cultivation, what family rules have been broken? As an accomplice harboring a vile servant, how should one be punished according to family law?" With a thud, Ziwan, struck by fear, collapsed to the ground. Her mind clouded by greed. She had been bribed by several young masters to poison Yi Su, and according to family law, she was to be subjected to the 5 punishments: gouging of eyes, cutting of the nose, severing of the tongue, amputation of hands, and dismemberment of feet. This was more terrifying than death. Yi Jian also broke into a cold sweat, knowing that a servant who had conspired to harm the master would face the loss of cultivation, be demoted to a servant, and banished to the mines for hard labor. Yi Su coldly glanced at the two, filled with contempt. A bunch of useless people. "Qiao Qiao, let us depart." Ziwan watched Yi Su's retreating figure, then glanced at the stunned Yi Jian. The contrast between the two highlighted their disparity, akin to a phoenix juxtaposed against a plucked rooster. She lamented her earlier blindness in forsaking gold for dirt. A pang of regret surged within her. Had she not left but instead followed Yi Su? Though she might have faced poverty for a time, her status and glory would undoubtedly have soared in the future. When Yi Su was still the favorite of the Yi residents, he had treated her with great affection. Should he become the next master of the Yi residents, she might even become the esteemed matriarch, standing above all others, with everyone compelled to heed her countenance. There still remained an opportunity. With my beauty and skills in the bedroom, a little manipulation would surely make 7th young master compliant. How could Xiao Qiao be my rival? Once I rise to power, I could easily eliminate her. A glimmer of determination shone in Ziwan's eyes as she hurriedly pursued Yi Su. Yi Jian, momentarily dazed, shouted angrily, "Ziwan, where are you going? Come back." Ziwan turned back to glance at him coldly, as if he were a pile of refuse, her eyes betraying her profound disdain. She hastily caught up to Yi Su, adjusted her attire, and knelt down, appearing pitiful as she wept. "7th young master, the servant acknowledges her wrongs. Continue to follow me, and I will kill you." Yi Su replied flatly, casting a brief glance at her, as if surveying a mere dog rather than a beautiful maiden. Ziwan watched the two grow distant, never daring to pursue further. She sensed that Yi Su was not jesting. If she persisted, she would surely be treated like a dog, struck down without a second thought. With her heart chilled, she turned around only to see Yi Jian approaching with other servants. Her spirits lifted momentarily. She thought, if I cannot become the matriarch of the Yi family, being the wife of a noble scion is still acceptable. Although Yi Jian is incompetent, he has treated me quite well. 9th young master, I was young and ignorant. Please forgive me, Ziwan lamented, attempting to appeal to his emotions. However, Yi Jian cast her a loathsome glance, gritting his teeth. A woman discarded by Yi Xiaobao is of no worth to me. Feng Zhu, take this wretched woman out of the city, beat her to death with sticks, and toss her into a mass grave to feed the dogs. Ziwan was horrified, ready to cry out for help when several beautiful maidens stepped forward from behind Yi Jian, tightly covering her mouth with silk handkerchiefs. One girl in a green dress smiled sweetly. "Sister Ziwan, please understand, we are left with no choice." Without further ado, the group dragged her toward the city exit. Yi Jian gazed at the direction in which Yi Su had departed, a flash of vengeful light flickering in his eyes, contemplating, this waste has actually healed. He will soon regain favor, leaving no chance for me to rise. Determined, he turned and headed back to the Yi residence. Su Qiao Qiao grasped Yi Su's hand and entered a cosmetics shop bustling with women, their chatter overwhelming Yi Su's senses, prompting him to hastily escape. Qiao Qiao's enthusiasm for shopping was truly terrifying. Yi Su sighed, suddenly noticing a nearby alleyway. In stark contrast to the lively streets, this area was quite desolate. With few passers-by, he instructed Qiao Qiao and promptly walked in. The alley was essentially a second-hand market, filled with a diverse array of inexpensive goods. The vendors here, unable to afford storefronts, set up stalls on the ground, displaying a hodgepodge of items. Rumors had even circulated that some treasure had been unearthed among the old wares. Yi Su had little interest in the alley, nor did he believe in the existence of such treasures. If they truly existed, they would surely incite fierce competition among all the sorcerers and the 3 great families of Luzhou, leading to a bloody uproar. As he passed by a vendor's stall, Yi Su suddenly halted, frowning slightly. Within his dantian, the previously tranquil Bai Yu Lu stirred, darting restlessly over the Tsangming true energy, occasionally bouncing about, causing his energy to fluctuate, even exciting the green jade seedling within the tower. Could it be that this stall contained something of interest to Bai Yu Lu? Curiosity piqued. Yi Su scrutinized the meager offerings on display, a handful of old books and a tattered embroidered handkerchief. The vendor, evidently an older man, chuckled amiably. "What has this young master taken a liking to?" "I am not a young master, but rather a horse slave of the Yi family," Yi Su replied with a smile. The vendor gasped. A horse slave of the Yi family possesses more grace than the young masters of other prominent households. Truly a testament to the sorceress family. Yi Su smiled faintly, not wishing to prolong the conversation. He reached for the old books, which turned out to be nothing more than the 4 books and 5 classics, lacking any remarkable content. Meanwhile, Bai Yu Lu continued its restless agitation. His gaze fell upon the embroidered handkerchief, which was incomplete, measuring only half a foot, its edges frayed, and adorned with peculiar patterns. The pattern was also incomplete. Yi Su scrutinized it closely, and it seemed to resemble a sun, with the center depicting a 3-legged bird, akin to a crow, yet its hue was a brilliant gold rather than the typical black. This tattered embroidered handkerchief appeared to be a fragment of a larger banner. Yi Su picked it up and gently caressed it. It felt warm to the touch, yet the fabric was extraordinarily delicate, light as a feather in his grasp. The Baiyu Lu within his dantian seemed to sense the aura of this handkerchief, becoming even more agitated with excitement. Yisu also discerned the peculiar nature of the handkerchief and, with a spark of curiosity, inquired, "Old sir, where did this handkerchief come from?" Chapter 13. The Yin-Yang Li Yin banner. The vendor chuckled and replied, "My wife found this while washing clothes by the river and has been using it as a handkerchief. The advantage of this handkerchief is that it does not attract pests or even a mouse when kept at home. If it weren't for financial difficulties, my wife would never part with it. If you fancy it, it's yours for 5 taels of silver." Yisu squeezed his money pouch and smiled wryly, saying, "I only have 3 taels." The vendor laughed heartily. "It's evident you have never bought anything before. I said 5 taels, and it must be 5. However, this handkerchief cost me nothing. You may take it for 3 taels." Yisu was elated, took out 3 taels of silver, and the vendor returned him 2 coins, saying with a grin, "It's not easy being a servant in the Yi family. We all strive for a meal." Yisu promptly expressed his gratitude and was about to stow the handkerchief when suddenly a hand reached out, grasping a corner of it. "Shopkeeper, how much for this handkerchief? I wish to buy it." Yisu looked back to see a young man in purple robes, around 14 or 15 years of age, with sharp, astute eyes that betrayed a keen intellect. The youth in purple noticed Yisu and paused momentarily, his eyes suddenly glinting with a cold light as he gritted his teeth. "I thought who it was. It turns out to be the 7th young master of the Yi family, Yisu. Young Master Fong Dong." Yisu smirked slightly. The purple-robed youth was none other than Fong Dong, the 6th young master of the Fong family, in Luzhou. Years ago, Zhou Shiwen had issued a challenge to Yisu in the dense forest outside the city, and somehow, the Fong family's offspring had received word and conspired against the two. It was Fong Dong who led a group of Fong family youths to ambush them in the woods. But Yisu and Zhou Shiwen had sensed the trap and had thoroughly taught these ruffians a lesson, with Yisu breaking 3 of Fong Dong's ribs, instilling a deep-seated hatred within him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Fong family's elders, Fong Dong would have been beaten to death by Yisu. At that time, Fong Dong had already cultivated the Fong family's ancestral secret art, the 9-Yang Fire Divine Art, to the 5th level, but after that battle, he was severely injured, and his cultivation fell to the 4th level. His resentment towards Yisu was palpable. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Fong Dong's eyes as he sneered. "Young master, I heard you recently failed the test to become a shaman and have become a waste, no longer a member of the Yi family, but merely a stable servant. Is that true?" Yisu smiled faintly, forcefully retracting the handkerchief and discreetly tucking it into his bosom, saying, "Is this something your Fong family is unaware of? I tested to become a shaman at the Wu Bei Go. Was it not your Fong family who covertly attacked that led to my failure?" Fong Dong burst into laughter, about to confirm, when suddenly someone poked him in the side from behind, causing a chill to run down his spine. Cold sweat broke out. This boy is truly cunning. If I admit it was my Fong family behind this, the Yi family would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation, annihilating my entire clan. Heavenly Dao has been investigating the truth behind the Wu Bei Gu incident with great fury. The Yi family and the Fong family have been enemies for generations. The Fong family had previously sabotaged a shaman test of a Yi family ancestor, resulting in the Yi family's suspicion of the Fong family extending even beyond that of the Zhou family, another shamanic clan. Damn it. This scoundrel Yisu has turned into a waste, yet remains undeterred, unknowingly setting a trap for me, nearly leading me astray. Fong Dong dared not engage further in conversation, fearing he might unwittingly fall into another trap. He turned to the vendor, saying, "How much for the handkerchief? I shall buy it." Only then did the vendor realize that one of the youths was the 6th young master of the Fong family, while the other was the 7th young master of the Yi family, who had recently caused quite a stir in the city. Both were not to be trifled with. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Young Master Fong, please forgive me. That handkerchief has already been sold. I offer 1,000 taels," Fong Dong stated, his brow unfurrowed, his tone indifferent. The vendor was taken aback, not expecting such a tattered handkerchief to be valued so highly, enough to purchase a medium-sized household. However, if it meant offending the Yi family, he feared that even if he received the 1,000 taels, he would not live to spend them. The vendor stammered, "Young Master Fong, that handkerchief has already been sold." Yisu smiled and said, "Fong Dong, you are too late. That handkerchief now belongs to the Yi family. If you truly desire it, offer 1,000 taels, and it shall be yours." Fong Dong's lips twitched. While the value of this tattered handkerchief far exceeded that price, even if he wanted to, he could not produce 1,000 taels. Yisu chuckled lightly and turned to leave. Fong Dong watched him walk away, his gaze icy, and whispered to the person behind him, "Fong Li, are you certain you did not misjudge?" That handkerchief is indeed a fragment of the shamanic treasure? The middle-aged man in a green robe behind him, the one who had just reminded Fong Dong not to be fooled, was named Fong Li, Fong Dong's personal attendant. He replied softly, "Young master, I am absolutely certain. That piece of handkerchief is a fragment of the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner, and the bird depicted upon it is the three-legged golden crow. I have seen a depiction of the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner in the master's study. The Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner is a demonic treasure, woven from black gold silk and infused with a drop of the three-legged golden crow's blood, incredibly light. The power of this treasure far surpasses any other in Luzhou, including the Yi family's prized possession, the Mangu Zhuha Zhentianin." Fong Li continued. "It is said that this treasure was possessed by the demonic expert, the Bloodbat Old Monster. A century ago, the Bloodbat Old Monster fought a master of the righteous path at the Qingshui River in the 100 Barbarian Mountains and was slain, causing the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner to shatter. Many have searched the Qingshui River for fragments of the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner. Our Fong family, the Zhou family, and the Yi family have all sought it, yet none have found it. I never expected it to appear here. Although the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner has been destroyed, even its fragments hold immeasurable value. Merely the black gold silk and the three-legged golden crow's blood on the fragment would entice any shaman. Furthermore, the Bloodbat Old Monster devoted his life to refining the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner. This banner contains a vast reservoir of his essence, and claiming this essence could revolutionize an ordinary person's strength." Fong Dong contemplated for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth and lowering his voice. "Fong Li, keep a close watch on Yi Su. Observe when he leaves the city." Fong Li's heart stirred, and he whispered, "Young master, do you mean?" A flicker of malice crossed Fong Dong's eyes as he replied, "It is inconvenient to act within Luzhou. Should the Yi family be alerted, it would be disastrous. However, outside the city, it will be easy to deal with this waste. This time, we must seize the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner. If the Yin-Yang Li-Yin banner falls into my hands, my standing within the Fong family will undoubtedly rise significantly." Fong Li's eyes gleamed with determination as he smiled. "Rest assured, young master, Yi Su will not escape my grasp." Fong Dong sneered, "Yi Xiaobao, you broke my 3 ribs and caused my cultivation and standing in the Fong family to plummet. Today, I shall have your life." Yi Su wandered the market for a while longer before finding Su Qiao Qiao. He took out a fragrant wood hairpin from his bosom and handed it to her, saying calmly, "Qiao Qiao, this is for you. Although it may be simple, it is still usable. Once we have the means, I shall replace it with a finer one." The girl accepted the fragrant wood hairpin, noticing that, although it was not made from precious materials, the craftsmanship was exquisitely detailed, clearly reflecting Yi Su's thoughtful selection, which warmed her heart. What exactly is this tattered piece of cloth? Why does Bai Lu desire it so fervently? Yi Su felt the tattered embroidered handkerchief in his embrace growing increasingly warm, akin to clutching a searing iron, becoming almost unbearable. Within his dantian, Bai Lu remained restless, evidently yearning for this scrap of cloth. Moreover, he vaguely sensed an elusive aura trailing him, indicating that Fong Dong was unwilling to see that embroidered handkerchief fall into his hands, deploying someone to covertly monitor him. "Qiao Qiao, we must leave," Yi Su insisted, grasping Su Qiao Qiao's hand and moving towards the city outskirts. Su Qiao Qiao noticed his face reddening, resembling a drop of blood, and was alarmed, quickly reaching out to touch his forehead, which felt like a heated iron. "Young master, your forehead is burning." Yi Su strode towards the horse barn, shaking his head and replying, "I am fine, hurry." Upon reaching the banks of the Qingshui River, he could no longer endure the intense heat emanating from the handkerchief and hastily pulled it from his bosom, only to find it shockingly hot. His hand involuntarily trembled, and he cast the handkerchief aside. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged from Bai Lu, engulfing the handkerchief, which then began to unfurl and spin in midair. Yi Su was taken aback as the patterns on the handkerchief grew brighter, gradually appearing to vanish into thin air, leaving only a fragmented sun floating, emanating fierce flames and unbearable heat. He quickly pulled Su Qiao Qiao back several paces, still feeling the oppressive heat, even catching a faint whiff of scorched hair. Su Qiao Qiao gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young master, what is this? Could it be that this embroidered handkerchief is a fragment of a mystical treasure?" Yi Su pondered. Suddenly, a voice nearby exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Fong Li, you were indeed correct. This handkerchief is, without a doubt, a shard of the Yin-Yang Li-Yin Qi." Yi Su turned to see Fong Dong strolling over with his hands clasped behind his back, a middle-aged servant following closely behind. The greed in their eyes as they gazed at the floating handkerchief was unmistakable. "Yi Xiaobao, I truly must thank you for delivering the Yin-Yang Lai Yin-Qi fragment into my hands. To repay you, I have decided to personally end your life. Fong Dong's gaze turned icy as he directed to Fong Li. You go kill that woman. I will deal with this waste. Fong Li advanced towards Su Qiao, licking his lips with a sinister expression. Ah, young master understands me well. He knows I delight in killing women. My greatest pleasure is to crush their delicate bones inch by inch, to hear their pained moans, and then gently snap their tender, fair necks. Su Qiao shivered involuntarily. But in a fleeting moment, Yisu's not-so-tall figure had already positioned himself in front of her. Without glancing back, he calmly declared, as long as I am here. Who dares to harm her? Young master, Su Qiao quietly retreated a few steps, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her chest. And she silently vowed, I will hone my martial skills. I will become strong enough to protect the young master instead of relying on him. Chapter 14. The fierce battle by the river. A waste still dares to be so arrogant. Fong Dong strode towards Yisu. Though he was of similar age and stature to Yisu, each step he took left a nearly 3-inch deep footprint in the ground, exuding a chilling and formidable aura. As he approached, Fong Dong lightly tapped the ground with his toes, resembling a great bird swooping down on Yisu, sneering, Yi Xiaobao. It seems you still have not realized the truth that you have lost all your cultivation and become a waste. Qiao, return to the horse barn. Yisu waved his sleeve, sending Su Qiao 3 paces away while fixing his gaze on Fong Dong. Without a word, Su Qiao turned and ran towards the horse barn, knowing she was no aid to Yisu and would only be a burden, rather than hinder him here. It was better to seek help from the horse barn. Fong Dong bellowed, channeling his vigorous true energy into his palm, which expanded several times, resembling a blood-red fan capable of dripping blood. Fong family's ultimate skill, the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong. The Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong of the Fong family is an exceptionally domineering and fierce martial art. Renowned alongside the Ho family's Ho Tu Ba Ti Shin Gong and the Yi family's Tsang Ming Lian Ti Ju. The Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong possesses a fiery intensity, while the Ho Tu Ba Ti Shin Gong is as solid as a mountain, and the Tsang Ming Lian Ti Ju is vast as the ocean. Though the 4th-ranked Xian Ming True Qi may not match the top 3, it is characterized by its fluidity and subtlety. These 4 martial arts correspond to fire, earth, wind, and water, representing the pinnacle of martial teachings among the 3 great witch clans of Luzhou. Upon witnessing Fong Dong's imposing demeanor, Yisu immediately recognized that not only had his injuries healed, but he had also progressed. Having cultivated the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong to the pinnacle of the 5th level, poised to break into the 6th level. Although Yisu had diligently trained in recent days, advancing rapidly to the 4th level of the Tsang Ming Lian Ti Ju, his progress was still insufficient compared to Fong Dong's. Simultaneously, Fong Li also rushed forward with an unusual agility, akin to a slippery mudfish, attempting to bypass Yisu in pursuit of Su Qiao. As a servant of the Fong family, Fong Li's martial skills paled compared to the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shin Gong, yet he had a profound cultivation, rivaling Fong Dong's strength. Though he started slightly later, he reached Yisu's side first, sliding past him with excitement glimmering in his eyes, reaching out to seize Su Qiao. Suddenly, he sensed a dangerously potent aura approaching from his side, as if a golden-scaled serpent was coiling around him, the green-scaled mudfish. The Yi family's Jin Shichan Sishou. Fong Li was struck with terror. His training in the heightened mudchio skill was renowned for its cunning agility, making it nearly impossible for someone several realms above him to capture him. However, the Jin Shichan Sishou was the nemesis of the mudchio skill. The cunning agility of the mudfish was rendered useless before the Chan Sishou. The Jin Shichan Sishou executed flawlessly in Yisu's hands, his arms transforming into 2 golden-scaled serpents that effortlessly ensnared Fong Li, who could not escape despite his evasive maneuvers. The space available for Fong Li to maneuver diminished, prompting him to roar in frustration. If the range of the Jin Shichan Sishou tightened to its limit, it would spell his demise. Isn't this fellow supposed to be a waste? How can he still be this formidable? Fong Li was bewildered. At that moment, Fong Dong's blood-red palm print loomed above Yisu, crashing down, vibrating the air and producing a sound reminiscent of thunder. Yisu suddenly flipped his right hand, and the golden-scaled serpent transformed into countless azure butterflies, soaring towards the blood-red palm print. The Deqian Yishou. The 2 hands collided, and the azure butterflies, as if encountering a fierce blaze, crackled and burned, dissipating into smoke. Yisu's complexion flushed crimson, as if scorched by flames, and he let out a muffled groan. Stepping back, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fong Li rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to escape the clutches of the Jin Shichan Sishou. Feeling a lingering dread. If only Fong Dong had been a moment later, I could have slain Fong Li. Yi Su's complexion gradually returned to normal as he dispersed the Jiuyang Lai Hui, true qi, contemplating. His cultivation had yet to fully recover. The Tsangming Lian Tiju had only reached the 4th level, leaving him significantly inferior to Fong Dong and Fong Li. With his martial insights, he could manage one opponent, but found it challenging to face two simultaneously, sustaining a light injury in the initial exchange. Suddenly, a surge of robust vitality coursed through his dantian, flooding his limbs and meridians, and the injury healed almost instantaneously. Fong Dong clashed palms with Yi Su, landing swiftly on the ground, fear evident in his eyes as he cried out, "Yi Xiaobao, your cultivation has not been rendered useless?" Memories of the past, when Yi Su had soundly defeated him, flooded his mind, leaving him paralyzed with terror, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee in panic. In their previous encounter, he had ambushed Yi Su, only to suffer 3 broken ribs and see his cultivation of the Jiuyang Lai Hui Shun Gong reduced to the 4th level, shattering his confidence. Had he not heard rumors of Yi Su's cultivation being destroyed, he would have lacked the courage to face him again. Now, witnessing that Yi Su had not transformed into the rumored invalid, Fong Dong's confidence crumbled in an instant, leaving him with a singular thought: to escape as far as possible. Fong Li, noticing his hesitation, quickly reassured him, "Young master, do not fear him. This brat is merely a facade of strength. Though he appears formidable, his cultivation has not fully recovered. The Tsangming Lian Tiju has barely reached the peak of the 4th level." Fong Dong's face flushed as he recalled that he had actually been injured when he exchanged blows with Yi Su. Had this been the past, it would have been he who emerged unscathed. Fong Dong, though not inherently cowardly, was now thoroughly intimidated by Yi Su. Realizing this, he swiftly joined forces with Fong Li, both launching an attack on Yi Su, exclaiming, "This brat is well versed in various martial arts of the Yi family, but his cultivation is far beneath ours. We must overpower him and strike with full force to eliminate him." Fong Li laughed heartily, "Young master, this brat has healed and has advanced the Tsangming Lian Tiju to the 4th level. His talent is indeed unparalleled. If the Yi family knew that their genius had not become useless, but rather met his end at our hands, they would surely be heartbroken." Fong Dong felt an exhilarating rush. What could be more thrilling than the destruction of a genius? As Yi Su observed the two approaching, a cold smile crept across his face. "Had it not been for Bai Yu Lu, I would indeed hesitate to confront you directly with my current cultivation. However, Bai Yu Lu continuously provides me with vitality, healing my injuries, and in a direct clash, it is you who will find yourselves exhausted." Yi Su let out a long, resonant cry, his palms parting as he boldly approached the two, simultaneously channeling the Tsangming Lian Tiju, Diqian Yishou, Jin Gang Fu Mo Gong, and Qing Yi Fu Wang Ju, executing moves with great power and ferocity, unyielding and relentless. His fists, when clenched, resembled 2 colossal hammers, striking with astonishing force, as if he intended to hammer Fong Dong and Fong Li into the ground. When he transitioned to palm strikes, they transformed into massive axes, aiming to cleave the two apart. Engaging in a contest of strength, the 3 figures darted about, swift as the wind, briefly colliding before separating again. The resounding clashes echoed, each impact producing a ringing sound as if their hands were forged from steel. Yi Su roared with exhilaration, unleashing his techniques, reveling in a sense of unprecedented joy. Since his cultivation had been crippled, this was the first time he experienced such a liberating battle, as if he were sweeping away the humiliation he had endured in recent days. Within him, the Tsangming Lian Tiju was operating at an ever-increasing speed, a mist of azure energy rising from his head. Upon colliding with Fong Li, the latter's face reddened. Stepping back in shock, how is it possible that this brat grows stronger with each fight? Yi Su advanced, his hand rising as if the sky were collapsing, producing a thunderous sound as Fong Li received the strike, feeling his bones vibrate painfully, fear creeping into his heart. Contrary to his expectations, Yi Su was not depleting his true qi. Rather, his energy and strength surged rapidly, soon surpassing Fong Li. A natural martial arts prodigy indeed. Fong Dong attacked from behind, and Yi Su freed one hand to counter his blood-red palm print, stepping forward once more, his other hand descending upon Fong Li. This strike finally injured Fong Li, who spat blood in shock. Simultaneously, Yi Su also coughed up blood. He was contending with both Fong Li and Fong Dong, most of his strength directed at Fong Li, while Fong Dong's superior cultivation immediately caused him injury. Yisu disregarded Fong Dong, fixating intently on Fong Li, relentlessly pressing forward, unleashing dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. As Fong Li received the final blow, he suddenly let out a wild roar, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Standing motionless, having been violently killed by Yisu's overwhelming attack, he never imagined that despite Yisu's lower cultivation, he would be the one to perish. Yisu's clothes were stained with blood, both his own and Fong Li's, his complexion pale as he swayed unsteadily. He had devoted all his strength to Fong Li, enduring Fong Dong's blood-red palm strike, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, the Qing Yu seed within his dantian continuously provided him with vitality, enabling him to heal swiftly and avoid death. Fong Dong continued his assault on Yisu, leaving him with no room to counter, feeling an exhilarating rush when suddenly his body trembled. His true qi seemed to break through a barrier, his momentum surging to an unbelievable level as he gazed at his hands, bursting into laughter. I have broken through. I have actually broken through to the 6th level of the Jiuyang, Lai Hua Shun Gong. Fong Dong's heart swelled with joy as he turned to Yisu, his gaze sharp. Yi Xiaobao, I truly owe you my gratitude. Were it not for you, how else could I have advanced to the 6th level of the Jiuyang, Lai Hua Shun Gong? To repay you, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Yisu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, taking a breath. What does your breakthrough matter? You remain my defeated foe, destined to be vanquished by me. Fong Dong scoffed, preparing to strike, when suddenly, by the banks of the Qingshui River, the Yin-Yang Lai Yin banner emitted an increasingly blinding light, suddenly transforming into a setting sun, radiating brilliance. Within the sun, the 3-legged strange bird appeared to come to life, engulfed in flames. Its eyes opening wide as it flapped its wings, exuding a ferocious aura unlike any he had encountered among all shamans. This aura was even more formidable and savage than any he had ever witnessed. Fong Dong gazed at the 3-legged bird, excitement coursing through him as he laughed heartily. Today is indeed my lucky day. Not only have I obtained a fragment of a shamanic treasure, but I have also broken through to the 6th level of the Jiuyang, Lai Hua Shun Gong. More importantly, Yi Xiaobao, the thorn in my side, shall finally meet his demise at my hands. Yisu looked at the 3-legged bird, a sense of trepidation gripping him. This creature harbored ill intentions towards him. Even without engaging, a single spark landing upon him would reduce him to ash. This was merely a fragment of a shamanic treasure. What horrors would a complete one unleash? Yisu could scarcely fathom. Yi Xiaobao, there is no need for further observation. This day next year shall be your day of sacrifice. Fong Dong laughed loudly, leaping into the air, fully channeling the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong, his blood-red palm print swelling in size, now as large as at this moment. The trajectory of Tsangming True Qi was remarkably different from the Tsangming body refinement technique he had previously cultivated. This distinction was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. The movement of his true qi still followed the pathways of the extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, completing a circulatory cycle, yet the distance traversed was significantly extended. This was due to the Tsangming true qi intermittently splitting into fine streams, which surged into other minute meridians. Human meridians are categorized into the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. However, beyond these, there exists a plethora of additional smaller meridians, a number so vast it is beyond counting. The 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians resemble the main veins of a leaf, while those smaller meridians act as the intricate patterns upon the leaf, distributed around the main pathways, forming a colossal network. Due to their overwhelming quantity, martial arts techniques rarely engage with these smaller meridians. Yet at this moment, Yisu's true qi naturally flowed into these meridians, creating an immense and intricate transportation network, evolving into a grand circulatory system that transcended any contemporary martial arts framework. This transformation surpassed all martial arts in existence today. Yisu, with his innate martial prowess, quickly realized that this evolution was vastly superior to the previous Tsangming body refinement technique, yet it remained within its scope. Could it be that the Tsangming body refinement technique he had practiced before was merely a flawed version, and the technique he was now cultivating was the authentic Tsangming body refinement technique? The newly generated true qi from the Tsangming body refinement technique exhibited a remarkable enhancement in quality, shifting from a dark green hue to a vibrant purple. Yisu even sensed that the potency of the purple Tsangming true qi had doubled compared to before. Furthermore, his true qi had become more robust, although he had only attained the 5th level of mastery. The richness of his true qi was comparable to that of a practitioner who had cultivated the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 6th level. With the added power of the purple Tsangming true qi, Yisu's strength surged dramatically in an instant. As Fong Dong's blood-red handprint approached, Yisu, with no time to ponder, transformed his hands into clusters of purple butterflies, bravely charging towards the blood-red handprint. His significant advancement in cultivation and the transformation of his Tsangming true qi into a purple hue resulted in a multiplication of the purple butterflies, soaring to as many as 500. One after another, the purple butterflies danced through the air, like moths drawn to a flame, launching themselves at the blood-red handprint, overwhelming Fong Dong's crimson hand. In a fleeting moment, Fong Dong was struck countless times. His Juyong fire true qi was forcefully scattered, unable to coalesce. Yisu transformed his palm strike into a powerful punch, landing a devastating blow to Fong Dong's chest. Fong Dong let out a wretched cry as he was sent flying, crashing several yards away. Impossible. I have cultivated the Juyong fire divine art to the 6th level. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Fong Dong staggered to his feet, blood streaming from his orifices, casting a gaze of resentment and fear towards Yisu. You can break through, but I cannot. Yisu advanced towards him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, coldly stating, on this day next year, it shall be your day of reckoning. Fong Dong, I return this statement to you, word for word. Fong Dong shuddered, retreating step by step, stammering, Yi Xiaobao, as long as you spare me, I will never trouble you again, and the Yin-Yang flame banner is yours as well. Yisu continued his approach, slowly raising his right hand, sneering, the Yin-Yang flame banner was purchased by me for 2 taels and 8 coins. It was always mine. Fong Dong suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. His visage twisted, and he hissed, Yi Xiaobao, if you kill me, my Fong family will never let you off. Do you think you are still the previous Yi Xiaobao, the 7th young master of the Yi family? You are now nothing but a horse servant, a waste, and in the Yi family, you are worth less than nothing. My Fong family can eliminate you as easily as one would a dog. The Yi family won't even utter a word in your defense. Yisu furrowed his brow. Fong Dong was not entirely wrong. His status in the Yi family was indeed exceedingly lowly, and if the Fong family sought to kill him, he feared no one in the Yi mansion would come to his aid. Sensing Yisu's expression, Fong Dong grew bolder, grinning maliciously. Yi Xiaobao, I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. Dare I not? Yisu's palm descended, striking the crown of his head, obliterating his brain into a pulp. Fong Dong's eyes widened in shock, his body swayed, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and unblinking, as if he could not fathom why Yisu would dare to kill him, risking retribution from the Fong family. Fong Dong, you are far too naive. Do you believe the Fong family can intimidate me? Yisu gazed at Fong Dong's corpse, sneering, for those who wish to harm me, I typically eradicate the roots to prevent future troubles. After a brief respite, Yisu immediately rose and made his way towards the fragments of the Yin-Yang flame banner. The fragments of the Yin-Yang flame banner still floated in midair, resembling a waning sun, with the center of that sun being the 3-legged golden crow, incessantly flapping its wings. Is this the Wu Pao? Yisu scrutinized it from all angles. He had encountered such artifacts before, having seen the mother and child 100 ghost flag of the Grey Hawk Yi fan in the armament pavilion. However, the Yin-Yang flame banner was evidently vastly different from the mother and child 100 ghost flag, which exuded a sinister aura, clearly a product of the demonic path. While the Yin-Yang flame banner appeared far more dignified, bearing no trace of being a demonic artifact, it was evident that the fragments of the Yin-Yang flame banner were indeed far superior to the mother and child 100 ghost flag. On the opposite bank of the Qingshui River, a pair of eyes fixated greedily on the 3-legged golden crow in the air, filled with avarice, murmuring, a Wu Pao. It is indeed a Wu Pao. Although merely a fragment, the power contained within is terrifying. If I can obtain this Yin-Yang flame banner, I, Yi Fong, will no longer be a servant in the Yi mansion. My status will elevate infinitely, and I will have my pick of any woman I desire. Hiding in the thicket was Yi Fong, who had followed Yi Su out of the city, but upon discovering that Fong Dong and Fong Li were also tracking Yi Su, he seized the opportunity to play the role of a hidden predator, inadvertently uncovering this grand secret, causing his hands to tremble with excitement. This fellow is truly fortunate to have acquired a fragment of a Wu Pao, but soon, this fragment will belong to me. Yi Fong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. These past days, Yi Su had astonished him repeatedly. First, his inexplicable recovery from injuries, then cultivating the Tsangming body refinement technique to the 3rd level within a few days. And now, after just a brief absence, this lad had already ascended to the 5th level. even killing the sixth young master of the Fong family, Fong Dong. The fact that Fong Dong had cultivated the Zhuyang Fire Divine Art to the 6th level, yet fell short against the 5th level of the Zhongming Body Refinement Technique, was something few would believe. For the first time, Yi Fong perceived the terrifying potential within Yi Su. This once cast-aside youth possessed boundless possibilities for growth, while he himself had grown old. Eliminating him was imperative. If this young man was not dealt with, it would only be a matter of time before he became a threat to Yi Fong himself. As Yi Fong's eyes shimmered with intent, he prepared to act, but suddenly restrained himself, suppressing the urge to reveal himself. Just then, on the opposite bank of the Qingshui River, the three-legged golden crow suddenly flapped its wings and charged towards Yi Su. Yi Su was equally alarmed. Even a single spark could spell his demise, and if this three-legged golden crow were to collide with him, he was certain his fate would be utter annihilation. He was about to evade when he was horrified to discover that his body had been firmly locked in place by a formidable force, rendering him unable to move even a finger. Chapter 16. The Mutation of the Heart Method. The three-legged golden crow, along with the waning sun, rushed forth with great momentum, swiftly penetrating into his dantian, disappearing from sight. Yi Su quickly examined his body, astonished to find that not only had he not turned to ash, but even his clothes remained unscorched, leaving him momentarily speechless. He hastily focused his mind, submerging his will into his dantian, only to witness the three-legged golden crow indeed manifesting within, raging against the white Jade Tower that floated atop that Zhongming True Qi. Suddenly, a mysterious and immense force emanated from within the tower, sweeping the three-legged golden crow up and drawing it into the tower. Yi Su's thoughts hastily entered the Yulu, where he beheld the source of that mysterious power, a verdant jade sapling on a small island at the heart of the Yu Hua Yao Qi at this moment. The sapling had grown to over half a foot in height, resembling a lush green tree, though its species remained unknown. The island beneath the sapling had also expanded somewhat, and the Yu Hua Yao Qi was now adorned with an abundance of dew droplets, gathering into a shallow puddle. Yi Su took note that the space within the Yulu had increased significantly, now stretching from a radius of 1 zhang to 2 zhang. Within the confines of the Yulu, a three-legged strange bird seemed to have suddenly discovered its nemesis. It screeched furiously, emanating golden flames from its body, and flapped its wings ferociously towards the jade sapling, seemingly intent on reducing it to ashes. The sapling, however, moved of its own accord, as countless slender roots erupted from the island's soil, dancing in the air and piercing into the body of the three-legged bird, undeterred by the creature's fierce flames. The strange bird let out a mournful cry as the roots entered its body, attempting to flee but becoming ensnared in the roots' relentless grip, cocooned in a thick shroud. Powerless to escape, the roots appeared to be siphoning the energy from within the three-legged bird, causing it to shrink in size, while the jade sapling burgeoned and thrived. Yi Su was taken aback. Despite the ferocity of the three-legged bird, the seemingly delicate jade sapling was devouring it in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the sapling within his dantian was akin to a tentacled monster? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, for anyone would find it unsettling to be penetrated by a tree adorned with tentacles. Fortunately, the jade sapling bore no malice towards him. Rather, it exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. As it consumed the three-legged bird, it grew at an astonishing rate, sprouting branches and lush emerald leaves, radiating an almost boundless vitality that filled the Yulu with a milky white mist. The crown of the tree swelled dramatically, reaching towards the heavens with a thunderous sound, transforming the Yulu's space into a realm of upheaval. The island beneath the tree expanded significantly, and the Yu Hua Yao Qi multiplied in size, resembling a small pond with the island afloat upon it. The ground stretched wider, and the sky soared higher. As the space within the Bai Yulu grew from a mere 2 zhang to an expanse of an acre, Yi Su was left speechless, unable to fathom that the Bai Yulu's eagerness to obtain the tattered embroidered handkerchief was to consume it. Moreover, such a transformation would occur post-consumption. Moments later, the jade tree ceased its growth, and an intense aura of life permeated the Yulu, swept up by the Zhongming true energy that surged into Yi Su's body, continuously nourishing him. The Bai Yulu had absorbed a fragment of a witch's treasure, resulting in this extraordinary change. It seemed the value of this dilapidated building paled in comparison to the Yin-Yang Lai Yin-Qi. Yi Su sighed in regret as he scrutinized the space within the Yulu, finding no other noteworthy additions. Ultimately, however, he did discover something peculiar. Not all the leaves on the jade tree were the vibrant green of jade. One leaf was unexpectedly golden. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this golden leaf had only recently sprouted, appearing exceptionally tender, its surface adorned with numerous ancient patterns resembling script, yet distinctly different from any writing he recognized. Reminiscent of tiny tadpoles, strange and undoubtedly ancient. Could this golden leaf be a book? He pondered what secrets it might hold. Yisu strained to discern the tiny characters, but they were too minuscule to decipher, leading him to abandon the endeavor and withdraw his consciousness from the Baiyu. Instead of delving into the mysteries of the Yulu, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. Once he regained his primordial essence and became a witch, he believed he could command the Baiyu, and all his uncertainties would be resolved. Understanding the profound mysteries of the Baiyu, Yisu realized he could not unravel its secrets in a short time. Therefore, he cast this query aside and opened his eyes. Across the river, in the thicket, Yifeng fixed his gaze intently on Yisu, observing the three-legged Jin Wu enter Yisu's body, causing him to remain utterly still, as if lifeless. Fearing the might of the yin-yang Lai Yin Qi, he dared not act rashly. After a moment, Yisu finally awoke, prompting Yifeng to suppress his murderous intent. Just as he prepared to charge forth, he suddenly noticed Su Qiao Qiao and Ma San Bao hastening towards Yisu, filling him with frustration as he realized he had missed the prime opportunity to eliminate Yisu and seize the witch's treasure. He retreated quietly, muttering to himself about the boy's good fortune, vowing that next time, luck would not be on his side. With a grim expression, Yifeng whispered, "If Fang Zhongshan, known as the foremost martial artist in Luzhou, were to learn that his only son perished at your hands, Yi Shao Bao, even if you possessed 9 lives, you would find only death awaiting you." Upon returning to the horse farm, Yisu promptly sought refuge within a room, instructing Su Qiao Qiao to avoid disturbing him, for he urgently required time to study the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju. Since reaching the 5th level of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju, this martial art had undergone astonishing transformations, becoming increasingly refined. Previously, the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju was merely on par with the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong and the Ho Tu Ba Ti Shin Gong, but now it had ascended above both. Why had the ancestor who founded the Yi family not passed down the complete version of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju? Yisu furrowed his brow, recalling that the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju had been transmitted through generations as the family's cherished technique, exclusively taught to the offspring of the clan, ensuring that it would never be lost or fragmented. Unless the ancestor of the Yi family had deliberately simplified the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju, or perhaps he had never acquired the true form of it. Having achieved the 5th level of the new Tsang Ming Lian Tiju, Yisu had effortlessly slain Fang Dong, who had cultivated the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong to the 6th level, revealing the formidable power of the new Tsang Ming Lian Tiju, far exceeding its incomplete counterpart. He could not help but yearn for the true Tsang Ming Lian Tiju. For while his current practice was nearly perfect and far stronger than his previous training, it was undeniably a personal insight, diverging from the authentic teachings. In the Yi family's wuku, there might very well exist the complete version of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju. Yisu's eyes glimmered. For the Yi family possessed 2 grand repositories, the wuku and the wuku. The wuku housed various martial arts, while the wuku contained witchcraft. He had already perused the martial arts within the wuku, but had never been granted access to the wuku. To enter the wuku, one must become a witch. If the Yi family indeed possessed the complete version of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju, it would undoubtedly be stored within the wuku. Yisu furrowed his brow again, murmuring, "If it is housed in the wuku, does that imply that the complete version of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju is not martial arts, but witchcraft?" Meanwhile, in the Fang family's Qian Ning Yuan study, Fang Zhongshan stood quietly beside his desk, wielding his brush with fervor, inscribing bold characters onto the rice paper. "Kill, kill, kill." The strokes pierced through the paper, leaving deep imprints upon the Namud desk, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Though Fang Zhongshan had not become a witch, his status in the Fang family was exceedingly high, having cultivated the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong to the 13th level, reaching the innate realm of martial arts. And his prowess made him the unrivaled martial artist in Luzhou. The innate realm consists of 3 levels. The first level is the condensation of qi into gongs. The second level is the externalization of gongs. The third level is the innate body of dominance. A black-clad elder servant pushed open the door and entered silently. Fang Zhongshan dropped his brush and coldly inquired, "Fang He, have you discovered who killed Donga?" The black-clad servant, Fang He, bowed and replied, "Master." Young Master Dong was struck by over 300 blows in the span of a breath. His meridians shattered, and subsequently, his skull was crushed by someone employing a heavy hand. In such a brief span of time, Only the Qianbi Wugong of the Zhou family and the Da Qian Yeshou of the Ye family could unleash such a multitude of strikes. Fang Zhongshan listened quietly, his son Fang Dong having been discovered lifeless by the banks of the Qingshui River at noon. The fury within him was palpable, prompting him to command Fang He to commence an investigation immediately. Fang He continued, stating, however, judging by the injuries of the young master, it is evident that the Zhou family is not responsible. Had he been struck by the Qianbi Wugong, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Yet his injuries are internal, thus leading us to conclude that the Da Qian Yeshou of the Ye family is to blame. Ye family. Fang Zhongshan snorted coldly, his eyes radiating murderous intent. The number of individuals within the Ye family capable of slaying his son was vast and nearly impossible to trace. Fang He, with a peculiar expression, whispered, coincidentally, I encountered Ye Fang, the external chief steward of the Ye family, who revealed that the one responsible for the death of the young master is none other than Ye Xiu, the young protector, who has recently stirred considerable controversy. Fang Zhongshan paused, clearly perplexed as to why Ye Fang would divulge such information. Ye Xiu, the young protector. A mere waste of the Ye family dares to kill my son. Fang Zhongshan exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze sharpening. Ye Xiu has already been rendered a waste. How could he possibly have slain Donger? It must be that the Ye family has sent someone to act in the shadows. Fang He, dispatch someone immediately to eliminate Ye Xiu and bring me his head. I wish to uncover the identity of the individual lurking behind Ye Xiu. Fang He hesitated momentarily, responding, Master, the Ye family's horse ranch is guarded by Ma Sanbao. Even Zhou Sherwin and Zhou Dingxing left in disgrace. To venture into the Ye family's horse ranch to commit murder would indeed be challenging. The hunting festival is approaching. All three great families will send their descendants to Baiman Mountain for a hunt. Perhaps we should act there. Chapter 17. The Hunting Storm. Fang Zhongshan slowly nodded. Though Ma Sanbao serves the Ye family, he is still a warrior. Forcefully entering the Ye family's horse ranch to kill would inevitably result in conflict. Fang He, I entrust this matter to you. After the hunting festival, I wish to personally see Ye Xiu's head to honor the spirit of my son. Rest assured, Master. Fang He straightened his stooped frame, exuding a powerful aura. An invisible wave swept through the air, causing the window panes to rattle as if blown by a fierce wind, revealing a martial artist who had transcended into the innate realm of energy formation. If Ye Xiu were to regain his former prowess, I might fear him 3 parts. However, now, killing him would be akin to crushing a mere chicken, Fang had declared with pride. Within the Ye family's martial arena, several young members of the Ye family gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Is it true that the 7th Master's injuries have truly healed? Ye Bin observed the palm print on Ye Jian's face, pondering. He had his meridians shattered and his cultivation ruined. How could he possibly recover so swiftly? Ye Feng, in a fit of exasperation, responded, Second brother, the primary concern at hand is not how he healed, but that he is healed. He may soon rise above us. If he regains the family's favor, will he spare us? Ye Jian and the others wore grim expressions. When Ye Xiu was at his zenith, they had poisoned him, intending to cripple his cultivation. Later, when he feigned being incapacitated, they mocked and humiliated him. Now that Ye Xiu was genuinely rendered powerless, Ye Feng had seized his parents' estate and even sent someone to kill him. If Ye Xiu regained the family's attention, given his temperament, they would surely face dire consequences. Ye Bin frowned, deep in thought, suddenly sneering. If that is the case, let us act decisively and eliminate him. Ye Feng and Ye Jian were taken aback, exclaiming, Second brother, have you lost your mind? If the family discovers we have killed him, it would mean our doom. Ye Bin, with a fierce expression, replied, He remains a servant of the family. Even if he dies, no one would care. Besides, if that brat rises back up, do you think there will be any future for us? Ye Feng and the others fell silent, then suddenly smiled, declaring, Second brother is right. Ye Xiu must die? If he lives, we will never have a chance to rise. Ye Bin coldly huffed, the hunting festival is but days away. All children of the 3 great families aged 12 and above must enter Baiman Mountain to undergo trials and hunt beasts. Even though the 7th master has been reduced to a servant, his name still remains in the family tree. Thus he too will participate in this hunting festival. The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolve in the others. Baiman Mountain and the hunting festival would be his demise. At the Ye family's horse ranch, Ye Xiu stood quietly on the lawn, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their inky depths sparkling like brilliant stars in the night sky. He lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a tremendous force. The lawn quaked violently, sending ripples radiating outward from his foot. a surge of energy crashing forth. 7 stones, each weighing dozens of pounds, were unexpectedly hurled into the air by the force of his stomp. Yeshu's gaze turned icy as he flicked his fingers. The gust from his fingertips struck the stones, creating a series of explosive sounds as the 7 large rocks shattered into dust. Excellent! A voice of admiration suddenly rang out, startling Yeshu. He opened his eyes to see Ma Sanbao, who had arrived at some point, his expression stern yet filled with appreciation. The 7th Master's Wuxiang Jieji is formless and powerful. Your rate of cultivation advancement is truly astonishing. Ma Sanbao approached, nodding in acknowledgement. With your current strength, you could rank among the upper echelons of all the clan's children, those surpassing you in cultivation number less than 5. You flatter me, Master of the Arena. Yeshu replied with a smile. His progress in cultivation was indeed remarkable. Less than 4 days had passed since the battle at Qingshui River, and he had already ascended to the 6th level of the Tsangming Liantiju, with 390 purple clouds formed from his true energy in his dantian. Since the moment his cultivation was obliterated until now, he had achieved the 6th level of the Tsangming Liantiju in less than a month. A speed so terrifying that few would believe it. Even in the past, when Yeshu bore the title of prodigy, it had taken him nearly 4 years to reach the 6th level of the Tsangming Liantiju. Had it not been for the Jade Tower in my dantian, I doubt I would have even risen from my sickbed, Yeshu thought with a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly. Yet, had it not been for this Jade Tower, I would have already become a wuxer by now. Standing side by side with Ma Sanbao, he remarked nonchalantly, 7th Master. Tomorrow marks the hunting festival, and all clan children aged 12 and above must participate. Your injuries have just healed. If you wish not to partake, I can speak on your behalf to the inner court. Yeshu paused in surprise. The hunting festival is a day of trials for the children of the 3 great families, delving into Baiman Mountain to hunt beasts, serving as a test to select those of exceptional talent for focused training. He recalled his first participation in the hunting festival, where he had stood out and garnered the attention of the family head, Yesideo, becoming the pride of the Ye family. Nostalgia washed over him, stirring feelings of ambition and exuberance as he laughed heartily. Master of the Arena, I appreciate your kindness. I must participate in this hunting festival. Ma Sanbao cast a glance at him, unable to suppress his admiration for his fervor, and replied calmly, Be cautious of the Fong family and your fellow clan brothers. Yeshu nodded, fully agreeing. Dangers are not solely presented by the beasts of Baiman Mountain. Sometimes, humans can be far more perilous. This realization had been deeply ingrained in him since he stepped into the martial world. The following morning, the city of Liuzhou burst into lively activity. The streets teemed with people, bustling and vibrant. Many noble young ladies opened their windows to gaze down, observing as the scions of the 3 great families rode past in groups, each one exuding confidence, clad in fine attire, swords at their waists, bows slung across their backs, their galloping steeds leaving behind the crisp sound of hooves. Look, there are several young masters from the Fong family, including young Master Fong Hong and young Master Fong Du, exclaimed one. Wow, the young masters of the Ye family are also out. Fong, you're daydreaming again. Those scions from distinguished families could never look our way. They have long been taken, either through marriage alliances with other noble families or early engagements. If it weren't for the hunting festival, it would be quite challenging to catch a glimpse of them on ordinary days. I have heard that the maids of these young masters are even more precious than we are. They are not infatuated. Rather, they merely harbor a tinge of envy. I believe that to become the young mistress of one of the 3 great families, one must start from a young age. How peculiar that the young master of the Zhou family has emerged. Why does he appear so mature, resembling someone in their 30s or 40s? That one seems even older. Nearly 50, I would say. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sherwing on the street below glared up at the loft, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and cursed. I am only 15 this year, not 50. The girl in the loft stuck out her tongue and began to excitedly shout. Look, young Master Fong Chen has arrived. So handsome. Sangongzi. The pink handkerchief in her hand fluttered down from the loft, brushing against the cheek of a young man in white. The young man, riding a white horse, had fair skin and an otherworldly beauty that even women envied. With a smile, he caught the handkerchief, inhaled its scent, and casually tucked it away, exuding an air of elegance. The girl in the loft gasped and fainted from excitement. This young man in white was Fong Chun, the 3rd young master of the Fong family, a paragon among the younger generation. Renowned in Luzhou City alongside Zhou Sherwing of the Zhou family and Yi Su of the Yi family, all extraordinary talents. Zhou Sherwing shot Fong Chen a glare, spat again, and muttered under his breath, Pretty boy. The thing I despise most is when someone else's face is fairer than mine. It is not Fang's face that is fair, but rather Zhou's that is excessively dark. Fang Chun, unfazed, waved his folding fan and smiled. I fear that throughout Luzhou City, you will find no one with a face darker than Zhou's. Zhou Sherwing was taken aback, his thick beard bristling with anger. Is it hot today? Fanning yourself like a dandy. Don't let the stench of your own urine waft over to me. Fang Chen chuckled, the weather isn't hot. But I have cultivated the Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong to its pinnacle. My true energy is as fierce as fire, even in the depths of winter. I will fan myself to cool off. Zhou Sherwing's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands together. He grinned. Pretty boy. Are you on the brink of entering the innate realm of martial arts? How about a friendly competition with me? Let us see whose martial arts are superior, your Fang family's Jiuyang Lai Hua Shin Gong, or my Zhou family's Ho Tu Ba Ti Shin Gong. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Chun's eyes. A surge of formidable fighting spirit arose within him. With a smile, he replied, a competition? We shall have plenty of opportunities atop by Man Mountain. However, I have heard that you have repeatedly been defeated by Yi Xiaobao. Compared to you, I would rather face Yi Xiaobao. It is truly regrettable that while my Jiuyang Lai Hua Shun Gong has reached completion, Yi Xiaobao, who is my equal, has unfortunately become a cripple. It is a pity not to witness his prowess at the hunting festival. Zhou Sherwing snorted coldly, filled with disdain. Pretty boy. Why didn't you dare speak such words before Yi Xiaobao became a cripple? I may not be his match, but I dare to stand before him and challenge him. You, on the other hand, can only speak ill of him after his fall. You are a shameless coward. Fang Chun was furious inside, but maintained his composure, gently waving his folding fan. The two noble brothers seemed to have forgotten that aside from Yi Xiaobao, the Yi family also boasts the three heroes of the Yi house. Two magnificent steeds approached in succession. Yi Bin and Yi Feng rode up to them, halting their horses. Yi Feng smiled proudly. Gentlemen, Yi Su has become a mere waste. A stable boy. However, the Yi family has a plethora of talents, many of whom surpass him. This time at the hunting festival, my brother and I will serve as your opponents. Just you two? Zhou Sherwing scoffed, turning his head aside. You aren't worthy. You should call your older brother Yi Qin out instead. Fang Chen glanced at Yi Bin and Yi Feng, his face radiant as he nodded and smiled. Indeed. Zhou is correct. You are not worthy. Yi Bin and Yi Feng turned pale, speechless atop their horses. Zhou Sherwing's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted a shabby horse slowly approaching from the end of the street, ridden by a young boy in blue. Moving sluggishly forward, Zhou Sherwing's steed was an exquisite fire-red horse from the western regions, while Fang Chen's mount was a prized steed named Zhao Yuqilan, both of exceptional quality. Yi Bin and Yi Feng also rode top-notch horses, with no trace of impurities. However, the horse ridden by the boy in blue was scraggly and emaciated, appearing as if a gust of wind could carry both horse and rider away. Yi Xiaobao. Zhou Sherwing's gaze sharpened, fixating on the young boy in blue. Fang Chun's pupils constricted, licking his dry lips, his nails turning white from tension. He exhaled deeply, enunciating. Yi Su. Yi Su slowly approached them, a faint smile gracing his lips as he cupped his hands. Greetings, gentlemen. Zhou Sherwing suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaobao. You have indeed come. I thought that after becoming a cripple, you would turn into a coward. As long as my name remains on the Yi family's genealogy, I will certainly participate in this hunting festival. Yi Su replied calmly. Fang Chun waved his fan, grinning. Yi Xiaobao, your horse is quite unique, a true rarity. Brother Fang. You jest. Yi Su shrugged, somewhat helpless. Although he resided in the Yi family's stables, all the fine horses had been taken by other clan members, leaving only this inferior horse. He had not intended to ride, but Ma Sanbao informed him that this horse, despite its appearance, was a rare breed known as Ganchai Jiao. It is said that the Jiao dragon is lustful and will abduct any female of any species for mating. This scrawny horse is the result of a Jiao dragon mating with a mare. The three rode side by side, heading out of the city. Although the Ganchai Jiao was thin and frail, it had a fierce demeanor, baring its teeth at Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwing's steeds, snorting loudly, its bony face appearing even more menacing. Unlike other horses, this creature was equipped with a mouthful of sharp teeth, resembling a starving wolf rather than a horse. Zhou Sherwing couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaobao, your horse has quite the temper. It truly is a rarity. Yi Su also struggled to contain his laughter. This horse only eats meat, not grass, consuming 50 pounds of premium beef daily, and it won't even sniff at inferior cuts. It is indeed rather ferocious. Zhou Sherwing gasped. This rascal eats more than I do. Yi Bin and Yi Feng, left behind, trembled with anger, feeling utterly humiliated. Despite Yi Su having become a cripple, Zhou Sherwing and Fang Chen still held him in high regard, while they, the so-called three heroes of the Yi house, were not even glanced at. What a profound disgrace. Exchanging glances, Yi Bin and Yi Feng immediately spurred their horses forward, charging at Yi Su. As they reached Yi Su, both turned their horses sharply to collide with him. Yi Feng thought viciously, "I'll crash your horse in the street, making you look foolish and see how you act so arrogantly." Before the two magnificent steeds could close in, the Ganchai Jiao suddenly flared its mane, reared its head, and let out an angry neigh. Kicking fiercely at the bellies of the two steeds, Yi Bin and Yi Feng's horses leaped into the air, crashing into the buildings on either side of the street, shattering windows and doors, causing the structures to collapse and tossing the riders off, leaving them covered in dirt and dust. Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwing stared in astonishment at the seemingly worthless skinny horse, their expressions reflecting their shock. Even their own powerful steeds, the fire-red horse and the Zhao Yiyu Qilin, took a cautious step back, unwilling to match pace with this scrawny horse. Zhou Sherwing stammered, "Xiaobao, your horse is quite the spirited one." Yi Su was taken aback, as Ma Sanbao stated that this steed, Ganchai Jiao, was born of a Jiaolong and a mare. Initially, he thought it was merely a jest, yet it now seemed quite plausible. Fang Chen scoffed, asserting that strength alone held little value. The true measure of a horse lay in its stamina. "Gentlemen, dare we compare the endurance of our steeds to see who reaches the ancestral altar outside the city first? Let us compete then. I fear you not," Zhou Sherwing exclaimed, pressing his legs against his horse's belly, propelling it forth like an arrow. Yi Su cursed under his breath at the audacity and hastily pursued. Just as the two horses broke through 100 paces, a fierce gust of wind surged past them, and they beheld a streak of dark light racing towards the city gate. The speed of Ganchai Jiao was such that even Yi Su's figure on its back was barely discernible. Truly, it was a beast of formidable prowess. Zhou Sherwing lamented, hastening his horse to break through the city gate, only to find that the Ganchai Jiao had long vanished without a trace. The ground where the horse had galloped was riddled with deep craters, each a testament to its incredible strength, as the earth erupted underfoot. What in the world is this? A horse or a dragon? Zhou Sherwing fumed, patting his steed, Huatanju, murmuring about feeding it a hefty portion of beef to catch up with that wild horse. Huatanju, exhibiting a modicum of intelligence, suddenly halted, nearly unseating him, snorting in displeasure. "Stubborn beast, why do you tarry?" Zhou Sherwing bellowed, only to have the horse stubbornly refuse to budge. Fang Chen chuckled as he sped past, calling back, "Zhou, it seems you shall finish last." Zhou Sherwing, incensed, dismounted and crouched beneath his horse, lifting Huatanju with surprising ease, striding after Fang Chun while muttering about how the tables had turned. Despite weighing 1,000 pounds, the horse felt as light as a feather in his grip, its speed rivaling that of the finest steeds, showcasing Zhou Sherwing's remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Yi Su, seated atop Ganchai Jiao, felt the wind whip against his face, forcing him to lean forward against the horse's back. The world around him blurred, and he marveled at the revelation that one should not judge by appearances. This seemingly frail horse was indeed a hybrid of Jiaolong and mare. Ma Sanbao, the master of the arena, proved to be an astute judge, while the Yi family, in their ignorance, had failed to recognize the exceptional qualities of Ganchai Jiao, mistaking it for an inferior beast, no one daring to ride it. The ancestral altar in Liuzhou was situated on the left bank of the Qingshui River, approximately 6 or 7 li from the city. With Ganchai Jiao's remarkable stamina, they arrived at the vicinity of the altar in mere moments, akin to the swift winds. Yi Su reined in his steed, allowing it to slow down, and retrieved a piece of beef weighing 2 to 3 jin from his satchel. Ganchai Jiao eagerly seized the meat and consumed it in a few gulps, contentedly swishing its tail. As the young man in blue looked ahead, he observed the ancestral altar swarmed with people, predominantly from the 3 great Wu families, clearly delineating their ranks. Among them were noble youths attending the hunting festival and high-ranking members presiding over the ancestral rites, including the foremost leaders of the 3 great families. The altar honored the common ancestor of the Miaozhong's Jiu Li Miao lineage, Wu Zhu Qi Qi Daimo, a legendary figure of immense power during the primeval, barbaric era. It was said that Qi Qi Daimo, possessing 4 heads and 8 arms, once vied with the Jade Emperor for supremacy, but met his demise. His body transforming into the towering mountains and his blood flowing into rivers, his breath becoming clouds and tears falling as rain. The ancestors of the Jiuli Miao tribes were born from Qi Qi's remains, thriving into the present day. The veracity of such ancient tales is difficult to ascertain, yet the tradition of venerating Wu Zhu Qi Qi has endured in Miaojiang. As Yisu entered the throng, countless gazes fell upon him, accompanied by murmurs of disbelief. Is that the waste who has arrived? Wasn't he rendered powerless? Does he intend to partake in the hunting festival? With his current state, he cannot even best a commoner. Venturing into the 100 barbarian mountains would be a death sentence. Perhaps he has lost his mind. Wishing to be devoured by a demon beast to escape humiliation, Yisu paid no heed to the whispers, instead noticing Fu Zhu Yi Dao approaching. With Ma Sanbao closely trailing behind, Yisu promptly dismounted and bowed, greeting Fu Zhu. Yi Dao scrutinized him intently, revealing a hint of surprise in his gaze. Yisu felt as though his very soul was laid bare under Yi Dao's piercing scrutiny, as if his innermost thoughts were transparent. Surely, his recovery and gradual restoration of strength could not escape the Fu Zhu's notice. You have improved considerably. I had intended to gift you something, but it appears unnecessary now. A glimmer of amusement danced in Yi Dao's eyes as he turned and returned to the altar. Yisu blinked in confusion, pondering the Fu Zhu's visit. Was it merely to commend him? What was it that he had intended to bestow? Upon reaching the altar, Yi Dao seemed to have shed a great burden, wearing a broad smile as he nodded at everyone, garnering curious glances. What madness has possessed Yi Dao to smile at me? Is he mocking my past defeat? Mused an elder clad in a crimson robe, his eyes flashing. Another elder in gray, beside him, blinked and chuckled. Yi Dao has always been stoic. I thought he had some affliction rendering his face immobile. What has him so jovial today? By the heavens, it's quite an unsightly smile. Yi Dao took his seat among the Yi family, his mirth unabated. Ma Sanbao stood close by, whispering, Why is the Fu Zhu in such high spirits? I am pleased that my Yi family has a worthy successor, Yi Dao replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Sanbao, his expression a mix of amusement and reproach. Ma Sanbao's heart raced. Yi Dao's words implied that Yisu was regarded as his successor. With a wry smile, he responded, The seventh young master has requested confidentiality, and since you did not inquire, I dared not mention it. Fu Zhu, what did you intend to gift the seventh young master? Yi Dao lightly flipped his palm, revealing a delicate jade box, exhaling softly. It is this item, though it is of no use now. This is the Tianxiang Shuming Dan, Yi Dao stated nonchalantly. Ma Sanbao's heart sank, exclaiming, Is it truly the Tianxiang Shuming Dan from the Liang Wang mansion in Qingzhou? The Liang Wang treasures this elixir above all else. How could it be in your possession? Yi Dao laughed heartily, then suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, his complexion paling before returning to its rosy hue. Fu Zhu, you are injured. Ma Sanbao gasped in alarm. Yi Dao waved dismissively, proudly declaring, A mere scratch is of no consequence. Some days ago, I departed Liuzhou and infiltrated the Liang Wang mansion, forcibly obtaining the Tianxiang Shuming Dan from the Liang Wang himself. The Liang Wang is indeed formidable. Yet I am no less so. I sustained some injuries, but he fared no better. Ma Sanbao was astounded. Yi Dao had indeed been missing for several days. But he had ventured 1,000 li to Qingzhou, engaging in battle with the Liang Wang. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Sanbao inquired, Why did you not inform the seventh young master? Yi Dao replied nonchalantly, If he had not yet healed, I would have told him, using the Tianxiang Shuming Dan to aid his recovery. Now that he has fully recovered, revealing this matter would only make it seem as though I am bestowing a favor upon him. In the heart of Ma Sanbao, a sigh escaped as Yi Dao's character became evident. He was entirely devoted to the Ye family, yet wished to remain unnoticed by anyone. After Yi Dao departed, Yeshu felt the weight of unusual gazes from the crowd. Envy, jealousy, animosity, and hostility converged upon him. Unfazed, Yeshu had endured the vicissitudes of life. His mindset finally honed and impervious to the scrutiny of others. As the ancestral worship ceremony drew to a close, the scions of the three great families mounted their steeds, preparing for the hunt. The number of participants in this year's hunting festival was particularly large. The Ye family boasted over 40 members, while the Fang and Zhou families each had more than 30. Furthermore, each of the three great families dispatched 2 external overseers who had attained the innate realm for protection, bringing the total to an impressive 120 individuals. Once the ancestral ceremony concluded, the progeny of the three great families surged forth, akin to tigers and dragons, racing toward Baimon Shan with an unstoppable momentum, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Yeshu followed at a leisurely pace behind his kin, accompanied by 2 external overseers dispatched from the Ye manor for protection, among whom was Ye Fang. Ye Fang and his fellow overseer Guohuai, both of humble origins, had only entered the innate martial realm after turning 30, rendering them ineligible to become shamans. yet they held significant status within the Ye household. In stark contrast to others' nervousness, the two appeared remarkably relaxed, exchanging banter from time to time. The reason for deploying innate experts was the abundance of ferocious beasts in Baimanshan, many of which were formidable creatures with considerable prowess, rivaling that of shamans. When confronted by such demons, the scions of the three great families possessed no means of resistance. Each year during the hunting festival, casualties among the noble scions were not uncommon. Yeshu recalled a particular year from his childhood when a beast uprising occurred in Baimanshan. That year, 9 members of the Ye family who participated in the festival perished, including his third brother Ye Hao and fourth sister Yexing. The other 2 great shamanic families fared even worse, suffering grievous losses among their scions. Following the incident, the 3 families united in an investigation, revealing that a great demon of the third true realm had emerged, commanding the beasts to assault the noble youths, resulting in this tragic calamity. This great demon was ultimately slain by the heads of the 3 families, and henceforth, every hunting festival saw the 3 families dispatch shamans ahead of time to drive away the accomplished demons and beasts, while also sending external overseers for protection against unforeseen dangers. Ye Feng occasionally cast glances at Yeshu, his expression fluctuating between hope and apprehension. Upon witnessing the Feng family dispatching Feng He to safeguard their own, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, Feng Zhongshan had sent Feng He to partake in this hunting festival. Feng He's strength was barely inferior to mine. With Feng He and myself, we have 2 innate experts. Yeshu, this time I shall see who can come to your rescue. Xiao Bao. Zhou Sherwen broke away from the Zhou family contingent and caught up with Yeshu. With Feng Chen following suit, Zhou Sherwen turned back, glaring at him before grinning at Yeshu. Xiao Bao, let our 2 families unite in marriage. I shall marry my 9th sister to you. TSK, my 9th sister is a paragon of beauty. You should consider yourself fortunate. Yeshu blinked, casting a doubtful glance at Zhou Sherwen's burly frame, envisioning an equally robust middle-aged woman with a thick beard, which sent a shiver down his spine. Sister-in-law. Zhou Sherwen jovially slapped Yeshu on the shoulder, winking conspiratorially. Once I become the head of the Zhou family, we shall join forces to eliminate those pretty boys and the Feng family. Feng Chen, overhearing this, could not suppress his anger, glaring at Zhou Sherwen despite his typically composed demeanor. If you seek to annihilate the Feng family, shall we be your next target? Yeshu brushed aside his hand, maintaining an air of indifference. Zhou Sherwen chuckled awkwardly. No wonder you are my brother-in-law. Your wits are keen. Begone. With a disgruntled expression, Zhou Sherwen reined in his horse and rode over to Feng Chen's side. Before he could speak, Feng Chen coldly interjected. If you have come to peddle your sister, it would be wise to remain silent. Pretty boy, I have heard your second sister Feng Jing is gentle and graceful, the most beautiful in the Feng family. Why not consider marrying her instead? Zhou Sherwen's words dripped with sweetness. Brother-in-law, once I become the head of the Zhou family, we shall unite the Zhou and Feng families to eliminate Ye Xiao Bao and the Ye family. Feng Chen, furious, clenched his fists, his complexion dark as ice, rebuking. Get lost. The trio of Yeshu rode towards Baimanshan, while Ye Bin and Ye Feng observed their camaraderie, their anger bubbling to the surface. They realized that even if Yeshu had fallen from grace in the eyes of others, he was still held in unparalleled esteem by true geniuses. True prodigies had their own circles, entirely distinct from those of lesser talents. The phrase "a true dragon does not play with snakes," and "a phoenix does not associate with sparrows" encapsulated their reality. As long as they did not eliminate Yeshu, they would forever remain beneath him, unable to garner respect from others. The so-called Ye family's 3 heroes were nothing but a jest. At last, the procession arrived at the foot of Baimanshan. Yeshu looked up to behold the majestic mountains, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles, with countless peaks towering into the clouds. Faint echoes of unknown beasts' roars resonating in the distance. Deep within these mountains lay unfathomable secrets and dangers, to the point that even the 3 great shamanic families could not venture into the depths of Baimanshan, having only explored the outskirts and a few peaks. Zhou Sherwen, with wide eyes, gazed intently at the undulating mountains, suddenly grinning. Pretty boy, dare you wager with me? In this hunt, let's see who can capture the most precious and valuable beasts. Feng Chen smiled slightly, unfurling his folding fan with a flourish. I share your sentiment. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Yeshu. What say you, Yeshu? Yeshu's lips curled into a slight smile. Count me in. Zhou Sherwen's eyes lit up, laughing heartily. If Xiao Bao is to join the wager, let us raise the stakes. If I win, you must marry my sister and become my brother-in-law. Pretty boy, should you lose, Your sister Fangjing must also marry me. Fangchen scoffed. Zhou Xiong. Your eagerness to promote your sister suggests you worry she may be too unattractive to find a suitor. Zhou Sherwin retorted angrily. My sister and I share the same mother. How could she be unappealing when I am so handsome? Yeshu and Fangchen exchanged glances. Thinking, being born to the same mother, it is indeed true that one could be too ugly to marry. Fangchen snapped his fan shut, proudly declaring, if I win, I demand that both of you avoid me like the plague in the future. Zhou Sherwin's proposal to marry off his sister aimed to consolidate the three families, unifying the shamanic path in Liuzhou and overpowering the other two families. Meanwhile, Fangchen's request for Zhou Sherwin and Yeshu to steer clear of him was a strategic maneuver for when he ultimately solidified his power, allowing him to confront the other two families without interference. Both were exceptional prodigies, wise beyond their years. These wagers, though seemingly trivial, carried profound implications. Their mutual wariness of one another drove them to make such agreements, seeking to validate their strengths while fearing the other might resort to desperate measures. After Zhou Sherwin and Fangchen concluded their propositions, their gazes fell upon Yeshu, anticipating his wager. Yeshu smiled gently. Should I lose, I shall allow my Ye family to absorb both of yours, sparing your lives. Zhou Sherwin and Fangchen simultaneously huffed in indignation. This wager was decidedly inequitable, revealing their reluctance to engage in a life-or-death struggle against one another. In contrast, Yisu's wager bore no such limitations, regardless of victory or defeat. He was to absorb the other two great families. However, this time, should Yisu lose, he would spare the lives of both individuals in the future conflict between the three great families. This signified an unprecedented confidence and conviction. Should he emerge victorious, even Zhou Sherwin and Fang Chun would be regarded with disdain, displaying arrogance and a sense of invincibility. Zhou Sherwin rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Young Master Yi, you remain as audacious as ever. It seems for the sake of my own life, I must redouble my efforts to triumph over you. For the happiness of my sister, I am betting on you, my brother-in-law. I am in. Fang Chun sneered. In this lifetime, it is rare to encounter a worthy opponent. I, Fang, have the fortune to meet too. I too shall wager. They clasped their hands in a vow. As their palms met, Yisu's gaze sharpened, feeling two streams of true energy rushing toward him, one fiery and intense, the other heavy as a mountain. Clearly, Zhou Sherwin and Fang Chun, seeing his steadfast demeanor, were testing him. With a hearty laugh, Yisu unveiled his true strength, allowing the Tsangming true energy to flow freely, causing his azure robe to swell dramatically. And in an instant, his palm transformed to a deep purple hue. The force surged forth. 3 gusts of energy, red, yellow, and purple, struck the ground, suddenly causing a long ridge to rise, a manifestation of Zhou Sherwin's Ho-Tu Ba-Ti divine skill, where the true energy was contained, drawing the earth upwards. Fang Chen's Jiu Yang Lai Hua divine skill presented a different spectacle, igniting the ground into a fiery hue, sizzling with heat, utterly domineering. Yet, where Yisu's Tsangming true energy landed, the ground bore no trace. Only lush green grass that suddenly grew wildly, tender shoots sprouting forth, transforming from mere inches to towering heights in the blink of an eye. The martial arts mastered by the 3 of them were evidently of 3 distinct attributes, each pursuing a different extreme. Yisu's body swayed slightly, a purple aura flickering across his face, before his expression returned to calm and the swelling of his azure robe gradually subsided. Zhou Sherwin erupted into laughter, galloping towards the Zhou family disciples, his voice echoing. Young Master Yi, no wonder you are so brazen. It appears your injuries have healed, and your cultivation has even regained some strength. Though you have only reached the 6th level, you surpass even the 7th. However, this time you are bound to lose. I shall take the lead. The 6th level of the Tsangming body refinement technique is far from enough to defeat us. Fang Chen cast a deep glance at Yisu before also riding away. At the foot of Bai Man Mountain, Yi Fang and Gua Huai stood together, coldly observing the dozens of Yi family disciples before them. Gua Huai spoke in a deep voice. This hunting festival lasts 10 days. On the first day, I and Yi Fang shall each lead a team to familiarize ourselves with the local geography. For the remaining 9 days, you may act freely. After 10 days, regardless of your gains, we shall reconvene here. Now, those whose names I call will stand with me. Those not called will stand with Chief Yi Fang. Bai Man Mountain is fraught with dangers, and venturing alone for the first time is sure to lead to death. Gua Huai and Yi Fang leading the teams serves to both familiarize the young disciples with the terrain and to train their combat awareness, minimizing casualties. After Gua Huai finished calling names, Yisu found himself assigned to Yifang's team, causing a slight heaviness in his heart. Among those also placed in Yifang's team were Yi Bin and Yi Feng, who exchanged glances, revealing triumphant smiles. Yi Feng stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Yi Feng, my father sends his regards." Yi Feng displayed a touched expression, quickly responding, "Young master, you flatter me. How could this old servant trouble the master with greetings?" Yi Feng's father, Yi Si Min, is the chief steward of the inner court, one of the 3 power holders of the Yi residence. Yi Feng was promoted by Yi Si Min and entrusted with the position of external steward. Yi Feng glanced at Yi Su and whispered, "Yi Feng, do you have a way to eliminate that waste?" Yi Feng's heart stirred, and he chuckled softly, "Rest assured, young master. Eliminating Yi Xiao Bao is as easy as killing a dog for this old servant. Watch how I make him wish for death." Yi Feng and the others felt reassured. Casting menacing glares at Yi Su, as if regarding a corpse, their eyes gleaming with malice and unrestrained intent. Yi Su absorbed their gazes. Feeling a bitter pang, "These people are my brothers?" A wry smile crept across his lips, and his heart hardened as murderous intent surged. "Since you seek my demise, do not blame me for being unmerciful and slaying all of you." Among the Yi family disciples, the only one who made him feel familial affection was his eldest brother, Yi Qin. In his youth, Yi Su was destitute and alone, overlooked by everyone in the Yi residence, save for Yi Qin, who treated him with exceptional care and kindness. Once Gua Huai completed the team assignments, Yi Feng let out a commanding shout, and over 20 Yi family disciples charged forth, urging their steeds into Bai Man Mountain. The riders swiftly traversed the forest as if gliding over the ground, racing deeper into the mountains. The Yi family is the largest witchcraft family in Liuzhou. With its disciples rigorously honing their martial skills, horsemanship and archery are essential studies for the young science, executed with remarkable finesse. Yisu gazed around, observing the trees growing increasingly ancient and lush, with even the vines coiling around them as thick as a water bucket. Occasionally, startled wild beasts would leap from the underbrush, fleeing in panic, only to be swiftly struck down by the Yi family disciples' arrows. These were merely ordinary beasts, not yet classified as demonic beasts. True demonic beasts are those that have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, possessing resilient hides akin to iron armor, quick as lightning, and endowed with formidable, astonishing abilities. Even the mightiest tigers and leopards would fall before even the lowest-ranking demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are treasures of great value. Their hides can be fashioned into soft armor. Bones and teeth can be forged into exceedingly sharp weapons, and other materials can be utilized in medicine and alchemy. Wealthy families even capture live demonic beasts for domestication, employing them for home protection. Thus, each hunting festival presents an opportunity for the young science to amass wealth, selling to merchants for considerable profit or contributing to their families in exchange for the right to select weapons or martial arts from the armory, should they procure rare materials. The Yi family may even permit them entry into the witchcraft repository to gain witchcraft techniques. Demonic beasts are categorized into 10 tiers, corresponding to the 10 levels of martial arts cultivation. Those reaching the 10th tier possess strength comparable to innate martial experts, with higher-tiered beasts holding greater value. Beyond the 10th tier, they transcend mere beasts, becoming spirits or monsters, gaining intelligence, capable of cultivating and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, mastering witchcraft, and wielding powers akin to those of witches. Even innate-level experts would face certain death when encountering such spirit-level demonic beasts. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, stirring Yi Su's heart as he thought, "They have discovered a demonic beast." Yi Feng rode forward, calling out, "Surround it, do not kill it." Over 20 riders whistled and galloped, encircling the demonic beast and tightening the noose. As the circle constricted to a radius of 4 or 5 zhang, the riders exchanged glances, with a few youths murmuring, "Is this really a demonic beast? It seems too small." Within the encircled area was a rabbit, golden-furred with black ears. Measuring over 2 feet in length, its long black ears twitching occasionally. It appeared adorable, yet sported an unusually large mouth and 2 pairs of 3 to 4-inch long fangs. Menacingly sharp, resembling a carnivorous predator rather than a herbivore. The rabbit darted about, leaping swiftly, nearly escaping the encirclement several times, only to be driven back by the mounted riders. The Ho? Yisu scrutinized the creature closely, a realization dawning upon him as he recalled its origins. This creature, resembling a rabbit, belonged to a different species known as Ho, a 5th-tier demonic beast, notoriously ferocious. While its strength is not particularly formidable among demonic beasts, it possesses a signature move, Its roar can kill a fierce tiger. In the fateful year of his inaugural hunt, Yi Su narrowly escaped a grave misfortune at the hands of a ferocious beast. Yi Fong surveyed the surroundings and intoned solemnly, "Yi Zhao, as this is your first participation in the hunt festival, this roar shall be your first quarry. Go forth and slay it." A young lad clad in a splendid robe, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, promptly stepped forward, dismounted his steed, and drew forth a sharp sword with a clang. His youthful visage radiated excitement as he lunged towards the beast, his sword tip blossoming into vast petals of light, showcasing a remarkable swordplay. This was the Yi family's esteemed sword technique, the Huanhua 49 styles. The beast did not flinch or evade. It charged directly at Yi Zhao. The sharp blade struck its body, yet only a cascade of azure sparks erupted, failing to pierce even the delicate rabbit's skin or sever a single golden hair. Despite his tender years, Yi Zhao displayed extraordinary swordsmanship and agility, moving like a willow in the breeze. Realizing he could not wound the beast, he swiftly altered his approach and retreated. Yi Su cast a glance at Yi Fong, feeling astonished. Generally, a member of the Yi family participating in the hunt festival for the first time would be guided by Yi Fong, the external steward, who would elucidate the strengths and weaknesses of the beasts, advising them to exploit their strengths against the beast's vulnerabilities. Yet, Yi Fong had sent Yi Zhao into battle without offering any such counsel. Both Yi Zhao and I share the misfortune of having lost our parents at an early age, standing without any support in the Yi residence. Yi Fong, that wretched old dog, is exceedingly tyrannical, deliberately withholding vital information regarding the beast's strengths and weaknesses, clearly aiming to let Yi Zhao suffer a significant setback to establish his authority. A surge of indignation welled within Yi Su. As a servant of the Yi household, Yi Fong had utterly failed in his duties, instead abusing his authority as the external steward, emboldened by the backing of Yi Simin, to bully even the offspring of the clan, indulging in his tyranny. Seizing the opportunity as the beast was forced back, Yi Zhao advanced, raising his sword to strike at the beast's eyes. The blade trembled, conjuring a flurry of brilliant white blooms. "Little rabbit, you shall be my first prey at the hunt festival," Yi Zhao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the beast's inability to evade. However, before his sword could descend, the golden-furred, black-eared beast opened its mouth and inhaled deeply, its belly swelling like a colossal sphere. As the sword light approached, the beast unleashed a fearsome roar, exposing its menacing fangs. Despite its modest size, this beast emitted a sound of astonishing magnitude, sending forth waves of visible azure sound waves that shattered Yi Zhao's sword light and struck him fiercely in the chest. Yi Zhao was sent reeling, blood gushing from his orifices as he crashed into a large tree, collapsing motionless to the ground, rendered unconscious by the shock. Even the steeds of the Yi family members nearby were startled into a panicked retreat. Newcomers to the hunt festival stood pale-faced, exchanging anxious glances. Is this the power of a beast? Terrifying. The beast, with all four hooves thrusting powerfully, leaped towards Yi Zhao, its gaping maw aimed at his neck. Yi Fong snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve to ensnare the beast, drawing it into the center of the encirclement. Without casting a glance at Yi Zhao, he sneered, "This is the fate of the weak. When encountering beasts, do not be overly ambitious. First, understand their strengths and weaknesses to ensure victory in every battle." Next, Yi Fong fixed his gaze upon Yi Su, a barely perceptible sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Yi Xiaobao, it is your turn." The other members of the Yi family erupted in hushed murmurs, exchanging glances. Isn't Yi Su's martial prowess diminished? Why does the steward still call upon him to intervene? Is he not pushing him towards doom? Whispers flew about, suggesting that Yi Fong coveted Yi Su's maid, and since Yi Su had refused, the steward was deliberately making things difficult for him. Alas, in the Yi family, devoid of support, Yi Fong could manipulate him at will. Hadn't Yi Zhao just been set up by the steward? Yi Su furrowed his brow slightly. Yi Fong, with a smug expression, stroked his beard and chuckled, "Seventh young master. You are a prodigious talent of the Yi family. Why not step forth and showcase your extraordinary abilities to us?" Yi Bin, Yi Feng, and others crossed their arms, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Yi Xian squeaked with a high-pitched taunt, "Lowly servant, are you afraid? If you are, kneel and beg me, and I shall assist you in dealing with this beast. Old Seven, if you're afraid of death, just say so. Do not let pride cost you your life." Yi Jian sneered ominously. Yi Su's expression was as calm as water. He shook the reins and urged his steed into the arena. Yi Fong had been suppressing the beast with his aura, but as Yi Su entered, he suddenly withdrew it. The beast felt a sudden lightness and fixed its blood-red gaze upon Yi Su, leaping toward him while inhaling deeply, transforming into a massive meatball. Its fur bristling as it bellowed. Yi Su remained seated atop his steed, motionless. As the beast lunged closer, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a thunderous roar. The Yi family's ultimate technique, the Prajna Lion's roar. Two waves of azure sound clashed, and Yi Su stood unwavering as the beast's eyes widened in horror. Its belly inflating to the point of bursting, finally exploding with a resounding pop, showering blood and flesh. A fifth-tier beast, vanquished by his mere roar. The onlookers were left bewildered. Yi Bin, Yi Jian, and others recognized that Yi Su had regained some measure of his prowess. But they had not anticipated that he would defeat a fifth-tier beast without lifting a finger, merely through his voice. This revelation was far more astonishing than had Yi Su engaged in combat. A wave of inexplicable dread and chill surged within them. Just days prior, Yi Su had only been capable of contending with someone of Yi Jian's caliber, yet now he effortlessly obliterated a fifth-tier beast, leaving them in awe of his capabilities. Returning to the throng, Yi Su cast a glance at Yi Fang, a smirk playing on his lips. A long-haired creature dares to bellow in my presence. Utterly unaware of its own mortality, Yi Fang's face darkened, for even the dullest observer would recognize that the long-haired creature Yi Su referred to was none other than himself. His narrow eyes narrowed into slits, and he hissed ominously, "Do you dare to insult me as a beast?" Yi Su chuckled lightly. "Steward, you misunderstand. I was speaking of that old rabbit." Several members of the Yi family could not suppress their laughter, one youth whispering, "Old rabbit." Yi Fang's countenance turned an even deeper shade of green, yet he found himself powerless, a chill creeping into his heart. No one knew better than he the true extent of Yi Su's abilities. After all, he had secretly observed Yi Su's triumph at the riverside, witnessing him slaughter Fang Dong with sheer force. However, the current Yi Su was exponentially more formidable than he had been by the riverside. Having achieved the 6th level of cultivation, rivaling even the 7th, he must die. He absolutely must be. Most individuals faced with the plight of Yi Su would often succumb to despair and lead a life of dejection. Yet Yi Su managed to rise from his circumstances, emerging even more remarkable than before. This fact compelled even Yi Bin and Yi Feng to acknowledge him. For had they found themselves in his position, they would have fared far worse. However, this very realization only intensified their resolve to eliminate Yi Su without his demise. They believed they would never have a chance to ascend within the Yi household. Even if they were to become sorcerers, they would forever remain beneath him. After enduring this incident, Yi Fang resolved not to let Yi Su confront any ordinary beasts again. He understood that such creatures posed no threat to Yi Su. Rather, they would only serve to enhance his renown and embarrass him further. Before long, the group reached the depths of Baiman Mountain, where over 20 Yi family knights charged up a peak. Looking down, they beheld a mountain of dark, charred rock, devoid of any vegetation at its summit, while a clear stream wound gently at its base. A young lad exclaimed, "This is Wu Tu Ling. Legend has it that the bloodbat monster fought here, unfurling the yin-yang flame banner and scorching this mountain black, rendering it barren and deterring even beasts from treading upon this cursed ground." Yi Fang cast a fleeting glance at Yi Su, a glimmer of eagerness igniting in his eyes. "The yin-yang flame banner is with this young man. Once I deal with Fang He and then eliminate him, the banner will be mine, without anyone being the wiser." The power of the yin-yang flame banner is such that it could incinerate an entire mountain. Even a mere fragment would surpass the potency of ordinary sorcerer's treasures. Yet, Yi Fang remained unaware that the fragment of the yin-yang flame banner had already been absorbed by Yi Su's Bai Yu Lu, no longer in existence. Several Yi family youths murmured amongst themselves, "I heard that just beyond Wu Tu Ling lies the infamous He Hu Ling, a gathering place for beasts. I've also heard that He Hu Ling is overrun with beasts, clustered together, and is notoriously perilous, even housing numerous 10th-tier monsters." They spoke of not only 10th-tier beasts but also various magical creatures. Given the capabilities of these Yi family youths, they could barely contend with 8th or 9th-tier beasts. But a 10th-tier beast would spell certain death. The strength of a 10th-tier beast rivals that of an innate martial artist, delivering blows that could crush a rhinoceros with a single strike. Yi Fang scoffed, "Fear not. The magical creatures have long been driven away by the sorcerers of the 3 great clans. Tonight, we shall rest at Wu Tu Ling, and tomorrow, you gentlemen can freely hunt the beasts." The group felt a measure of relief and promptly set up camp at the mountain's summit, pitching tents and lighting a bonfire. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the Yi family youths mounted their horses and galloped down Wu Tu Ling, hooves thundering as they rode in groups. The hunting festival emphasized training, yet given the perils of by-man mountain, most opted to travel in pairs, hunting beasts alongside trusted companions to share the spoils. Heihu-ling was even more perilous than other locations, so few would dare to venture there, preferring other mountains instead. "Manu, will you join us?" Yixian, riding a white horse, called out to Yi Su with an air of arrogance. Yi Su mounted his Gan Chai Jiao with a calm demeanor and replied with a smile. "I intend to go to Heihu-ling. If you have the courage, you may follow." With that, he urged his steed into a gallop. Yixian's expression shifted. He wanted to pursue, but lacked the bravery, having only cultivated the Cangming Lian Tiju to the 4th level. Recklessly entering Heihu-ling would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Bin and Yi Feng exchanged glances and turned to Yi Feng, smiling. "Master Steward, we brothers also plan to venture into Heihu-ling. Might you accompany us?" Yi Feng understood their intentions and knew they harbored murderous thoughts towards Yi Su. In truth, he desired Yi Su's demise even more than Yi Bin and Yi Feng did. He immediately responded with a smile. "Rest assured, gentlemen, with this old servant present, not even a 10th-tier beast shall lay a finger on you." Yi Jian and Yi Xian, hearing this, exclaimed eagerly, "Second brother, 6th brother, take us along." Yi Bin hesitated. He had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level in Cangming Lian Tiju, while Yi Feng had attained the 7th level, sufficient for self-preservation in Heihu-ling. However, Yi Jian and Yi Xian were far weaker and would be a liability. Yi Feng smiled confidently, saying, "Do not worry, with this old servant around. 9th and 13th young masters shall remain unharmed." The two rejoiced, and Yi Xian gritted his teeth, declaring, "Yi Feng, once we catch that wretched slave, we shall kill him and eliminate this source of trouble." Yi Feng nodded solemnly, lamenting, "I cannot find peace until that wretched slave is dead." Initially, Yi Feng feared that slaying Yi Su would incur the wrath of the family. But hearing Yi Feng's sentiments eased his worries. The fathers of these four were influential figures in the Yi household. With their support, even if he were to eliminate that young man, the family head would not dare to retaliate against him. "Very well," Yi Feng resolutely declared. "Let us pursue and kill that wretch before he becomes a greater threat." The Gan Chai Jiao, with its exceptional speed, dashed down Wu Tu Ling in an instant, covering several miles and entering the territory of Heihu-ling. Upon entering, Yi Su surveyed his surroundings, noting how the mountain paths grew increasingly narrow and convoluted. One could easily lose their way within this forest, where ancient trees, some over 1,000 years old, towered high. The dense woods of Heihu-ling harbored many magical beasts, and the dim light filtering through the foliage created an eerie atmosphere. Along the roadside lay numerous branches severed by blades, their edges still fresh. Yi Su dismounted and examined the ground, observing faint footprints and pondering. Could there be others who have entered Heihu-ling? The marks did not resemble the techniques of the Zhou family or the Feng family. After careful observation, he surmised they must belong to the offspring of other families from Luzhou City. Chapter 22. A bloodbath. Aside from the three great sorceress families, the Yi, Zhou, and Feng, Luzhou City also housed numerous other larger and smaller sorceress clans. The hunting festival was not exclusive to the three major families. However, the influence of these other families paled in comparison, and their unique martial arts were not as formidable, prompting them to unite their youths to participate in the festival and hunt beasts together. Yi Su urged the Gan Chai Jiao onward. After a while, he noticed two boys, one stout and one slender, standing by the roadside on horseback. The stout boy was remarkably rotund, resembling a horizontally growing winter melon, while the thin one appeared almost like a tall bamboo pole. "Is that the Qin family's Long Xianggong?" Yi Su mused, momentarily taken aback. The Qin family was also a significant sorceress clan in Luzhou, though not as powerful as the three great families and with few sorcerers. Their ancestral martial art, known as Long Xianggong, was rather peculiar. Practitioners often appeared either exceptionally fat or remarkably thin, hence the name. Yi Su steeled himself and passed by the two, ready to act should the need arise. The Qin brothers remained silent, with only the stout boy casting a few glances at him. After Yi Su had moved on, he sneered, "Isn't that Yi Xiaobao of the Yi family? I thought he was incapacitated. How dare he enter Heihu-ling? He truly does not know his own limits." Yi Su glanced back and saw the two still standing by the roadside. Moments later, two more boys, one tall and one short, arrived on horseback. The stout boy exclaimed with delight, "Qin Hong, Qin Liang, you finally made it. A dozen others have already moved ahead to lure that creature. If you don't hurry, they may defeat it without us." Qin Hong and Qin Liang urged their horses. "Quickly, let us go." The four from the Qin family galloped, swiftly catching up to Yi Su and racing past him. One of the riders turned back and chuckled. Isn't that Yi family's genius, Yi Xiaobao? Is he planning to hunt that creature too? Such audacity. Do you even know how to write the character for death? Should I teach you, little ones? With that, the four burst into laughter. Yi Su snorted coldly, pondering the intentions of these young scions from lesser clans in their quest to confront the beasts. After walking a short distance, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead, a cacophony of explosive clashes. It seemed that the scions from other clans in Luzhou City had already encountered the beasts. This intense din persisted for a moment before a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, indicating that someone had fallen victim to the beasts. Another scream followed closely, and soon a chorus of cries erupted, each mere moments apart. As Ganchai Jiao sprinted forward, it was met with more than a dozen screams. In that fleeting moment, several lives were claimed. What kind of beast possesses such ferocity? Yi Su's heart raced with fear. The creature lurking in the forest was undoubtedly formidable, dispatching dozens in an instant. Although the martial arts of other clans in Luzhou were not on par with the three great families, they were no trifling matter. Any beast capable of slaying numerous masters in a single breath could not be an ordinary one. Yi Su spurred his steed onward, finally arriving at the scene of the confrontation between the scions and the beast. The first sight to greet him was the bodies of several youths, varying in size and shape, sprawled on the ground. One body was unrecognizably mangled, while another had its neck grotesquely twisted, the head lolling to one side. The other two corpses bore gaping holes in their chests, their hearts torn out, a sight too horrific to endure. These four corpses were none other than the Qin family youths he had encountered earlier. Yi Su furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic scene in the forest, where more bodies lay strewn about, each met with a gruesome fate, all having succumbed to a single blow. Even their mounts had been torn to shreds, leaving no chance for escape. One horse, paralyzed with fear, stood foolishly in place, oblivious to the need to flee. Amidst the carnage, a creature of fiery crimson squatted, resembling a giant monkey, bound by two black iron chains, each tethered to massive yellow copper orbs, each weighing 1,000 pounds. The beast, a hybrid of monkey and something else, stood over 10 feet tall, leaning down to grasp a corpse by the neck. The sickening sound of a snap resonating as it decapitated the youth, drinking the blood with gluttonous delight. Once sated, it discarded the lifeless body and crushed the skull, feasting on the brain matter with a ferocious appetite. Suddenly, the creature's ears perked up, sensing movement behind it, and it whirled around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Yi Su with a murderous glare. The beast's face was covered in a patchwork of red and green fur, resembling a grotesque clown. Sinister and terrifying, Yi Su's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "A ninth-tier beast, Shanhua Xiao?" This was not his first encounter with a Shanhua Xiao. He had faced one during last year's hunting festival. These ninth-tier beasts are highly intelligent, adept in metallurgy, with an acute sense of smell that allows them to detect metals and locate veins deep in the mountains, using volcanic fire to smelt metals and forge their weapons. Each Shanhua Xiao crafts unique weapons. The one he encountered last year had forged a 3-meter-long chainsaw with serrated edges capable of slicing through gold and stone, razor-sharp. At that time, Yi Su had already mastered the 8th level of the Tsangming refinement technique, yet it had taken considerable effort to slay that beast. The Shanhua Xiao before him, however, had crafted 2 massive yellow copper orbs, exuding immense power, embodying a philosophy of overwhelming strength. For the Shanhua Xiao, both the copper orbs and the chainsaw were perfectly suited weapons, increasing their lethality exponentially. The metals employed by the Shanhua Xiao were of superior quality, highly valuable, some even suitable for crafting magical artifacts. Suddenly, the Shanhua Xiao crouched low, let out a furious roar, its brown fur bristling, its mouth filled with sharp teeth glinting ominously, and with a swift leap, it pounced onto the back of the frightened horse. Its claws plunged down, piercing the horse's head, and with a sickening crack, it twisted the head off. Gua gua, the Shanhua Xiao tore off the horse's head, savoring the blood with a chilling laugh. Its expression grotesque, the chains rattling ominously around its body. Truly a terrifying sight. Yi Su felt a weight in his heart, exhaled a deep breath, and focused intently, locking his gaze on the Shanhua Xiao, his entire being shifting into a combat-ready state as his Tsangming true energy surged, causing his palms to turn a deep purple. Gua gua. The Shanhua Xiao licked its blood-soaked lips. Droplets of crimson liquid dripped from its sharp teeth. Whether human or horse blood was unclear. As one claw continued to grip the massive horse head, its fingers deeply embedded in the skull. With a crunch, the horse's head was crushed. The Shanhua Xiao grinned wickedly, its arms suddenly thrusting out, the black iron chains surrounding its body clattering violently, and with a whoosh, the two yellow copper orbs soared into the air, hurtling towards Yi Su from either side, the gusts of wind they generated snapping the wild grass beneath them. Behind the massive orbs, the broken grass was swept up, swirling in the air, forming a green vortex. This strike from the Shanhui Shao carried the force of a congenital master. This beast was even more ferocious than the one he faced the previous year. Crack! The gale was as sharp as a blade, shredding Yi Su's headband and sending his hair flying. Yi Su fixed his gaze on the incoming copper orbs, his mind racing. He had initially intended to flee on Ganchai Jiao, but at this moment, he resolved to engage the Shanhui Shao in a fierce battle. Determined to bring the beast down, he had made a wager with Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun, both of whom were already on the cusp of the congenital realm. Defeating them would be a formidable challenge. Only by slaying the Shanhui Shao could he hope to contend with them. The two massive copper orbs came hurtling toward him, and Yi Su made a decisive move, turning the horse's head, shouting dodge. Ganchai Jiao leaped with excitement, raising its front legs and letting out a neigh, charging boldly towards the Shanhui Shao. Curse it! I told you to dodge, not to charge forward. The approaching copper orbs loomed large, and with no other options. Yi Su sprang into action, leaping onto Ganchai Jiao's head, his feet finding purchase as his hands transformed into a flurry of purple butterflies, cascading onto the foremost yellow copper orb. The great thousand-leaf technique, 1,000 butterflies in flight. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact echoed, leaving countless butterfly-shaped imprints on the surface of the copper orb. Yi Su felt a numbness in his palms, astonished. He had cultivated the Tsangming refinement technique to its 6th peak, yet his strength surpassed even that of the 7th peak, and still, he could not withstand a single strike from this Shanhui Shao. The momentum of the copper orb waned slightly, but soon the second orb came crashing in, producing a thunderous sound, accelerating toward Yi Su and Ganchai Jiao. If struck by these two orbs, even with the bloodline of a dragon, Ganchai Jiao would be reduced to a pulp. Whoosh! Ganchai Jiao leaped with all its might, resembling a dragon soaring through the air. Yi Su watched as the two copper orbs whizzed past, crashing into a towering ancient tree, over hundreds of years old, snapping it in half. The ancient tree creaked and fell, sending up a cloud of dust. Ganchai Jiao leaped over 4 zhang, finally landing. Yet it turned to charge at the Shanhui Shao once more, letting out a frantic neigh. What madness has possessed this horse? Yi Su sighed, steeling himself as he focused intently on the Shanhui Shao. The creature let out a roar, shaking itself violently, the black chains undulating like serpents, lifting the two copper orbs with a whoosh as they hurtled back towards Yi Su. Although the Shanhui Shao was fierce, the sheer weight of the copper orbs made its attacks relatively slow. Yi Su kept his eyes fixed on the incoming orbs, his mind racing. And he leaped off the horse, his toes barely touching the ground as he landed atop the foremost copper orb, his weight pressing down. 1,000-pound descent. The brass orbs plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. Yi Su sprang into action, his toes lightly tapping upon another large brass sphere. The two spheres collided, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. Chapter 23, Ninth Order Demon Beast. Yi Su's gaze turned icy as he sprinted forward, stepping onto the black iron chains that led him directly towards the mountain fire demon. Where his toes touched, the chains lay still, rendered lifeless as if struck at their vital points. Upon noticing Yi Su's advance, the mountain fire demon roared, discarding the iron chains with a flick of its wrist and leaping to confront Yi Su. The two adversaries met midair. The mountain fire demon towered over him, exuding an intimidating presence, while Yi Su appeared diminutive in comparison. With a sinister grin, the mountain fire demon lunged at him with its sharp claws aimed at his forehead. Yi Su unleashed a powerful shout, sending a wave of azure sound energy towards the demon's head, momentarily stunning it and slowing its movements. Simultaneously, azure butterflies surrounded Yi Su, their images imprinted upon the demon's chest, resulting in a series of explosive thuds. Despite the demon's body being as hard as steel, it absorbed the full force of Yi Su's Deqianyi hand without sustaining any injury. Infuriated, it swiped at Yi Su with a claw, its sharp nails slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Yi Su hastily retracted his head, narrowly avoiding the claws that grazed his forehead and left 5 crimson marks upon his skin. Had he not reacted swiftly, his skull would have been cleaved in two. As they passed each other in the air, Yi Su landed and spun like a whirlwind, charging towards the mountain fire demon. With each step, his true energy erupted, creating a series of half-foot-deep craters in the ground. The surrounding wild grass thrived, stimulated by his invigorating Tsangming true energy. In an instant, his aura soared to its zenith. With violet energy swirling above his head, he resembled a blue bat. He leaped several paces, his hands transforming with fluidity as he fused the Songming true energy. The Qianyi hand, King Kong subduing demon technique, Qing E Bat King decision, great strength King Kong fist, and golden snake entangling hand into one. The complexity of his techniques simplified into a single, powerful punch directed at the mountain fire demon. A resounding hum filled the air as his punch generated a fierce wind, rivaling the might of the brass sphere's strike. The violet fist imprint bore the weight of a mountain. This was the remarkable utility of integrating techniques, amplifying their power exponentially. Yisu felt his meridians nearly bursting from the force he unleashed, his features reddening as beads of blood began to surface on his skin. The mountain fire demon howled in rage, revealing its menacing steel teeth, its mane bristling as it too unleashed a straightforward punch in response. The resulting shockwaves uprooted the grass within a 10-foot radius. The demon's figure wavered, its crimson eyes wide with disbelief. It had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile human could match its strength in direct confrontation. This realization ignited the primal ferocity within it, prompting a series of furious roars as it lunged forward. Yisu, equally astonished yet exhilarated, acknowledged the terrifying power of the Songming body refining technique, one of the 4 grand martial arts, which he had never imagined could enable him to contend with a 9th-order demon beast. He attributed his newfound strength to the upgraded version of the Songming body refining technique. Within him, the Songming true energy surged at its peak. Violet mist billowing like clouds above his head, his meridians racked with excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth against the agony and unleashed another punch. This strike bore even greater force than the last, creating a vacuum around him as the air was forcefully displaced. The mountain fire demon was finally pushed back, enraged and pounding its chest as it dashed forward like lightning, its claws aimed at Yisu's forehead. Its speed was astonishing, creating multiple afterimages as it attacked, making it seem as though several mountain fire demons were assaulting him simultaneously. Yisu remained steadfast, firmly planted in place, delivering straightforward punches in response to each of the demon's strikes, effectively repelling it. The repeated clashes left his meridians riddled with fine cracks. Yet the flow of Songming true energy quickened, threatening to shatter his meridians entirely. If his meridians were to rupture, he would undoubtedly lose all his cultivation. The pressure from the mountain fire demon compelled him to merge various martial arts, risking the integrity of his meridians in a desperate attempt to counteract. Finally, the velocity of his Songming true energy broke through a critical threshold, and he felt a tumult within his dantian, followed by a deafening roar. The violet clouds of true energy within him split from 300 to over 600. Unable to suppress his exhilaration, Yisu let out a triumphant cry as the strength in his arms doubled. The mountain fire demon could no longer withstand his might, and was sent flying by a single punch, crashing against a large tree. The tree, as thick as a barrel, snapped with a loud crack, its upper half soaring through the air and landing several yards away. Fear flickered in the demon's small eyes as it lost its former ferocity and darted towards the brass orb. The cunning creature realized it stood no chance against Yisu unarmed, and sought to utilize the weapon's power to crush the young man. However, as it lunged towards the brass sphere, it was unexpectedly met with 2 hooves the size of bowls, which struck its chest and sent it flying once more. As the mountain fire demon landed, it stared wide-eyed at the source of its humiliation, an emaciated, scraggly horse. The pitiful creature stood defiantly before the brass orb, snorting disdainfully at the demon. Humiliated by a mere horse, the mountain fire demon seethed with rage, glancing between the brass orb, the scrawny horse, and Yisu. Realizing it could not reclaim its weapon, it let out a few frustrated roars before leaping into a nearby tree, its claws gripping the branches as it soared away. Yisu breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt his true energy tremble, his skin's pores bursting as the energy surged, enveloping him in a mist of violet-red blood. He forced the Songming true energy to its limits, breaking through to the 7th realm, but the strain on his body was immense, causing his capillaries to rupture. During the battle with the mountain fire demon, he had suppressed his injuries with true energy, but now that the demon had retreated, his wounds flared up. The overexertion of true energy first affected his blood vessels, then his meridians, leaving him with numerous cracks. If the fight had continued, he risked surpassing not only the limits of his meridians, but also the capacity of his heart, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Had the mountain fire demon not retreated, it was likely he would have been the first to falter. Fortunately, the demon was frightened away by the scrawny horse. revealing its true nature as a creature of formidable power, worthy of its bloodline. Yisu exhaled the tension he had been holding, his true energy continuously mending his bodily injuries. The fierce battle with the mountain fire demon had severely compromised his physical condition, and he knew it would take time for him to fully recover. Approaching the two brass orbs, he reflected on the missed opportunity to slay the mountain fire demon, acknowledging the beast's formidable resilience. It was born with skin as tough as bronze, impervious to blades, akin to a martial artist who had achieved a preternatural level of hardiness. To defeat, it would require either attaining the innate realm of martial arts or wielding a sword capable of slicing through steel. Nonetheless, Yisu had not emerged empty-handed. He had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, advancing to the 7th realm, equating his power to that of an 8th realm practitioner. The breakthrough this time was made possible by the immense pressure exerted by the 9th-tier demon beast, Shanhua Shao. Without this fierce battle, he would have required over 10 days of arduous training to reach the 7th level. His second significant gain was the two large bronze spheres before him. These massive bronze orbs withstood his multiple strikes, and even Yi Fong, a congenital master, could not shatter them, indicating that their quality far surpasses that of ordinary bronze. If sold, they could fetch several hundred taels of silver, but regrettably, they were too heavy to carry away. Yisu pondered as he picked up the iron chains, feeling an icy chill emanating from them to his palm, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if the very blood in his veins had frozen. He resisted the urge to discard the chains, overwhelmed with astonishment. From what mineral were these chains crafted? Why are they so cold? Could it be? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the chains emitted a chilling aura, freezing the wild grass beneath them and leaving a layer of white frost on the ground. Could they be made of hantai? Yisu's heart raced. Hantai was also a mineral used in crafting witch treasures, valued above refined iron, and its worth compared to the two bronze spheres was immeasurable. This mineral was so scarce that even the combined output of the three great families' mines yielded less than 50 pounds annually. How did that Shanhua Shao acquire over 200 pounds of hantai to forge these chains that bound the spheres, thereby benefiting him? The value of these chains alone surpassed that of a 9th-tier demon beast. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yisu's eyes as he mused. Presenting these chains to the family would undoubtedly earn him an opportunity to select a witchcraft from the witch repository. This would allow him to ascertain whether the complete text of the Tsangming body refinement technique was available. After losing his cultivation and beginning to recultivate the Tsangming body refinement technique, he noticed new changes in this mental method. With every level he ascended, he could feel its strength growing. Moreover, he was not practicing the complete method. If he could obtain the full text, he was certain that his Tsangming true qi would undergo a qualitative leap. Exchanging hantai chains for a martial arts mental method may not seem advantageous, but if it were for a witchcraft, it would be worth far more than its weight. There are many who harbor ill intentions towards me. I cannot linger here. Yisu's demeanor shifted slightly as he perked up his ears, faintly hearing the crisp sound of hooves approaching from afar, accompanied by an undercurrent of murderous intent. 4 of the auras were relatively weak, while another was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an unfathomable ocean, instilling a profound sense of danger. A congenital master. Could it be Yifeng? Yisu closed his eyes, meticulously sensing Yifeng's aura. Suddenly, from another direction, a surge of murderous intent erupted. The aura this person exuded starkly contrasting with Yifeng's, resembling a giant python coiled within raging flames, poised to strike, utterly terrifying. This individual's cultivation had likely also entered the realm of martial arts congenital. The Fang family's external martial arts, the Qi Mang Li Huagong. To cultivate the Qi Mang Li Huagong to the congenital realm indicates a strong figure among the Fang family's subordinates. It seems that Fang Zhongshan has learned of my slaying of Fang Dong. Yisu's heart jolted, followed by a surge of defiance. There are indeed many who wish to kill me. They have dispatched 2 congenital martial artists. With the Gan Chai Jiao present, I can strike when I wish and depart when I please. This presents a rare opportunity for honing my skills. However, my injuries remain unhealed. It would be prudent to recover first. As Yifeng and the Fang family's experts drew nearer to this location, Yisu no longer hesitated. He hoisted the 2 bronze spheres and leaped onto the back of the Gan Chai Jiao. The combined weight of the spheres, the hantai chains, and Yisu himself exceeded 2,300 pounds. Yet the Gan Chai Jiao appeared unfazed, trotting lightly as it galloped deeper into the Heihu Ridge. Shortly after Yisu's departure, Yi Bin, Yifeng, and the others finally arrived, only to find the ground littered with corpses, sending chills through them. Yi Xian exclaimed, "How could so many have perished? Did they encounter a 10th-tier demon beast?" Yifeng dismounted and examined the scene closely, shaking his head. There are signs of a struggle. It must have been a 9th-tier demon beast. If it were a 10th tier, they wouldn't have even had the chance to engage. The aura it emits could crush them to death. The 10th-tier demon beasts are equivalent to congenital masters, nearly akin to demons, exuding a terrifying aura that rivals that of congenital experts. The disciples from other small families in Liuzhou, even those who have cultivated to the 6th or 7th levels, possess power only comparable to Yi Jian. When faced with a 10th-tier demon beast, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back before being suffocated by its aura. That brat Yi Su, astonishingly, did not perish at the hands of the 9th-tier demon beast. What incredible luck he has. Yifeng, failing to find Yi Su's corpse, felt utterly disheartened and muttered bitterly. Yi Bin spurred his horse forward and declared resolutely, if he escaped from the 9th-tier demon beast, he must have sustained severe injuries. We must pursue him. The group rode furiously, racing into the depths of the Heihu Ridge. Just as Yifeng and the others departed, Feng He arrived. The white-haired elder, clad in a flowing red robe, soared towards them, his speed rivaling that of a galloping steed. His congenital aura radiated fiercely, distorting the air around him and creating explosive sounds. The grasses beneath his feet were scorched to a charred yellow. Feng He swiftly circled the place where Yi Su had battled the Shan Hua Shao, pausing momentarily before pursuing the direction Yi Su had taken, sneering softly, Yi Xiaobao. I did not expect you to recover so swiftly and escape from the 9th-tier demon beast. Truly, you are the genius of the Yi family. However, you killed my young master. The master demands your life, and there is no way you can leave Heihu Ridge alive. Yifeng, Feng He, and the others followed the trail left by the Ganshai Jiao, pursuing from morning until sunset, their anxiety mounting with each passing moment. Yi Su's steed was exceedingly swift, and its erratic course made it impossible for them to predict his next destination. If he advances further, he will leave the Heihu Ridge and enter the depths of the Baiman Mountain. Yifeng seethed with rage. The depths of Baiman Mountain are unexplored even by the 3 great families. If that brat dares to venture there, it will be his demise. Manager, I have spotted Yi Su's horse. Yi Bin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Yifeng's spirits lifted as he hurriedly looked ahead, where a gaunt and wiry horse was devouring the carcass of a demon beast, greedily tearing at the flesh with ferocity, resembling a savage predator. The horse's back was empty, with no sign of Yi Su. Yi Xian's heart stirred, and she exclaimed, that brat didn't ride. He dismounted and walked elsewhere, leading us to foolishly chase after this wretched horse for over 100 miles. This accursed horse. It has led us on a wild goose chase. Yifeng shouted angrily, driving his horse towards the Ganshai Jiao, his heart filled with murderous intent as he drew his sword, aiming a slash at the neck of the Ganshai Jiao. Yifeng's expression shifted, and he cried out, young master, be careful. Just as his words fell, the Ganshai Jiao let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive hind hooves and delivering 2 resounding kicks to Yifeng's chest and his steed's forehead, sending both man and horse flying through the air. As Yifeng landed, he immediately clutched his chest, his face pale as he coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, color drained from his face. The kick had shattered 6 or 7 of his ribs. His steed's forehead was caved in, its body lying motionless several paces away. Yi Bin and the others were left awestruck. Yifeng was a practitioner of the Tsangming body refinement technique at the 7th level. Yet he was grievously injured by this wretched horse in a single encounter. Beast, seeking death. Yifeng roared in fury, leaping towards the Ganshai Jiao. But the horse ignored him, turning to flee, moving as swiftly as a fleeting shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yifeng trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. He could only turn back and suppress Yifeng's injuries with his own true energy. Yifeng was the son of Yi Dao, the head of the imperial household. If anything were to happen to him, Yifeng was certain that his fate would be sealed in one word, death. Where could that little wretch, Yi Su, have run off to? An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. Ever since entering Baiman Mountain, Yi Su had thrived while he faced insurmountable obstacles, leaving the dignity of a preternatural expert in tatters. I never want to see you again, otherwise, I will tear you to shreds. Yifeng's face twisted with malice. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yi Su advanced quietly, bound by iron chains, grasping 2 heavy copper balls weighing 1,000 pounds each as if they were mere trinkets, making his way deeper into Heihu Ridge. Though Ganshai Jiao was merely a horse, it possessed the strength of a 9th-tier demon beast, which should enable it to thrive in Heihu Ridge. When Yifeng and the others began their pursuit, he had ridden Ganshai Jiao for several miles before dismounting. allowing the creature to mislead the pursuers while he ascended the mountain on foot, evading Yifeng and his group. Given that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, it was unwise to confront them directly. If only my Songming true energy could reach the 8th level, I would be able to retreat unscathed before Yifeng. Should it elevate to the 9th level, I would have the confidence to bring this old dog to his end. Yisu mused inwardly. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears. He perked up, attentive to the distant, eerie laughter of Guagua. And his heart sank. I can evade Yifeng, but cannot escape this mountain fire demon. I never anticipated that this creature would pursue me. Yisu quickened his pace, hastening into the depths of the forest. Currently, with his injuries unhealed, engaging again with a 9th-tier demon beast like the mountain fire demon would surely lead to his demise. He had to bide his time. With 2 preternatural experts searching for him and the relentless pursuit of a 9th-tier demon beast, Yisu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and pressure. While ordinary individuals might surrender under such duress, he transformed the crisis and pressure into motivation, compelling himself to grow stronger and dissipate the threat. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the gentle clouds and the sprawling mountains, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed ahead. Following the sound, Yisu pressed onward, the noise growing increasingly thunderous. After circumventing a dense thicket, he looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before him, the forest glimmered with a soft green hue. Tender buds sprouted from the branches, and a waterfall cascaded down from a cliff 6 or 7 zhang high, resembling a shower of jade. Midway, the waterfall crashed upon a protruding rock, splitting into 2 streams that sent white spray into the air. Below, a vast pool formed, its depth unfathomable, shrouded in a mist that danced like clouds, fragrant and refreshing. The water's edge was adorned with lush green moss and low shrubs, a cool breeze sweeping over him, invigorating his spirit. The water from the pool flowed gently down a river, marking the source of Qing Shui River. Ascending the cliff, Yisu beheld a canyon ahead, shrouded in mist, its depths immeasurable. Faint sounds of water echoed from within the canyon, the humidity heavy along the cliffside, and in mere moments, dew gathered on his garments. This canyon was known as Yingqiujian, far more treacherous than Heihu Ridge. Yisu recalled a childhood incident when the 3 great clans had united, sending a dozen shamans to explore Yingqiujian. Unfortunately, those shamans had never returned, all perishing within its confines. Thus, Yingqiujian was deemed a forbidden zone by the 3 clans. Even the elder shamans dared not venture forth lightly. Wugwa. Suddenly, the mountain fire demon leapt from the underbrush, fixating its gaze on Yisu, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Yisu's heart sank. This 9th-tier demon beast had finally caught up, intent on killing him and seizing his weapons. The mountain fire demon regarded Yisu as mere prey, swaggering towards the pool, bending down to drink, completely unconcerned that Yisu could escape its grasp. Yisu fixed his gaze upon it, his Songming true energy surging within him. Suddenly, he leapt off the cliff, aiming towards the mountain fire demon's position, and with a vigorous thrust of his arms, the 2 heavy copper balls soared into the air, hurtling towards the demon beast. From a height of 6 or 7 zhang, the 2 copper balls descended, empowered by Yisu's Songming true energy. He was confident that even a 10th-tier demon beast could not withstand such a blow. The mountain fire demon, having taken a sip of water, glanced upwards at Yisu in midair, its small eyes revealing mockery, just as it planned to evade the attack. Suddenly, its expression shifted dramatically. Its claws clutched around its throat, emitting mournful cries. In midair, Yisu looked down in astonishment as the mountain fire demon's body swelled like a balloon, its belly expanding, limbs growing bulkier. With a resounding pop, this 9th-tier demon beast was violently torn apart. The ground shook as the 2 copper balls struck, sending mud flying. Yisu stood at the poolside, brow furrowed. The mountain fire demon's death was exceedingly peculiar, exploding without warning, sending chills down his spine. Had the water in the pool been poisoned when the demon drank? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. This waterfall marked the source of Qing Shui River. If its waters were toxic, the entire Luzhou city would perish, which was clearly impossible. Furthermore, judging by the demon's demise, it appeared to have been overwhelmed by its own violent energy. Chapter 25. The Might of the Jade Tower. The mountain fire demon, a 9th-tier beast with a body harder than iron, should have been impervious to his full-strength attack, yet it exploded, indicating the terrifying nature of the energy that had suddenly surged within it. Was it possible that the mist was to blame? Yisu glanced at the surface of the pool, where a layer of milky white mist floated. Though thin, it felt oppressively heavy. A gust of wind swept through Yingqiujian, causing the trees in the forest to sway and rustle. As the wind passed over the pool, Yisu's gaze sharpened, noticing that the mist remained utterly still, as though possessing substance. What on earth was this mist? The mountain fire demon had detected something while drinking and had been violently ruptured. The energy contained within this mist was indeed terrifying. Yisu bent down, holding his breath, cautiously scooping up a handful of the white mist, feeling not vapor but a liquid of palpable texture, shimmering like white jade, exquisite beyond compare. Though this white mist appeared beautiful, it was exceedingly dangerous. Even the 9th-tier mountain fire demon had perished upon inhaling it. Yisu's body was not as resilient as that beast's. If he carelessly inhaled even a trace of this mist, he would likely meet the same fate. Could it be the essence of the heavens and earth? Yisu frowned in contemplation, then shook his head. The essence of the heavens and earth is energy that only shamans can draw upon. Martial experts cultivate their strength through true energy, while shamans absorb this essence to enhance their cultivation. Thus, the quality of shamanic essence surpasses that of true energy. However, the intensity of the essence of the heavens and earth could not reach such violent levels. This white mist must contain energy far exceeding that of the essence. Within his dantian, the Bai Yu Lu stirred restlessly, disrupting the 600 strands of Tsang Ming true energy into chaos. Yisu let out a muffled groan as his true energy spiraled out of control, nearly worsening his injuries. Such a phenomenon had occurred previously, when the miraculous sapling within Bai Yu Lu sought to devour the Yin-Yang Lai Yin flag, leading to similar agitation. This time, however, the cause was the white mist. Yisu struggled to suppress the turmoil within Bai Yu Lu, which yearned to consume the mist, necessitating its passage through his body. This mysterious white mist, too potent for even the mountain fire demon to endure, would surely spell his doom as well. The Bai Yu Lu grew increasingly restless, suddenly breaking through the suppression with a resonant hum, pulsating violently within his dantian, scattering the Tsang Ming true energy chaotically. Inside the dantian, this Jade Tower expanded to a size that could no longer be contained. Yisu was taken aback by a sight that astonished him. He observed a corner of the Bai Yu Lu gradually protruding from 3 inches below his navel. Although it was merely a corner, the energy it harbored was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving him breathless. With a sudden hum, the entire Bai Yu Lu soared out from his dantian, hovering above the surface of the water. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the base of the tower, causing the mist above the water to swirl into a vortex, drawn into the tower. The Bai Yu Lu stood only 3 inches tall and 5 inches square, yet its internal space was astonishingly vast, continuously drawing in the mist. This was the first time Yisu witnessed the true form of the Bai Yu Lu. It was completely snow-white, forged from an unknown material, existing somewhere between reality and illusion. Delicate rays of light cascaded down from the pinnacle, swirling gracefully around the tower. At each of the 4 eaves, 4 tiny dragons hung, each cradling a jade pearl in their mouths. Their tails curled around the eaves as if they were playfully swimming around them. Yisu focused intently. Yet the 4 slender dragons remained motionless, causing him to doubt whether he had imagined the sight. This Bai Yu Lu had only 1 level. It was not truly a tower, but rather a hall. The distinction between a tower and a building lies in the number of eaves, 4 for a tower and 6 for a building. Thus, Yisu was certain that this Bai Yu Lu was indeed a creation of the demonic path, without any significant difference from the Jade Tower granted by the Heavenly Path. The surface of the tower was adorned with strange patterns, resembling both script and designs, which were beyond his comprehension. The Bai Yu Lu extracted the mist at an astonishing speed, depleting the mist from the surrounding area of over 10 acres in mere breaths. Suddenly, the water in the pond surged violently, waves rising several feet high, as if a colossal beast stirred the waters beneath, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yisu's heart tightened as he gazed into the water, where a flash of red light caught his attention. The waves parted, and a massive crimson-scaled python surged from the depths, coiling upon the surface like a blazing iron, scorching the water and generating swirling white mist. This python possessed a remarkably beautiful and delicate human face, resembling a stunning young girl of 14 or 15, exuding an eerie allure. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall into the pond, and her piercing vertical eyes fixated intensely on the Bai Yu Lu above. Her ruby-red lips parted slightly, revealing a long, crimson-forked tongue that flickered with rage. The alluring python was an impressive length of 4 to 5 zhang, radiating a terrifying aura that instilled a profound sense of danger. This aura was exponentially more fearsome than that of a mountain fire spirit, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times so. A serpent demon. Yisu was filled with shock and horror. This immense python had cultivated demonic essence, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the scales on its head had transformed, morphing into a visage of beauty, enchanting and alluring. It was likely that, before long, this python would shed its serpent skin, evolving into the form of a woman, complete with arms, undoubtedly a stunning beauty with red lips and a charming face. This python had transcended mere beasthood, becoming a demon, an ethereal being. If it were merely a demon beast, even one of the 9th or 10th rank, Yisu would have confidence in escaping unscathed. As long as he discarded 2 large bronze balls and employed the speed of the Qing Yifu Wangju, even a 10th rank demon beast would not be able to pursue him. However, demons and ethereal beings surpassed the realm of beasts, akin to powerful sorcerers, their strength unfathomable. Only a sorcerer of Ma Sanbao's caliber would be worthy to contend with this enchanting python, and Yisu felt that even his chances of fleeing were exceedingly slim. The demons and ethereal beings of He Hu Ling had been driven away to Yingqiu by the sorcerers of the 3 great clans, hadn't they? How then could there be a serpent demon here? Yisu quickly deduced that this serpent demon was an aquatic creature, likely having cultivated in the depths of the water for years, evading the scrutiny of the sorcerers from the 3 great clans. The Baiyu Lu had consumed the white mist above the pond, provoking the ire of the serpent demon. This Baiyu Lu truly had a knack for causing trouble. Yisu let out a bitter laugh, making a swift decision. He abruptly shook his arms, sending the 2 large bronze balls soaring towards the forehead of the enchanting python. The python, coiled upon the water's surface, opened its mouth wide, swallowing the Baiyu Lu into its belly, and then released a torrent of crimson toxic mist. This mist, infused with its demonic essence, blazed like a massive fireball, enveloping the 2 bronze balls, which emitted a hissing sound as they corroded, melting away under the immense heat. And copper droplets plummeted into the water. Before the 2 bronze balls, each weighing 1,000 pounds, could even reach the python, they were entirely eroded, leaving only 2 rusted iron chains, which themselves had become corroded. This demonstrated the prowess of ethereal beings, far surpassing that of demon beasts. Yisu immediately discarded the iron chains, using his toes to propel himself backward at great speed. Although the cold iron chains were incredibly precious, nothing could compare to the value of his own life. Suddenly, the enchanting python turned its gaze towards Yisu, its pupils transforming, and it swiftly pursued him. With a flick of its tail, it glided 6 or 7 zhang, leaving scorched earth in its wake, as if everything had been incinerated. The python let out a fierce shriek, rapidly closing the distance to Yisu, opening its ruby-red lips wide. To his horror, the delicate lips suddenly split apart, extending back to reveal countless sharp, menacing teeth, like nails, aimed straight at Yisu. This serpent demon was immense, despite possessing a beautiful head. It was the size of a water tank, and its gaping mouth was capable of swallowing Yisu whole. He could already detect the intense stench of its breath and the potent venom emanating from its mouth. He quickly held his breath, and his body seemed to bend as he pressed flat against the ground, his sleeves flaring as if the wings of a bat, allowing him to accelerate to an extraordinary speed, gliding along the ground like a blue bat. In that moment, the Qing Yifu Wangju was executed to perfection. With a snap, the python's jaws snapped shut in empty air, the force of its breath shooting out like arrows in all directions. Missing its target, it immediately swept its tail, which resembled a glowing copper pillar, barreling towards him, leaving him no chance to evade. Just as he was about to be crushed into a pulp, a 5-inch opening suddenly appeared on the python's back, and the Baiyu Lu leisurely emerged. The tower vibrated and swelled, expanding to a size of 3 zhang in circumference and 1 zhang in height, transforming into a magnificent aerial pavilion of pure white jade. Floating above the python's head and rotating gently, matching the size of an ordinary tower, the python hastily halted, abandoning the pursuit of Yisu, and raised its gaze towards the Baiyu Lu. With a hum, the tower vibrated, unleashing waves of azure ripples directed towards the python. The python shrieked vehemently, its hair resembling aquatic algae, each strand dancing wildly. It opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of potent demonic essence, ablaze with fury, clashing with the azure ripples and generating a tremendous surge of energy. Boom! Yisu was thrown back by the shockwave, landing several zhang away, staring in astonishment. This was the first time the Baiyu Lu had emerged from within him to confront an enemy on its own. And the adversary was not a mere beast or an insignificant figure like Yi Xian or Yi Jian, but a formidable and accomplished ethereal being, a serpent demon. The demonic essence of the python was extinguished amidst the azure ripples, and it howled furiously, continuously spewing forth crimson demonic essence and venom to resist the azure waves, preventing them from descending. Yisu was fully aware that if he were to come into contact with even a trace of the demonic essence or toxic mist, it would instantly corrode his flesh and bones, reducing him to a puddle of muck. The Bai Lu seemed to be incensed by the python's defiance, vibrating incessantly as azure ripples cascaded from its pinnacle, resembling a series of rings that continuously descended. The demonic essence and toxic mist were once again extinguished, and the azure ripples forced blood to ooze from the python's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, transforming its once beautiful visage into a grotesque and terrifying sight. The beautiful python's eyes streamed with crimson streaks, its furious cries echoing in the air. Suddenly, the skin on its neck split apart, and the upper half of its serpentine skin shed, revealing a flawless, snow-white form beneath. The serpent's skin writhed as two delicate jade arms emerged from it. Observing its upper half, this python was undeniably a breathtaking beauty, captivating enough to sway nations. However, its lower half remained shrouded in serpentine skin, casting a rather eerie and sinister aura. In Chapter 26, The Flesh of the Innate, the python shed its upper skin, its power exponentially increasing, releasing a surge of demonic essence that even scorched the pebbles by the pond to a fiery red. The immense pressure from the Bai Lu compelled it to fight desperately, resulting in a successful transformation of its upper half. Yet, this breakthrough did not alleviate its dire situation. Bai Lu continued to vibrate incessantly, casting green ripples that enveloped it, rendering it incapable of expelling its demonic essence. Furthermore, this serpent demon lacked proficiency in witchcraft. Had it been adept, it would not have found itself in such a predicament. The beautiful python appeared to be under immense strain, pressed to the ground by the green waves, its jade arms straining against the earth, unable to move. As the sound of its bones creaking under the burden filled the air, when the ripples struck the ground, they shattered even the pebbles into fragments. Yisu stood at a distance, utterly astonished, witnessing the ground around the python being compressed into a large pit, as the once mighty serpent, several zhang long, began to shrink in size. The Bai Lu continued its relentless vibrations, and the python's form diminished, eventually reducing to a mere 3 feet in length, resembling a petite beauty. At last, the Bai Lu ceased its tremors, gracefully hovering in the air. Yisu approached, only to find the beautiful python lying at the bottom of the pit, its organs ruptured, blood flowing from its 7 orifices, utterly lifeless. A serpent demon, comparable to a witch, had been effortlessly slain by Bai Lu. Though the python was dead, it still exuded an aura of menace that sent chills down his spine. Yisu couldn't help but gasp. Had a witch like Ma Sanbao encountered this Jade Tower, he too would have met the same fate. Regrettably, his cultivation was too weak to harness this magnificent tower. Otherwise, even witches would stand no chance against him. Yisu sighed inwardly, while Bai Lu possessed immense power. To wield this enigmatic tower, one must at least possess the cultivation level of a witch. The tower slowly ascended, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a beam of white light and entered his dantian. Focusing inward, Yisu observed that the tower still floated within his dantian, rising and falling amidst the purple clouds, exuding an air of carefree tranquility. He attempted to activate the tower, but it seemed indifferent to his thoughts, continuing to hover in the cloud. Feeling helpless, Yisu divided a portion of his consciousness to enter Bai Lu, discovering that its space had expanded significantly, from its original area of 1 mu to that of 10 mu. The jade pool was no longer a mere footbath, but had transformed into a genuine jade pool, its waters crystal clear, resembling celestial nectar, emanating delightful fragrances. The small island within the pool had grown at least 10-fold, and the miraculous jade tree had now reached a height of about 10 zhang, its crown resembling the hand of a giant, supporting the heavens. Yisu scrutinized the towering tree, momentarily lost in thought, as he realized the tree bore a striking resemblance to his own primordial spirit. It was during his time at the Wu Bei Pavilion that the Grey Hawk Yi Fan used the Tongxin mirror to reveal his primordial spirit, leading Yisu to discover that it resembled a towering tree. Previously, the sapling within Bai Lu had been too small to discern, but after absorbing fragments of the Yin Yang Lianhua banner, it had grown, yet only to a height of 2 or 3 zhang, still unrecognizable as a specific tree species. Now, having absorbed the white mist, the jade tree had grown to 10 zhang, and Yisu finally noticed it was identical to his primordial spirit, clearly the same type of jade tree. Could it be that there exists a peculiar connection between his primordial spirit and this jade tree? The golden leaves upon the tree had also grown considerably, covered in a myriad of tiny characters, too minuscule to decipher. Yisu observed that the golden leaves continued to grow. With every increment, a new line of text appeared. Quite astonishing. The jade tree, absorbing the fragments of the yin-yang lianhua banner and the white mist, seemed to nourish the golden leaves, facilitating their growth and evolution into a celestial manuscript. The jade tree radiated a more potent vitality, infusing the Tsangming true qi, and within mere moments, Yisu's injuries had completely healed. This jade tree was akin to a miraculous elixir, capable of reviving the dead. His gains did not end there. He also acquired the beautiful python's corpse. Having evolved into an extraordinary being, with its upper half transformed, its worth had significantly increased, surpassing even that of cold iron chains. Whether for alchemy or forging witch artifacts, it represented an exceedingly rare and superior material. Most importantly, with this beautiful python, he had secured an unbeatable position in his wager against Zhou Sherwin and Fong Chun. Although their cultivation level surpassed his, they stood no chance of hunting an extraordinary being. At present, the priority remained elevating his cultivation. Since Baiyu Lu could not be utilized by him, and Yi Fong and others were searching for him. To survive in the Baiman Mountain, only his own strength could serve as the foundation. With his current strength, encountering Yi Fong and another innate expert from the Fong family would lead to certain death. Thus, he urgently needed to enhance his power. Yisu stowed the beautiful python and cold iron chains into his satchel and decided to settle by the waterfall, deep within the Heihu Ridge, near the Yingqiu Gorge. It would take several days for Yi Fong and the others to reach this place. Furthermore, the menacing aura emanating from the python's corpse deterred other beasts from approaching the pond, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. Yisu activated the Tsangming body refining technique, his true qi circulating slowly through his meridians. Baiyu Lu's absorption of such abundant white mist had brought about earth-shattering changes to his true qi, rejuvenating it and heightening its sensitivity. Through introspection, he could nearly visualize every part of his body, even the subtle injuries to his capillaries becoming vividly apparent. During this process of introspection, Yisu finally realized that his body was not as flawless as he had believed. Rather, it harbored numerous hidden ailments. Some of these ailments were remnants of minor bruises from previous injuries, while others stemmed from forcibly breaking through certain realms. There were also inherent flaws within his physique, as well as damages inflicted by exposure to the elements, causing skin pores to become clogged and his complexion to dull. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been oblivious to these hidden ailments, but at this moment, his heightened sensitivity to true qi unveiled them. Even the smallest issues, seemingly insignificant, could lead to severe consequences over time, hindering his cultivation progress and shortening his lifespan. Sooner or later, these hidden ailments would contribute to his physical decline and disease. And at that point, it would be too late to rectify them. However, now that he could perceive these hidden ailments, he could eliminate them, ensuring his body remained in a state of impeccable health. The Tsangming true qi circulated repeatedly, cleansing every corner of his body, eliminating bruises and unblocking previously obstructed pores. This process was far more arduous and intricate than merely increasing his cultivation. Elevating his cultivation required only practice, while eliminating bodily ailments demanded his utmost concentration to identify and rectify each one. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, Yisu finally opened his eyes, stood up, and exhaled a breath of stale air, gazing down at his body with a slight frown. He noticed a thick layer of grime coating his body, exuding a pungent odor. This filth resembled bloodstains and grease, clinging uncomfortably to him. Yisu leaped into the pond, cleansing himself thoroughly before donning his clothes once more. Feeling an extraordinary freshness and relief wash over him, his skin had transformed to a baby-like softness and purity, flawless in appearance, though it seemed more delicate than before. It concealed a strength far greater than ever, remaining still, yet capable of unleashing tremendous power when in motion. For the first time, he felt the air was extraordinarily refreshing, as if every pore on his body was breathing in the essence of the atmosphere while expelling the dross. With a sudden forceful punch forward, Sangming's true energy surged into his arm and palm, producing a thunderous explosion in the air. He eradicated the hidden ailments within his body, and the speed of his true energy circulation astonishingly increased by 20% compared to before. His movements flowed with instinctive ease, requiring no conscious thought, as if they had become an innate ability of his body. The swiftness of his strikes surprised even him. This indicated that his speed had accelerated, and the power of his techniques had intensified. Although his cultivation level had not significantly risen, his overall strength had made remarkable advancements. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he let out a long, continuous howl that echoed across the surroundings. Suddenly, he darted forward, skimming just above the ground, his sleeves billowing like a great bat. Before plunging into the pool of water below, gliding along the water's surface, he waved his sleeves, unleashing waves of purple true energy that propelled him forward, akin to flying. Without a single droplet of water splashing upon him, in the blink of an eye, he circled the expansive pool, and with a swift flick of his sleeves, he stood at the edge, incredulously examining his hands, surprise gleaming in his eyes. Innate. The innate stage of martial arts. This was not the innate level of cultivation, but rather the innate realm of the physical body. The Tsangming body refinement technique was truly remarkable, enabling my physical form to advance into the innate stage of martial arts ahead of schedule. The innate realm is divided into the innate cultivation and innate physicality. What is typically referred to as innate pertains to the realm of cultivation. Before his cultivation was crippled, Yisu had reached the innate stage of cultivation but had not refined his physical body to that level. It is only upon reaching the innate level of cultivation that one can utilize innate true energy to cleanse the body, expel impurities, and heal hidden ailments, thus attaining the innate state of the physical body. Yet at this moment, the situation was entirely reversed. His physical body had achieved the innate stage first, while his cultivation barely reached the 7th level, still far from the innate realm of cultivation. The innate physicality possesses an explosive power far superior to that of innate cultivation, allowing the body to accommodate greater volumes of true energy, remaining as steadfast as a rock and striking like thunder. However, few individuals endeavor to refine their physical bodies to the innate realm. Once their cultivation reaches the innate level, they typically choose to become shamans. And Yisu was no exception. After all, the prowess of a shaman far surpasses that of an innate martial artist. In comparison, the innate physicality appears exceedingly weak, and cultivating it would only hinder their progress in cultivation, resulting in a net loss. This was Yisu's first entry into the innate physical realm. A tremendous surge of confidence flooded his heart. Having advanced his physicality to the innate stage, he finally possessed the means to contend with innate masters. My earlier howl must have attracted the attention of Yi Feng and that innate powerhouse from the Feng family. They should arrive here shortly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from 3 to 4 miles away from the waterfall's pool, akin to a fierce fire igniting within the forest, with a massive serpent lurking, poised to strike. Chapter 27. Slaughtering you like a dog. An innate master from the Feng family, skilled in the red python flame technique. A fierce battle spirit surged within Yisu as a faint smile graced his lips, and a powerful aura rose to the heavens, challenging Feng He from afar. A sense of pride welled up within him. Come. I wish to see which is stronger, the innate physicality or the innate cultivation. Deep within the Black Hu Ridge's forest, Feng He, with a grim expression, leaped gracefully, his red robe billowing like flames as he swiftly approached Yisu. His true energy blazed fiercely. For days, he had scoured the area for Yisu's whereabouts, but to no avail. Yet today, Yisu suddenly appeared, radiating an overwhelming presence, boldly challenging him from a distance. A waste of a life. Instead of fleeing like a dog, he dares to challenge an innate master. Feng He, fearing Yisu might escape, quickened his pace. The air around him crackled with the aura of an innate powerhouse, escalating with each step he took, increasing his momentum as he rushed forward. Once his speed reached its zenith, a terrifying force field formed around him, and his blazing true energy coiled around him like a venomous serpent, shredding the branches and leaves that brushed against him. He was gathering strength. Once he reached Yisu's position, he could unleash a thunderous blow that would annihilate Yisu in one fell swoop. Feng He's momentum finally peaked as he arrived at the waterfall's edge, scanning for Yisu, yet finding no trace of him, igniting his fury. His true energy and momentum had reached their maximum, only to find his target vanished. Akin to a colossal force that struck into emptiness, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Could it be that this brat has fled again? Feng He's momentum began to wane, just as he heard a light chuckle echoing from the cliff. Manager Feng, how have you been? He quickly looked up to see a young man clad in blue standing atop the cliff, the wind billowing his garments, making him appear as if he might take flight. His pupils constricted, and he ground his teeth in response. Yi family's 7th young master. He was not unfamiliar with Yisu. Previously, Feng Dong had laid an ambush in the woods, intending to launch a surprise attack on Yisu and Zhou Sherwin, only to be utterly defeated by the duo. It was Feng He who had intervened, fighting fiercely alongside Yi Su and Zhou Shiwen to rescue many of the Fong family's descendants. Following that battle, Fong He became acutely aware of the terrifying potential of geniuses. At that time, he was already a seasoned innate master, while Yi Su and Zhou Shiwen were mere youngsters who had just begun to refine their family's martial arts to the 5th level. Yet, together they managed to contend with him, leaving him unscathed. Now, he realized that Yi Su was even more formidable than before. This did not imply that Yi Su's cultivation had surpassed what it was then, but rather that his mindset had undergone a profound transformation compared to those days. This transformation was exceedingly perilous. Yi Su had initially released his aura to lure him in, allowing Fong He to build his momentum to its peak before vanishing, evading his sharpness, only to reveal himself once Fong He's aura began to decline. Though Fong He seemed undamaged during this interval, it contained profound martial wisdom. Once one begins to exert force, it diminishes over time. The same applies to momentum. Fong He's aura was currently in a state of decline, while Yi Su's had yet to be fully amassed. Fong He understood clearly that they had yet to engage in combat, but in the mental struggle, he had already lost ground. If the opponent were an equally matched master, Fong He would not dare to engage and would have to retreat. Otherwise, only defeat awaited him. What good is a slight advantage in momentum? Fong He steadied himself, fixing his gaze upon Yi Su, sneering, 7th young master Yi. If you are still at the innate martial level, I would have no choice but to retreat from this battle. However, the gap between us is insurmountable, and the outcome is dictated solely by strength, which is precisely your weakness. His brows furrowed, he bellowed fiercely, 7th young master. I regret to inform you that you have killed the son of the East Master, and he has commanded me to bring you his head. Thus, you have but one fate, death. Let us just fight without all this nonsense. Yi Su howled like a massive bat, sleeves flaring as he dove from the cliff's peak, landing on a large rock in the center of the waterfall, and leaped diagonally. With his second step, he forcefully stomped on the surface of the pool, as if a hungry tiger leaping from the mountain's peak, causing the water to explode, waves surging and splashing like quicksilver. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Su moved with his hands and feet, resembling a great spider, racing across the water's surface, his aura swelling with each moment, nearly reaching its zenith. Utilizing the Yi family's superior movement technique, spider treading water, Yi Su seamlessly transitioned through 3 martial arts techniques, finally amassing his momentum to its peak. Charging toward Fong He with the force of an army, unleashing a barrage of strikes with his palms as torrents of purple Songming true energy surged down upon Fong He. Fong He let out a cold snort, displaying no fear as his body radiated a blazing innate aura. His palms met the challenge, and the aura transformed into a fiery serpent of crimson flames, stretching over 10 feet long, writhing vigorously with an unstoppable ferocity. This exemplified the prowess of a seasoned innate master who had refined his skills to their zenith, exuding a force akin to that of a shaman in full swing. Yi Xiaobao, allow me to enlighten you. Having an imposing presence is of little consequence. The disparity in our realms is far too vast. Killing you would be as effortless as slaying a mere dog. As their palms collided with a thunderous roar, the fiery serpent instantly shattered Yi Su's Songming true energy. Fong He brimmed with confidence, aware that this was the chasm of cultivation that mere talent could not bridge. However, to his astonishment, when the fiery serpent struck Yi Su's palm, it was met with a force that was incomparably more vigorous than his own Songming true energy. With a resounding crash, the serpent's head was smashed open by Yi Su's palm, exploding on impact, yet his momentum remained unyielding. With both palms surging forth, the fiery serpent exploded in segments, producing a series of muffled thuds. At last, their palms met, and Fong He felt an unimaginable force surge towards him, akin to 10 furious steeds colliding with a speeding war chariot. His footing faltered, and he could not help but stagger backward. The bones in his arms felt as though they were on the brink of shattering, and his muscles seemed to rip apart. This was pure power, an innate physical might that transcended all true energy enhancement. It overwhelmed his innate aura solely through corporeal strength. Yi Su, having built up momentum for quite some time, unleashed his innate physical strength to shatter Fong He's defenses. He finally realized he had misjudged the situation regarding Fong Zhongshan. Fong Dong was not killed by the mysterious figure lurking behind Yi Su, but rather met his demise at Yi Su's hands. With a furious roar, Yi Su's palms surged with renewed strength, propelling Fong He forward in a reckless charge. The force of his Songming true energy severed the ties holding back his hair, sending it flying wildly. Fong He could no longer stem the tide, pushed rapidly backward as though caught in a whirlwind. Their four hands clung together as their figures surged swiftly into the forest. Bang! Fang He's back collided with an ancient tree, which could only be embraced by two people, shattering with a resounding crack. Only after they passed did the tree begin to topple. Crack! Crack! Fang He continued to crash through ancient trees, yet still could not halt his downward spiral. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his white hair flying chaotically, filled with both shock and anger. He had boasted before Fang Zhongshan, claiming that killing Yi Su would be as easy as slaying a dog, yet now, in direct confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. Though his cultivation was indeed superior to Yi Su's, in sheer physical strength, Yi Su held an overwhelming advantage. This outcome was utterly intolerable to him. Suddenly, Fang He sensed a slight waning in the power emanating from Yi Su's hands, causing a surge of delight within him. His expression twisted into a snarl as he declared, "Boy, I thought you could unleash your strength indefinitely. It seems you are fatigued now? This is the gap between us that cannot be bridged. Once I regain my breath, your death will be imminent." Before Fang He could finish his taunt, Yi Su's palm erupted with an even more formidable force, surpassing the previous intensity. Boom! Their hands separated, and Fang He was nearly propelled away by this overwhelming might. He retreated rapidly, his toes barely touching the ground, creating crater after crater beneath him as he struggled to dissipate the irresistible force. If he could successfully absorb this power, he might regain his footing and revive his momentum. However, just as Fang He had not fully mitigated the immense force, he abruptly collided with something hard behind him, causing his heart to race. This was dire. Behind him loomed a massive boulder weighing over 10 tons. When Fang He crashed into it, the stone cracked with a loud snap. He felt as though his insides were being crushed. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, reddening his face as he swallowed it back down. "Fang He, did you not claim that killing me would be akin to slaying a dog?" Yi Su sneered, charging forth like a whirlwind, his violet palm power crashing down upon Fang He. In a state of panic and horror, Fang He quickly summoned all his true energy to confront the onslaught, yet he was still unable to withstand Yi Su's overwhelming force. The boulder behind them finally succumbed to the impact and split asunder. Fang He, unable to maintain his balance, tumbled backward, spitting out blood mid-air. Fang He, who was now the one being likened to a mere dog. Yi Su pressed on, suppressing his injuries as he hefted a massive stone and leapt, aiming to bring it down upon Fang He with fierce intent. Just as Fang He landed, he beheld Yi Su soaring with the boulder, wielding it like a hammer aimed directly at him. Terrified, he summoned all his true energy once more to meet the impending blow. Crack! The boulder shattered into fragments beneath his palm strength, sending debris flying as a violet hand descended, colliding heavily with Fang He's palm. Unable to hold back, Fang He expelled another stream of blood, which ignited upon contact with the air, fueled by his Tsangming true energy. Yi Su's attacks came in rapid succession, each strike like a relentless storm, leaving Fang He no opportunity to catch his breath. This young man in blue, who appeared calm and collected in everyday life, transformed into a relentless combat machine, unleashing an unending barrage of assaults. Fang He had initially believed that Yi Su's cultivation had been crippled, making him an easy target to manipulate, which is why he had boasted so brazenly before Fang Zhongshan. Yet, this once soft fruit had turned into an unyielding stone, one that he could not bite into, but instead risked shattering his own teeth. Could it be that this young man had consumed some miraculous elixir, fortifying his body to such an extent that he could directly confront Fang He's innate aura? Fang He, spitting blood, was filled with astonishment. Yi Su, too, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, heat radiating through his meridians as Fang He's Tsangming true energy invaded them, even igniting his own Tsangming true energy. His innate physical strength was indeed formidable, but Fang He's innate aura was equally so. With Yi Su's mastery of the Tsangming body refining technique at the 7th level, he could hardly withstand the onslaught, had he not cultivated his innate physical body. Seizing the initial advantage with sheer momentum, he likely would not have been a match for Fang He. The innate physical body belonged to the realm of external prowess, while the innate aura was a manifestation of internal mastery. There was no inherent superiority between the two states of being. Yi Su had just mastered his physical strength, while Fang He had already attained the realm of refining energy into aura. Thus a disparity remained between them, though it was not as vast as Fang He had imagined. With the upper hand now in his grasp, Fang He realized he had no hope of turning the tide, forced to endure the relentless assault. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, sweeping his leg in a wide arc that severed an ancient tree in two, and with a roar, He seized the trunk and hurled it towards Fong He. Fong He shouted in fury, striking down with a palm like a blade, causing the tree to break apart. Igniting the end of the stump with his blazing, sungming true energy, Yi Su, wielding the other end of the tree, struck fiercely towards Fong He. The flames roaring higher still, their palms met at either end of the tree, unleashing a torrent of power. Fong He staggered backward, the tree splintering under the tremendous force, disintegrating into fine wood shavings. Buzz! The wood shavings ignited in the air, forming a colossal fireball of terrifying heat. Suddenly, the fireball burst apart, and a violet hand shot out from the flames, crashing down heavily upon Fong He's chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the forest. Fong He was struck and sent flying, landing several zhang away, quickly flipping over to rise again, though he stumbled and fell to the ground. Yi Su's blow had shattered 6 of his ribs and disrupted all of his vital channels, severing his life force. As the fireball gradually extinguished, Fong He looked up to see Yi Su emerging slowly from the flames in a blue robe. A flicker of purple energy flashing across his face before he returned to his normal state, his complexion slightly pale. I have achieved the innate realm for 26 years. Yet I never expected to be outmatched by the 7th young master of the Yi family. Yi Xiaobao of the Yi family is indeed a prodigy, his reputation well-deserved. Blood flowed continuously from Fong He's mouth, dripping onto his chest, as a malicious glint appeared in his eyes. He sneered, "But Yi Xiaobao, I fear you are gravely injured as well. At Heihu Ridge, there are others who wish to kill you besides me." Yi Fang's cultivation far surpasses mine, and has already reached the realm of outer qi manifestation. He will arrive soon, and in your current state, you will meet only death. Yi Su suppressed the blood surging in his throat and replied calmly, "Fong He, you are already dead. Why concern yourself with my affairs?" Fong He's face turned ashen as he struggled to rise, adjusting his clothing before suddenly kneeling in the direction of the Fong family in Liuzhou, prostrating himself with heavy bows. "Master, this old servant is inept and cannot avenge the young master. Please forgive me." Just as he finished speaking, Fong He suddenly leaped toward Yi Su, shouting fiercely, "Yi Xiaobao, even if I die, I will not let you have it easy." Yi Su stood motionless, allowing him to charge. Before Fong He could reach him, flames erupted from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, consuming him in an instant and reducing him to ashes. His Qi Mang Lai Hua Gong had been cultivated to the innate realm, condensing Qi into a formidable force. After his vital channels were shattered by Yi Su, the blazing true Qi surged uncontrollably like a wild horse, incinerating his body completely. A few sparks flew past Yi Su's ear, as a generation of innate experts was reduced to mere ashes. Yi Su sighed inwardly, recalling Fong He's unwavering loyalty to Fong Zhongshan, which reminded him of his own childhood servant, Su Fu, who had cared for him meticulously. Su Fu had also shown him profound loyalty, taking care of him with great attention. Knowing his time was limited, he had gone to the countryside to bring Su Qiao back, so she could care for Yi Su in his stead. When Yi Su's parents passed away, he was too young to understand grief, but after years of companionship, he had long regarded Su Fu as a family member. Su Fu's death finally allowed him to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Rest assured, Su Lao, as long as I draw breath, I will protect Qiao for life, ensuring she suffers no harm. Yi Su leaped into the air, leaving the forest and sprinting into the distance. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as Yi Fong, Yi Bin, and others rode swiftly through the woods, closing in on him. Yi Su felt a sinking sensation. Yi Fong and the others had finally arrived, and within him, the true Qi left by Fong He was still rampaging, disrupting his inner energy. If only he had a little time, he could expel the foreign Qi, but alas, Yi Fong and the others would not grant him the opportunity to heal. Yi Bin and the others drew their bows, arrows whistling toward him. Yi Su suppressed the Qi Mang Lai Hua true Qi and, like a great bat, nimbly evaded the incoming arrows as he darted forward. Yi Fong chuckled ominously. "Seventh young master, why bother? There's no escape. With 2 days until the hunting festival concludes, do you think you can run without food or drink for 2 days?" Yi Fong laughed heartily, his injuries still troubling him as he coughed, causing his fractured ribs to ache. "Old Seven, you are indeed fortunate. Even Fong He couldn't kill you. However, to die at the hands of your brothers is a twisted kind of fortune." Unaware that Fong He had perished, he believed Yi Su had fled in defeat, thus reveling in his misfortune. Yi Xian shook his head, cackling. "The Green Mountains bury loyal souls, even in death. The bones of heroes emit fragrance. Seventh brother, I see no need for you to flee. This picturesque place is your burial ground, your resting place." Yi Bin roared with laughter, praising, 13th brother, you are truly talented. What a fine poem you have composed. The group erupted in laughter, viewing Yi Su as mere prey waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Jian's mount, renowned for its speed, surged ahead, quickly approaching Yi Su, drawing his bow to shoot at Yi Su's back. Had he known that Fong was slain by Yi Su, he would never have dared to come so close. Old 7, we will kill you like a dog. Rest assured, after you die, I will take care of your lovely little maid, letting her stay in my bed. Before Yi Jian could finish, a shadow flew in, piercing through his skull, and the tremendous force hurled him from his horse, pinning him firmly against a tree. The corners of Yi Jian's mouth still held a smile, completely unaware of his demise. Old 9 is dead, Yi Xian cried out in shock, nearly tumbling from his saddle. Yi Bin and the others quickly reined in their mounts, gazing upward to see a tree branch, the thickness of a thumb, protruding from Yi Jian's skull. A chill creeping into their hearts. Yi Su had casually snapped off a branch and flung it with such speed that it outpaced an arrow, effortlessly killing Yi Jian, an exhibit of terrifying prowess. Yi Feng's expression darkened, coldly warning, young masters, do not approach him. Yi Feng and Yi Xian shivered, daring not to pursue any further. Yi Bin, confident in his mastery of the Tsangming Lian Tiju to the 8th level, believed Yi Su could not harm him. Riding alongside Yi Feng as they chased after Yi Su, shouting, Yi Xiaobao, you have killed Yi Jian. This is a capital offense. Will you not stop and accept your fate? Yi Su sprinted furiously, sneering, second brother, you are too naive. Do you think you can kill me while expecting me to submit without resistance? Yi Feng snorted coldly, declaring, second young master, no need to waste words. He has killed 9th young master and is already mad. Even the lord of the manor cannot protect him. The two galloped forward, hooves pounding fiercely as they closely pursued Yi Su. Yi Feng's killing intent surged as he suddenly leaped from his horse, moving faster than the steed itself, rapidly closing in on Yi Su. Yi Su's act of killing Yi Jian played perfectly into Yi Feng's hands. Even if the manor lord Yi Si Dao learned of Yi Su's death at his hands, he would have no words to say. Yi Feng finally reached Yi Su's rear, his true chi vibrating as he struck towards Yi Su's back. His palms sank inward, creating a void. Although his force was projected forward, the air before him inexplicably collapsed toward his palm, forming a vacuum with tremendous suction. This was the Yi family's ultimate technique. Qian Kuan Shou. The essence of Qian Kuan Shou lies in condensing all power within the palm, withholding it until the moment of impact, releasing it with devastating force to vanquish the enemy. Yi Feng had earned his reputation due to this martial art. Yi Su turned and struck with a fist, colliding with Yi Feng's palm, and the two forces erupted, sending a gale that sliced through the air. Yi Su grunted, blood spurting from his mouth as he was propelled several zhang away, landing and immediately scampering off like a great spider. Yi Feng's body involuntarily swayed, astonished. He had intended to kill Yi Su with a single blow but had not anticipated that Yi Su could withstand his Qian Kuan Shou, striking the strongest point and shattering his expectations with sheer force. The innate physical body. In just a few days, this young man had actually cultivated to the realm of the innate physical body. Yi Feng found it hard to believe. His understanding far surpassed that of Feng He, and he suddenly realized Yi Su had attained the innate physical body level. Only by reaching the innate realm could one possibly cultivate the innate physical body. Yet how could this seemingly weak youth have accomplished such a feat? Chapter 29. Breaking through the bottleneck. Yi Feng's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. The innate realm is divided into 4 stages: condensing qi into a form, releasing qi externally, innate physicality, and the innate dominance body. Attaining the innate physicality is a prerequisite for reaching the realm of innate dominance body. He had been trapped in the stage of releasing qi externally for over a decade, unable to cultivate the innate dominance body due to the decay of his aged body, which hindered his ability to refine himself to the innate level. To his astonishment, the realm he had longed for appeared in Yi Su. With a grimace, Yi Feng sped past towering trees in pursuit of Yi Su. Even if this boy could not become a shaman, he could still elevate his martial arts to the pinnacle of the Tsangming dominance body. Soon, he might surpass me. And while he is yet to fully mature, he must be eliminated to avert future troubles. This old dog, Yi Feng, is surprisingly formidable, truly deserving of being one of the top 10 innate experts of the Yi family South Outer Court. Yi Su's gaze flickered as he raced ahead. After only one exchange with Yi Feng, he was further injured and quickly assessed that Yi Feng's strength surpassed Feng He's, likely having already reached the stage of releasing qi externally. Even in peak condition, he would not be a match for Yi Feng. My injuries are not severe. As White Jade Tower is here, they will heal swiftly. However, expelling the invasive foreign, true qi from my body will require considerable effort. Having only cultivated the Tsangming refinement technique to the 7th level, he was indeed skilled among his peers. Yet he fell short compared to the seasoned innate masters like Fang He and Yi Fang, whose true qi had already infiltrated his meridians. If it were ordinary true qi, Yi Su could easily dispel it, but these two streams were innate qi, potent and formidable. Based on his prior experience, it would take an entire day to thoroughly expel them. If only the drywood Jiao were here, I could flee effortlessly. Yi Fang would not stand a chance. Alas, the drywood Jiao seems to have vanished. The immediate priority is to eliminate the foreign true qi in my body and secure a means of survival. As Yi Su dashed forward, he gradually activated the Tsangming true qi within him. The Tsangming true qi clashed violently with the two streams of innate qi, intertwining in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. The quality of the innate qi far surpassed ordinary true qi. If an ordinary person were to have their meridians invaded by innate qi, they would likely suffer a catastrophic rupture and perish. Yet, at this moment, he had already entered the realm of innate physicality, rendering his meridians exceptionally resilient and his body incredibly robust. Despite the intense confrontation of the three types of true qi, his meridians remained capable of enduring the strain. This is the formidable aspect of innate physicality. Suddenly, he sensed that the two streams of innate qi battling against the Tsangming true qi seemed to weaken slightly, while the Tsangming true qi surged in strength. He paused in surprise. Upon calming his mind and observing closely, he realized this was no illusion. His Tsangming true qi was indeed growing rapidly. In a brief span, the purple clouds in his dantian increased from 600 to 650. Moreover, this number continued to rise swiftly. Could it be that the Tsangming true qi is refining these innate qi? It then dawned on him that the Tsangming true qi was not merely expelling the two streams of innate qi, but rather tearing them apart and enveloping them, infusing boundless vitality into the innate qi, assimilating the two streams into Tsangming true qi. Yi Su found this hard to believe. Innate qi ranks just below the essence of shamans. Even upon reaching the innate realm, refining another's innate qi is exceedingly difficult. To think that his Tsangming true qi could consume and refine two innate qi of differing attributes. Although the quality of his Tsangming true qi was not on par with innate qi, it was not far off. The refined Tsangming true qi was exceptionally pure. Even possessing faint characteristics of innate qi, its potency surpassing that of the original Tsangming true qi. This situation entirely exceeded his martial understanding. If he were to speak of it, others would dismiss him as a dreamer, utterly incredulous. Yi Fang pursued once more, surrounded by countless azure butterflies, enveloping Yi Su. The great thousand-leaf hand. He was the favored servant of Yi Simin, the chief steward of the inner court, granted access to the Yi family's martial arsenal to study various martial arts. Aside from the Tsangming refinement technique, he was almost proficient in all the martial arts of the Yi family, more knowledgeable than Yi Su. Yi Su turned, summoning purple butterflies that danced in succession, clashing against the great thousand-leaf hand. The azure and purple butterflies annihilated one another with explosive sounds, the residual energy from their encounter shooting forth like a hail of arrows, creating a cacophony of blasts as the towering ancient trees on either side were riddled with holes from the shockwaves. A seventh-tier demon beast resembling a rhinoceros, drawn by the noise, charged from the forest. Before it could close in, it was reduced to shreds by the residual energy from their clash, crashing to the ground. Yi Su coughed blood. His body propelled backward as he expelled the clotted blood from his lungs, feeling invigorated, his injuries having somewhat improved. Yi Fang's countenance darkened as he hastened his pursuit. In his view, Yi Su had already sustained significant injuries from his prior battle with Fang He and was now further wounded by his attack. With his great thousand-leaf hand, he was certain he could crush him beneath his palm. To his surprise, not only did Yi Su withstand his great thousand-leaf hand, but he also appeared to have improved significantly, managing to escape with composure. He could never have anticipated that Yi Su would be capable of refining innate qi, transforming his and Fang He's innate qi into his own cultivation. Seventh young master, let's see how much blood you have left to cough up. Yi Fang sneered, shrinking the distance with rapid strides, his hands morphing into two golden pythons, twisting and coiling toward Yi Su with the golden serpent binding technique. He intended to ensnare Yi Su with the golden serpent binding technique and drag him to his demise. Yi Su remained silent, akin to a green-winged bat. gliding close to the ground to evade the grasp of the golden serpent binding technique. The innate qi that had invaded his meridians continuously transformed into Tsangming true qi. After refining the innate qi, the purple clouds in his dantian surged to an astonishing 999. At that moment, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Tsangming refinement technique, true qi surging within him, yet he could not break through to the 8th level. As if obstructed by an invisible barrier, the Tsangming true qi surged, repeatedly assaulting that barrier. Yisu could distinctly feel it loosening under his onslaught. On the verge of yielding to his entry into the 8th level, yet he remained unable to breach it. As if only a minuscule amount of power was needed for the breakthrough, he charged against the barrier time and again, facing failure repeatedly, yet undeterred. He continued to propel his true qi forward. Yifang caught up once more, his palm emanating an eerie azure hue, as if forged from bronze. Striking fiercely at his back, the force of his palm created a gust that nearly solidified the air. Yisu turned to meet Yifang's strike with the diamond demon suppression technique, causing him to stagger and retreat. Seizing the moment, he utilized Yifang's innate qi to launch another assault on the 8th level barrier. The barrier quaked violently, seeming on the verge of collapsing. Yet after a brief moment, it gradually stabilized. At this juncture, the quantity of his true qi had reached its limit. Refining innate qi could no longer enhance his cultivation. He had to break through the barrier to ascend to the next realm, enabling a meteoric rise in his power. Yifang, is that all the strength you possess? Yisu taunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yifang's face turned a ghastly shade of blue with anger as he strode forward, delivering another fierce strike. Shaking the air like thunder, sneering, "Little brat, do you not know how to write the word death? You old dog, perhaps you should die first to teach me." Yisu replied, bracing himself for another impact, spitting blood once more as the barrier trembled violently, showing signs of yielding, and he continued to mock relentlessly. Yifang's expression twisted in rage as he unleashed all his innate qi, pressing down on Yisu like a torrent, intent on turning him into pulp. Boom. Yisu received the blow, his body involuntarily sent flying through the air. The barrier was finally shattered, and a sudden thunderous roar echoed in his ears. His entire being trembled as torrents of surging Tsangming true energy surged into his meridians, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, flowing relentlessly throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, this true energy circulated countless cycles, continuously nourishing and strengthening him, before crashing down into his dantian. His dantian resembled a vast ocean, absorbing all the true energy, embracing myriad streams. In no time, clusters of purple clouds rapidly formed, swirling around the Jade Tower, moving in and out. The number of purple clouds in his dantian had astonishingly surpassed 1,000, signifying that he had finally broken through and successfully entered the 8th realm of the Tsangming body refinement technique. Having just overcome this barrier, the purple clouds continued to grow frantically, propelled by extreme suppression and the refining of Yifang's innate qi. The number of purple clouds increased to over 1,300 before finally ceasing. At this moment, Yisu had just landed, unable to contain himself. He let out a long roar, akin to a fierce tiger breaking free, echoing through the mountains for an extended period. Yifang's expression changed dramatically with his experience. He could clearly see that Yisu had made significant progress, leaping into the 8th realm of the Tsangming body refinement technique. It was noteworthy that Yi Jia's second young master, Yi Bin, who was 6 years older than Yisu and possessed only slightly lesser talent than Yisu and Yifeng, had only just reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Moreover, this was not Yisu's first entry into the 8th realm. It was the second time he had achieved this level after losing all his cultivation. Since his failed promotion to a shaman in the Wubbage, it had only been a month, and in that brief period, he had managed to cultivate back to the 8th realm of the Tsangming body refinement technique. Such speed and such monstrous talent could only be described as demonic. Not only that, but he had also astonishingly cultivated his physical body to the innate level. At this moment, his strength was undeniably the strongest among the Yi family disciples. And even Yi Bin might not be his match. He had borrowed from my innate qi, thus enabling him to break through the 8th realm. Yifeng suddenly realized. A mix of shock and anger surged within him, feeling it hard to believe. Innate qi is unmatched. Even innate experts cannot easily refine another's qi. How could this kid possibly refine my innate qi? Yisu, with the cultivation of the 7th realm of the Tsangming body refinement technique, refining his innate qi to the external release stage, had already surpassed his understanding of common sense. Since I have seen through your methods, I will certainly not allow you to borrow even a fraction of my qi. Yifang's body trembled as he unleashed his innate aura, radiating like an immeasurable ocean, firmly enveloping Yisu. Suddenly, he slashed his palm forward, and a massive blade of qi howled down toward Yisu. Innate blade qi. He was determined to kill Yisu, finally employing the highest technique of qi externalization, the innate blade qi, condensing the qi into a blade, leaving Yisu with no leverage, aiming to cleave him in two. His cultivation had not yet reached the level of freely wielding qi as a blade. But this strike already bore several similarities to Ma Sanbao's vitality palm, comparable to sorcery. Yisu felt that this strike contained a terrifying and suffocating power that he could not possibly withstand, instilling a sense of danger that surpassed even his previous encounter with Ma Sanbao's vitality palm. This was not to say that Yifang's power surpassed that of Ma Sanbao. Rather, Ma Sanbao had merely been testing him, harboring no intent to kill and using only a fraction of his strength, while Yifang was fully committed to this strike, intent on ending his life. Yisu dashed forward swiftly, covering several zhang in an instant. The blade qi grazed his back, slicing through his blue robe and leaving a deep wound. Even with his innate physical body, he could not withstand the power of this strike. Yifang hurriedly pursued, the blade qi sweeping horizontally. Yisu leaped into the air, the massive blade qi brushing past his feet, severing a towering ancient tree that could only be embraced by 6 or 7 people. Yifang momentarily paused, unable to unleash the innate blade qi continuously, as the exertion had already taken its toll, revealing the staggering consumption of the innate blade qi. The two raced forward in swift succession, as fast as eagles. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Heihu Ridge, rising into the sky, dense and heavy, as if a new mountain had suddenly appeared among the majestic peaks. Yisu's heart stirred. Put to Ba Ti Shingong. That fellow Zhou Shiwen had also come to Heihu Ridge for the hunt, even breaking through to the innate realm of martial arts with the assistance of the pressure from the demonic beasts. Before this aura could dissipate, another surge of energy erupted 5 or 6 li away, blazing like a raging fire, engulfing everything. Jiuyang Laihua Shingong. Fang Chun had also successfully broken through, achieving the innate realm of martial arts. Yisu thought to himself, these two are indeed the pride of the Zhou and Fang families, almost simultaneously stepping into the innate realm. After this hunting festival, they would undoubtedly become shamans. Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen immediately recognized each other, releasing 2 powerful auras of battle intent, challenging one another. Yisu also unleashed his own aura, resonating with the innate energies of the two. Their interest in Yisu evidently surpassed that directed toward each other, and they swiftly made their way toward him. Yifang laughed heartily, mocking, 7th young master. Are you intentionally provoking the geniuses of the Zhou and Fang families to hasten your demise? In Liuzhou City, the Zhou, Fang, and Yi families stood as 3 pillars of the shamanic clans, with the Yi family holding the most power. The Zhou and Fang families allied against the Yi family, making them adversaries. In Yifang's eyes, Yisu was deliberately inviting Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun to his own death. After a few breaths, Zhou Shiwen suddenly appeared before Yisu, his aura towering like a mountain, blocking his path. He scrutinized Yisu from head to toe, sneering, Yi Xiaobao. It has only been a few days since we last met, yet your face is as pale as that little white face Fang Chun. Damn it. Quickly share your skincare secrets, and I will spare your life. Yisu halted, smiling. Brother Zhou, it is not my face that is pale, but rather yours that is too dark. Damn it. Little white face uses such excuses. Zhou Shiwen cursed. Yifang's heart swelled with joy as he stood not far behind, calm and collected, smiling. Thank you, young Master Zhou, for blocking this kid's path. How about we join forces and eliminate Yi Xiaobao together? Yisu replied nonchalantly, Yifang, are you a dog of the Yi family or a dog of the Zhou family? You dare to plan to ally with someone from the Zhou family against a disciple of the Yi family. Yifang's expression darkened, and he sneered, you little brat, daring to be stubborn even when death is imminent. Young Master Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Shiwen chuckled, I too am curious. Is Yifang really a dog of the Yi family or a dog of my Zhou family? By the way, my Zhou family's dogs do not have the habit of biting their masters. Hey, little white face, is this dog of yours from the Fang family? Yifang's face turned ashen with rage. A gentle breeze rustled, and a figure in white appeared, standing atop a treetop, elegant and unblemished. Yifang's eyes brightened, and he called out loudly, young Master Fang, you deal with the Zhou family's brat, and I will handle Yi Xiaobao. Once I have killed Yi Xiaobao, I will come to assist you in removing your formidable opponent. Fang Chun elegantly opened his folding fan, fanning it lightly, and coldly replied, My Fong family may not be the most accomplished, but we would never ally with a dog that cannot be tamed. You three surnamed servants, are you insulting my dignity? Yi Fong, trembling with rage, found himself momentarily speechless. He could not comprehend the deep-seated pride within these prodigies, for Zhou Sherwen and Fong Chun. Teaming up against Yi Su was nothing short of an insult. He harbored the desire to eliminate both of them, but dared not act. Setting aside the fact that Zhou Sherwen and Fong Chun represented the might of the Zhou and Fong families, the strength of these two alone left him with no chance of victory. Both of them practiced the finest martial arts of their respective clans, far surpassing the techniques he had mastered. With two innate experts, along with Yi Su, who had reached the innate physical body level, he could not guarantee victory. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Yi Bin finally arrived, exclaiming loudly, "Chief Steward, just take action. You entangle those two, and I shall eliminate Yi Su." Yi Fong felt a stir in his heart and slowly shook his head. In the past, Yi Bin might have had the qualifications to confront Yi Su, but at this moment, the latter had already mastered the innate physical body and cultivated the Tsang Ming Lian Ti Ju to the 8th level. Yi Bin was simply no match. Zhou Sherwen chuckled, "Young master, it appears your standing among the Yi family is rather poor. Since you are so unfavored, why not marry my sister and join the Zhou family?" Fong Chun descended gracefully from the treetops, his folding fan fluttering as he smiled. "Brother Zhou, can your sister truly hold her own?" "Brother Yi, the daughters of the Fong family are all as beautiful as celestial beings. If you are considering marriage, perhaps you should contemplate the Fong family." Yi Su forced a smile. It was one thing for Zhou Sherwen to jest, but even the usually aloof Fong Chun was joining in. Seeing the three once again disregard him, Yi Bin's fury ignited. He dismounted, extending his hand like an eagle's claw, aiming for Yi Su's neck with a deadly intent. The Funjin Lai Ho show he executed was incomparable to that of Yi Xian. Having reached the pinnacle of severing gold and jade, his 5 fingers gleaming like pure gold, Yi Bin was confident that this strike would surely rip Yi Su's throat apart. Eradicating this persistent threat, the treacherous horseman had conspired with the Zhou and Fong families to murder Yi Jian and target the Yi family's offspring, a crime deserving of death. I now represent the entire Yi family in eliminating you. This traitor lurking within. Represent the Yi family? Do you possess that qualification? Yi Su raised an eyebrow, uninterested in employing any profound martial arts like the Daiqian Yi Shou. He too utilized the Funjin Lai Ho Shou, his fingers forged like purple gold, surpassing Yi Bin's prowess. Both wielded the same technique, yet in their initial encounter, Yi Bin's fingers audibly snapped, broken in an instant. Coughing, Yi Bin desperately clung to Yi Su's right hand, gripping his throat, his face reddening, eyes wide with terror, legs flailing. Yi Su had seized his throat, sealing his dantian and all meridians with Tsang Ming true energy, rendering him incapable of deploying his abilities. With a mere flick of Yi Su's finger, he could shatter his throat. In a single move, he had been defeated by Yi Su, his life entirely at the mercy of the latter. Fong Chun and Zhou Sherwen's eyes lit up, stepping forward simultaneously, a surge of fierce battle intent emanating from their bodies, directed at Yi Su. Though these two prodigies did not regard Yi Bin highly, they were acutely aware of his strength. As the second son of the Yi family, having cultivated the Tsang Ming Lian Ti Ju to its 8th pinnacle, Yi Bin was exceptionally formidable, and even they found it challenging to defeat him in a single blow. However, to their astonishment, Yi Bin fell to Yi Su in one strike, akin to a chick being grasped by the neck, his life entirely under Yi Su's control. Did this not imply that Yi Su had reached a level comparable to an innate martial artist, thus qualifying him to engage with them? Yi Fong felt both astonished and furious. Despite understanding Yi Su's capabilities, he did not anticipate Yi Bin's swift defeat. He stepped forward, innate vigor swirling around him, forming a vortex that rustled his garments ominously. Yet, he concealed his hands behind his back, harboring malicious intent, coldly stating, "Seventh young master, release the second young master at once, or do you wish to be expelled from the Yi residence, hunted down by the Yi family?" Yi Su smiled faintly, loosening his grip. Seizing the moment as Yi Bin's body descended, Yi Fong struck fiercely at Yi Su's chest. Finally grounded, Yi Bin inhaled deeply, raising his palm to slap Yi Su's face, his expression contorted with rage. "You little wretch, if you dare, kill me." With a single hand, Yi Su seized his throat again, countering Yi Fong's palms. Yi Fong, taken aback, hurriedly attempted to dissipate the energy in his palms, but consumed by hatred for Yi Su, he exerted all his strength, unable to fully release his power. Bang! Bang! Before Yi Bin could finish his words, Yi Su once more clutched his throat. He was struck by 2 heavy blows from Yi Fong, spitting blood and turning pale, utterly exhausted. Although Yi Fong had dissipated most of his energy, a portion still struck Yi Bin's back, fracturing 3 of his ribs and delivering a severe blow. As if discarding a rag, Yi Su tossed him aside. Smiling, Chief Steward Yi Fong, you nearly killed the second young master. Do you wish to be expelled from the Yi residence and hunted down by the Yi family? He turned to Yi Bin, eyes glinting with murderous intent, casually saying, Second brother, seeing you in such agony, why not allow your younger brother to send you off? Chapter 31. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Bin shivered, realizing Yi Su was not jesting. He genuinely might take his life. He hastily struggled to rise, hiding behind Yi Fong. Yi Fong, startled and enraged, could no longer suppress the murderous intent boiling within him, his aura surging to its peak, overwhelming all in its path. Zhou Shiwen and Fong Chun exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison, standing alongside Yi Su, their combined might soaring to the heavens, countering Yi Fong's oppressive energy. Yi Fong's face darkened, coldly stating, Young masters, do not compel this old servant to act. Otherwise, if harm befalls your precious bodies, it would be quite embarrassing. Fong Chun lightly waved his folding fan, replying with a serene smile. Even if Yi Xiaobao must perish, he can only do so at my hands. Dying at the hands of an old dog? That would be beneath my dignity. Zhou Shiwen chuckled in agreement. Indeed. I would regret for life not being able to face Yi Xiaobao in battle. Yi Fong's complexion turned ashen, his murderous intent surging as he secretly calculated whether to eliminate all 3 of them. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from behind him, chuckling, Brother Yi Fong, at your age, do you dare to strike at the younger generation? Why not let us old bones spar with you instead? Turning around, Yi Fong saw 3 elderly men hastily approaching. They were the outer sect stewards sent by the Zhou and Fong families to protect their respective heirs. His expression darkened as he forced a smile, saying, it is Brother Zhou Bin, Zhou Fan, and Fong Jun. I would never dream of clashing with the young masters. That was merely a jest. Fong Chun and Zhou Shiwen were prodigies of the Zhou and Fong families, respectively, and their families placed immense importance on them. As soon as they emitted their innate energy and challenged each other, these outer sect stewards had rushed to prevent a confrontation. Understanding that with the appearance of the outer sect stewards, he had lost the opportunity to kill Yi Su, Yi Fong realized that if he acted, Zhou Shiwen and Fong Chun would not stand idly by. They would intervene, and with Yi Su, who had reached innate mastery, there would be 6 innate experts attacking him simultaneously. Although Yi Fong had cultivated to the level of energy projection, he was still self-aware. Yi Xiaobao conspired with outsiders to murder 9th young master Yi Jian. After this hunting festival, I must report this to the inner court, and it would be justifiable to execute him. Yi Fong mused darkly. Yi Su had indeed violated family rules by killing Yi Jian, and according to the Yi family's regulations, this was a capital offense, leaving even the head of the house, Yi Sadeo, with no recourse. The outer sect steward Fong Jun suddenly stepped forward, fixing a piercing gaze on Yi Su, solemnly asking, 7th young master of the Yi family, may I inquire about Fong He's whereabouts? Fong Qin frowned slightly, glancing at him in confusion. Fong Jun immediately whispered, 3rd young master, Yi Xiaobao killed young master Dong by the clear water river. Fong He, under the orders of Lord Zhongshan, was to eliminate Yi Su during the hunting festival, yet he has not been seen. I fear he may have met with misfortune. Though his voice was low, all present were experts, and his words were clearly heard. 6 pairs of eyes immediately turned to Yi Su, and Yi Fong, who had intended to assist Yi Bin in leaving, abruptly halted. Zhou Bin murmured, did not the 7th young master of the Yi family become a waste? With his current cultivation, could he truly eliminate Fong Dong? Zhou Fan shook his head and remarked, from what Fong Jun indicates, even Fong He may fall by his hand. This seems far-fetched, doesn't it? It appears we need not await the internal court's intervention. This brat, Yi Su, might soon be dealt with by the Fong family. Yi Fong felt a surge of joy within. Yi Su, oblivious to the gazes directed at him, calmly declared, Chief Steward Fong Jun has guessed correctly. The Chief Steward Fong He of your esteemed house has indeed met his demise at my hands. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Fong Jun's eyes glinted with murderous intent, while Zhou Bin and Zhou Fan exchanged furtive glances. Previously, they had dismissed Yi Su, but upon hearing of Fong He's death at his hands, they could not suppress their murderous instincts. The Yi family, along with the Zhou and Fong families, were the 3 great ancient clans, with the Yi family holding the most power. If they could eliminate Yi Su, the Yi family would inevitably decline, especially after Yi Dao's passing, leaving them without a successor. Fong Qin's eyes gleamed with ambition, and Zhou Shiwen appeared eager, exuding a chilling aura. Fong He was a congenital master among the Fong family servants, and his death at Yi Su's hands implied that Yi Su had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. While others might doubt such a claim, Yi Su, with his pride, would never fabricate a story like this. Initially, they had only intended to compete with Yi Su to test their martial skills, but now, genuine murderous intent simmered within them. Though they shared camaraderie, they were also rivals, honing themselves under each other's pressure. However, should the opportunity arise to eliminate one another, they would show no mercy. In that instant, Yi Su felt as though he had plunged into a pack of wolves, surrounded by predatory gazes that seemed ready to tear him apart. Yet, the relations between the Zhou and Fong families were delicate, marked by mutual suspicion, preventing any immediate action as they hesitated, hoping the other would strike first and spare their own families from the wrath of the Yi family. Yi Su smiled faintly. Despite appearing perilously exposed, he was, in fact, quite safe. If he were to leave now, they would undoubtedly not hinder him, but would certainly send someone to pursue him in secret. Thus, remaining amidst them was, in fact, the most prudent choice. After a prolonged silence, neither the Zhou nor the Fong family members made a move, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the distance, a voice so enchanting and beguiling that it dispelled their murderous thoughts, leaving them inexplicably parched and their hearts ablaze. The crowd collectively exhaled, momentarily setting aside their animosity toward Yi Su, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhou Sherwin scratched his disheveled hair, perplexed. That voice belongs to a stunning beauty. I wonder which family's daughter is in distress. It certainly isn't one of your Zhou family's beauties, Fong Chun retorted with a flourish of his fan and a smile. Zhou Bin cast a glance at Yi Su, suppressing his murderous intent, and decisively stated, regardless of whose daughter it may be, if she is in peril at Heihu Ridge, we must prioritize her rescue. Young Master Yi of the Yi family, you should accompany us. The group mounted their steeds and rode forth in the direction of the voice. Yi Su, lacking a mount, had to proceed on foot. Yi Fong assisted Yi Bin, sharing a horse, and leisurely followed behind, clearly not yet disheartened. As long as he remained in proximity to the Zhou and Fong families, Yi Fong would seize the opportunity to strike. However, sticking with them was equally untenable, and Yi Su felt an undercurrent of anxiety. Help! The hauntingly captivating voice called out once more. Yi Su looked up to see a young girl in yellow seated among the rubble not far ahead, her back to them. Her figure graceful and enchanting as she cried out for aid. Just the sight of her silhouette stirred feelings within the crowd. Zhou Sherwin chuckled, that silhouette is lovely. Who knows, she might turn out to be frightfully ugly when she turns around. Yet, even he did not truly believe that a girl with such a beautiful back would possess an unattractive face. The others shared his sentiment. Within his dantian, Bai Yulu began to stir restlessly, vibrating incessantly, causing Yi Su to be taken aback and cast a wary glance at the girl in yellow. Bai Yulu only stirred in two scenarios, when it encountered a treasure it wished to devour, or when Yi Su was in danger, often of a lethal nature. He quietly retreated, distancing himself from the others. Here in Heihu Ridge, a place seldom trodden by human feet, the sudden appearance of a girl in distress aroused his suspicions regarding her origins. Zhou Bin cleared his throat, urging his horse forward, and spoke gravely, Miss, which family do you hail from? Why are you crying for help? The girl in yellow continued to face away, lamenting. I am the daughter of the Hu family from Bailing. Recently, a group of bandits invaded my home, ruthlessly slaughtering my kin. I barely escaped, and, recalling my tragic fate, could not help but weep. Zhou Bin furrowed his brow. I have never heard of a Hu family in Liuzhou. The others exchanged puzzled glances, while Fong Zhun expressed astonishment. Bailing, is that a place in Liuzhou? Why have I never heard of it? Yi Fong, naturally inclined towards beauty, was already captivated by the girl in yellow's silhouette. His senses ensnared. He declared, do not fear, young lady, tell me where Bailing is, and I will escort you home. The girl still did not turn around, responding shyly. Bailing is the very mountain range beneath your feet. Zhou Bin and the others' expressions shifted as they looked around, realizing they were still within the bounds of Heihu Ridge, a desolate expanse teeming with demonic beasts. The revelation that the girl and her family resided here sent chills down their spines. Living here, and bearing the surname Hu. Could it be? Yi Su's expression altered, prompting him to retreat a few steps, while Zhou Sherwin and Fong Chen also sensed the gravity of the situation, subtly backing away. They were all exceptionally gifted individuals, their minds sharper than the average person's. Surely, the girl jested. This was Heihu Ridge, not some Bailing. Moreover, with so many demonic beasts around, how could she possibly live here? Yi Fong forced a smile, saying, "Surely you jest. This is Heihu Ridge, not Biling." Before he could finish, the girl in yellow slowly turned, revealing the long-awaited visage. Her face was covered in soft, fluffy yellow fur, with pointed beast ears atop her head. Though her silhouette hinted at an exquisite beauty, her face unmistakably resembled that of a fox, her narrow eyes fluttering seductively. The yellow-furred fox opened its sharp, gleaming maw, revealing glistening teeth, as it chuckled, "Esteemed sir, I truly reside here. Do you not believe me?" The crowd felt a wave of horror wash over them, their minds blank, even their steeds quaking in fear and refusing to move. Zhou Sherwin stared wide-eyed, muttering, "How could there be a yellow fox demon? Aren't the spirit-level demons all driven away by the 3 great clan shamans?" Yi Su hastily retreated, realizing that the yellow fox had evidently transcended the realm of beasts, evolving into a demon. Compared to the enchanting python, her evolution was still incomplete, as she had not shed her entire fur, merely losing the bones in her throat, which allowed her to speak. Yet, even so, this yellow fox demon was beyond the capability of the assembled crowd. Even 5 congenital masters combined would stand no chance against her, unless a shaman intervened. "Everyone flee!" Zhou Bin bellowed furiously, turning his horse around, ready to escape, when suddenly, a flash of white light sliced. A resounding voice suddenly echoed through the mountain forest, and a dark figure emerged, a gleaming blade soaring above him, which turned out to be a thick-backed broadsword over 10 feet long, shining with a blinding whiteness. Chapter 32. The Pursuit of Demons. The shadowy figure was clad in a black robe, tall and slender, towering above an ordinary person. His limbs were covered with thick fur, adorned with bristles like those of a wolf, and his nails extended 3 to 4 inches, exceedingly sharp. His eyes were sunken, flickering with a ghostly blue light, and his elongated mouth bore a wolfish visage, unmistakably a black wolf demon. Waves of demonic energy erupted from his head, lifting the hefty broadsword into the air, glistening like light and lightning. The alluring fox demon cast a sidelong glance at him, giggling sweetly. "Hey Siling, I have not yet had my fill of fun. Why do you come to disrupt my game? These people have unjustly slain my descendants. Do you think I will let them go?" Despair enveloped the hearts of all present, for the power of these supernatural beings was terrifying, akin to that of sorcerers. If it were merely a yellow fox demon, they could perhaps escape. But now with the addition of a black wolf demon, they faced a situation from which there seemed no escape. "Young master, flee quickly." Zhou Fan and Fang Zhen simultaneously charged at the fox and wolf demons, their resolve hardened in an instant to sacrifice themselves and impede the 2 supernatural beings, granting Zhou Sherwing and Fang Chen an opportunity to escape. Zhou Sherwing and Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, but promptly abandoned their horses and turned to flee. Yi Fang remained silent, leaping onto his horse and fleeing in panic. Yi Bin, abandoned on the horse, was horrified and cried out, "Yi Fang, save me." Yi Fang ignored him, soaring away like a great bird in a frantic rush. This seemingly loyal old servant was far from the devoted companion he imagined. He paid no heed to Yi Bin and fled for his own life. Yi Su set off first, covering more than a mile in mere breaths. Zhou Sherwang, Fang Dong, and Yi Fang followed slightly behind, but with deeper cultivation, they soon overtook him. "Split up, or none of us will escape," Yi Su urged in a deep voice. Zhou Sherwing shook his head hastily, chuckling. "What a joke. If we split up, how will we know which of the 2 demons will pursue whom?" Fang Chen concurred, saying, "Whoever they pursue is certain to perish. Yi Su, if we escape together, you will be at the rear, providing us a chance to survive." Yi Su's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Zhou Fan's agonizing scream echoed from behind, followed swiftly by Fang Zhen's cry. These 2 martial arts masters had perished in mere moments. After another breath, Yi Bin's scream pierced the air. This clan member, who often opposed Yi Su, had met a gruesome fate at the hands of the 2 demons. Within the span of less than a tea time, 3 innate experts and 1 formidable practitioner of the Tsangming refinement technique at its 8th pinnacle had lost their lives in succession. A chill gripped Yi Su's heart. Had he been in their place, he would have met the same fate. If he had not acted swiftly, he too would be a lifeless body. A sudden thunderous sound erupted from behind, prompting the 4 to turn. They beheld a black wolf the size of a qianyo and a yellow-furred fox rampaging through the forest, charging towards them. These 2 supernatural beings moved with astonishing speed, like fleeting shadows. The hefty broadsword still floated above the black wolf's head, and in a flash, it cleaved a towering tree in 2, exuding an ominous aura. "Today, none of you shall escape," the black wolf proclaimed, its voice human-like, accelerating further. Yi Fang's expression darkened. He suddenly quickened his pace, darting several feet forward before turning with a chilling smile. He unleashed two palms, the force akin to raging waves crashing against the shore, causing the three to halt momentarily and brace themselves. "Three young masters, you might as well shield the old servant." Yifeng laughed heartily, fleeing. "Little master, this old dog of yours truly deserves to die." Zhou Sherwing seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. "If I can escape, I will send this old dog to its grave." Fang Chun was also filled with righteous anger. Yi Su spoke coolly. "This old dog belongs to me. None of you shall claim him." The two demons drew ever closer, the air thick with malevolence. With a whoosh, the broadsword soared, buzzing ominously, shattering a massive boulder beside the three. "Am I truly destined to perish here?" Zhou Sherwing sighed in resignation, then smiled. "But with little master and the pretty boy accompanying me, the road to the Yellow Springs shall not be lonely." Fang Chen scoffed. "As the future head of the Fang family, I shall not die here." Yi Su felt an urgency within, when suddenly, a series of frantic horse whinnies erupted. A gaunt, scraggly horse burst forth from a thicket. Yi Su rejoiced, leaping onto the horse's back, grabbing Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwing, the steed galloping furiously, swiftly covering several miles, leaving the two demons far behind. If the two demons could catch up to the steed, he would cast off Zhou Sherwing and Fang Chun, for both were innate experts and could buy him a moment to escape. Yi Su's expression fluctuated, his mind racing with calculations. The two demons were infuriated, pursuing with fervor. Unaware that the horse carrying three individuals was actually faster than they, the distance widening until they were forced to halt, cursing furiously. The black wolf stood erect, leaning on its long blade, declaring, "Hu San Nyang, no need to chase. We shall return and unleash a massacre, slaughtering every aristocratic offspring. Little master, truly noble of spirit." Zhou Sherwing praised as Yi Su held him by the collar, the wind rushing past, still singing his praises. Suddenly, he caught sight of Fang Chun similarly held in Yi Su's grasp and grinned wickedly. "Little master, if you drop the pretty boy, I shall marry two more of your sisters." Fang Chun huffed in anger, calling out, "Yi Su, if you drop Zhou Dahuzi, my Fang family will ally with your Yi family to eliminate the Zhou clan." The two glared at each other, and Yi Su smiled. "Gentlemen, there is no need to quarrel. My heart is kind. How could I abandon either of you?" Zhou Sherwing and Fang Chun exchanged glances, sneering, "Little master, if you are indeed kind-hearted, then we must be 9 generations of saints. The only reason you save us is your fear of the demons catching up. Should they pursue, you would cast us aside as bait to escape." Yi Su chuckled awkwardly. They had initially fled with Yi Su to ensure his safety. Now, he brought them along for the same reason, not out of pure intent to save them. If they could escape, it would be a favor owed. If they could not, Yi Su would not hesitate to abandon them to secure his own escape. All three were ruthless individuals, deeply understanding one another. After a moment, the horse finally burst out of Heihu Ridge, leaving the two demons without a trace. Yi Su dismounted, releasing the two and saying, "My dear steed, you are truly my savior. I promise to reward you with a dozen calves to feast upon." Zhou Sherwing embraced the horse, lavishing it with sweet words. Ignoring Yi Su altogether, Fang Chun regained his former pride, stating coolly, "Though Yi Su harbored intentions of using us, he ultimately saved our lives. I shall surely repay this debt in the future." Yi Su remained indifferent, calmly observing, "This hunting festival may conclude prematurely. With the demons appearing at Heihu Ridge, the offspring of our 3 great clans are likely to suffer grievous losses. News will soon reach our families, and they will dispatch sorcerers to eliminate the demons." Zhou Sherwing perked up, grinning, "Little master, though you have saved our lives, we still hold our wager. You have lost. It is precisely because I hunted a 10th-tier demon beast, the Diamond Ape, that I managed to break through to the 9th level of the Huda Dominance technique and enter the innate realm." Fang Chen smirked proudly, saying, "I encountered a 10th-tier demon tiger and, under its pressure, advanced to the innate realm, slaying it beneath my palm." The two of them were initially just a step away from reaching the realm of martial arts innate mastery. During their journey to Heihu Ling, the pressure from the demon beasts finally propelled them to break through, becoming experts in the innate realm. Yi Su sighed, expressing that his younger brother lacked the exceptional talent and fortune of the 2 elder brothers. He recounted an encounter with a transformed Qi Lian snake demon, which perished before him, yet his younger brother's cultivation had not improved in the slightest. "Snake demon?" Fang Chen scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. Zhou Sherwin also chuckled derisively, stating, "Xiao Bao, I once thought you were not one to boast. To think you are just as full of hot air as that pretty boy." The Qi Lian snake demon is akin to a shaman, and a transformed snake demon is even more formidable. It's impressive that you could even stand your ground against a snake demon, let alone slay one. Aren't you worried about overextending yourself? The transformed Qi Lian snake demon was several times more ferocious than the two creatures that had pursued them, and thus, the incredulity in their hearts was palpable at Yi Su's claim of having killed such a creature. Yi Su, however, refrained from further argument and opened his satchel, presenting the corpse of the beautiful python before them. As the body emerged, an overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloped the air, sending shivers down their spines. Though they were initially skeptical, the undeniable evidence before them shattered their confidence in an instant. They had lost this wager, with no chance of turning the tide. Had this beautiful python simply succumbed before him? Why had he not been so fortunate? Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun exchanged glances, and in that moment, Yi Su seemed unfathomable to them. Xiaobao, receive my palm. With a resounding crash, Yi Su remained still, parting his palms to meet the two incoming strikes. He felt their combined force, one heavy as a mountain, the other blazing like a raging inferno, sending his hair standing on end. Yi Su grunted, a flicker of purple energy flashing across his face as the immense power of his innate physique erupted, causing Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun to stagger back, astonished. Yi Su had indeed withstood their full force strike, and even managed to push them back, a display of strength that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Though not yet at the level required to slay a creature, did he truly have a shaman concealed nearby, providing him with protection? It seemed the Yi family still placed great importance on him, they mused. Chapter 33. Surge in strength. Zhou Shiwen let out a long howl, charging towards Luzhou City like a galloping horse, his laughter echoing in the distance. Innate physique. No wonder you were able to kill Fang He. Yi Xiaobao. Once I become a shaman, I shall defeat you fairly and squarely, trampling you underfoot. Fang Chun cast a deep glance at Yi Su before turning away with a smile, saying, Yi Shi, your martial prowess is indeed impressive. However, while your innate physique is formidable, it pales in comparison to a shaman. I hope you become a shaman soon, so we may engage in a grand battle. A shaman? Yi Su mounted his horse, watching the two depart, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. He had indeed emerged victorious in this wager, his confidence honed like a sword unsheathed, sharp and unyielding. Yet, Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun were not ordinary individuals. Their parting words were aimed at undermining his confidence. Although he had achieved an innate physique, rivaling that of innate masters, the pressure he faced was now greater than ever. Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun had both broken through to the innate realm and would undoubtedly ascend to become shamans upon returning to their respective families, while he still had a considerable distance to cover in his cultivation. At that moment, the gap between him and Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun would widen significantly. After this hunting festival, he resolved to immerse himself in training, striving for an early breakthrough to the innate realm. However, before that, there was one task he must accomplish, to eliminate Yi Fang, that old dog. A fierce glint flickered in Yi Su's eyes. Yi Fang had made multiple attempts on his life, and his patience had reached its limit. Yet, to take down Yi Fang, his innate physique alone was insufficient. He needed to reach the 9th level of the Tsangming body refining technique to have the strength to contend with Yi Fang. After pondering briefly, he rolled up the beautiful python's corpse and urged Gan Chai Jiao to race toward Wu Tu Ling. He intended to hone his martial arts there, pushing his cultivation to the next level and breaking through to the 9th level of the Tsangming body refining technique. Wu Tu Ling was the battleground where the Bloodbat Elder and the Righteous Masters clashed, scorched bare by the blazing flame flag. While the Bloodbat Elder had perished, his fearsome aura lingered, deterring even demon beasts and spirits from entering, making it the perfect place for his training. During this expedition, with 2 demon beasts appearing at Heihu Ling, it was certain that the 3 major shamanic families of Luzhou would dispatch individuals to exterminate the demons and rescue the trapped aristocratic youths. Despite their swift response, the 3 families suffered significant losses, with about a quarter of their young aristocrats perishing. These aristocratic youths were the backbone of their families' futures, and the 3 shamanic families faced devastating losses at this hunting festival. The prodigies of the Zhou and Fang families returned from Heihu Ling, successfully breaking through to become innate martial arts masters, and through the shamanic testing, they received the Jade Towers bestowed by the Heavenly Dao, becoming shamans and bringing joy to their families. In stark contrast, the Yi family was shrouded in silence. The casualties among the Yi family's youths were even greater than those in the other 2 shamanic families, with even Yi Bin, the foremost among the Yi family's 3 prodigies, devoured by the 2 demon beasts. As for Yi Su's fate, few took notice. This once prominent figure in the Yi family was only remembered by a select few. P.S. dead. That brat Yi Su is finally dead. In the inner court of the Yi family, Yi Feng lay on his sickbed, excitedly informing Yi Feng. He had been kicked by Gan Shai Jiao, breaking 6 or 7 of his ribs, and his injuries were yet to heal. Despite his grievous condition, he was still exhilarated, his hands trembling with excitement. His elation stemmed not from having survived the hunting festival, but from the fact that the Yi family's extensive search had not only failed to locate Yi Su, but even his second brother Yi Bin had perished at the hands of the wolf demon and fox demon. Others may not recognize Yi Su's power, but he knew it all too well. With both formidable rivals gone, no one in the younger generation of the Yi family could rival him. Once the family head Yi Si Dao stepped down, the position would surely fall into his hands. Yi Feng wore a troubled expression, murmuring, "Young master, our Yi family suffered the loss of 7 youths during this hunting festival. Even the second young master perished at the hands of the demons. The inner court will surely punish this old servant." Yi Feng's face flushed with excitement, coughing repeatedly, and proudly declared, "Do not worry. It's merely a few aristocratic youths that have perished. With my father in place, the inner court will not hold you accountable. My father is the chief steward of the inner court, wielding immense power, second only to the family head. Yi Bin's father is merely a small mining owner. If my father speaks, he wouldn't dare utter a word." Yi Feng sighed with relief. With the chief steward Yi Si Min as a powerful ally, few would dare to act against him within the Yi family. During this hunting festival, Yi Si Min had already chastised him severely for failing to protect the youths, stripping him of his position as the outer court chief and placing him beside Yi Feng. This punishment was exceedingly light, hardly qualifying as a penalty, and could almost be seen as a promotion. After all, among the most outstanding talents of the Yi family, Yi Su was now crippled, Yi Bin was dead, and Yi Qin was missing, leaving only Yi Feng. Should Yi Feng ascend to become the next family head, Yi Feng's status would rise immensely. Regrettably, the fragments of the Yin-Yang Lai Yin-Qi remain elusive, and this incomplete artifact has likely fallen into the hands of 2 cunning creatures. Within the realm of He Hu Ling, 3 Wushi of the Yi family stand atop the treetops, their gazes sweeping the surroundings intently. After a brief moment, one of the Wushi furrows his brow, looking up at the leading young man in a blue robe with a hint of impatience. He inquires, "Master Ma, we have searched for 9 days, yet we have not located the 7th young master. Shall we continue our search?" Ma Sanbao, his expression impassive, nods slowly. Another Wushi also frowns, expressing his discontent. "Master Ma, the external affairs supervisor Yi Feng has stated that the 7th young master has plotted against the 6th young master, killed the 9th young master, and caused the 2nd young master to perish at the hands of the creatures. His crimes are egregious. Even if we find him, the inner court will hold him accountable, leaving him with no escape. Is it truly necessary for us to continue this search?" At this juncture, 9 days have passed, and even the Wushi dispatched by the Zhou and Feng families have given up and returned home. In my estimation, the 7th young master is likely in grave danger, with little hope of survival. If Zhou Shiwen and Feng Chun are still alive, how could the 7th young master have perished? Ma Sanbao's face remains stern as he replies nonchalantly, "If you both wish to leave, feel free to return. I, Ma, will continue the search." The 2 Wushi resigned. Understand that Ma Sanbao is known for his obstinate disposition. Once he makes a decision, no one can sway him. They exchange glances and ruefully say, "The inner court has entrusted this search to you. If you do not leave, how can we dare to return first?" Ma Sanbao snorts coldly, his gaze fixed upon the vast, untamed mountains, pondering, has the 7th young master ventured into Yingqiujian? Even formidable cultivators like the head of the estate dare not enter Yingqiujian lightly. If the 7th young master has gone there, it may bode ill for him. Suddenly, the sound of horse neighing breaks the silence, and a gaunt horse, its bones protruding, appears before them. This horse is as fierce as a starving wolf. It raises its hooves and swiftly kills a beast the size of a deer, gripping its throat and tossing it onto its back before galloping away. The 3 observe this scene, and one of the Yi family's Wushi exclaims with laughter, "What a gaunt horse! It possesses considerable strength. This horse, emaciated and starving, must be a wild steed. There's no need to search further. Let us return to the estate at once." A spark ignites within Ma Sanbao's heart, and a faint smile graces his lips. The 2 Wushi are perplexed, unsure of why he has suddenly changed his mind. Ma Sanbao gazes towards the direction the gaunt horse has departed, where a dark mountain peak looms, contemplating. "7th young master, what are you doing at Wu Tu Ling?" Zhou Shiwen and Feng Chun have likely become Wushi among the younger generation of the Yi family. Only you possess qualifications comparable to theirs. I wonder how far your cultivation has progressed. Atop Wu Tu Ling, Yi Su stands tall, his steps measured, as he channels the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju. The true energy within his dantian surges forth like a volcano, rapidly coursing through his meridians in a relentless cycle, faster than ever before, akin to an impeccably engineered machine, continuously generating new Tsang Ming true energy. The innate advantages of his physical body bestow upon him tremendous benefits. Not only does his cultivation accelerate, but the quality of the Tsang Ming true energy also surpasses previous levels, approaching the essence of innate vigor. His meridians have become exceptionally resilient, able to withstand the impact of innate vigor. Even if Yifang's vigor were to invade, it would not harm his meridians. Furthermore, his meridians have widened considerably. They serve as vessels for true energy and the foundation of strength, indicating that his explosive power will far exceed that of others at the same realm. This became particularly evident during his clash with Yi Bin. Both had cultivated the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju to the 8th level, and while they employed the same technique, the Funjin Lai Ho Shou, Yi Bin was swiftly subdued, unable to offer any resistance. His palms gradually turned a shade of blue, resembling bronze, as he thrust forward. A gust of wind roaring. The joints of his body resonated with the sound of metal clashing, echoing like the chime of gold and iron. The King Kong Fu Mo Gong was pushed to its utmost limit, and even if Yifang were to wield this ultimate technique, he might not surpass him. Simultaneously, his Tsang Ming Lian Tiju operated with increased velocity, and within his dantian, clouds of purple energy formed, his cultivation soaring toward greater heights, rapidly advancing toward the pinnacle of the 8th level. Most practitioners cultivate true energy through meditation, as it requires the abandonment of all distractions and the maintenance of focus. If one's mind wanders, they risk falling into chaos. Yet, he treads a wholly different path, simultaneously cultivating his heart technique while honing his martial prowess. As a result, both his martial skills and cultivation make significant strides, akin to two versions of himself training at once. Chapter 34. A peerless talent. This method is not unique to Yi Su. Many have employed similar techniques in their cultivation. However, while this approach yields rapid results, it is fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to calamity. To utilize this method, one must possess formidable mental fortitude, forging a mindset as unyielding as steel, unshakable even in the face of calamity. Having fallen from the heights of martial prowess to the depths of despair, Yi Su's mindset has been tempered to withstand the fiercest storms, allowing him to dare to employ this perilous method of cultivation. As the King Kong Fu Mo Gong reaches its zenith, the bronze hue of his palms fades, replaced by a radiant golden sheen. His arms transforming into serpents adorned with golden scales, sweeping away the rubble within a radius of 10 feet, reducing it to dust. The Jin Shikan Si Shou. As his cultivation skyrockets, the area enveloped by the Jin Shikan Si Shou expands further, gradually extending to nearly 16 or 17 feet. From a distance, his arms resemble serpents, twisting and turning, creating an impenetrable defense, exuding an aura of ferocity. Such astonishing martial prowess now exhibits a hint of Wu Shi's might. A series of Yi family's ultimate techniques flow through his hands, growing increasingly formidable, and his Tsang Ming true energy surges steadily, drawing ever closer to the threshold of the 9th level of the Tsang Ming Lian Tiju. After 3 consecutive days of relentless training, the purple clouds within his dantian have approached a staggering 3,000. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, he will have 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of innate power, equipping him with the means to confront Yifang directly. Finally, the purple clouds in his dantian reach their limit. No matter how he cultivates, there is no further growth. The only way to advance beyond this hurdle is to break through this barrier. Generally, there are 2 methods to achieve this. One is to engage in combat with a master of innate prowess, leveraging their pressure to force a breakthrough. However, this approach is highly unpredictable, with a low success rate. A misstep could lead to death without guaranteeing entry into the 9th level. The second method involves daily refinement of true energy, honing it to unparalleled purity and sharpness, thereby shattering the barrier. This method relies heavily on personal talent and perseverance. Lacking either quality may result in a lifetime of being trapped outside the threshold, unable to break through. Countless individuals in Liuzhou City practice martial arts, yet few achieve innate mastery due to this very reason. However, neither of these methods suits Yi Su. The first is perilous, relying heavily on chance, while the second, though stable, is exceedingly time-consuming, and he lacks the luxury of time. Instead, he adopts a fusion of both methods, imposing immense pressure upon himself. relentlessly cultivating to achieve a rapid and extreme breakthrough. Yisu scans his surroundings, and his eyes suddenly light up as they fall upon a colossal stone. This stone weighs at least 10,000 pounds, charred black by the power of the yin-yang Lai-Yin Qi. He bends down to embrace the giant stone, his muscles bulging as they tighten like steel cables. With a fierce grunt, he lifts the stone and begins to stride forward, step by step. Simultaneously, the Tsangming true energy within his meridians begins to surge with renewed speed. His physical form had reached the innate level, yet the sheer strength of his flesh could not bear the weight of such a heavy stone. He was compelled to utilize his true energy to augment his physical power. The consumption of his true energy was astonishing, rivaling even that of a confrontation with formidable innate warriors like Fang He. However, under such intense pressure, the Tsangming Lian Tiju operated at a high velocity, accelerating the generation of true energy, continually replenishing the expended essence, thus becoming more refined and sharper. This was the tempering and honing born of high-pressure trials. Yisu bore the colossal stone down the mountain, ascending step by step, again and again, repeatedly. Each footfall left his soles soaked in sweat, marking the ground with damp footprints. A buzzing filled his ears, and exhaustion led to auditory hallucinations. His eyes were bloodshot, causing his vision to blur. His muscles throbbed and ached, and any slight movement brought with it a tearing agony. Yisu clenched his teeth and persevered, repeatedly channeling his true energy. On the second day, he felt that the speed of his true energy's operation had increased a few notches, without his conscious effort. It surged forth to assault the 9th hurdle. By the 3rd day, the velocity of his true energy had accelerated further, and the force of its assault on the hurdle grew more potent. He even sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength, making the stone feel considerably lighter. On the 4th day, the Tsangming true energy surged like a tumultuous tide, crashing against the hurdle with a resounding force, hinting at instability. At that moment, Yisu felt the stone had become substantially lighter, prompting him to let the dry-wood dragon rest atop it to add weight. On the 5th day, he replaced it with a black boulder that was slightly larger than the previous one. By the 6th day, Yisu cast aside the boulder and stood quietly atop Wu Tu-Ling. Within him, the Tsangming true energy flowed like a deluge, crashing through the barrier with a roaring momentum. Over the course of 9 days, he had ascended and descended Wu Tu-Ling countless times while bearing the stone, ultimately succeeding in breaking through to the 9th level of the Tsangming Lian Tiju, stepping halfway into the realm of innate martial arts. His body was brimming with explosive power. Even without the use of true energy, each punch and kick possessed the force of thousands of pounds, akin to a humanoid beast that had reached an extraordinary level of cultivation. He felt confident that if he were to engage Fang He at that moment, he would not need to gather strength or employ true energy. He could effortlessly defeat the veteran innate warrior. It was time to resolve some lingering grudges. Yisu mounted his horse and sped towards Luzhou. In the grasslands of the Yi family's stable, Su Qiao Qiao halted her practice, exhaling a breath of stale air, raising her hand to wipe away the beads of sweat at her temples. Due to her cultivation of the Xian Ming true energy, her aura had become increasingly ethereal. Dressed in a blue robe, she exuded an air that seemed untouched by the mundane world, akin to an otherworldly fairy. The Xian Ming true energy was a method well suited for female practitioners, gentle as water, yet immensely powerful, rivaling the formidable Tsangming Lian Tiju and the Ho Tu Ba Ti Shengong. She furrowed her brow, wondering whether the stable master had found the young master. Recently, she had been consumed with worry, as rumors circulated that Yisu had perished at the hands of a creature. Su Qiao Qiao found this hard to believe. She held an unwavering and almost blind trust in Yisu, convinced that he would one day reappear before her and embrace her once more. However, as the days stretched on, her anxiety grew. More than once, she awakened from nightmares, contemplating a solitary journey to the Bai Man Mountain. Yet she knew that her presence there would only complicate matters. To alleviate her concerns, she immersed herself in relentless training. She feared that if she paused even for a moment, her thoughts would inevitably drift to those horrifying possibilities. Her fervent dedication to practice left even the stable hands astounded and humbled. With a soft sigh, Su Qiao Qiao was about to continue her training when the sound of hooves approached from behind her. Turning around, she beheld Yisu clad in blue, riding a lean and wiry horse, slowly making his way toward her. She was momentarily entranced, standing frozen in place. Yisu reined in the dry-wood dragon, dismounted, and appraised Su Qiao Qiao with eyes wide in astonishment. She had remarkably cultivated the Xian Ming true energy to its 3rd level, her demeanor akin to the gentle flow of wind and water, transcending the ordinary. Although her mastery of true energy was not yet perfect, her aura inadvertently radiated outward, enhancing her beauty, rendering her enchanting and captivating. This third level was not particularly profound among the many servants of the Yi family. What astonished Yi Su was that she had achieved this in merely a month and a half. In that brief span, she had reached the third level of the Xian Ming true energy, a feat that even the universally acknowledged martial genius, Yi Su, found incredible. In his own past, it had taken him over a year to reach the third level of the Zhang Ming Lian Tiju and 2 years to attain the fourth. Su Qiaoqiao's speed was tenfold that of his own. Yi Su had always been known for his rapid training, yet now he was genuinely taken aback. Yi Dao had once told him that his talent was rare, a gem among millions, with a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. In Luzhou, only Zhou Shi and Fang Chun could be considered his peers, and even they fell slightly short. In the vast world, only those with unique constitutions could surpass him, and those were undeniably exceptional talents. If Su Qiaoqiao's training speed was 10 times his own, did that imply her aptitude was tenfold as well, a 1 in 100,000 prodigy? Possibly even possessing a unique constitution? Yi Su was startled by this conclusion. He was indeed gifted, yet still within the realm of talent. His title of 1 in a million was undeniably illustrious. However, in the grand scope of existence, being 1 in a million was insignificant compared to the rarity of those with extraordinary constitutions. Across the entire world, individuals heralded as exceptional were few and far between. He had never anticipated encountering one. Had Su Qiaoqiao begun her martial training at a young age, she would likely have reached the innate level of martial arts by now, perhaps even achieving the status of a shaman, her cultivation reaching unfathomable depths. Even if Su Qiaoqiao possessed a unique constitution, it still paled in comparison to his current training speed. He had only trained for a month and a half, yet he had once again stepped halfway into the innate realm. Was it possible that Qiao was of a unique constitution, thus accelerating her training speed? Yi Su found it hard to believe and beckoned, Qiao, come here. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a surge of encouragement, casting aside her youthful reserve. Leaping into his embrace as if throwing herself into the woods, clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go. Yi Su's intent was merely to assess her constitution, to ascertain whether she possessed a unique trait, yet her sudden embrace softened his heart, leaving him devoid of further thoughts. The girl trembled in his arms, a blend of excitement and fear, terrified of his potential departure once more. In hushed tones, she expressed her longing and worries over these past days, and he felt as if his heart had been filled with something profound. To find a kindred spirit in life, what more could one desire? An uncontrollable thought surged within him, a longing to offer her a lifelong promise. At 14 years old, in the Qiuli Miao Yi tribe of Luzhou, one was considered an adult by 12, capable of marriage and procreation. Many of the Yi family's younger members had already wed, some even at the tender ages of 14 or 15, with children running about. Yi Xiaobao, you are alive? A voice filled with shock and anger interrupted this tender moment from behind. Yi Su, filled with ire, turned to see Yi Fang and a dozen servants standing several paces away, staring at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The hunting festival has concluded 9 days early, and nearly everyone believes Yi Su to be dead. Moreover, Yi Fang personally forced Yi Su, Zhou Shi and Fang Chun to retreat. Although news later emerged that Zhou Shi and Fang Chun had escaped, Yi Fang firmly believed they had relied on Yi Su as a sacrificial pawn to escape the clutches of 2 formidable creatures. Little did he anticipate that Yi Su would once again stand before him, not only alive, but unscathed. Yi Su's gaze swept past Yi Fang and landed on a young woman. She appeared to be nearly 30, possessing a beautiful visage. Yet her eyes were filled with malice, as if she wished to devour him whole. Shiqianti, Fang Furen? Yi Su was momentarily taken aback. This woman was the mother of Yi Jian, the legitimate wife of Yi Simong, Shiqi Shu, originally a daughter of the Fang family's branch. She had been married to Yi Simong as part of the alliance between the Yi and Fang families, giving birth to Yi Jian. This woman, with her sharp tongue and cruel demeanor, had taken pleasure in tormenting the household servants, leveraging her identity as a member of the Fang family, and was not well regarded in the Yi household. Yi Fang, ever cautious, had planned to forcibly abduct Su Qiaoqiao but feared interference from Ma Sanbao. Thus, he sought out Fang Furen to accompany him to the horse grounds, knowing that her status as the young mistress of the Yi family would deter Ma Sanbao from intervening, allowing him to take Su Qiaoqiao without resistance. How delightful! You little bastard are still alive. Fang Furen's face twisted in fury as she pointed at Yi Su. her tone commanding and haughty. Seize him. Kill this little bastard, and avenge my Jianer. A dozen servants lunged at Yi Su like wolves. Yi Su coldly snorted, positioning Su Qiao Qiao behind him. These servants were of little concern to him, their martial skills too meager to pose a threat. The only one he truly feared was Yi Fang. Yi Fang, I was just looking for you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself on a silver platter. Today, you shall find no return. Yi Fang's face darkened as he stood beside Fang Foreign, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Madam, this brat's martial prowess is commendable. I fear these servants may not suffice. We must capture the little vixen beside him. Does he dare retaliate? Fang Foreign seethed, grinding her teeth. Capture the little vixen and sell her to a brothel. I want her to regret ever being born. Before the servants could even reach Yi Su, a series of thunderous crashes echoed as they were suddenly hurled into the air, landing lifelessly on the ground, all struck dead in an instant by his overwhelming force. Yi Su's expression turned icy as he slowly advanced toward Fang Foreign. She trembled at the sight of his gaze, her arrogance evaporating, her voice trembling. You little bastard. Do you dare kill my people? Yi Su smirked coldly. Why should I not? 13 Auntie, Yi Jian sought to take my life, and I returned the favor. You seek vengeance for your deceased son. It's only natural. But should you dare to harm Qiao Qiao, I will not hesitate to strike you down, no matter the cost. Fang Foreign's intent to sell Su Qiao Qiao to a brothel was a vile transgression that crossed the line for him. Since Yi Su had fallen into servitude and suffered humiliation, he had recognized that showing mercy was a folly of the weak. To eradicate threats completely was his true nature. While Su Qiao Qiao was improving rapidly, she was still no match for these servants. If he hesitated and spared them, they might seize the opportunity to threaten Su Qiao Qiao during his battle with Yi Fang. He refused to allow a moment of mercy to lead to a lifetime of regret. You little bastard, do you dare to kill me? Come on, kill me. Fang Foreign shouted, her chest nearly bursting with rage. Yi Su smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth as he continued to approach her, the murderous intent in his eyes unabated. Though she had been a wife and mother for many years, being the daughter of the Fang family, she undoubtedly possessed martial skills. Despite not knowing her exact prowess, Yi Su dared not underestimate her. Having resolved to act, he would leave no room for error, whether she was a daughter of the Fang family or a mistress of the Yi household. Anyone who dared to threaten Qiao Qiao would face annihilation. As Fang Foreign saw Yi Su draw near, panic and terror flared in her eyes, and she inwardly regretted her actions. She had heard Yi Fang mention that Yi Su had left a maid at the horse grounds, someone who had been dear to him in life, and she had rushed there with a group of servants, intending to teach Su Qiao Qiao a harsh lesson before selling her to a brothel to quench her resentment. She had not disclosed this plan to her husband, Yi Simong. What she did not expect was that Yi Su was not only alive, but also overwhelmingly powerful, having killed her servants and now seemingly intent on killing her as well. How infuriating. If only my husband were here. With just a finger, he could crush this brat. Yi Simong was indeed quite talented, having entered the realm of innate martial arts at the age of 29 and only having become a shaman 2 years prior. While his strength was not particularly remarkable among the shamans of the Yi family, Fang Foreign believed that with her husband's intervention, Yi Su would have no chance of survival. Suddenly, Yi Fang stepped in front of her, his gaze fixed on Yi Su, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Seventh young master, you have truly lost your mind. Killing those servants is one thing, but now you wish to take the life of your aunt, Fang Foreign, as well. Fang Foreign felt a surge of confidence and ordered, Yi Fang, why waste words? Kill him at once. With Fang Foreign's backing, Yi Fang felt emboldened. A long stream of innate qi began to coalesce in front of him, sharp and white as steel, forged as if it were a blade. Having failed to kill Yi Su on several occasions, Yi Fang knew that ordinary martial arts would not suffice. To eliminate this exceptionally gifted youth, he would need to wield the blade qi. Blade qi is the manifestation of the innate energy released by a master who has reached the outer realm, forming a tangible weapon even more formidable than a mundane sword. With a swift motion, the blade qi, roaring like a tempest, descended upon Yi Su, crushing the grass beneath it to the ground, and with a deafening crack, a fissure several yards long and feet deep tore through the earth. Yi Su rapidly retreated, his gaze locked onto Yi Fang, as he unfastened his satchel and retrieved a pair of cold iron chains, wrapping them around his fists. The chains, each several yards long, encased his fists, amplifying their size to that of massive iron balls. Suddenly, he activated the Tsangming body refinement technique, his aura surging dramatically as the fruits of his rigorous training manifest. Every acupoint in his body filled with Tsangming true energy. swelling and pulsating as if tiny frogs were jumping beneath his skin in rhythmic unison. Yifang and Su Qiao could even hear the heartbeat resonating from his acupoints. Thumping loudly, his muscles and veins surged with energy, swelling and twisting like writhing earthworms, creating a powerful and intimidating presence. Yisu, who typically bore a refined and scholarly appearance, now exuded a formidable vigor, resembling nothing short of a bandit, akin to Zhou Sherwen. They had yet to clash, but the tension had already captivated the entire horse grounds, sending dozens of horses into a frenzy, breaking free from their restraints and galloping wildly. The stable hands shouted in alarm, some rushing to chase after the horses, while others brandished pitchforks, hastily converging to encircle Yisu and the others. As the stable overseers arrived to assess the commotion, "This is the Yi family's horse grounds. Who dares to cause trouble here, risking their lives? Old Wu, be quiet." The elder in question is the outer gate steward Yi Fang, and that lady is Madame Fang from the inner court. Even the master must show utmost respect in their presence. Your loud outbursts reveal your impatience with life. The innate blade aura. It is indeed the innate blade aura. Steward Yifang's prowess is truly formidable. Aside from those sorcerers, he is likely the strongest martial artist in the Yi family. Oh, is that not Yi Su, the young protector of the Yi family? I thought he was dead. It is said that the master left the horse grounds in search of him. How can his aura be so powerful? Has he truly re-entered the innate realm? Within our horse grounds, only the master could possibly contain him. Yet when facing steward Yi Fang, it is evident he remains far from his equal. Such vigorous vitality. In just 9 days, this young man's physical form has ascended to a new level. Yi Fang, both astonished and enraged, swiftly approached Yi Su, the blade aura slicing through the air, intent on cleaving him in two. Chapter 36. Unyielding as a mountain, Yi Su halted his retreat and met the blade aura with a punch. The aura collided violently with the cold iron chains, erupting in a shower of sparks. With a resounding crash, the aura shattered, scattering its energy in all directions. The force struck him, tearing his garments and leaving him marred with countless punctures. The piercing energy even inflicted tiny wounds upon his innate physical body. Nevertheless, he firmly withstood the blade aura, his form remaining unshaken. His robust physique was sufficiently resilient to bear the immense force of the aura. Yi Su's eyes sparkled with realization. As I suspected, the blade aura cannot sever cold iron. The innate blade aura's reputation for being indomitable applies only to mundane metals. Cold iron is a material forged from sorcerous treasures. Not even sorcerers can easily cut through it. However, the horse servants encircled by the shattered aura were not so fortunate. With a series of silent thuds, 6 or 7 fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The remaining servants, filled with dread, retreated hastily, while several overseers of the horse grounds gazed at Yi Su's chains with astonishment. What manner of chains are these that can withstand the innate blade aura? Yi Fang's astonishment deepened. He himself would not dare to directly confront the innate blade aura, yet Yi Su had effortlessly absorbed it. This young man's treasures seem inexhaustible. But once he is gone, all these will belong to me. Yi Su shattered the blade aura with a single punch, his legs slightly bent, suddenly unleashing unimaginable strength. The ground buckled beneath him, forming a large circular pit as his true energy pressed downwards. Rather than retreating, he surged forward towards Yi Fang. His steps were heavy. Each footfall created deep craters in the earth, causing the grass to tremble violently, as if he were not a human, but a colossal elephant. Yet his speed was astonishing. Darting forward in a flash, closing in on Yi Fang, his fist descending like a mighty hammer. Even Su Qiao and Madame Fang, several yards away, were shaken to the ground by the tremors. The other servants struggled to maintain their footing, collapsing one after another, while only a few overseers managed to steady themselves. Their eyes wide with terror, these overseers were tasked with managing the horse grounds due to their formidable strength, their skills approaching the innate realm, which made them trusted by Ma Sanbao. However, the aura Yi Su unleashed in that moment instilled fear even in them. If they were to confront Yi Su directly, they would likely lose all will to fight. Yi Su's charge resembled a high-speed carriage laden with gold. Should they collide head-on, they would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Just a month and a half ago, Yi Su had arrived at the horse grounds as a frail invalid, and now he had transformed into a being capable of overwhelming any one of them. Such a transformation is truly astonishing. With a thunderous impact, Yi Su's punch expelled all the air within a radius of several feet, creating a vacuum force field. The technique he employed was none other than the renowned Qian Kuan Shou, Yi Fang's signature martial art. His fist, enveloped in cold iron chains, descended with the force of 1,000 armies upon Yi Fang's head. The moment it struck, the air resonated with an explosive sound, as if he were not striking a skull, but rather a colossal drum. Yi Fang felt a mixture of shock and fury. He had previously encountered Yi Su when the latter was fleeing for his life. Back then, Yi Su had not dared to confront him directly, and their encounter had merely been a means to deflect his attacks and avoid death. Now, however, Yi Su stood before him, prepared to face him head-on. A blatant display of contempt. To add insult to injury, he was employing his famed Qian Kuan Shou, indicating that he held Yi Fang in utter disregard. Yet, even more humiliating for Yi Fang was the palpable aura of death emanating from Yi Su's enormous fist. He was certain that if this fist were to strike his head, even with the pinnacle of martial prowess, the innate body, he would not withstand it. His skull would surely be shattered. Despite his overwhelming rage, he felt an even greater humiliation, for he dared not counter Yi Su's Qian Kuan Shou with his own. Yi Su had pushed the Qian Kuan Shou to its utmost limit, its power reaching its zenith. Even if Yi Fang were to execute it himself, he could not withstand such a blow. He was forced to confront the deeply humiliating reality. Baoshan fist. Yi Fang's demeanor shifted abruptly, his body straightened, white hair billowing. Standing resolute like an immovable mountain, with a deft motion, he met Yi Su's fist. The ground trembled violently, a deep fissure tearing open as the shockwave from their clash rippled through the earth, resembling a wound upon the land. One of the overseers displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "This is the Baoshan fist, reputed to be the most defensively potent technique within the Yi family, embodying the essence of embracing a mountain, immovable and steadfast. Yet, this technique emphasizes defense, lacking in counterattack power, known for overcoming strength with weakness. Why would Steward Yi Fang resort to such a conservative technique? This was because he had no confidence in countering the young master's Qian Kuan Shou with any other technique. Another elder overseer's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Yi Su's fist, marveling, young master's punch has reached the pinnacle of Qian Kuan Shou. Even the master would not surpass this level. Others nodded in agreement. The strength of sorcerers is undeniably formidable, and while they could unleash the full potential of martial arts, true comprehension of martial ways depends on individual aptitude. Yi Su's punch had elevated the Qian Kuan Shou to an extraordinary height, a realm unattainable even by Yi Fang or Ma Sanbao. Uncle, who will emerge victorious? A servant turned to see Su Qiao standing behind them, anxiously clutching her clothing, her wide eyes searching for reassurance. The martial arts displayed by Yi Su and Yi Fang surpassed her understanding. All she could see were Yi Su's punches raining down upon Yi Fang. Unable to discern who held the advantage, who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. The elder overseer hesitated before sharing his perspective. Yet, in my opinion, Steward Yi Fang holds the greater chance of victory. After all, he has cultivated his skills for over 30 years, having entered the innate realm, and with the innate blade aura at his disposal, combined with the Baoshan fist, which demands minimal energy expenditure. In contrast, young Master Qian Kuan Shou is extremely taxing on his true energy in a battle of endurance. It is likely that Steward Yi Fang will prevail. He observed the worry etched in Su Qiao's eyes, evoking an involuntary surge of compassion within him. He hurriedly reassured her, "Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Qiao, you need not fret." Before departing, the arena master entrusted several of us old bones to protect you from any harm. With us safeguarding you, Yi Fang should not dare to act recklessly. However, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone, for Yi Fang was undeniably formidable. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate them all. Su Qiao shook her head, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the arena, her concern unabated. Her apprehension was not for her own safety, but rather for Yi Su's well-being. Growing up alongside Yi Su, their bond transcended the typical master-servant relationship, her heart wholly entwined with his, though she remained oblivious to this fact. Outside the arena, 3 magnificent steeds stood quietly atop a rise, their riders silently observing the fierce clash below. Suddenly, one of the sorcerers remarked, "Arena Master, who do you believe will emerge victorious, young Master Qi or Yi Fang?" Ma Sanbao, clad in a cerulean robe, replied with nonchalance, "Young Master Qi." Another sorcerer could not suppress his dissent, "Not necessarily. Yi Fang is a master of martial arts, although he has not ascended to the rank of sorcerer. His strength is formidable, especially since he has cultivated his innate energy to an advanced state. A single strike from him could spell doom for even the most skilled practitioners. While young Master Qi possesses exceptional talent, he recently suffered a grievous injury, and it is likely that he is still not Yifang's match. Ma Sanbao maintained a calm demeanor, insisting, young Master Qi will prevail. The two exchanged knowing glances and chuckled softly. The arena master is quite confident. Shall we place a wager? I am aware that the master has garnered the favor of the Lord and been bestowed with the elite sorcery of the Yi family. The Qing Jiao 9 strikes. Let us wager on your first strike of the Qing Jiao 9 strikes. Should you lose, you must impart it to us. And if you lose? Ma Sanbao inquired with newfound interest. We shall reveal all our learned techniques and sorcery. I accept the wager, Ma Sanbao declared decisively, momentarily taken aback. Although the sorcery and techniques of these two sorcerers were not on par with his Qing Jiao 9 strikes, they were nonetheless skills that only sorcerers could master. The insights he could glean from them would undoubtedly enhance his own progress. Yi Su unleashed a barrage of punches upon Yifang, each strike imbued with immense force. The ground beneath them trembled under the tremendous recoil, fissured like a spider's web, marred with alarming patterns. Yet, despite his relentless assault, Yi Su could not breach Yifang's defenses. The unique defensive technique of the Baoshan fist had been cultivated to an immovable, unyielding state. Yifang stood firm, resembling an insurmountable mountain, impervious and indomitable. Boy, I wonder how long you can withstand this. Yifang sneered. Yi Su had resorted to the Qiankuan hand, a technique that drained substantial energy. It was only a matter of time before he could no longer maintain his strength. Each of Yi Su's punches bore the weight of 10,000 pounds, leaving his arms numb and forcing him into a defensive posture, a source of humiliation. Yet, this indignity was inconsequential. Once Yi Su depleted his energy, it would be Yifang's moment to strike decisively. Chapter 37. The Demise of Yifang. Yifang. Even in your dying moments, you still have so much to say. Yi Su remained composed, abruptly altering his technique. No longer employing the expansive Qiankuan hand, he shifted to a razor-sharp style, the cold iron chains swirling rapidly around his fists, producing a resonant clang, akin to a high-speed drill, piercing directly towards Yifang. This punch was as lethal as a spear thrust, its sharpness eclipsing the grandeur of the Qiankuan hand, yet possessing a distinct edge that forcefully penetrated Yifang's Baoshan fist, fracturing his imposing aura with a multitude of divergent forces. Yifang felt the influx of those powers surge into his meridians, stirring chaos within his innate energy, and he could not help but exclaim. The Zhu family's Baoshan fist. With one punch, Yi Su shattered his mountain-like aura. In the next instant, he struck again, relentless and unwavering. Before Yifang could counter the invading forces, he hastily raised his other hand to absorb the blow, only to emit a muffled grunt, his form swaying slightly. Yi Su's first punch dismantled Yifang's imposing presence, while the second obliterated his grounded foundation. Suddenly, the cold iron chains erupted, and Yi Su's fingers spread wide, his palms shimmering like jade, suffused with violet energy. In an instant, a vacuum of purple energy materialized, crashing down upon Yifang. The force of this palm struck Yifang's face with tremendous impact, propelling him backward as if swatting away a fly. Qiankuan in hand, suspended in midair. Yifang coughed up blood, half of his face swelling grotesquely, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through him. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Utterly unprepared for this turn of events, Yi Su had expended his energy, repeatedly employing the Qiankuan hand to distract Yifang, only to suddenly unleash the Baoshan fist, shattering his steadfastness and utterly defeating him. In that final, astounding strike, he had utilized Yifang's own renowned technique, the Qiankuan hand, inflicting humiliation both physically and spiritually, trampling his dignity underfoot. The elderly steward took a moment to exhale deeply, murmuring, I once heard the arena master say that Zhou Shiwang of the Zhou family, despite his seemingly loyal exterior, is as cunning as a fox, while Fang Chun of the Fang family, though handsome, is as perceptive as jade, harboring profound depths. Both are rare talents. I did not expect young Master Qi to be in any way inferior to them. He is indeed the pride of the Yi family, worthy of standing alongside such luminaries. Su Qiao clenched her small fists in excitement, nearly bursting with the urge to cheer aloud. The two sorcerers outside the arena stood agape, momentarily rendered speechless. The Baoshan fist was not a technique of the Yi family, but rather a unique creation devised by the Zhou family's masters specifically to counter the Baoshan fist of the Yi family. Though Yifang had heard of this remarkable martial art, he had never anticipated encountering it in Yi Su's hands, leading to a significant miscalculation. Had his opponent been a scion of the Zhou family, he would have been far more vigilant. He could not have foreseen that during Yi Su's previous confrontation with Zhou Shiwang, He had also employed the Baoshan Fist, which Zhou Sherwing had countered with the Pashan Fist, leaving him equally at a loss. Their relationship was one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Afterward, they had exchanged insights on martial arts, and Yisu had specifically sought Zhou Sherwing's guidance on the Pashan Fist. While Zhou Sherwing had merely explained the principles of the technique without divulging the intricate details, Yisu's remarkable insight had enabled him to deduce much of its essence. As Yifang hung suspended in the air, he saw Yisu suddenly spring forth, leaping high, another violet hand descending upon him. And he could not help but be gripped by terror. Bang! In a desperate attempt to defend himself, his wrist nearly shattered under Yisu's strike. Just as he landed, a colossal fist barreled toward him. Boom! His Baoshan Fist was utterly dismantled, the rushing force of the Zhongming true energy invading his body, igniting a cacophony of explosions within him, as if a string of firecrackers had been lit inside, causing his blood to surge chaotically, disrupting the flow of his innate energy. Yisu's onslaught was akin to a tempest. Once he seized the upper hand, he would unleash a relentless barrage, unyielding until his opponent lay defeated or broken. This was a lesson already learned by the deceased Fang He. At this moment, Yifang finally grasped the feeling of being ravaged. Ma Sanbao cast a glance at the two companions beside him, stating succinctly, "Yifang is doomed." The two, overwhelmed by despair, hastily countered, "Not necessarily. The outcome is still undetermined. The struggle between life and death is far from over. Yifang still has a chance for a comeback. Furthermore, even if he cannot defeat young Master Qi, he may yet escape. Shall we wager again? What do you have left to wager?" Ma Sanbao scoffed dismissively. The two individuals exchanged glances. For a sorcerer, aside from the cultivation of their heart method and sorcery, could only be moved by rare treasures and magical artifacts. Common gold and silver treasures were utterly beneath their notice. In the arena, Yifang continuously coughed up blood, retreating rapidly. Yisu's relentless onslaught had shattered his pride, diminished his courage, and caused his confidence to evaporate. At this moment, he no longer possessed the former sense of superiority. All he desired was to flee, to escape far away from this harbinger of death. His legs remained powerful, covering great distances with each step. Although he was retreating in a bid for survival, he still managed 5 or 6 meters with each stride. 2 horse servants, unable to evade in time, were struck by him, instantly meeting their demise. Though he had been forced to relinquish the Baoshan Fist, his injuries were not overly severe, and he still retained formidable combat prowess. Kill! Yisu trailed closely behind him, like a shadow, bellowing fiercely. His fist suddenly turned as dark as ink, as if forged from tungsten steel, and with each movement, it produced a resounding clang, hurtling toward him with tremendous force. The King Kong suppression demon technique. This martial art had been cultivated to its peak by him. Previously, he had only reached a bronze hue, but now it was as hard as tungsten steel. This punch, combined with the innate strength of his physique, made Yifang feel as though he were confronting not merely a fist, but a colossal black mountain. When their fists collided, Yifang felt an overwhelming force erupt from Yisu's fist, akin to a steel war chariot bearing down upon him. Indeed, it was a crushing force. Yisu intended to use his innate physical power to obliterate him. Although Yisu had cultivated the Zhongming body refinement technique to the 9th level, he was still far from matching Yifang's profound cultivation level. In the face of Yifang's innate vital energy, Yisu's Zhongming true energy could only barely protect him. However, in terms of physical strength, Yifang and he were worlds apart. At Wutu Ridge, he could easily lift 10,000-pound boulders, scaling mountains and leaping as if flying. At this moment, each of his punches and kicks exceeded 1,000 pounds of force. Yifang was shaken to the core, his body feeling as though it would shatter. His internal organs were nearly reduced to fragments. Bloodstains marred his white eyebrows and beard, and fear welled up within him. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a blade aura that soared into the sky. This blade aura was fueled by all of his vital energy, exuding an overwhelming might, unmatched and breathtakingly radiant. Overshadowing even the sun, its blinding brilliance forcing nearly everyone to close their eyes. He was determined to fight to the death. However, this blade aura was not aimed at Yisu, but rather hurtled directly towards Su Qiao. The sharp blade energy sliced through the air, severing a dozen horse servants in two, including 2 stable hands whose martial prowess approached that of innate warriors. The momentum of the blade aura remained undiminished, soaring above Su Qiao's head, suddenly rising before crashing down. This blade, nearly 5 meters long, equivalent to the length of a horse-drawn carriage, was imposing and extraordinarily fierce. In that same moment, Yi Su disregarded his intention to eliminate Yi Fang and sprinted forward, nearly reaching the girl just as the innate blade aura descended. His gaze fixated on the descending energy. At the instant Yi Su dashed to assist, Yi Fang pivoted and soared toward the direction of Yi Manor. Having unleashed this strike, his vital energy was nearly depleted, leaving him without the strength to contend with Yi Su. Nevertheless, his target was Su Qiao Qiao. His purpose was to divert Yi Su's attention, allowing him to escape. As long as he could evade Yi Su and reach the safety of Yi Manor. Even with the greatest audacity, Yi Su would not dare to intrude and kill within the manor. He was the external steward of Yi Manor, a servant of the inner steward Yi Si Min. If he could enter Yi Manor, Yi Si Min would undoubtedly intervene, and at that point, Yi Su would be in peril. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fang had already fled dozens of meters away when suddenly, he felt a chilling murderous intent emanating from behind, sending shivers down his spine. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a black iron chain darting toward him like a great serpent, producing a clattering sound as it pierced through his forehead, penetrating his skull. Yi Xiaobao? Without this iron chain, how can you withstand my innate blade aura? This was Yi Fang's final thought before he was engulfed by an infinite darkness. The immense power contained within the cold iron chain lifted his lifeless body, propelling it forward. Just then, a startled steed galloped past, and the iron chain pierced it cleanly, before flying several paces and embedding itself into the wall of the stable with a resounding clang. The steed remained alive, hanging on the wall, whinnying in agony. Yi Su stood protectively before Su Qiao Qiao, thousands of purple butterflies fluttering forth, rushing toward the innate blade aura like moths to a flame. Their sounds of explosion echoing continuously, yet they were ultimately unable to withstand this strike. The innate blade aura continued to descend, pressing down on him so heavily that he could scarcely breathe. Yi Fang's full-powered strike was truly terrifying, far beyond what his cultivation could resist. The Baoshan fist. Yi Su's body trembled, his energy coalescing, contained yet unyielding, as immovable as a mountain. He was equally proficient in the boxing technique mastered by Yi Fang, if not more so. At the same time, his hands turned an inky black, channeling the King Kong suppression demon technique as he raised his palms to grasp the blade aura. The Baoshan fist and the King Kong suppression demon technique, two martial arts known for their formidable defense, were fused together, and with the innate strength of his physique, this level of defense was unprecedented. He intended to confront the innate blade aura head-on with his formidable defense. As the innate blade aura relentlessly descended, cutting into his palms, sparks flew, emitting a sizzling sound as though his hands were crafted from steel rather than flesh. The King Kong suppression demon technique shattered first, his fingers pierced by the vital energy, blood pouring forth, nearly exposing bone. Yi Su roared madly, his hair standing on end, every strand erect. Then the sound of crackling erupted from within him as the Baoshan fist crumbled in that instant. The blade aura continued its descent, slicing into his wrist bone, inching downward, seemingly intent on severing his arm in two, and then cleaving him from head to toe. Chapter 38, Devouring Blade Aura. Although Yi Fang had perished, his blade aura persisted. This was his final strike at full power and was even more perilous than when he was alive. To completely extinguish this blade, one must allow its power to be fully unleashed. However, with Yi Su's current cultivation, he was utterly incapable of resisting the might of this strike. Not even the innate defense of his physique could withstand it. Master of the horse arena, will you intervene? Outside the arena, two sorcerers gazed intently at the innate blade aura. One spoke, if we do not act soon. The two individuals resolutely decided that should Ma Sanbao and Yi Simong come into conflict, they would not intervene. Suddenly, one of the sorcerers exclaimed in a hushed tone, what happened to Yi Fang's innate sword qi? Their attention had been focused solely on Yi Simong, leaving them unaware of Yi Su's situation. To their astonishment, upon turning their gaze, they found that the innate sword qi aimed at Yi Su had vanished, leaving only the blue-clad youth standing there. They had not witnessed the event, but others had seen it clearly, standing dumbfounded. Even Madame Fong was left speechless, appearing as though she had seen a ghost. The scene had been extraordinarily bizarre. The innate sword qi had sliced toward Yi Su's palms, seemingly intending to cleave him in two, and nearly everyone was convinced of his impending doom. However, to everyone's disbelief, the sword qi gradually diminished in size and disappeared within a breath, as if Yi Su's hands had swallowed it whole. To consume a 5-meter-long innate sword qi in such a manner was an unprecedented spectacle. Had Ma Sanbao and the others witnessed this, they would have realized that Yi Su did not merely swallow the sword qi, but rather drew it into his body, suppressing it with his own true energy. Although the innate sword qi was exceptionally sharp, it was still composed of qi. Its unparalleled power stemmed from its remarkable sharpness. Nonetheless, its essence remained that of innate-level true energy, which enabled Yisu to decompose the sword qi and draw it into his body. Young Master's methods are truly astonishing. The elder steward of the horse farm remarked with awe in his eyes. Others expressed similar astonishment. Yisu had yet to attain innate status. Yet he had vanquished a formidable opponent who had immersed himself in the innate realm of martial arts for many years, effortlessly devouring even the sword qi. This feat surpassed their comprehension and left them astounded. In truth, Yisu was well aware of the risks he faced. Although he had decomposed the innate sword qi and drawn it into his body for suppression, it retained immense power, capable of coalescing and piercing through his flesh, tearing him to shreds at any moment. His actions were perilously reckless, akin to burying a volcano within himself that could erupt at any time. Yet, without employing such a method, he would surely have been unable to withstand the innate sword qi. There was another layer to his reasoning. This strike had consolidated all of Yi Fang's qi, and even with the expended portion accounted for, it equated to at least half of Yi Fang's cultivation. Should he refine this qi and transform it into his own power, he would easily breach the 10th level of the Tsangming refinement technique, entering the innate realm of martial arts, thus saving over a month's worth of arduous training. A month may seem brief, but for prodigies like Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen, such a short span could allow them to gain a considerable lead. If he were to attain innate status only after a month, it was likely that either of them could easily crush him with a mere hand. The disparity in realms between sorcerers and innate martial artists was unfathomable to ordinary people. Suddenly, the fabric of his clothing tore open, revealing a half-foot-long gash, blood oozing profusely, as though a sharp blade had sliced through him from within. Yisu was taken aback. Yi Fang's sword qi was even more formidable than he had anticipated, showing signs of reforming. Now that he had drawn the sword qi into his body to suppress it, should it gain the upper hand, his body would likely be torn apart in the next instant. He dared not move, exerting all his true energy to guide the sword qi toward his dantian. His dantian was exceptionally spacious, and with the presence of the Bayou Tower suppressing it, even the sword qi, possessing half of Yi Fang's cultivation, would struggle to stir significant waves within. Do not approach him. Su Qiao, witnessing Yi Su's immobility, felt an overwhelming sense of worry and was about to step forward when the elder steward hurriedly stopped her, his eyes fixed on Yi Su with utmost vigilance, radiating tension. What is wrong with the young master? Su Qiao could not hold back her inquiry. The elder steward shook his head without providing an answer, withdrawing his sword sheath and slowly extending it toward Yi Su. Just as the sheath brushed against his clothing, a fine blade of light suddenly erupted from within him, shattering the sheath into fragments. The elder steward's arm trembled violently, and he let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps, revealing his bloodied palm. Everyone, retreat immediately. Do not approach him, he bellowed urgently. Though he could not discern what Yisu was undergoing, he understood that Yisu was undoubtedly in a grave crisis, and no one could assist him. He had to rely solely on himself to escape the predicament. The horse handlers hurriedly scattered, avoiding Yisu as if he were a plague. The elder steward, himself a martial artist on the brink of innate status and one of the most prominent figures in the horse farm, was shaken to his core by a mere touch with Yisu. Had it been them, they would have likely been slain instantly. After what felt like an eternity, Yisu finally opened his eyes, exhaling softly, a glimmer of joy surfacing within his gaze. The sword qi had finally been successfully suppressed within his dantian. For anyone else, not to mention the innate sword qi invading the dantian, even foreign true energy could severely damage their cultivation or even lead to instant death. This was because the dantian was the central hub of martial cultivation of utmost importance. If invaded by another's true energy, it would not only be difficult to expel, but could leave lasting internal injuries. If it were the innate sword qi, a single strike could rupture the dantian, resulting in grave, untreatable injuries. Yet he harbored no such concerns. Within his dantian, the Tsangming true energy resembled thousands of purple clouds, drifting gracefully like an ocean of violet. Above this cloud sea, a magnificent Bayou Tower loomed, exerting its grand might. As soon as the innate sword qi entered the dantian, it sprang to life, coalescing into the form of an immense blade, radiating fierce power, and unleashing a formidable wave of blade qi directed at his Tsangming true energy, nearly sweeping away all the purple clouds. This innate sword qi consolidated Yi Fang's lifelong cultivation, far exceeding Yi Su's Songming true energy, should this blade descend. It would undoubtedly obliterate his cultivation once more. Before the innate sword Qi could approach the cloud sea, the Bayou Tower trembled violently, and a wave of azure ripples descended, shattering the sword Qi, preventing it from coalescing further, transforming it into a colossal cloud, solitary and floating at the periphery of the violet cloud sea. This cloud, composed purely of innate Qi, was several times larger than Yi Su's cloud sea. If I can refine this cloud, I shall undoubtedly break through the 10th level and achieve innate status. Yi Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. This time, he had truly turned misfortune into fortune. The might of Yi Fang's lifetime of cultivation was immense. By refining and absorbing this Qi, his cultivation would skyrocket, allowing him to cross the most formidable threshold and attain the innate realm of martial arts. He strode toward Yi Fang's corpse, and as he passed, the horse handlers scattered, their eyes filled with reverence. Yi Fang, a powerful innate warrior, had been slain by him. In the minds of the horse handlers, Yi Su had become the foremost martial artist of the Yi family. As Yi Su reached for the cold iron chains, he suddenly halted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. An ominous aura had silently locked onto him. This presence was filled with ferocity and bloodlust, wild beyond measure. Compared to Yi Fang's aura, it was akin to a child just learning to walk. With great difficulty, Yi Su turned his head, only to see a young man in a white robe, his countenance dark and stormy, striding toward him. 17th uncle. Yi Simong entered the horse farm, parting the crowd as he approached with murderous intent, his aura fixated upon Yi Su, his gaze dismissive of all else. Simong, that little wretch killed Jin'er. Quickly, take his life. Upon seeing her husband, Madame Fang's spirit surged, her voice ringing out with authority. Yi Simong let out a cold snort, and an azure aura surged above his head, gradually coalescing into a gnarled eagle claw, its surface adorned with peculiar scales, exuding a vast and sharp aura. This claw stood over 3 feet tall, and above it, azure golden feathers rapidly took shape, eventually forming a headless, single-clawed giant eagle. Slowly, a serpent's head sprouted from the neck of this giant eagle, and green scales materialized out of thin air, gradually shaping the body of a green-scaled serpent. Strangely, this serpent was headless and tailless, as if it were a singular entity with the azure golden giant eagle. Instead of a tail wing, the giant eagle was dragging along, flat serpent tail behind it. Chapter 39. The double strike of eagle and serpent. This bizarre creature, neither fully an eagle nor a serpent, measured an impressive 6 meters in length, looming over Yi Simong, with its tail dangling down, still over 3 meters long. This was the shamanic technique of the sorcerers. The double strike of eagle and serpent. The term does not refer to 2 distinct animals, but rather to an ancient demonic beast known as Ingshi. This creature is known for its ferocity and bloodlust. Although it may not possess the vast powers of the manga Juha, it is 100 times more vicious, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. The double strike of eagle and serpent is quite renowned in Liuzhou City, regarded as a superior shamanic technique, practiced by many sorcerers of the 3 great families. Yi Simong's aura intensified, exerting an unyielding pressure on Yi Su, causing his hair to stand on end and his clothes to flutter without wind. This was the first time Yi Su realized how terrifying a sorcerer could be, as he was immobilized merely by the pressure of the aura, unable to even channel his Songming true energy back into his Dantian. Previously, Ma Sanbao had tested the recovery of his injuries by attacking him with a massive hand of aura, but on that occasion, he had only used less than 1,000th of his strength and bore no intent to kill. However, now that Yi Su had slain Yi Jian, Yi Simong harbored a lethal intent towards him, wishing to eliminate him swiftly. What he never anticipated was the sheer terror of the sorcerer's aura, which not only immobilized his physical form, but also rendered his true energy unusable. This was the might of realm suppression. Yi Su had heard the elders of the Yi family speak of the realm suppression of sorcerers. All shamanic techniques are driven by the primordial spirit channeling the aura, and the strength of the primordial spirit is contingent upon the sorcerer's realm. The higher the realm, the stronger the primordial spirit, leading to an increasingly formidable suppression. With profound cultivation, one can firmly suppress the opponent, drastically reducing their strength. This situation becomes particularly evident when sorcerers face martial arts masters, as the latter find themselves utterly incapacitated, forced to await their fate. Now, he was experiencing the formidable nature of realm suppression, leaving him with no capacity for resistance. Yi Simong approached him step by step, each footfall resonating heavily. Cold sweat streamed down Yi Su's forehead. Surrendering was not his style. even against a sorcerer. He would fight back. A beast-like roar erupted from his throat as he desperately urged the true energy that was being mercilessly suppressed. Within his dantian, the Bayou Tower trembled slightly, beginning to rotate, allowing the Tsangming true energy to flow, easing some of his pressure. This mysterious Jade Tower had finally been activated. Yisu had no time for joy and continued to amplify his efforts. The rotation of the Bayou Tower quickened. Winds swirling as torrents of Tsangming true energy surged forth from his dantian, flooding into his desiccated meridians. Suddenly, the eagle serpent above Yi Simong let out a harsh screech and lunged at him, its claw enveloping Yi Su entirely as it descended. Yi Simong had finally made his move. Yi Su's spirit surged, his body filled once more with overwhelming strength. He drew out a chain of cold iron, and in a swift motion, he darted away like a great bat, leaping several meters back. With a thunderous crash, the eagle claw struck the ground, creating a massive pit. Yi Su shook the cold iron chain, ensnaring the eagle claw. However, the power contained within this eagle serpent was inconceivable to ordinary people, easily shattering the cold iron chain. This chain could withstand Yi Fang's blade aura, yet before the shamanic technique, it crumbled as if made of tofu, disintegrating with a single strike. Yi Su's heart sank. The gap between him and Yi Simong was insurmountably vast, plunging him into despair. The strength of the sorcerer was such that any martial arts master would be utterly helpless against it. No wonder the Wu Huang family granted sorcerers immense power. If a servant became a sorcerer, they would immediately be freed from servitude and entrusted with significant responsibilities. Yi Simong's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. In his view, even if Yi Su had cultivated to the innate tyrant body, he would still be unable to withstand a single strike from him. Unexpectedly, not only had Yi Su not been subdued by his aura, but he had also evaded his attack and even countered, defying all expectations. He advanced boldly. The eagle serpent formed from his aura, opening its massive mouth, nearly capable of swallowing an adult whole, lunging fiercely at Yi Su. Despite Yi Su's surprising resilience, it could not deter Yi Simong's lethal intent. Suddenly, a claw of azure scales emerged from the side, seizing the head of the eagle serpent. With a powerful squeeze, the serpent's head was crushed and the aura scattered, producing a resounding explosion that sent people tumbling about, even lifting Yi Su off the ground. Ma Sanbao, do you dare to obstruct me? Yi Simong whirled around, fury blazing in his gaze. Ma Sanbao stood not far away, a blue-scaled dragon emerging from his dantian. Coiling around him menacingly, its dragon head raised, fixated on Yi Simong. It was this aura dragon that had just crushed the head of the eagle serpent. Lord Simong, this is my territory. Anyone who enters must abide by my rules, and you are no exception, Ma Sanbao remarked calmly, his tone measured. Yi Simong fixed his gaze on Ma Sanbao's aura dragon. Although the double strike of eagle and serpent and the 9 strikes of the azure dragon were equally renowned, the actual power of his double strike paled in comparison to Ma Sanbao's 9 strikes. This was because Yi Simong had sought speed and completeness in his cultivation, hastily manifesting the eagle serpent without profound mastery, appearing formidable yet lacking true strength. In contrast, Ma Sanbao had progressed steadily, while he had not fully manifested the azure dragon. Its power was several times greater than Yi Simong's eagle serpent. Moreover, Ma Sanbao's cultivation was far more profound. He was now a 4th-grade shaman, creating a significant disparity between them. You insolent servant, will you not step aside? Do you intend to rebel? Lady Fong surged forth from the crowd, glaring fiercely at Ma Sanbao. A mere servant dares to attack a master. Will you not kneel and apologize? Ma Sanbao's expression darkened, his gaze landing on Lady Fong as if assessing a shrewish woman. A flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. He coldly retorted, you lack the qualification to demand an apology from me. I achieved innate martial arts at the age of 24 and became a shaman, gaining the favor of the lord of the house, allowing me to shed my servitude. Lady Fong continued to berate him, but Yi Simong grasped her hand, turning to leave with a cold laugh. There is no need to waste words with him, Yi Su. This little beast has killed Jian and violated the family law. This matter will naturally be dealt with by the inner court. Ma Sanbao, you should take care of yourself. As they exited the horse racing grounds, Lady Fong shook off his hand, angered. Yi Simong, will you let him go just like that? Do you not intend to avenge your son? Of course, I will seek revenge for my son. Yi Simong's expression darkened as he glanced back at the horse racing grounds, gritting his teeth. However, Ma Sanbao's cultivation exceeds mine, and the lord of the house holds him in high regard. My position within the house is not strong. With Ma Sanbao's intervention, I cannot deal with Yi Su. I must seek external assistance to eliminate this little beast. Lady Feng's eyes flickered. She thought of her maiden family. Another Wu Huang family in Liuzhou, the Feng family. It was said that Yi Su had killed the son of her fourth brother, Zhongshan, and she longed to flay this little brat alive. Perhaps it would be better to seek him out, settling both new and old grievances, allowing Zhongshan to take action against this little beast. Meanwhile, Yi Simong considered the inner court of the Yi family, within the Yi family. I am not the only one wishing for this little beast's demise. Heir Gusi Min, the chief steward of the inner court, oversees all affairs within the palace, possessing authority only subordinate to that of the palace lord. The killing of his servant, Yi Feng, by Yi Su was akin to a slap in the face. And among the royal family of the inner court, aside from Yi Su, only his son Yi Feng is favored as a potential candidate for the next palace lord. Ergo would undoubtedly wish to see this young scoundrel executed. In the horse racing grounds, Ma Sanbao turned to Yi Su. His expression one of admiration. Seventh young master, your rapid progress in cultivation is truly remarkable. Even Yi Feng has fallen at your hands. It seems your gains during the hunting festival are considerable. Yi Su offered a wry smile. He had indeed reaped various benefits during the festival, but it had also made him numerous enemies, with threats looming throughout Luzhou, including those in Yi Fu who plotted his swift demise. Currently, he found himself surrounded by foes, with only a scant few truly supportive individuals. Ma Sanbao seemed to sense his thoughts and reassured him. There is no need for concern, young master. The palace lord will suppress the matter concerning Yi Jian. Even if the inner court takes action against you, it will not be overly severe. Yi Su exhaled in relief. Ma Sanbao's close ties with the palace lord, Yi Si Dao, lent credibility to his words. However, he added a cautionary note. Nevertheless, it is wise to remain vigilant, seventh young master. It would be prudent to avoid going out for the time being. As the crowd dispersed, tranquility returned to the horse grounds. Yi Su beckoned Xiao Qiao over, gently placing his fingers on her pulse. Su Qiao Qiao blinked in confusion, feeling a torrent of vital energy surge into her body through his fingertips, coursing through her meridians. In mere moments, this energy traversed her entire system, creating a sensation that was both tingling and pleasurable, akin to being caressed by his hands, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yi Su furrowed his brow slightly. After circulating his vital energy through Qiao Qiao's meridians, he found no peculiarities in her constitution. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered his Tsang Ming vital energy into a cohesive mass, infused with a strand of consciousness, and slowly directed it into her dantian. This act was fraught with peril, as it risked clashing with Qiao Qiao's Xian Ming vital energy. A misstep could cripple her cultivation or leave her gravely injured, so Yi Su proceeded with utmost caution. To his surprise, upon entering Qiao Qiao's dantian, his energy met no resistance, indicating her complete trust in him. As his vital energy and consciousness mingled within her dantian, he immediately noted its stark dissimilarity to that of an ordinary person. While the dantian of an average individual is devoid of content save for their cultivated energy, Qiao Qiao's housed a colossal blue water sphere, suspended in midair and dominating the sky. This water sphere rotated slowly, exuding an aura of profound softness and yielding, continuously generating Xian Ming vital energy. No wonder her cultivation advanced so swiftly. Might Xiao Qiao possess the constitution of the water deity Gong Gong? Chapter 46. 9 Revolutions of Yuan Gong. There exist 5 types of special constitutions: the fire deity Zhu Rong, the water deity Gong Gong, the metal deity Xiao Hao, the earth deity Ho Tu, and the wood deity Zhu Mang. Mastery of the corresponding techniques for these constitutions leads to extraordinary leaps in cultivation, propelling individuals into the realm of innate warriors at an unimaginable pace. Much of the lore surrounding these special constitutions remains shrouded in myth. Even Yi Si Dao had never encountered one, let alone Yi Su. Thus, he remained uncertain of the precise nature of the water deity Gong Gong constitution. Yet, even if Xiao Qiao did not possess such a constitution, the water sphere in her dantian was sufficient to expedite her training to an astonishing degree, propelling her toward the innate realm with unrelenting momentum. Comparatively, Yi Su felt a pang of frustration. His diligent practice and breakthroughs required tenfold effort, which already marked him as extraordinary among ordinary folk. In contrast, for Qiao Qiao, the barriers to advancement seemed almost non-existent, as the water sphere continuously supplied her with Xian Ming vital energy, obliterating all obstacles. Yi Su pondered the implications of Qiao Qiao's unique constitution, deciding to keep this revelation to himself. The influence of such a special constitution is profound. Even he, a prodigy, faced considerable enmity and danger. If news of Qiao Qiao's constitution were to leak, it would likely jeopardize her safety within Yi Fu. Having resolved this matter, Yi Su promptly activated his vital energy and commenced the Tsang Ming body refinement technique, attempting to dismantle Yi Fang's innate blade aura. The innate blade aura had been thoroughly shattered by Bai Yu Lu, transforming into a colossal Tsang Yun that posed little threat to him. Nevertheless, refining this Tsang Yun consumed nearly 2 days of his efforts. This Tsang Yun encapsulated Yi Fang's lifelong cultivation, resulting in a remarkable surge in his own cultivation. Within just 2 days, the purple clouds in his dantian escalated from over 3,000 to an astounding 9,999. This figure had reached the maximum capacity of his dantian. Further cultivation would yield no increase. Yi Su refined the remaining fraction of the innate blade aura, leveraging the pressure from the innate aura to forcibly merge the purple clouds. Under tremendous stress, the purple clouds compressed to their limits, shattering and devouring one another, condensing from nearly 10,000 into a single entity. Threads of aura gradually emerged, brimming with immense power. Simultaneously, his Tsang Ming body refinement technique instinctively activated the 11th level's principles, generating an increasing quantity of aura that darkened the original purple clouds to black. His aura involuntarily radiated outward, swirling around him as black energy encircled his form, the stone floor beneath him threatening to fracture under the weight of his presence. Far more formidable than before, Yi Su exhaled sharply, unleashing a blade aura that struck a wall several meters away, cleaving a massive hole into it. This blade aura, a remnant of Yi Fang's innate energy, was now surpassed by Yi Su's own quality of innate aura, as he had ascended into the realm of innate martial arts, rendering Yi Fang's energy ineffective, thus expelling it from his body. The black innate aura transformed into the finest streams, gradually merging into his blood, muscles, meridians, and even penetrating his skin, slowly altering his physique. He could feel his strength escalating at a terrifying pace, surpassing even the formidable growth he experienced during his training at Wutu Ridge. In that moment, his body brimmed with unimaginable power. A slight movement sent his bones cracking explosively, as the tension in his tendons echoed like a bowstring being released. Suddenly, Yi Su inhaled deeply, channeling his aura, causing his chest to swell rapidly like an inflating balloon, and he grew an entire foot taller in an instant. Yet, his muscles shrank dramatically, rendering him gaunt as if wrapped in skin and bones, resembling a stick figure. But Yi Su felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. With a resounding thud, he punched the air, creating a fierce gust that shattered 6 or 7 windows, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Startled by the sheer force of his own punch, Yi Su had not anticipated that his striking power could reach such heights. Now, with only the strength of his physical form, he could withstand Yi Fang's innate blade aura. This punch, though not his full strength, showcased his overwhelming power, attributed to both the exceptional quality of his innate aura and the fact that he had reached the realm of innate physicality. The Tsang Ming body refinement technique comprises 13 levels of principles, and the 11th level focuses on nurturing the aura, enhancing its potency significantly. The 12th level of the heart technique involves the external manifestation of the vital energy, refining the blade's essence. The 13th level centers on tempering the physical body, achieving a state of innate strength, and solidifying the innate dominance. Presently, he has merely cultivated the vital energy, and his cultivation remains shallow, leaving him with a considerable distance to traverse before he can condense his energy into a blade, reaching the realm of innate blade essence. Should his vital energy strengthen further, achieving the realm of external manifestation, he could directly step into the pinnacle of martial arts, the innate dominance, the Tsangming dominance of the Yi clan, the Hota dominance of the Zhou clan, and the Jiuyang dominance of the Fang clan are collectively known as the 3 supreme dominant techniques, each exhibiting unmatched power. Moreover, his improved Tsangming body refining technique surpasses the prowess of the other 2 dominant techniques by a significant margin. He dispersed the black vital energy, his physique rapidly returning to its original form. Yi Su sighed with a mix of nostalgia and joy while gazing at his hands, reflecting on his return to the innate realm. Once, he had been crippled at this very stage. Now, his return to the innate realm stirred complex emotions within him. As if he were living 2 lives, he steadied his mind and resumed his diligent practice, striving toward the realm of external manifestation. Once he ascends to this level, he can immediately cultivate the Tsangming dominance and reach the highest echelon of martial arts. Furthermore, as his training deepens, he perceives that the Tsangming body refining technique is far from being limited to 13 levels. There must be subsequent techniques that can elevate martial arts to even greater heights. This revelation is monumental. The innate dominance is widely acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts, a knowledge passed down through millennia. If the Tsangming body refining technique indeed possesses further teachings, it would shatter this long-held belief. What could possibly lie beyond the highest realm of martial arts? Is it conceivable to transcend the celestial path without its acknowledgement and enter the realm of sorcery through martial prowess? Yi Su's heart brimmed with anticipation. However, he soon halted his training, feeling a dissonance with the 11th level of the Tsangming body refining technique. As his vital energy cultivation deepened, he increasingly sensed that the 11th level could not fully harness all his vital energy, causing his training to slow and restricting his potential. This predicament was akin to possessing the strength to lift 100 pounds, but being limited to raising only 30. His modified Tsangming body refining technique could no longer channel all of his vital energy, severely hampering his capabilities. To remedy the shortcomings of the Tsangming body refining technique, he must seek the complete version within the Sorcerers repository. After pondering for a moment, Yi Su approached Ma Sanbao, who was engaging in the absorption of celestial energy. A small vortex forming above his head, drawing in the surrounding energies. Seventh young master, what brings you here? Ma Sanbao opened his eyes, scrutinizing him with surprise. Clearly recognizing his advancement to the innate realm of martial arts, Yi Su had indeed astonished him on numerous occasions, leaving Ma Sanbao somewhat numb to his feats. Master of the venue, with your extensive knowledge, do you know if the Tsangming body refining technique's complete manuscript exists within our Yi family Sorcerers repository? Are you sure you mean the Sorcerers repository and not the martial repository? Ma Sanbao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. How could the Sorcerers repository possibly house martial arts techniques? Seventh young master, is the Tsangming body refining technique you practice not the complete version? Yi Su nodded gently, stating, my Tsangming body refining technique has undergone a transformation, surpassing the previous heart techniques I practiced. The Azure Tsangming true energy has transitioned to purple, and then to black, with a training speed that exceeds all prior experiences. Thus, I suspect there exists another iteration of the Tsangming body refining technique within the Yi family. Possibly even a sorcerous heart technique. Ma Sanbao pondered deeply and suddenly recalled something. While the Sorcerers repository does not contain the Tsangming body refining technique, I have heard a legend. It is said that the technique was created by the founding ancestor of the Yi family, a martial genius who, by chance, acquired a sorcerous heart technique. At that time, he was not yet a sorcerer and could not cultivate the sorcerous heart technique. Yet he ingeniously derived the Tsangming body refining technique from it. Yi Su's heart raced with excitement, and he inquired urgently, what is the name of this heart technique? The Jiuzhuan Yuangong. Ma Sanbao exhaled a breath of stale air, shaking his head. However, the Jiuzhuan Yuangong is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even that ancestor of the Yi family could not master it, relegating the technique to obscurity within the Sorcerers repository. Over the past 3 centuries, many descendants of the Yi family have attempted to cultivate the Jiuzhuan Yuangong, yet none have succeeded. It is said that practicing this heart technique not only fails to enhance one's cultivation, but drains the practitioner's vital energy, leading to a decline in strength. A true case of gains not worth the losses, hence its designation as a chicken rib heart technique. A chicken rib heart technique? Yi Su shook his head lightly. The Jiuzhuan Yuangong could never be trivial. The Tsangming body refining technique merely evolved from this sorcerous heart technique. Yet it has produced countless sorcerers for the Yi family. How could it be deemed worthless? Moreover, the heart technique he has recently comprehended is merely a fragmented version of the Jiuzhuan Yuangong. Yet it offers a faster cultivation speed and purer vital energy compared to the Tsangming body refining technique he practiced before, especially in nurturing the physical body to an astonishing degree, far surpassing the Zhou clan's Hota dominance and the Fang clan's Juyang fire divine technique. The Hota dominance and Juyang fire divine technique are among the pinnacle martial arts of the mundane world, epitomizing the evolution of martial arts to its utmost limits. How terrifying would the complete version of the Jiuzhuan Yuangong be compared to these two exceptional techniques? I must obtain the Jiuzhuan Yuangong. Chapter 47. The Chicken Rib Heart Technique. He departed from the training grounds, heading toward Luzhou. Upon entering the Yi family estate, he attracted numerous gazes along the way, with whispers and murmurs following him. Isn't that the 7th young master? How dare he come to the inner estate? I heard he killed the outer gate steward Yi Li, offended the 2 masters of the inner estate, and even slayed the 9th young master Yi Jian. Old master Yi Simong is likely itching to skin him alive. Coming to the inner estate is tantamount to seeking death. More than a month ago, the seventh young master had failed his sorcerer test, falling from the innate martial realm to a state of utter powerlessness, with even the elders of the inner estate looking down upon him. Now, he had managed to slay Yi Li. One could only wonder how he achieved such a feat. Yisu paid no heed to the gossip, making his way directly to the sorcerer's repository. At the repository's management office, he presented the beauty python and the cold iron chain. The sorcerer in charge of the repository stared in astonishment for a long moment before regaining his composure. 230 pounds of cold iron and an 8th grade cultivation serpent. Seventh young master, you may enter the sorcerer's repository and select a sorceress technique or heart technique. Yisu nodded gently and stepped into the repository. The sorcerer's repository, located within the inner estate of the Yi family, symbolizes the pinnacle of the family's sorcery achievements. Each sorcerer from the Yi family is required to transcribe the sorcery techniques and heart techniques bestowed upon them by the celestial path and submit a copy for preservation in the repository. Over the course of 3 centuries, the collection within the repository has become increasingly extensive, a veritable treasure trove. The repository also houses a multitude of materials, all of which are not common goods, but essential for crafting sorceress treasures and elixirs. To gain entry into the repository, one must either obtain the approval of the family head or contribute sufficient materials, or offer a heart technique that is not already present in the repository. Yisu contributed the carcass of a beauty python and a cold iron chain, both of which, while valuable in the eyes of ordinary individuals, are not particularly precious to sorcerers, merely enough to select one's sorceress technique. As he entered the repository, he observed its simple decor, lined with shelves stacked with scrolls of varying sizes, some thick as a foot, others exceedingly thin with only a few sheets of paper. Little one, are you Yisu, the seventh young master? An elderly man with white hair approached him, scrutinizing him closely. Yisu felt a sudden seriousness and bowed respectfully. Yes, I am. I pay my respects to my great uncle. This elder, named Yi Tan, is one of the few formidable figures from the older generation within the Yi family, reputed to be on par with the family head Yi Sadeo, and is responsible for managing the sorcerer's repository. No need for excessive formality. I heard you failed your sorcerer test and fell to a state of powerlessness. I did not anticipate that in such a short period you would cultivate to this level. Truly remarkable. Oh, black innate vital energy? Yi Tan's expression subtly shifted as he fixed his gaze intently on Yisu. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a deep breath and said, Young one, release your true energy for me to see. Yisu, taken aback, activated his internal technique, causing a symphony of cracking sounds to emanate from his joints. His palms transformed into a deep black hue, and he thrust forward, compressing the air as if a thunderous storm rolled past. Yi Tan's astonishment deepened. Ruffling his disheveled white hair, he muttered, How can this be? This lad has evidently never encountered that particular technique, yet he has cultivated the chi into a black form. This is clearly a characteristic of the 3rd stage of that particular method. After mumbling for a while, Yisu could no longer contain himself and said, Uncle Master. Realizing his mistake, Yi Tan looked up and remarked, The tomes in the Wu Ku are categorized into 5 major classes, 27 types of mental methods, 34 forms of witchcraft, 8 alchemical techniques, 6 formations, and 13 crafting techniques. Which category do you wish to choose? Yisu respectfully replied, I choose the mental methods. Yi Tan nodded slightly and led him to the shelf of mental methods. Here, our Yi family has collected 27 types of mental methods, each with a brief introduction. You may select only one, so examine them carefully to avoid future regrets. As Yisu gazed at the shelves, he noticed each tome was accompanied by a wooden plaque, succinctly outlining the characteristics of the respective mental methods. Fa Hua Lian Wu Ju. This method excels in rapid cultivation, allowing one to reach the Yuan fusion stage of Zen within 10 years. By utilizing the Yuan spirit to activate witchcraft, its power is formidable. Yuan Shunji Tuashu. This technique embeds the Yuan spirit within witchcraft or weapons, amplifying its might. Mengu Zhu de Li Shen Tong. As Yisu perused the titles, he suddenly spotted a wooden plaque that made him tremble with excitement, exclaiming, Isn't this the secret of the Lord of the Manor? How could such a technique be found in the armory? The mention of Mengu Zhu de Li Shen Tong resonated profoundly within him, knowing that the founder of the Yi Manor had practiced this very technique, establishing a vast legacy. The current lord, Yi Dao, had also become the most formidable figure in the magical realm of Luzhou City through this method, unrivaled in strength. Yisu's heart raced as he focused intently, reading the plaque that stated, Mengu Zhu, an ancient species, crimson as fire, with a roar akin to thunder, adept at swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. Possessing immeasurable strength, this mental method refines the Yuan spirit, allowing it to bear mountains and fill seas, pursuing stars and chasing moons. The mighty technique was passed down by the first lord of the manor, comprising 3 tiers, and could only be cultivated by those with the Yuan spirit of Manguzhuha. Upon reaching this point, Yisu sighed, realizing he had been somewhat presumptuous. The Wu Ku dared to display Manguzhuha de Li Shintong here, without fear of others perusing it, but due to the restrictions of the Yuan spirit. Even if someone chose to cultivate this formidable technique, they would never succeed. His Yuan spirit resembled an ancient tree, rendering him incapable of mastering Manguzhuha de Li Shintong. Feeling a twinge of regret, he continued browsing through the remaining mental methods and eventually discovered Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, only to find the plaque inscribed with the words chicken rib, devoid of any further description. This mental method solely cultivates the physical body without enhancing one's Yuan Qi. Yitan observed him picking up Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong and thought to himself, as expected, shaking his head, if you practice this method, your cultivation will remain stagnant at the first level of the Yuan solidification stage for life. Do not expect any increase. Young one, you have but one opportunity to choose. Selecting it would be a waste. Yisu hesitated momentarily. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, resolved, and declared, Uncle Master, I choose this technique. Young one, are you aware of the drawbacks of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong? Yitan exclaimed in astonishment. You have a rare chance to enter the Wu Ku. Next time you wish to enter, you must contribute a mental method not present in the Wu Ku or materials of equivalent value. Do you not regret choosing this technique? Yisu gritted his teeth. No regrets. Yitan nodded, retrieving paper and pen. I will grant you half an hour to transcribe a copy to take with you. Yisu opened the thin scroll and began to meticulously copy it, thinking to himself, Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, you must not disappoint me. Yitan sat nearby, casting occasional glances at him, filled with astonishment. This lad has cultivated Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong to the 3rd stage. Where did he acquire the knowledge of the 3rd stage technique? Has this method already spread? Ma Sanbao had only a vague understanding of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, yet Yitan knew it well. This mental method was an inadvertent discovery of the Yi family's ancestor, possessing only the first level of the method, which was further divided into 9 turns. That ancestor had derived the Song Ming Lian Tiju from the first turn of the method. After becoming a witch, he attempted to cultivate this technique, but was horrified to discover that Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong drained his Yuan Qi at a terrifying rate, causing his cultivation to plummet several levels within half a day. The first 3 turns of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong do not consume Yuan Qi, they merely establish a foundation. However, upon reaching the 4th turn, the technique begins to siphon Yuan Qi to refine the physical body. The deeper one cultivates, the more terrifying the required Yuan Qi becomes. And by the 5th turn, the demands become almost unbearable. The ancestor had cultivated to the Yuan fusion stage, reaching the 9th rank. But after practicing the first level of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong to the 5th turn, his cultivation drastically fell to the 1st rank of Yuan fusion. The Yuan fusion stage comprises 3 levels: Yuan cultivation, Yuan solidification, and Yuan fusion, each with 9 ranks. The 5th turn of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong nearly caused his cultivation to drop a significant tier. Upon realizing the flaws of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, the ancestor immediately ceased his cultivation. Based on his calculations, to fully master the first level of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, the amount of Yuan Qi required was unimaginably vast. Even a practitioner who had achieved Yuan Dan would be reduced to their original state. Yuan Dan is the essence of the Yuan spirit, and those who reach this stage are considered masters, capable of standing tall against the world, rarely encountering opposition. The founder of the Yi Manor never managed to cultivate Yuan Dan throughout his life, passing away with his cultivation forever trapped at the illusion Dan stage of the 3 Dan realms. This was even without practicing Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. If he had, it was likely he would have remained at the 1st rank of Yuan cultivation his entire life. Thus, it is evident how arduous it is to cultivate this mental method. To label it as chicken rib is indeed not an exaggeration. Yisu, oblivious to all this, continued to diligently transcribe. The first level of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong was not lengthy, comprising just over 5,000 words, yet it was rich in meaning, brimming with profound insights. Song Ming Lian Tiju consisted of over 100,000 words, yet the information contained within was less than 1% of that of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. After comparing the two, Yisu realized that Song Ming Lian Tiju merely interpreted the first turn of the first level of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. Even in its interpretation, this mental method could stand alongside the martial arts masterpieces of the other two great witch families. Moreover, the new version of Tsang Ming Lien Tiju he had comprehended contained even less than 1/10 of the information. Upon completing the transcription of this mental method, Yisu could not help but furrow his brow. It was entirely different from his expectations. Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong diverged significantly from the mental methods of witches, resembling a pure martial path, a means to temper the body. The mental methods of witches are designed to cultivate Yuan Qi, progressively enhancing their cultivation levels, while Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong places no importance on Yuan Qi, but instead utilizes it to nourish the body, making it increasingly robust. Witches prioritize refining Yuan Qi to elevate their cultivation stages, showing little concern for bodily strength. Martial arts experts, upon achieving their innate potential and obtaining the heavenly inheritance to become witches, transform their true energy into Yuan Qi, employing Yuan Qi to manipulate witchcraft. In comparison to witchcraft, the power of martial arts is almost negligible, which is why they often abandon martial paths to focus solely on witchcraft. However, Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong emphasizes martial cultivation, venturing down an entirely different path, forsaking witchcraft to specialize in martial arts, integrating martial prowess into witchcraft. Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong not only requires the physical body to undergo 9 transformations, but also necessitates 9 transformations of true energy or Yuan Qi. The true energy of the first turn is blue, the second turn is purple, the third turn is black, and the fourth turns true energy into white Yuan Qi. Each subsequent turn alters the color of the Yuan Qi in the order of blue, green, orange, red, and gold, culminating in the 9 transformations of the technique. Culminating in the golden body. At present, his cultivation equates to the 3rd turn of the 1st level of Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, having achieved black Qi. Still in the foundational phase of training, he must cultivate the innate dominant body to transform his Qi into primordial energy. Before Yisu could delve deeper into his studies, Yitin began to usher him out, hastily expelling him. If the elder knew that Yisu had not acquired the 2nd transition of the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, which allowed him to convert blue true Qi into purple, but instead grasped the 2nd transition through his own enlightenment from the Tsang Ming Lien Tiju, he would likely not be so eager to dismiss Yisu. Shortly after Yisu's departure, the internal hall steward, Yi Sijun, burst into the Wu Ku in a flurry, exclaiming, "Third uncle, where is Yisu?" "He has already left," replied Yi Tan without lifting his gaze. "This is bad. Third uncle, why didn't you keep him a little longer?" Yi Tan raised his head, a smile gracing his features. "Little fellow, why the haste? What has transpired?" Yi Sijun, flustered, turned to leave, saying, 17th brother's wife has learned that the young protector has come to the internal hall and has dispatched someone to inform Fang Zhongshan, preparing to ambush him midway. Fang Zhongshan is the foremost martial artist in Luzhou. The young protector is likely in grave danger. The master has instructed me to ensure nothing happens to him. If he encounters misfortune, I will be doomed. With rapid steps, he vanished in an instant. Yi Tin blinked and chuckled lightly. Fang Zhongshan, the foremost martial artist? I fear he may not be able to contend with that lad. After all, he trains in the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, and if he cannot win, he can always escape. As Yisu walked along the path back to the horse stable, the Qing Shui River flowed gently, its waters murmuring continuously. While walking, he activated the 3rd transition of the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, feeling the previous discomfort dissipate entirely, his qi flowing smoothly and freely. With each cycle of the mind technique, his strength surged, allowing him to wield power capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. The Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, though less intricate than the Tsang Ming Lien Tiju, was a straightforward and powerful technique, embodying utmost strength and rigidity. Yisu felt as if his body had transformed into a remarkably precise machine, poised to unleash unparalleled strength at any moment. Suddenly, he halted and gazed towards the center of the Qing Shui River. A large boat drifted downstream, and a middle-aged man in a green robe stood at the bow, exuding an indescribable aura, as if he were not merely a man, but the very embodiment of a blazing sun. Fang Zhongshan, Yisu's clothing billowed without wind, crackling with energy, as his own aura unfurled like a fierce tiger awakening from slumber, revealing its claws and fangs. Although he had never encountered the foremost martial artist of Luzhou, he recognized the man in the green robe as Fang Zhongshan with a mere glance. No other innate master could emanate such an aura. This was the essence of innate martial prowess. Innate practitioners, due to their differing training methods and personalities, exuded distinct auras. Fang He's aura resembled a fiery serpent, Zhou Sherwin's was as steady as a mountain, and Fang Chun's blazed like a raging fire, all stemming from this reason. Having experienced great highs and lows, Yi Su's character had transformed, akin to a fierce tiger lying in wait on a desolate hill, poised to strike when awakened, radiating an aura of calm intertwined with extreme danger. In contrast, Fang Zhongshan's aura was overtly domineering, akin to the morning sun, fiercely burning and incinerating all in its path. Suddenly, a blade of qi manifested above Fang Zhongshan's head, slowly rotating, enveloped in flames, indicating the ferocity of his qi. At his level of cultivation, there was no need for a weapon. Fang Zhongshan was far more perilous without one. The blade of qi, with its myriad transformations, showcased his exceptional martial prowess, enveloping Yi Su and inducing a sensation of inevitable doom. As their gazes locked, Fang Zhongshan suddenly stamped his right foot heavily, causing the boat to emit a thunderous sound, its bow sinking into the water while the stern soared upward, flipping into the air. With a powerful kick, the boat emitted creaks and groans, skimming across the water's surface for dozens of meters before hurtling toward Yi Su with a cataclysmic force. His actions could only be described with a single word: tyrannical, exceedingly so. From the moment he struck, he manifested the unparalleled might of Lu Zhou's foremost martial artist. Yi Su inhaled deeply, akin to a fierce tiger awakening from slumber, as the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong surged within him, transforming his physique to become taller and leaner. His skin tightening, muscles taut against his bones, as his darkened hands struck forward. The boat erupted with explosive sounds, akin to crashing against an indestructible wall, its bow twisting and shattering, with the stern quickly following suit, reduced to splinters by the overwhelming force. A once mighty vessel was utterly obliterated, fragments raining down into the water, leaving no trace of its former self. As the boat shattered, a fiery blade of qi suddenly appeared before him, concealed behind the wreckage, its aura menacing. Intent on cleaving him in two, Yi Su stood resolute, his emaciated hand grasping Fang Zhongshan's blade of qi, crushing it with sheer force. In the past, when facing Yi Li's blade of qi, he had to exert all his strength and still could not fully resist it. Yet now, he effortlessly deflected the attack of Lu Zhou's strongest martial artist with a single hand. The Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong had elevated his physical prowess to an unprecedented level, rendering him so formidable that he could withstand even the innate blade of qi, nearly rivaling treasures like cold iron, multiplying his strength manifold. Now, Yi Su could effortlessly defeat Yi Li with his bare hands. Fang Zhongshan, having kicked the boat toward Yi Su, then concealed another blade of qi behind it, initially believing Yi Su to be doomed. However, Yi Su swept away the boat with a single palm strike, easily shattering Fang Zhongshan's blade of qi as well. The dragon-elephant technique of the Qing family? Fang Zhongshan gently landed upon the water surface of the Qing Shui River, observing Yi Su's figure elongate and slenderize, resembling a bamboo stalk, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. He mistakenly believed that Yi Su practiced the dragon-elephant technique of another witch clan in Lu Zhou. For while the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong bore similarities to the dragon-elephant technique, they were fundamentally different martial arts, with a chasm between them. Regardless of the martial art one practiced, today, death was inevitable. As his feet touched the water, a burst of white water lilies erupted beneath him, cradling his form. He walked upon the water's surface with ease, as if treading upon solid ground, each step causing the surface to bloom with lotus flowers, resplendent in their beauty. With each step, lotus flowers blossomed. His martial prowess had reached unfathomable depths, with qi taking the form of lotus flowers beneath his feet, thus creating the wondrous phenomenon of blossoming lotuses with each step. This level of cultivation far surpassed that of Yi Su and Yi Li, nearing the capabilities of sorcery. Yi Su's gaze sharpened as he observed the lotus flowers beneath Fang Zhongshan's feet, filled with admiration for him. Indeed, this man was worthy of being Lu Zhou's strongest martial artist, his strength rivaling that of an ordinary sorcerer. There existed a vast gulf between sorcery and martial arts, and his achievements were truly commendable. Yi Su shook his garments and stepped into the Qing Shui River, his robust qi emanating from beneath him, creating ripples upon the surface, allowing him to stand firmly atop the water. This was the effect of his qi on the water, supporting his form, surpassing the lightness offered by the Qing Yi Fu Wang Ju in terms of water traversal. However, in comparison, Yi Su still fell short of Fang Zhongshan. He relied on his qi to strike the water's surface for support, while Fang Zhongshan walked as if generating lotuses with each step, nearly achieving sorcerous prowess. Nevertheless, Yi Su felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged fervently. He possesses an exquisite exterior, yet a wild spirit, akin to a fierce tiger lying in wait, unafraid of any adversary, even if that opponent is the renowned strongest warrior of Liuzhou. His initial thought is not to flee, but rather to engage in a contest of strength. Fang Zhongshan, your son sought my life and met his demise at my hands. Your servant attempted the same, only to share the same fate. Now, you too wish to end my life, and I shall grant you the opportunity to reunite with your family. Yi Su strides confidently across the water's surface, approaching Fang Zhongshan with a hearty laugh that reverberates through the river. Today, the title of the strongest in martial arts shall change hands. His inner energy stirs the water, creating two waves that flow beside him, elevating his confidence and momentum to new heights. Fang Zhongshan's eyes blaze with fury, ignited by Yi Su's words. He bellows with a voice that erupts like thunder, reverberating across the sky. He charges at Yi Su, his azure robe billowing like a giant eagle, each step generating towering columns of water, an awe-inspiring display of power. Dai, his palm, crimson as blood and the size of a fan, thrusts forward, releasing a blood-red palm imprint that causes Yi Su to gasp in alarm. The imprint expands, nearly the size of Yi Su's torso, enveloping him. This palm strike, composed of pure Jiuyang fiery energy, possesses the unyielding qualities of a blade and is infused with searing flames, instantly boiling the river water and enveloping the area in a mist of white vapor. This palm imprint, a manifestation of Fang Zhongshan's energy, is substantial enough to slay an opponent from dozens of meters away. It surpasses even the prowess of a skilled master like Yi Li, capable of unleashing their energy externally. As the imprint strikes, Fang Zhongshan flicks his fingers, producing a series of explosive sounds as his fingertips launch elongated, thick finger strikes, akin to 4 blazing spears, propelling towards Yi Su alongside the fiery palm imprint. This is the power of the foremost martial artist in Liuzhou, the pinnacle of the Fang family's martial arts, the Jiuyang barbarian body, indistinguishable from the sorcery of shamans. The fiery palm imprint crashes down like an avalanche, and Yi Su, unwavering, shouts defiantly, meeting it with his own skeletal black hand. The fierce wind from their clash threatens to tear the river apart, causing the waters to cease flowing. He feels an overwhelming pressure from the palm, forcing half of his body beneath the surface, the tremendous force contained within the massive imprint rivaling his innate physical strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Yi Su grunts, striking his own palm with the other hand, merging their formidable forces to shatter Fang Zhongshan's fiery imprint. 4 finger strikes follow, hitting his palm with muffled thuds, shattering one after another, yet the relentless power still pierces through his palm, nearly impaling it. In the next moment, Fang Zhongshan is upon him, the wind from his fist roaring like a dragon, engulfing Yi Su in a lethal intent that sends tremors through his body, muscles twitching and bones cracking. Within Yi Su, the 9 turns Yuan Gong operates at an unimaginable speed, confronting Fang Zhongshan's fist head-on. Simultaneously, his left fist strikes upward from beneath his armpit, like a drill, aimed directly at Fang Zhongshan's abdomen. Zhou family's broken mountain fist. Fang Zhongshan's left palm nearly simultaneously crashes against Yi Su's right shoulder, the scorching force nearly shattering his scapula, overwhelming even his third transformation's physical form. 4 immense forces explode, sending both combatants flying, one landing on the left bank of Qing Shui River, the other on the right. Yi Su spits out blood, his face pale as paper, his right arm hanging limply by his side. He attempts to move his right arm, but finds it utterly powerless, pain radiating from his shoulder. Across the river, Fang Zhongshan's face flushes, blood seeping from his mouth, his body hunched like a cooked shrimp as he retches at the riverbank. Both sustain injuries simultaneously. Yet Fang Zhongshan remains the more adept, his wounds less severe, while Yi Su suffers a grievous injury, his combat ability significantly diminished. The esteemed Yi Xiaobao of the Yi family indeed lives up to his reputation, unworthy of the title of genius. My son Fang Dong met his end at your hands. It is not unjust. Fang Zhongshan slowly straightens, wiping the blood from his mouth, coldly declaring, alas, you are still one step weaker than me. Today, your demise is inevitable. Uncle Fang, you can still flee while you can, otherwise, this riverbank will become your burial ground. Yi Su remains unfazed, smiling as he responds. A hint of regret lingers within him. In that moment of confrontation with Fang Zhongshan, he had intended to shatter his dantian, unaware that Fang Zhongshan's Jiuyang barbarian body was not inferior to his third transformation's physical form. The innate barbarian body, inherently protected by energy, is as resilient as forged steel, exceedingly difficult to destroy. Moreover, the dantian is where one's energy resides. For ordinary individuals, it is a point of vulnerability. But for those who have cultivated to the innate barbarian body, it becomes their most fortified defense. His punch met resistance from the energy, resulting in minimal damage to Fang Zhongshan. He, after all, has only recently stepped into the innate realm, lacking the extensive experience that Fang Zhongshan possesses, leading to this miscalculation. Facing death, yet still unrepentant, Fang Zhongshan roars, leaping into the air, his form resembling a fire dragon, covering over 30 meters in a single bound towards Yi Su, the intense energy igniting the air with crackling sounds. Yi Xiaobao, you killed my son Fang Dong here. Today, I shall take your life in return. On this day next year, I shall commemorate my son here, burning paper money for you. He leaps across Qing Shui River, hovering above Yi Su. Like a hawk ready to strike, his claw poised to crush Yi Su beneath it. Yi Su stands immobile, sighing softly as he murmurs, "What a pity that the strongest in Liuzhou martial arts shall perish thus. Who will remember you on this day next year? Bai Lu, arise. This is your first battle in my hands. Let the blood of the strongest in Liuzhou martial arts be the offering to honor your magnificence." His garments billow, hair flying as he channels innate energy from his dantian, urging Bai Lu to whirl and ascend. Bursting forth from his dantian and soaring towards the Bai Wei point atop his head. Having reached the innate realm, he can now summon Bai Lu. Fang Zhongshan suddenly senses a profoundly deadly aura, and before his eagle claw descends, a corner of the Jade Tower emerges from Yi Su's skull, slowly rotating as it exits. The scene is astonishingly surreal, as if the Jade Tower is emerging from Yi Su's very head. This Jade Tower, pristine and lustrous, is enveloped in a cerulean glow, swirling around it in a dreamlike spectacle, resembling an exquisite work of art. Yet, it emanates an ancient, untamed, and domineering energy, stifling the breath of those nearby. The legacy of the heavenly path? Yi Xiaobao, have you become a shaman? Fang Zhongshan's expression shifts drastically as he exclaims, "What of shamans? Today you must die?" His eagle claw descends fiercely, yet before it can touch Bai Lu, it shatters against the azure ripples. Bai Lu charges towards him, and this master of martial arts, having reached the pinnacle of his craft, utters not a sound as a unique force obliterates his body, erupting in a cloud of blood. The strongest martial artist has perished thus? Yi Su, startled by the Jade Tower's might, murmurs, "The Jiuyang barbarian body is rather fragile, isn't it?" His heart is both astonished and yet feels it is only natural. Bai Lu could subdue even the beauty python, a serpent demon, while Fang Zhongshan's strength pales in comparison to such a demon, making his demise beneath Bai Lu's assault inevitable. However, he did not anticipate that Fang Zhongshan would fall so swiftly, unable to withstand even a single exchange, ultimately being crushed to death by Bai Lu. The power of this Jade Tower is truly formidable, so much so that even the most formidable martial arts masters cannot withstand a single blow. Suddenly, he felt the energy within him receding like a tide, as the white Jade Tower voraciously devoured his vital essence, swiftly depleting his cultivation. In the distance, a figure approached rapidly, calling out loudly, "Xiaobao, do not go to the horse ranch. Fang Zhongshan intends to kill you." The second tier of the Chanshan Wuyang Bai Lu? "Xiaobao, have you become a shaman?" Yi Su turned to see that the speaker was his uncle, Yi Xizhen. Upon hearing his words, his heart stirred. The second tier of the Chanshan Wuyang Bai Lu? Why does my uncle say this? Wasn't my Jade Tower supposed to have only one tier? He looked up and noticed the Jade Tower shrinking, merging into the top of his head, descending through his throat and into his heart, finally settling in his dantian. In that fleeting moment, he clearly perceived that the Jade Tower was indeed composed of two distinct tiers, transparent as jade. Chapter 50. The Power of the Celestial Stars. Yi Su remained momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a response. He recalled vividly that the Jade Tower in his dantian had only possessed a single tier, yet it had inexplicably sprouted an additional tier, transforming into the second tier of the Chanshan Wuyang Bai Lu, a significant elevation in rank. The Jade Tower, as a manifestation of the Heavenly Dao's inheritance, is categorized into four minor ranks by the colors white, black, blue, and yellow. The number of tiers represents the major rank, with more tiers signifying a higher rank. A single tier of the Bai Lu is merely a bottom-tier inferior product. It was astonishing for his Jade Tower to develop an additional tier, something he had never encountered before. Could it be that my Jade Tower can grow? I wonder if the Jade Towers of others can also do the same. Yi Xizhen had now reached his side, and surveying the battlefield along the banks of the clear water river, frowned slightly and remarked, Xiaobao, your right arm is broken. Have you encountered Fang Zhongshan? I never expected you to escape with your life from him. It seems your cultivation has indeed advanced rapidly during this time. Yi Xijin continued to chatter on. That old rascal must have seen me coming, which is why he abandoned you to flee. Xiaobao, you owe me a life. But then again, his Zhuyang body is truly formidable. Even I cannot guarantee defeating him. Yi Su, regaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, I appreciate your concern, uncle. But Fang Zhongshan has already been slain by me. Yi Xijin and Yi Situ, both of whom served as internal officials, were responsible for instructing the royal family's youth in martial arts, and had once shown him considerable favor. However, when Yi Su fell from grace, their indifference towards him became glaringly apparent, revealing their opportunistic nature. Moreover, after the hunting festival concluded, only Ma Sanbao and 2 other external shamans sought to track down Yi Su, while Yi Xijin and other uncles displayed no concern for his safety, leaving him feeling quite cold inside. Thus, upon seeing Yi Xijin again, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, Yi Xijin had come to rescue him, so Yi Su suppressed his discontent. Fang Zhongshan is dead, Yi Xijin said in astonishment. Fang Zhongshan was the foremost martial artist in Liuzhou, possessing strength that rivaled that of ordinary shamans. That Yi Su claimed to have slain him left him utterly incredulous. Yi Su smiled and inquired, Uncle, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Yi Xijin, still in shock, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to depart. Once Yi Su had distanced himself, Yi Xijin regained his senses and thought, oh no, I let that boy slip away again. The matter of Xiaobao possessing the second tier of the Chanshan Wu Liang by Yu Lu must be clarified. This is of utmost importance. I should return to report it to the internal officials. As Yi Su walked towards the horse ranch, pain shot through his shoulder where Fang Zhongshan had broken it, rendering his right arm nearly useless. Yet, he was exhilarated, calming his mind as he directed his consciousness into the Jade Tower. He found that the scenery within the Jade Tower had changed from what he had previously witnessed. The space of the Jade Tower had expanded significantly, growing from a mere 10 acres to over 100 acres, while the Jade Lake had transformed into a small lake, its azure waves rippling, shrouded in a veil of white mist. On the small island within the lake, a jade tree reached skyward, puncturing the dome of the Jade Tower's space. Its trunk extending into the void like a sky-piercing azure jade pillar, its scales gleaming like the body of a celestial dragon. The crown of the tree had disappeared beyond the heavens, as if it had grown so tall that it pierced the sky, causing the Jade Tower to sprout an additional tier. Although the Jade Tower had gained a new tier, he found himself unable to enter it. To unlock the second tier, one must achieve the Sanjin realm. Did the Jade Towers of others also harbor such an extraordinary tree? Could their Jade Towers also grow? Yi Su, knowing little about shamans, wished he could summon Yi Xijin back to observe the interior of his Jade Tower and discern any differences from his own. Upon returning to the internal officials, Yi Xijin would undoubtedly spread the news about his possession of the Bai Yu Lu, leaving Yi Su at a loss to explain its origins. He pondered the peculiar origins of the Bai Yu Lu. Other shamans received their Jade Towers as a bestowal from the Heavenly Dao during their communion with it. However, his Jade Tower was innate, its origins enigmatic, making it difficult to clarify to the internal officials. It even shattered the 7-layered Qixing Han Yu Lu granted by the Heavenly Dao, leading the internal officials to suspect a covert attack, causing quite a stir in Liuzhou. Perhaps I can claim it was an incomplete attack during the previous Armory Hall incident, which left 2 layers intact, he thought. This explanation, while somewhat flimsy, might suffice to placate their inquiries. Suddenly, Yi Su noticed a golden leaf floating on the small island at the center of the Jade Lake, rising and falling amidst the mist, emanating golden rays. His heart stirred. The last time he had entered the Jade Tower's space, this golden leaf had grown atop the tree crown, inscribed with peculiar characters that seemed to increase, as if an invisible hand were continuously writing upon it. Now, with the leaf having matured and fallen onto the island, could it signify that the inscriptions were complete? What secrets did the golden leaf hold? Were they spells or incantations? Yi Su's consciousness drifted toward the small island in the lake. As his fingers neared the golden leaf, it suddenly burst forth with radiant light, projecting a shimmering screen into the sky, from which rows of intricate characters cascaded out, forming a dense scripture comprising thousands of words, glowing resplendently. In an instant, the scripture seemed to come alive, with countless characters rushing into his mind, accompanied by a thunderous voice that resonated as if a million voices chanted together, reciting the scripture in unison, creating a deafening echo. After a brief moment, As the last of the characters settled into his consciousness, the resounding chant gradually ceased, and the golden leaf turned to ash, vanishing from sight. Yisu could not comprehend a single character of the intricate script, nor did he recognize the ancient language used in the recitation, yet he instinctively understood the meaning of the scripture, as if he had previously encountered this incantation and thoroughly studied it. The essence of the Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do Wei Qin Jin Fa flowed through his mind. Was this a shamanic spell or a heart technique? Yisu closed his eyes and methodically reviewed the Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do Wei Qin Jin Fa. The various profundities of the scripture became self-evident, as if he had already mastered this heart technique. The scripture contained the core tenets of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Qi Shu and the Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. The Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do formation required a mineral known as Xingqian Yuan Ci Jing Shi, of which Yisu had never heard. Thus, he set aside the formation and focused on studying the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Qi Shu. This heart technique draws upon the essence of heaven and earth, seizing the vitality of creation, guiding the celestial star power to replenish one's vital energy, seemingly surpassing the prowess of the Mang Gu Zhu Ha De Li Shin Tong. After a while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring, "How could it surpass the Mang Gu Zhu Ha De Li Shin Tong?" Although Yisu was not well versed in shamanic practices, he was aware that shamans draw upon the vital energy of heaven and earth during their cultivation, with the essence of heaven and earth referring to the pure yang energy emitted by the sun. The Mangu Zhuha Dali Shin Tong possesses an immense capacity for absorbing and expelling the primordial energy of heaven and earth, far surpassing that of other mental techniques. In contrast, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Qi Shu draws upon an even greater abundance of primordial energy, encompassing not only the sun and the moon but also the entirety of the little Zhou Tian's 72 celestial stars, utilizing the cosmic forces to enhance one's cultivation. This indicates that the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Qi Shu indeed surpasses the Mangu Zhuha Dali Shin Tong in sophistication. However, the Mangu Zhuha Dali Shin Tong is the treasured heirloom of the Yi family and an unparalleled masterpiece of Liuzhou, which has allowed the Yi clan to maintain its dominance for 3 centuries. Thus, he harbors some skepticism regarding the efficacy of the Xing Do Lian Qi Shu in surpassing the Dali Shin Tong. Chapter 51. Disposition. Within the inner court of the Yi family, numerous shamans gathered, including the 3 primary authorities, Yi Simin, Yi Sijia, and Yi Siren, alongside over 20 high-ranking members of the Yi family, showcasing a wealth of talent. "Second brother, that scoundrel Yi Su has slain my son Yi Jian. Why is he not executed? What has become of the rules of the inner court?" Yi Simon exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he stood up. Yi Simin gently rotated the jade ring on his thumb and smiled. "17th brother, please remain calm. Yi Su has violated the rules of the inner court by killing Yi Jian, and he must face consequences. I have summoned you all today to establish a course of action." Yi Simon sat down, scoffing. "Second brother, Yi Su has been back for 4 or 5 days. Yet the inner court has failed to deal with him. If this continues, others will mock the Yi family for lacking discipline." Yi Simin replied nonchalantly. "The head of the house has been in seclusion. What can I do?" Shortly after the commencement of the hunting festival, Yi Sadeo announced his retreat and has yet to emerge. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Simon, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "You noticed Yi Su entering the inner court's shaman repository earlier and had someone secretly inform the Fong family. By now, Yi Su has likely met his demise at Fong Zhongshan's hands. Do you really think I would underestimate you?" In truth, he was unwilling to let Yi Su go so easily. Yi Li was his personal servant, akin to a loyal dog. Yi Su, fully aware of this, had the audacity to kill Yi Li, a blatant affront that stripped him of face and dignity. When a dog is killed, the owner naturally seeks retribution. Furthermore, among the scions of the Yi family, the only truly exceptional individuals besides Yi Su were his own son, Yi Feng. If Yi Su were removed, Yi Feng would undoubtedly become the most suitable candidate for the next head of the house. Deep down, he also wished for his son to ascend to this position. To pave the way for Yi Feng's succession, the primary prerequisite was to eliminate the obstacle that was Yi Su. Yi Simin surveyed the room, adopting a serious demeanor. However, 17th brother is correct. Yi Su must be dealt with, or else others will certainly ridicule the Yi family for its lack of rules. With the head of the house remaining in seclusion, I shall act in his stead and discuss with you all how to proceed." Yi Simon coldly stated. "The rules of the Yi family strictly prohibit fratricide. Yi Su not only injured Yi Feng and killed Yi Li, but even caused the death of my son Yi Jian. This is utterly depraved and unforgivable. According to the family law, such a rebellious child deserves execution." Yi Simin turned to Yi Sijia and Yi Siren with a smile. Fourth brother, 13th brother, what are your thoughts? Yi Sijia shook his head. Second brother, you are acting as the temporary head of the family, so the decision rests with you. Yi Su's actions had undoubtedly grievously offended Yi Simin, and Yi Sijia was unwilling to incur his displeasure for Yi Su's sake. Moreover, he had received word that Fang Zhongshan was already stationed on the road to the horse ranch, awaiting Yi Su's passage. As the foremost martial artist in Liuzhou, he doubted Yi Su could escape Fang Zhongshan. Yi Siren clearly shared his perspective and sighed. It is regrettable. The qualifications of the Shazhong are rare in the world. Yet his actions are indeed disheartening. Seeing that both men did not object, Yi Simin felt a sense of relief. With Yi Sijia and Yi Siren controlling the inner court's authority and their lack of dissent, Yi Simin could directly condemn Yi Su without needing to consult others. Yi Simin smiled. In that case, I hereby announce the revocation of Yi Su's clan status, the erasure of his name from the family genealogy, the nullification of his martial prowess, and a sentence of death by flogging. Before he could finish, the door burst open, and Yi Sijin rushed in, visibly disheveled. Yi Simin frowned slightly, visibly displeased, and said in a deep voice, Eighth brother, when did you become so careless about decorum? Yi Sijin disregarded any need for apologies and shouted, Fang Zhongshan has been killed by the Shazhong. He even possesses a 2-story bayou building of immeasurable merit. I suspect this fellow has already become a shaman. At this announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room, with whispers and discussions erupting. Yi Sijia suddenly stood up. Chuckling, second brother, I believe the matter of how to deal with the Shazhong warrants further consideration. I have heard that during the hunting festival, Yi Jian attacked the Shazhong with the intent to kill him, and the Shazhong merely retaliated, resulting in Yi Jian's unfortunate death. Furthermore, Yi Li was merely a servant. Just a dog. His death does not warrant our clan's children avenging a dog. What reasoning is this? Yi Siren also rose and clasped his hands. Second brother, please reconsider. The Shazhong's ascension to shamanhood is indeed a joyous occasion for our Yi family. If the head of the house were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. Yi Simin's complexion darkened. Their previous tacit approval had now shifted as they sought to curry favor with the newly minted shaman, clearly aiming to undermine his authority. Even invoking the head of the house to pressure him. Other shamans also stepped forward to persuade him. Yi Simin suddenly chuckled. If the Shazhong has become a shaman, I would cherish him even more. Why would I seek to punish him? Though he spoke thus, a fierce anger brewed within him. Wishing to flay Yi Su alive. Yi Shazhong, how dare you oppose me? Once a genius, now you've fallen. At the Yi family horse ranch, Su Qiao carefully tied a strip of fabric around Yi Su's neck to secure his right arm, grumbling, young master, Fang Zhongshan is so formidable. Why not just evade him instead of confronting him head-on? How can one know their own depth without engaging in battle? Yi Su replied with a smile. Moreover, to advance in martial arts, one must constantly interact with others. If one practices in isolation, they will never become a master. Su Qiao stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she said, I think we should first refine our internal skills. Once we reach a high level, we can then eliminate all the villains. That would be much safer and more impressive. The shamans within the inner court shared your sentiments. Yet regrettably, they possess little combat experience, merely having superficial cultivation. Such individuals, even if they become shamans, will remain utterly useless. At this point, Yi Su suddenly grinned. Qiao, do you wish to return to the inner court? Of course. Returning home would be wonderful. Su Qiao expressed some concern. However, young master, the inner court may not allow us to return. Since you killed Yi Jian, they might seek to punish us. Punish? Qiao, rest assured, the inner court will not punish us. Yi Su scoffed. He had long seen through the inner court's facade. If he were to perish at Fang Zhongshan's hands, they might even issue a posthumous order to humiliate him further. However, if they were to learn he survived and had slain Fang Zhongshan, even possessing a 2-story bayou building of immeasurable merit, then there would be no punishment at all, and perhaps even a reward. This is the Yi family's inner court, a place rife with mercenary ambitions and treachery. The inner court has long transformed into a battleground for power and status, where individuals avoid practical work and instead engage in backroom dealings. As long as one possesses strength, even the gravest of blunders can be downplayed. But without strength, one becomes the subject of scorn, and no one hesitates to kick you while you're down. If it were not for Yi Sadeo, the foremost sorcerer of Liuzhou, holding the fort, the Yi residents would have long been obliterated by the other 2 great sorceress families. Now that the news of Yi Su slaying Fang Zhongshan and possessing the 2nd level of Baiyu Lu has spread, Yi Su is certain that should he decide to return to the inner court, he would be received with open arms. This is the effect of power, particularly within the grand families of sorcery, where strength signifies authority and the privilege to control the lives and deaths of others. Xiao Qiao, let us return. We shall reclaim our home. Chapter 52. Return to the inner court. Su Qiao hesitated momentarily and said, Young master, your injuries have yet to heal. These minor wounds are inconsequential. I shall recover in 3 or 4 days at most. Yi Su activated his 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, causing fragments of blood-streaked bone to break through his skin, falling to the ground. These fragments are shards of his scapula, nestled within flesh and blood, exceedingly difficult to remove. Having cultivated to the innate physical realm, his body is extraordinarily strong, and these bone shards were expelled from his muscles by the innate power of his flesh. The broken scapula sends a tingling and itchy sensation as his chi continuously repairs the fractured bone, dissolving the stagnant blood and mending the damage. The stable master provided me with 2 weapons, which are quite handy, Su Qiao exclaimed, returning to her room with excitement. Yi Su's curiosity piqued as he packed his belongings. Soon, he saw the young girl emerge, wielding 2 enormous warhammers. These hammers, forged entirely of bronze, bore green hammerheads adorned with intricate azure patterns, resembling 2 massive watermelons from afar, weighing no less than 100 pounds. Yi Su sighed, Qiao. We are merely going to the inner court to reclaim our home, not to engage in murder. Su Qiao swung the watermelon hammers with fierce intent. Carrying weapons ensures we are prepared for anything. Young master, let us go. As they entered the Yi residence, curious gazes fell upon them from all directions. Su Qiao felt a twinge of anxiety and whispered, Young master, as servants. Is it not too audacious to seek our home from the 6th master in the inner court? Might they not drive us away? Audacious? I could be even more audacious. Yi Su approached his former courtyard, kicking the door open with a decisive kick and sauntering inside. Who dares intrude upon the 6th master's courtyard? Kicking down the 6th master's door, do you have a death wish? 7 or 8 house servants rushed out at the sound, brandishing weapons and surrounding them. An elder servant barked, Do you know where you are? Su Qiao felt a surge of tension, gripping her warhammer tightly, ready for battle. Yi Su, however, remained unfazed, his expression placid as he ignored the servants. The elder servant, recognizing him, faltered, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Yi Su, what brings you here? After a moment, Yi Feng emerged from the inner courtyard, his face pale, looking at Yi Su with venomous disdain, mocking, Is this a place for someone of your status? Yi Su greedily surveyed the familiar surroundings, having lived here for 14 years, and smiled, 6th brother, thank you for taking care of my old residence during my absence. I have returned, and you may leave now. Bold, how dare you speak to the 6th master in such a manner? Do you not wish to slap yourself? The elder servant, emboldened by Yi Feng's presence, retorted fiercely. Smack! Yi Feng suddenly turned and struck him hard across the face, causing blood to trickle from the servant's mouth, leaving him bewildered at the unexpected blow. Yi Feng's countenance darkened as he glared at Yi Su. He understood that Yi Su's presence here was not without support, especially after the recent news of Yi Li's demise. He was certain that Yi Su had stepped into the innate martial realm, perhaps even becoming a sorcerer. In the Yi residence, once one becomes a sorcerer, they wield the power of life and death, allowing servants to shed their status and rise to a level comparable to the sorcerers of the inner court. The elder servant, unable to grasp the current situation, foolishly incited Yi Su to slap himself, clearly asking for trouble. 7th brother, if I do not vacate this place, will you kill me? Yi Feng licked his lips and said in a low voice. Yi Su smiled slightly, revealing his pearly white teeth, and replied softly, 6th brother, what do you think? Seeing Yi Su's expression, Yi Feng shuddered involuntarily. He knew that if he insisted on staying, Yi Su would not hesitate to kill him, without so much as a frown. If Yi Su wished to kill him, a single move would suffice. Though he had a formidable father, Yi Si-min was not present here. We shall take our leave. Yi Feng dared not linger, striding hastily out. The other servants hurriedly followed, retreating in disarray. Yi Su stepped in front of them and said calmly, 6th brother, did you not hear me clearly? I said to leave, not just to walk away. You. Yi Feng trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Very well, I shall depart, 7th brother. Do take care. Do not fall into my hands. With that, he genuinely bent down and rolled out of the courtyard. Su Qiao set down the 2 warhammers, expressing concern, Young master, your actions will surely offend the inner court's steward, Yi Si-min. I fear he will not let you off easily. Yi Su dismissed her worries, saying, I have already offended him by killing Yi Li. For someone like him, There is little difference between one offense and another. However, Yifeng has matured significantly since the hunting festival. He managed to restrain himself from attacking me. What a pity, truly a pity. Su Qiao stuck out her tongue, realizing that Yi Su had indeed harbored murderous intent towards Yifeng earlier. Had Yifeng acted on that impulse, Yi Su would have been justified in killing him without bearing any responsibility. Yi Su retrieved the ancestral tablets of his parents from his belongings, placing them in the main hall, lighting several incense sticks, and laying out 2 cushions, pulling Qiao down to kneel beside him. Su Qiao knelt beside him, her heart racing. Yi Su was the master, and she was the servant, thus her presence in worshipping the ancestors was unwarranted. Yet now, as Yi Su invited her to kneel alongside him, it was evident he regarded her as family, uncertain whether the young master saw her as a sister or not. Her cheeks flushed, her thoughts swirling chaotically, warm and disordered. After Yi Su had honored his parents, a hearty laugh rang out from outside. Young master, you have indeed returned to the inner court. I knew it. You are a dragon among men, not meant for mere pawns. Yi Su stepped outside to greet the sound. And there stood his 8th uncle, Yi Shizhen, laughing heartily, accompanied by 2 servants bearing silks and gold. Yi Shizhen approached warmly, saying, Young master, I know you have always been modest. This is but a small token. Yi Su expressed his gratitude and invited him in for tea. After a brief chat, Yi Shizhen took his leave. Su Qiao assessed the gifts and gasped, Young master, 8th uncle is indeed generous, bringing 5 bolts of exquisite silk and a full 200 taels of silver. Yi Su shrugged it off with a smile. This is but a fraction of what is to come, Qiao. You will soon receive gifts until your hands cramp. As predicted, throughout the day, visitors arrived in succession. All high-ranking members of the Yi family from the inner court. Even external sorcerers came to present lavish gifts, filling the courtyard to the brim. Moreover, the steward of the inner court, Yi Simin, sent a lavish gift as well, a quartet of rather attractive maidservants. Yi Su accepted all without reservation, dispatching the 4 maidservants to serve Su Qiao, saying with a grin, Qiao, they will attend to you while you take care of me. Su Qiao shot him a glance, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Yi Su surveyed the bountiful gifts and could not help but reflect deeply. These treasures of gold, silver, and gemstones were merely material possessions to him. Only strength was fundamental. Without power, even boundless wealth would be as fleeting as a mirage. Conversely, with sufficient strength, even in poverty, wealth would naturally gravitate towards him. I am yet to become a sorcerer. I must hasten to elevate my cultivation. As night enveloped the sky, Yi Su gazed at the flickering candlelight on the table, lost in contemplation. Currently, he is pursuing 2 paths in his cultivation. The first is the practice of Zhou Tian Xing Dou Lian Qi Shu, which allows him to transform his entire essence of qi into primordial energy, devouring the celestial power of the Zhou Tian stars to become a shaman. The second path is to continue cultivating the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, aiming to break through the 11th level of his cultivation, achieving external release of his qi, and attaining the innate body of dominance, subsequently transforming this dominant qi into primordial energy. The first method would enable him to immediately become a shaman. And Yi Su has internalized Zhou Tian Xing Dou Lian Qi Shu, believing that this mental technique is tailored for him. Persisting in its practice will undoubtedly lead to boundless achievements in the future. The second method, albeit slower in cultivation speed, ultimately results in an exceptionally robust physical body, capable of both offense and defense, allowing him to match shamanic techniques even when unarmed, providing him with an additional means of self-preservation. After pondering for a moment, Yi Su found it difficult to choose between the 2 paths. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he were to cultivate both mental techniques simultaneously? His heart raced with excitement. It is not unheard of for shamans to practice 2 mental techniques at once, though such occurrences are rare. Most shamans adhere to the mental techniques bestowed by the Dao, which are most compatible with their bodies and primordial spirits, yielding exponentially greater results with less effort. The practice of other mental techniques has 2 widely acknowledged drawbacks. Firstly, since these techniques do not align with the body and primordial spirit, they require vast amounts of energy and time to cultivate, resulting in slow progress. Secondly, they pose a significant risk of leading to madness. Due to these limitations, most shamans devote their lives to mastering a single mental technique. Only those who have lost hope of advancing and have been stuck at a particular level for many years will choose to practice alternative techniques in an attempt to break through. Yi Su recalls the year before when his uncle Yi Si Run, in his greed for power, practiced other techniques and ultimately fell into madness. causing his primordial energy to become chaotic and incinerating him in the blink of an eye. The dangers of practicing two mental techniques are evident. Yisu weighed his options and resolved that if the two techniques were incompatible, he would cease his dual cultivation. He stepped out of his room and into the garden, attempting to activate Zhou Tianxing Do Lianqi Shu. The night was deep and tranquil, with no moon in the starry sky, only the twinkling stars. At the outset, innate martial artists, upon becoming shamans, can only gather the energy of the morning sun. After the sun rises high, the fierce solar energy becomes overwhelmingly intense, surging through their bodies. A moment's inattention could lead to self-immolation, thus limiting their cultivation to only 2 hours a day. Last year, a shaman from the Yi family, in his eagerness, attempted to gather solar energy at midday and was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a bone behind. In contrast, Zhou Tianxing Do Lianqi Shu gathers celestial energy, including that from the sun and moon, among the 72 constellations of the Zhoutian. This technique harmonizes yin and yang, allowing for 12 hours of cultivation, day or night, without fear of self-ignition, resulting in a far superior speed compared to ordinary shamanic techniques. To practice Zhou Tianxing Do Lianqi Shu, one must communicate with the celestial energy, requiring the use of various hand seals. Each of the 72 minor constellations demands a unique seal. These 72 seals are exceedingly intricate, profoundly complex, and rich in mystery. As Yisu undertook his first attempt at communicating with the celestial energy, he felt as though he had mastered these seals long ago, surprising even himself with his proficiency. His hands began to move faster, and with each seal, he sensed a peculiar force being drawn from the void, gathering around him. Suddenly, a point of light resembling a firefly appeared before him, rising and falling in the air. This was the celestial energy being attracted and condensed by his seals. As his hand movements quickened, streams of celestial energy were continuously drawn down from the void, manifesting as vibrant stars, shimmering in a myriad of colors, visible to the naked eye. After a moment, the celestial energy thickened. Yisu felt a portal at the crown of his head gently open, allowing the colorful celestial energy to flow in through the Baihui point, traveling through his brain, passing beneath his tongue, and descending through the 12-story lung passage, flowing through the lung canopy, warming his heart, traversing the 18 coils of the small intestine, along the 24 vertebrae of the spine, and entering the Huang Ting ancestral palace beneath his navel. The star energy then divided into 2 streams, flowing down his legs into the soles of his feet before returning to his dantian. Some of this energy burned fiercely, some were cool as ice, others heavy as mountains, sharp as blades, and some brimming with vitality. The eclectic energies surged within him, creating a tempestuous whirlwind that rattled his limbs and all 720 acupoints, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. How could the celestial energy be so potent? Yisu let out a muffled groan, feeling his dantian swell. His body seemed to morph into a balloon, with the celestial energy acting as a pump, desperately inflating him to the brink of bursting. The power contained within the celestial energy was terrifyingly immense. Even his third transformation of the physical body was shaken to its core, threatening to crack under the strain. In haste, Yisu activated the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, causing his bones to tremble as if ignited by a series of firecrackers within him, booming and crackling as he began to suppress and refine the celestial energy. After much time had passed, the celestial energy was finally refined by the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. Yet it did not transform into primordial energy. Instead, it became refined qi. In an instant, his qi cultivation surged to unprecedented heights, nearly doubling in strength, surpassing months of arduous training. The energy contained within the celestial power was monumental, nearly amplifying his strength twofold. Yisu was both astonished and elated, his hands weaving the seals in a dazzling display, once again drawing forth celestial energy, channeling it through his techniques for further refinement, resulting in another dramatic increase in his cultivation level. The barriers restricting his advancement seemed to vanish, obliterated by the overwhelming surge of qi, cascading through every inch of his body. His palms unleashed a blade of qi extending 3 feet long, ringing melodiously as it swirled around him with incredible speed. The manifestation of innate blade qi was now almost effortless for him. Upon breaking through to the external release of qi, his cultivation surged yet again, becoming increasingly rich and viscous, propelled by the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, permeating every corner of his being. His body was enveloped in qi, even his hair adorned with it, each strand more durable than steel. If a steel blade were to clash with his hair, it would surely shatter. This is the innate body of dominance, the pinnacle of martial arts, where the physical body is innate and qi serves as protection. Yisu could scarcely believe his eyes. He originally anticipated that reaching the innate body of dominance would take at least several months. Yet, in less than an hour, he had already attained this state. The brilliance of Zhou Tianxing Do Lian Qi Shu exceeded his expectations, with its cultivation speed being astonishingly rapid. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged within him, as if a chilling aura of murder was approaching. He quickly looked up to see an enormous eagle claw descending from the sky, as large as a basket, aimed directly at him. The shamanic technique, Eagle Snake Double Strike. Yi Mang, it's you. Without a moment to think, Yisu raised his hand to strike upwards. And with a whoosh, a massive black palm imprint burst forth from the edge of his palm, imbued with immense power, meeting the eagle claw head-on. This palm imprint contained an extraordinary amount of qi, even exceeding Fang Zhongshan's fiery palm strike. Boom! The black palm imprint collided with the eagle claw, instantly generating a tremendous shockwave that swept through the garden, obliterating all flora in its path. The stone slabs on the ground were flung into the air, colliding chaotically. The residual force of their clash shook the foam mountain, causing it to crumble and disintegrate, pieces falling off as it trembled. The black handprint shattered with a crack, and the eagle claw retracted. Chapter 54. The Double Strike of Eagle and Serpent. Yisu stood at the epicenter of the energy waves, confronting the dual assault of the eagle and serpent with his innate tyrannical body, enduring a force even more formidable than Fang Zhongshan's full power strike, leaving his body numb and aching. Suddenly, a serpent's tail descended from the air, swiftly wrapping around him and binding him tightly. Following closely, a serpent's head lunged downwards, aiming for his forehead with lightning speed. Vital energy, shatter for me. Yisu bellowed, and the vital energy surrounding him erupted, forcefully pushing the serpent's tail apart. With a vigorous shake of his arms, he brought his palms together with tremendous force, crushing the eagle's head between them, resulting in a resounding crash as the massive eagle was obliterated, its essence scattering in a tumultuous display. From a distance, a soft gasp was heard. The figure concealed in the shadows clearly did not anticipate that Yisu could withstand the lethal strike of his eagle and serpent. Their clash transpired in an instant, creating a deafening commotion that awakened those who were deep in slumber. The Yi family's inner court housed numerous sorcerers, with experts emerging in droves, causing many to rise and patrol amidst the cacophony. The hidden figure, realizing his attack had failed, chose not to linger and silently vanished. Young master, who was that just now? Su Qiao Qiao approached, draped in a garment, her face pale. Yisu exhaled, replying, I do not know. However, he employed the dual strike of the eagle and serpent. Su Qiao Qiao's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, could it be Simang Laoi? Yisu's countenance turned peculiar as he shook his head. It shouldn't be him. He had initially suspected Yi Simang, considering that Yi Simang practiced the dual strike of the eagle and serpent, and the assassin also wielded the same sorcery. Yet, within the Yi family's inner court, he was not the sole practitioner of this sorcery. Yi Simin should also be proficient in it. Yi Simin's strength far surpassed Yi Simang's. If he were the one attacking, I would not withstand even a single move. The figure from earlier likely was not him. Apart from these two, who else in the inner court would desire my life? Could it be a sorcerer from the outer sect allied with him, sent to assassinate me and frame Yi Simang? It is possible, if Yi Simin secretly dispatched someone to target me, the inner court would not be able to uncover the assassin, as he had anticipated. The sorcerers of the inner court toiled throughout the night, but failed to determine who had attempted to assassinate Yisu, thereby solidifying his suspicions. The following morning, Yisu departed from the Yi residence, heading towards Man Mountain. He resolved to draw out the assassin to eradicate the threat completely. Upon reaching the banks of the Qingshui River, Yisu sensed a faint aura lingering behind him, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, they had come. He stepped onto the water's surface, each footfall conjuring a black lotus that bloomed vividly. Crossing the riverbank, he made his way into the forest at the foot of Man Mountain, arriving at the precipice where he had once clashed with Zhou Sherwin. Before long, a figure clad in black robes finally emerged by the riverbank, leaping gracefully across 30 meters to the opposite shore before stealthily entering the woods, making his way towards the cliff. Where is everyone? The black-robed sorcerer murmured to himself. Yifu, are you searching for me? Yisu stepped out from behind a tree, his gaze flickering as he smiled. The black-robed sorcerer, startled, looked up at Yisu. He was a middle-aged man with a square face, bearing a centipede-like scar that nearly severed his left eye. His original name was Zhao Fu, a longtime servant of the Yi family. Blessed with exceptional talent in martial arts, he had achieved innate martial prowess the previous year and was subsequently granted the surname Yi, renaming himself Yi Fu. The scar on his face was a mark left by an overseer from the outer sect whom he had offended. After becoming a sorcerer, his first act was to blind that overseer, rendering him incapacitated. Seventh Master, what brings you here? Yi Fu glanced around, finding no one else present. The scar on his face flushed crimson, and his smile appeared exceedingly strained. I intended to hunt in by Man Mountain, but did not expect to encounter Seventh Master here. What a coincidence. Yi Su smiled, a dangerous glint in his expression. Yi Fu, why pretend to be oblivious? Your quarry is none other than me, is it not? You already made an attempt last night, but today, you have become my prey, destined to perish here. Yi Fu licked his lips, scanning his surroundings. And the centipede scar turned an even deeper shade of red as he grinned menacingly. Seventh Master is alone. He hunched over, resembling a lurking beast ready to pounce. His aura steadily intensifying. He advanced toward Yi Su, each step causing the ground to tremble violently, resonating with a thunderous sound that even swayed the surrounding trees. Seventh Master, while others may be ignorant of your true capabilities, I am fully aware. Yi Fu leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight, and with a thunderous shout, he extended his hand toward Yi Su, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that coalesced into a massive eagle claw, covered in scales, descending upon him. As his vital energy surged, a colossal serpent tail emerged from his dantian, coiling around his body several times. Above Yi Fu's head, a serpent's head materialized, its pupils inverted, mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs. Eagle and serpent split the heaven style. You have yet to become a sorcerer, while I am already at the second tier of vital cultivation. Do you dare to treat me as your prey? Die. Yi Su took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the incoming eagle claw. Suddenly, he roared with fury, his vital energy surging from his dantian into his arms, delivering a powerful punch. His vital energy erupted, forming a massive black fist imprint that boldly met the eagle claw, causing Yi Fu's vital energy-formed claw to momentarily halt in midair. Yi Su continued to unleash punch after punch, the black fist imprint repeatedly bursting forth, colliding violently with the incoming eagle claw, creating a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of punches, obliterating the eagle claw. Suddenly, the serpent tail entwined around Yi Fu's body lashed out, striking him fiercely, sending Yi Su flying several dozen feet, crashing against the cliff wall like a discarded sack, and then collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Yi Fu landed, the aura of the eagle and serpent swirling around him before vanishing into his dantian, and he sneered, Seventh Master, I warned you that treating me as prey would lead to your demise. Killing you allows me to return and report. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, witnessing Yi Su shakily rise to his feet, trembling slightly. Is this the power of sorcery? It seems that it is not as powerful as I had imagined. Chapter 55, Human Skin. Yi Su attempted to execute the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong and discovered that, apart from a faint pain in his chest, he had not sustained significant injuries. Although the witchcraft was not as formidable as I had envisioned, its might indeed surpassed that of innate martial arts by a considerable margin. The innate body of others appeared as fragile as paper before the witchcraft, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Fortunately, I practiced the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, a technique that possesses unique defensive capabilities, rendering even witchcraft incapable of harming me. Yi Su murmured to himself, lifting his head to find Yi Fu staring at him as if he were a monster. With a chuckle, he said, Yi Fu, whom did you just speak of reporting to? How could that be possible? Yi Fu exclaimed in disbelief. The eagle snake double strike possesses tremendous power. After enduring such an attack, even I would not escape unscathed, let alone you who have yet to cultivate any vitality. How could you possibly withstand my full force strike? I refused to believe it. He once again gathered the eagle snake energy, howling as it charged toward Yi Su. Before reaching him, two azure gold wings sprouted from his back, resembling enormous knife-like fans, slicing down towards Yi Su with ferocity. This was the most renowned killing move of the witchcraft's eagle-snake double strike. The vitality transformed into the wings of the eagle and snake could cleave through gold and jade, effortlessly slicing through the protective energy of peak martial artists. Even the innate body would be easily severed into three pieces. The azure gold wings, without any obstruction, struck Yi Su, igniting a series of fiery sparks. Yi Su allowed the eagle-snake double strike to hit him, while simultaneously launching a punch directly into Yi Fu's face. Yi Fu's teeth shattered, and his body was sent tumbling backward like a puppet, crashing down several meters away. Yi Su charged like a whirlwind, and before Yi Fu could rise, he struck him again in the face, sending him flying even farther, nearly shattering all of his teeth. Just as Yi Fu stood up, he saw Yi Su appearing above him like a great bird, a colossal black palm imprint descending upon his head. Yi Fu roared in fury, the snake head of the eagle snake lunging towards Yi Su, sending him flying. However, despite being pushed back, the black palm imprint remained firmly pressed upon his head. Yi Fu's mind was engulfed in chaos as this immense force forced him into the mountain rock, leaving only his head exposed. Just as he attempted to break free, a swift knife aura, skimming the ground, sliced past him, reaching just beneath his chin in the blink of an eye. As it passed a piece of granite, the knife aura effortlessly penetrated the rock as if it were cutting through tofu. "You cannot kill me. Yi Xiaobao, you cannot kill me." Yi Fu bellowed in rage, abruptly twisting his neck as the knife aura struck fiercely at the back of his neck, shattering it. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Although Yi Su's knife aura was sharp, it had not severed his head. The neck was exceedingly supple, and had the knife aura struck his throat, he could not guarantee it would not cut through his windpipe, while his nape was fortified with vitality, not as fragile as his throat. "I told you. You cannot kill me." Yi Fu suddenly widened his eyes and hastily shut his mouth, noticing dozens of knife auras flying toward him, skimming the ground one after another. Yi Fu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Should any of these knife auras strike his neck, even the back, it would be severed. Suddenly, his head felt heavy as he sank into the mountain rock, the knife auras howling past his scalp, shredding his hair into pieces. His scalp, along with a significant portion of his skull, was shaved off, blood streaming down his forehead. Yi Fu was engulfed in terror. Had these knife auras struck his neck directly, he would undoubtedly have perished. With a resounding crash, the mountain rock exploded, and Yi Fu soared diagonally into the air, his eagle snake wings unfurling, generating a whirlwind that lifted him further away. His courage had waned. He dared not engage Yi Su any longer. Yi Su had cultivated the first level of Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong to the third turn, making him nearly an indestructible monster, impervious even to witchcraft. In contrast, Yi Fu could not disregard Yi Su's attacks, as a moment's carelessness could result in his demise. His eagle snake wings did not allow for true flight. They merely enabled him to glide for a short distance using a current of air. Yet even this surpassed the mundane lightness techniques such as the Qing, Yi Fu Wang Ju, and the spider stepping on water, allowing him to glide approximately 40 to 50 meters. However, just as he took flight, Yi Su leaped into the air, grasping a Tuzhonglong knife aura, its pure black light dazzling, flashing like lightning, instantly severing one of the eagle snake's wings. The broken wing erupted with a thunderous crash, vitality surging outward. Yi Fu, horrified, plummeted to the ground, facing a torrent of black knife light, rolling and wrapping around him. Yi Su wielded the knife aura, unleashing a barrage of techniques that left Yi Fu battered and bloodied. With a roar, he forced his way through the knife aura's blockade and fled, desperately repairing his wings to take flight once more. Are witchcraft practitioners so resilient? Yi Su pursued relentlessly, his footsteps crashing down like a rampaging bull, surprisingly matching Yi Fu's speed closely. He locked his gaze onto Yi Fu, feeling helpless. Had his opponent been someone of the peak martial arts caliber like Fang Zhongshan, he would likely have already perished at their hands. Yet witch practitioners possessed thick skin and robust flesh, with their vitality shielding them, the quality of which far surpassed that of the vitality energy, rendering Yi Su's formidable knife aura capable of inflicting only minor injuries. Martial arts were indeed somewhat ineffective against witch practitioners. It appeared that I must ascend to become a witch practitioner myself, transforming my vitality energy into witch energy and mastering the witchcraft to compete with their offensive prowess. Despite his despair, Yi Fu was engulfed in tumultuous waves of anxiety. Yi Su remained hot on his heels, completely unable to shake him off. Though there were two realms between the second tier of vitality cultivation and the innate body, the disparity in strength was vast. In the 3 centuries since the Yi family established its estate, no innate martial artist had ever forced a witch practitioner into such a desperate flight. Yi Su's presence was indeed an anomaly. Ever since this boy's cultivation had been crippled, he had repeatedly subverted everyone's understanding. Although unable to escape, Yi Fu believed he could not be caught. As long as he reached the Yi estate, he would be safe. The clear water river was in sight, and Yi Fu felt a surge of spirit, unfurling his eagle snake wings and swooping over the river's surface. Just as he ascended halfway, an unexpected plume of black smoke surged toward him, materializing into a colossal black skull that passed through him. In an instant, Yi Fu's body went limp, his blood and flesh vanishing without a trace, leaving only a human skin that floated gently on the river's surface. Upon Yifu's death, a two-story Jinshanshan Wu Liang Zijing Tower abruptly ascended from a human skin. Without a master, this Zijing Tower suddenly shattered with a loud bang, scattering its spiritual light into the air, vanishing from sight. As the Zijing Tower disintegrated, a multitude of items cascaded from the sky, all treasures from the tower's collection. When a witch practitioner perishes, the Jade Tower granted by the heavenly path dissipates as well. This is common knowledge. The sight sent chills down Yisu's spine, prompting him to halt and stand at the riverbank, calling out to the opposite shore, Zimu by Gui Fan? Is it you, Yi Fan? Indeed. Yisu suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned quickly to find an elder with white eyebrows and eagle-like eyes, who had appeared behind him without notice. Leaning on a tall black banner, the witch practitioner in charge of the armament pavilion, Hui Ying Yi Fan. The colossal black skull opened its jaws, biting down on a blue figure that swiftly flew into the black banner. Yisu clearly saw that the blue figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Yifu, alive and lifelike, albeit much smaller in stature. The soul of a witch practitioner. Yisu shuddered. Yi Fan licked his lips, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The living soul of a witch practitioner is indeed a great supplement. With the addition of a witch practitioner's living soul to my Zimu by Gui Fan, its power shall be elevated once more. Yisu felt a surge of unease and respectfully inquired, why does the senior not preside over the Wu Bei Pavilion? What brings you here? Preside over the Wu Bei Pavilion? Yi Fan scoffed. The last time you attempted to ascend to a wuxi there, you utterly destroyed the entire pavilion. Yi Si Dao, that old scoundrel, claimed that I failed to protect it and has since relieved me of my duties, handing the pavilion over to someone else to manage. There are so few in the Yi family who can become wuxi in a year. The Wu Bei Pavilion has become rather idle, all because of your foolishness, causing me to run around in vain. Yisu's heart tightened, and a thought crossed his mind. Is he seeking revenge on me? Chapter 56. The cycle of 6 paths. Yi Fan, ruthless and cunning, had killed 99 young boys and girls to forge a Wu Bao, extracting their souls. Now that he had lost his position, he came seeking Yisu, likely harboring revenge. With this thought, Yisu wasted no time and immediately summoned his qi, causing the two-layered Baiyu Lu in his dantian to tremble violently and erupt forth, transforming into a colossal jade mountain that bore down upon Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan was a formidable force, second only to the master Yi Si Dao within the inner court, surrendering without a fight was out of the question. If Yi Si Dao sought his death, Yisu would also fight to the bitter end. With a resonant hum, the Jade Tower quivered, unleashing waves of azure ripples toward Yi Fan. He had barely grasped some of the tower's capabilities. It was these very azure waves that had once caused the enchanting python to perish. Yi Fan's might was unparalleled. Wielding the Wu Bao Zi Mu by Gui Fan, and within the Yi residence, he was second only to Yi Si Dao in cultivation. Moreover, this elder was merciless, lacking principles, willing to slay anyone without hesitation. While the Wu Huang families of Luzhou were labeled as demonic, practicing demonic arts, they refrained from committing heinous acts. The only one truly engaging in wicked deeds was the unscrupulous Yi Fan. Thus, he unleashed his most potent techniques right from the start, employing the power of Baiyu Lu. Seventh Master, had you utilized this Jade Tower against Yi Fu from the outset, he would have perished long ago. Yi Fan remained nonchalant, casually waving his hand as the Baiyu Lu emitted a thunderous crash, sending it flying several dozen meters away. A glimmer of appreciation flickered across his visage as he grinned ominously. Yet you are not so foolish as to squander your strongest trump card against me right away. Yisu felt the impact of the palm strike on the Jade Tower, sending his spirit into turmoil, and in an instant, he could no longer control the tower. It rapidly shrank and swiftly returned to his dantian, rendering it unusable for the time being. Yi Fan's white brows twitched, his countenance growing fearsome. Do not panic, Seventh Master. If I wished to kill you, you would have long since met your end. Yisu was filled with uncertainty, unable to discern his intentions. Nonetheless, Yi Fan was not mistaken. If he had truly desired his demise, opportunities were abundant. The elder's perpetually sinister expression was not intentional, but rather a reflection of his appearance. With a sigh, Yi Fan continued, that old fellow Yi Si Dao has been injured. Ever since the hunt festival commenced, he has secluded himself to heal. Before his retreat, he requested that I protect you and, upon your ascension to wuxi, to take charge of your instruction. This is no small task, particularly with a dullard like you. Yet, since I cannot best him, I had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Hearing this, Yi felt a warmth rise within him. It turned out that the master Dao had never given up on him. Yet, a sudden fury surged within him. While Dao had entrusted him to Yi Fan for protection, had Yi Fan ever fulfilled that duty? Where was he when Yi pursued him? Where was he during the rampant slaughter of wolf and fox demons? When faced with the assaults from Yi Mang, Yi Fu, and others that nearly cost him his life, had Yi Fan ever offered assistance? Are you blaming me for not intervening to save you? Yi Fan appeared to see through his thoughts and remarked, "My task is merely to ensure you do not perish. As long as you remain alive, I have done my duty. Should I fall, any action you take afterward would be too late." Yi Su retorted coldly, "You are mistaken." Yi Fan laughed proudly. "With me around, you will not meet your demise. Those wolf and fox demons, along with Yi Mang and Yi Fu, even if 100 of them came, I could dispatch them with a flick of my hand." Yi Su's anger intensified. Yi Fan was indeed correct. His strength was profound enough to eradicate such minor threats. But what of Yi Su himself? During those times when he was relentlessly hunted, he barely escaped death, often feeling despair, convinced he would not survive. His survival up to this point was due to his own desperate struggle, coupled with a touch of luck, having nothing to do with Yi Fan. Thus, he felt no gratitude, only fury. Seventh Master, now that you have reached the innate dominance of your body, you can become a Wu Shi at any moment. I shall now teach you some fundamental techniques of a Wu Shi. As Yi Fan spoke, he glanced at Yi Su, who had quieted his heart and set aside his displeasure, listening intently. Yi Fan was secretly impressed. He had spoken provocatively to incite Yi Su, to gauge his temperament. Yi Su's ability to awaken from his anger and humbly seek guidance surpassed that of most individuals. Yi Fan had yet to reveal the most enraging truth. The fox and wolf demons of Heihu Ridge had been driven out by him from the edge of Angxiu Gorge. Yi Fan's intention was to provide Yi Su with some trials. Yet he had not anticipated that these two creatures would end up killing so many scions of the three great Wu Huang families. If this were to come to light, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the three families. All Wu techniques are initiated by the Yuan Shan, which channels the Yuan Qi to manifest spells. Seventh Master, do you know the origin of the Yuan Shan? Yi Su pondered carefully and queried, Yuan Shan? Is it not that everyone is born with a Yuan Shan? Yi Fan nodded. Most would say so, yet this statement holds truths and falsehoods. Everyone's Yuan Shan is, in fact, the essence left behind by the powerful beings of the wild after their demise. Legend has it that during the primal era, there existed a formidable Wu Bao known as Lu Dao Luan Huan, which governed the cycle of life and death for all beings. This treasure was eventually shattered by an unknown force, leading to the disappearance of the Lu Dao Luan Huan. The souls of those ancient beings disintegrated upon death, scattering throughout the world. Any being that comes into contact with a fragment of their essence would possess a Yuan Shan resembling that of the powerful beings of the wild. These Yuan Shan are weak and can only grow strong enough to communicate with the Heavenly Dao and gain inheritance once one reaches the innate stage of martial arts. When a living being dies, their essence disintegrates and scatters across the world once more, forming a great cycle of life and death. Therefore, all individuals are born with a Yuan Shan. This is the origin of the Yuan Shan. Yi Su could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. The existence of such a remarkable Wu Bao during the primal era, which governed the cycle of all life, was indeed astonishing. In truth, what Yi Fan spoke was not a secret. However, the primal era was so distant that few spoke of it, which is why Yi Su had never heard of it. Aside from Yi Dao, the rest of the Yi family were all fools, mere swine, utterly useless. They had only a rudimentary understanding of the Yuan Shan. Mistakenly believing that mastering Wu techniques made one invincible, they were utterly mistaken. Yi Fan sneered. The significance of the Yuan Shan far exceeds your imagination. Relying on the Yuan Shan within Wu techniques or martial arts yields unimaginable power. Had you invested your Yuan Shan in martial arts, a single punch could have obliterated Yi Fu. Just now, had you entrusted your Yuan Shan to the Baiyu Lu to disperse your qi, I would have needed to exert at least double the force. Now, I shall impart to you the first practical mental technique, the Yuan Shan reliance technique. I will only explain it once. How much you comprehend depends entirely upon your own aptitude. Yi Su felt a sudden chill in his heart. He had previously encountered the Yuan Shan Ji Tua Shu in the Wu Ku, a technique capable of embedding one's soul in witchcraft or weaponry, exponentially increasing its power. His impression of this technique was rather shallow. Compared to other methods, Yuan Shan Ji Tua Shu appeared quite mundane and impractical, lacking the potency of its counterparts. Yet, from Yi Fan's tone, it seemed this technique was of utmost importance, a fundamental lesson for all witches. Yi Fan recited the entirety of Yuan Shun Ji Tua Shu word for word, and Yi Su hastily listened with intent. He was not merely memorizing the scripture verbatim, but striving to comprehend the meaning within the texts. Understanding its principles was paramount. The exact memorization of the scripture was of little consequence to him. Chapter 57. Yuan Shin Ji Tua. After reciting the technique, Yi Fan refrained from explaining its profound meanings. Standing silently with a somber expression, Yi Su furrowed his brow, deeply pondering the intricacies of the scripture, striving to fully grasp this technique and internalize its essence. After a lengthy period, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Yuan Shin Ji Tua Shu is a method that allows one's soul to be embedded within true qi. Gang qi, Yuan qi, which treasures, weapons, and other objects, enabling the manipulation of energy and control over matter. Ever since he recognized his own soul within the Wu Bei Ge, Yi Su had only a vague understanding of its function. Following his re-establishment in martial arts, he had yet to discern the precise location of his soul. Now, he learned that every individual's soul resides in a point on the forehead known as Zifu. Zifu, also referred to as Minggong, Yintang, or Tianting, corresponds to the Dantian, while the Dantian harbors true qi and yuan qi. The Zifu at the forehead nurtures the soul and spirit. In ancient legends, Tianting is said to be the dwelling place of deities, making it natural for the soul to reside there. This technique is not particularly complex, compared to the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong and Zhou Tianxing Do Lin Qi Shu. It is remarkably simple. His consciousness descended into the Zifu, and before him, the space suddenly expanded immensely. The interior of his Zifu resembled a grand palace, ascending to the heavens and descending to the underworld, shaped like a tower with an unknown number of layers. Within the Minggong, there were no other objects. Only an ancient tree floating at the center of the Zifu, its branches lush and its countless roots gently swaying in the air, creating a dreamlike ambience. This was his soul. The souls of witches are invisible to outsiders, only perceivable through the inner eye or by those who have attained legendary realms, transforming their souls into tangible entities. However, few have achieved such a level. Yi Su had never heard of such individuals. He attempted to activate the Yuan Shun Ji Tua Shu, and the ancient tree slowly stirred, emerging from the Zifu and growing larger until it matched his own size, merging closely with his physical body. In that moment, Yi Su felt his body become immensely solid, as if his muscles, bones, meridians, and tendons were infused with boundless strength. His gang qi seemed to possess life, vibrant and dynamic, radiating into the air like countless tendrils, even capable of sensing the subtlest vibrations of the atmosphere. Upon opening his eyes, his perception felt magnified innumerably. Everything around him suddenly appeared vividly alive, clearly revealing the currents stirred by fish swimming in the river and the breaths of the willow branches nearby, even the minuscule spores in the air. This sensation was unprecedented. Perceiving the world through the lens of his soul, a marvel brought forth by the Yuan Shun Ji Tua Shu, Yi Su approached the riverbank and struck the water's surface with his palm. As his palm descended, gang qi surged into the water, causing the surface to erupt into towering columns of water, accompanied by thunderous sounds echoing, extending from beneath his feet to the opposite bank, as if multiple barrels of explosives had detonated underwater in succession. His palm's strength effortlessly propelled over 30 meters, and his control over gang qi became increasingly adept. Filled with both surprise and joy, a surge of confidence welled within him, thinking, once my soul is embedded in gang qi, my strength has indeed multiplied. Previously, my gang qi could only leave a shallow wound on Yi Fu. Now, I am capable of severing his head. Yi Fan, standing beside him, revealed a look of astonishment. Although Yuan Shinji Tua Shu is not particularly profound, mastering this technique is no easy feat. When he initially practiced it, he spent nearly 2 months. Yet Yi Su had accomplished it in under an hour. Yi Fan nodded slowly, proudly stating, "Seventh Master, your aptitude is merely a fraction inferior to mine, but still commendable." Yi Su nodded, replying, "Your excellence surpasses all. Naturally, I cannot compare." Yi Fan maintained a composed demeanor, graciously accepting the compliment, and said, "You must continue to refine the Yuan Shun Ji Tua Shu. Once you truly transform gang qi into yuan qi and become a first-grade witch, I will impart other witchcraft to you. You may return now." Yi Su bowed and departed, sensing a faint voice from behind, as if Yi Fan had muttered, "This anomaly." Turning back, he glimpsed the old man murmuring, seemingly cursing something. Yi Su mused, who could Yi Fan be cursing? If we speak of anomalies, is there anyone in Lu Zhou more extraordinary than him? to actually use the life force of a witch to refine witch treasures. After his departure, Yi Fan fell into deep contemplation, murmuring. By the water pool at Heihu Ridge, his Jade Tower was clearly only a single story. The most basic Yudan Wu Liang Bai Yulu. Why has it recently transformed into a two-story Chanshan Wu Liang Bai Yulu? Could it be that even a damaged 7-layer Qi Xing Qing Guanghan Yulu can grow? He found himself perplexed by this, as such occurrences were beyond his knowledge. Seventh Master, I examined your body in the Wu Bei Gu, and with my knowledge, I determined there was no possibility for recovery. Yet, just days later, you are able to rise, leap, and kill, and you possess a Jade Tower that can grow. It seems you hold many secrets. Upon returning to the Yi family inner court, Yi Su meticulously contemplated the Yuan Shunji Tuashu. The deeper his understanding of this technique, the more he appreciated the ingenuity of those who came before him, as well as the marvels of the human body. If he had not encountered this technique, how could he have imagined the existence of such a profound place as the Zifu within the human body, let alone that the soul resided there? Yi Su practiced the Yuan Shinji Tuashu repeatedly, becoming increasingly adept, before setting it aside to advance in Zhou Tianxing, Dou Lian Qi Shu, and Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong. Although Yuan Shinji Tuashu was wondrous, cultivation was the foundation of becoming a witch. He had yet to become one, and must swiftly transform Gang Qi into Yuan Qi to step over the threshold into the realm of witches. He first activated Zhou Tianxing, Dou Lian Qi Shu, his hands forming various seals to draw upon the cosmic star power, refining it into Gang Qi. His dantian swelled and expanded, his cultivation rapidly ascending, unable to contain his excitement. Simultaneously, Yi Su began to cultivate the fourth rotation of the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, gradually transforming the Gang Qi within him into Yuan Qi. Once he converted all Gang Qi into Yuan Qi, he would successfully enter the domain of witches and become a first-grade witch. Only by achieving this would his position within the Yi family be firmly established. Even if the higher-ups wished to act against him, they would need to think twice. Within his dantian, the Gang Qi began to coalesce, transforming into a milky white Yuan Qi. Yi Su gazed into his dantian and saw a stark contrast to the past. Previously, his dantian was filled with vast and turbulent true Qi like an ocean. But now the true Qi had vanished, replaced by pure Yuan Qi, blazing like fire, floating at the center of his dantian, resembling a sea of flames with white flames swirling. The two-story white Jade Tower nestled securely within the fiery blaze, emanating an ancient and profound charm. Suddenly, Yi Su noticed a phenomenon. The Yuan Qi he had painstakingly transformed within his dantian was rapidly diminishing, vanishing without a trace within mere breaths. His heart sank. Oh no, something has gone wrong. He had transformed a considerable portion of his entire cultivation into Yuan Qi, only to find that this Yuan Qi had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Could it be that the Zhou Tianxing Do refining Qi technique conflicted with the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, rendering simultaneous cultivation impossible? Yi Su steadied his mind and began to activate the fourth turn of the Yuan Gong's mental method, observing meticulously until he discerned the root of the issue. Letting out a sigh of relief. The reason for his Yuan Qi's disappearance was not due to a conflict between the Zhou Tianxing Do refining Qi technique and the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong. Rather, it was because, while he was converting the Yuan Qi into Yuan, the Yuan Gong was simultaneously drawing away Yuan Qi to transform his physique. The speed at which the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong absorbed Yuan Qi was astonishing. Whatever Yuan Qi he refined was devoured in equal measure, leaving not a single drop in his dantian. The drawbacks of this technique had finally come to light. Yesterday, Zhu had gone to have a tooth extracted and returned with a high fever, half of his face swollen. Alas, misfortune seldom comes alone. He sought a bit of sympathy in the form of votes. Chapter 58. The drawbacks of Yuan Gong. I must see just how much Yuan Qi you can consume. Yi Su, undeterred, continued to convert his Gang Qi into Yuan Qi. After a short while, all his cultivation was entirely absorbed by the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, leaving not a single drop. His Gang Qi was exceptionally robust. If fully transformed into Yuan Qi, he could be considered among the elite of first-tier Yuan cultivators. Yet, to the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, this amount of Yuan Qi was barely sufficient to fill a gap in his teeth. Now, he possessed the realm of a first-tier Yuan cultivator, but had no cultivation to show for it. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to a mere novice beginning to practice true Qi. This mental method was akin to a bottomless pit. He was filled with trepidation, and in a fit of anger, he declared, I refuse to believe that, with the cultivation speed of the Zhou Tianxing Do refining Qi technique, you cannot be satiated. Yi Su's hands formed intricate seals, drawing streams of Zhou star power from the night sky. The star power was pulled into his body by the Zhou Xing Do refining qi technique, directly converting it into yuan qi. The Zhou stars shone brightly, illuminating both day and night, resulting in a tremendous outpouring of star power. The yuan qi thus generated was astonishing, allowing his cultivation speed to soar beyond imagination, far surpassing that of other yuan cultivators. However, even so, the Zhou Xing Do refining qi technique only slightly outpaced the absorption speed of the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. This amount of yuan qi was nearly negligible. The Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong consumed yuan qi like a gluttonous ancient beast, with no return. He practiced from morning until night and from night until morning, and this mental method showed no sign of being sated. Nevertheless, Yi Su did not leave empty-handed. A small amount of yuan qi had finally accumulated in his dantian, roughly equivalent to 1% of all his previous cultivation. At this rate of cultivation, he calculated that it would take him 3.5 months to restore his prior level of cultivation. Yi Su carefully considered and reached a despondent conclusion. If he wished to reach the second tier of yuan cultivation, he would need to endure a decade of arduous effort. Others with good aptitude could ascend to the second tier in a year, while he required a full decade. If I were to marry Qiao in 10 years, my son might even cultivate to the innate martial realm and become a yuan cultivator. Little did he know that throughout the 300 years since the Yi family established its residence, countless prodigies had attempted to practice the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. Yet all had inevitably met with failure. Their attempts at the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong not only failed to enhance their cultivation but often resulted in a sudden decline. Including the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Su's cultivation, while slightly improved, was already an unprecedented anomaly. This was entirely thanks to the terrifying cultivation speed of the Zhou Xing Do refining qi technique. Without it, Yi Su would remain a first-tier yuan cultivator for life. Yi Su contemplated abandoning this mental method, but found himself reluctant to do so. Once he cultivated the third turn of the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong, he could withstand Yi Fu's sorcery, the eagle snake double strike. It is worth noting that Yi Fu was a second-tier yuan cultivator. The chasm between second-tier yuan cultivators and the innate body was insurmountable. To withstand the sorcery of a second-tier yuan cultivator unscathed, and even force Yi Fu to flee, was utterly beyond belief. If he were to master all 9 turns of the first level of the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong and condense his golden body, Yi Su even suspected that he could withstand a sorcery artifact. The immense potential of this technique stirred his heart deeply. I shall attempt to cultivate. If the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong truly requires 10 years to elevate me to the second tier, then no matter how profound this mental method may be, I must forsake it. Resolute in his decision, he set aside the drawbacks of the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong and focused on his cultivation. Although he had already become a first-tier yuan cultivator, his yuan qi was pitifully low, insufficient to execute even a single sorcery technique. Thus he had to postpone seeking Yi Fan to learn new sorcery methods. Yi Su entered seclusion for quiet cultivation. During this period, someone from the inner court inquired about the origins of his Yu Lu, which he attributed to the remnants of the 7-star cold Jade Tower bestowed by the Heavenly Dao, successfully deflecting their inquiries. As for the death of Yi Fu, it seemed the inner court was oblivious to the matter, as if he had never existed. Even Yi Si Min did not inquire about Yi Fu's whereabouts, allowing the issue to fade into obscurity. This was because Yi Fan had already spread the word that Yi Su was under his protection. Otherwise, even if Yi Su became a registered yuan cultivator of the Yi family, he would undoubtedly attract trouble. Yi Fan's strength was second only to the lord of the residence, Yi Si Dao, and his temperament was eccentric. He often resorted to violence without hesitation, instilling fear even in the older experts of the inner court, let alone the likes of Yi Si Min and Yi Si Meng. Yi Su lived a quaint life with Su Qiao, attended by 4 maidservants, and they enjoyed a harmonious existence. Young master, I have reached the 4th level of my Xianming true qi cultivation, Su Qiao exclaimed, bouncing around him with excitement. Yi Su nodded. It was only natural for the Shui de Gong body to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Half a month later, the girl bounced around him again. Young master, I have reached the 5th level. Yi Su's eye twitched. This speed was astonishing, so rapid it was alarming. Could it be that those with special constitutions truly have such advantages in cultivation? Now he finally experienced the feeling of being stunned by someone else's progress, whereas previously, he had always been the one to astonish others. 3 or 4 days later, Su Qiao approached him once more, and before she could speak, Yi Su, in a daze, asked, Qiao, Have you reached the 6th level of your Xianming true Qi cultivation? No, young master. A fierce old man has come outside, saying he wants to see you. Yi Su let out a sigh of relief. If Qiao Qiao truly managed to reach the 6th level in just 3 or 4 days, he would indeed be numb. A fierce old man. Could it be the gray hockey fan? Yi Su stepped out of the courtyard, only to see Yi Fan standing at the door with the mother and child 100 ghost banner, his hooked nose and fierce gaze giving him an unmistakable air of menace, which explained why Qiao Qiao described him as fierce. The appearance of Yi Fan was indeed somewhat lacking. 7th Master, you have become a Yuan cultivator? Excellent, come with me. Without further ado, Yi Fan strode forward, leaning on the large banner as he headed deeper into the inner court. Yi Su hurried to follow, saying, Senior, I have just reached the 1st tier of Yuan cultivation. I fear I am not yet capable of practicing sorcery. Could you grant me a few more days? Yi Fan halted and turned back. You wish for a few more days? 3 or 4 years. Yi Su tentatively suggested. If 3 or 4 years did not resolve the drawbacks of the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong, he would have no choice but to abandon this mental method. Yi Fan erupted in anger, the mother and child 100 ghost banner crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to crack. He bellowed, 3 or 4 years. How many 3 or 4 years can I live? Enough with the nonsense. I am only responsible for teaching you sorcery. Whether you learn it or not is your concern. If you do not wish to learn, then when you finally do, I will no longer teach you. You must gather your own materials to exchange for the opportunity to enter the sorcery repository. Yi Su felt helpless. No wonder the old man had no friends in the Yi residence. With such a foul temper, it was not just that strangers should keep their distance. Even the dead would likely shy away from him. Senior, where are we headed? To the Nei Fu Wu Xiutang. Yi Su was taken aback. The Nei Fu Wu Xiutang was a place where inner court shamans practiced their craft, renowned alongside the Lian Baotang. Ordinary individuals dared not enter such a place. Only core shamans possessed this privilege. Even when he was the pride of the Yi family, he had never had the qualification to enter, nor could he even approach it. The Nei Fu Wu Xiutang was situated at the very heart of the Yi residence, a grand hall of imposing stature, guarded by 8 shamans, with formidable defenses. Yi Su observed a sparrow descending from the sky, preparing to alight when one of the shamans suddenly raised his hand, striking it with a force that crushed the bird into a bloody pulp, which was then consumed by flames, leaving not a trace behind. Arriving at Chapter 59, occupying the Wu Xiutang, Yi Fan disregarded the 8 shamans, striding confidently into the Wu Xiutang. Yi Su followed closely, casting a glance around and noticing that the hall was adorned with numerous bronze statues, all in human form, presumably representing the same shaman. On the walls behind the sculptures were inscribed rows of names of various shamanic arts. As Yi Su perused, his heart swelled with astonishment. Ing Shi Shuang Ji, Jin Ji De Li Shen Tong, Qing Jiao Jiu Ji, Long Shi He Ji. All the shamanic arts of the Dian Tian sword technique were likely housed within these walls. The statues posed in various bizarre stances. This was the form of Ing Shi Shuang Ji. Yi Su narrowed his eyes, noticing that one statue had a cloud sculpted atop its head, from which emerged a claw of azure-scaled eagle. The next statue depicted half the body of the Ing Shi above the claw. As he moved back, the statues became increasingly complete, culminating in one that depicted the Ing Shi in its entirety, vividly alive, as if the ancient creature had truly descended. However, all the eagle snake sculptures had been cut open, their internal organs, muscles, and veins clearly visible, resembling genuine flesh and blood. Within the Wu Xiutang, there were about a dozen high-ranking officials seated beneath the sculptures, their gazes fixated on the statues, lost in a trance as if pondering the profound mysteries of shamanic arts. Several uncles were present, including the 5th uncle. Yi Su spotted an elderly man with white hair seated beneath one statue and was struck with realization. The Wu Xiutang did not merely impart shamanic arts. It taught shamans how to cultivate them. These sculptures represented the process of Qi's evolution into shamanic arts. He quickly understood the significance of these sculptures. The Ing Shi, Jin Ji, Qing Jiao, and dragons were formidable and rare beastly entities that ordinary people could hardly encounter. Without having seen such creatures, one could not cultivate the corresponding shamanic arts, rendering the practice a hollow shell devoid of power. Although the Yi family was the largest shamanic family in Luzhou, even they could not capture these beasts for shamans to observe their forms and essence. The Wu Xiutang crafted these numerous statues to allow future practitioners to envision the corresponding shamanic arts based on them. These sculptures likely could not fully capture the essence of these extraordinary beasts. Even with these sculptures, cultivating the shamanic arts would likely be akin to grasping at shadows, significantly diminishing their true power. Yi Su mused. He recognized that the ancestors of the Yi family had resorted to such measures out of necessity. Setting aside the difficulty of finding creatures like the Ying Shi, Jin Ji, and Qing Jiao, even if they were fortunate enough to find them, mobilizing the entire Yi family would likely lead to their demise. Yi Fan strode to the center of the Wu Xiaotang, the heavy banner dropping with a thud as he furrowed his brow and declared, "Today, I shall impart shamanic arts here. All irrelevant persons, be gone." At his words, an uproar ensued, and even Yi Su felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the most significant Wu Xiaotang of the Yi family, and nearly all present were core members of the family. Who among them was not a powerhouse? Their mere stomp could shake Lu Zhou thrice. Now, to be told to leave, how could they not feel anger? Who dared to be so audacious here? Yi Su saw his sixth uncle, Yi Ce, fuming with rage, ready to curse, but upon realizing it was Yi Fan who spoke, he immediately fell silent, hastily retreating from the Wu Xiaotang. The others also quickly rose and left. "We've been sitting too long. It's time to stretch our limbs. Indeed, it is time to breathe in some fresh air." In a short while, everyone had departed, leaving only the fifth uncle, Yi Ji, still seated, seemingly unperturbed. "Yi Fan, you are but an outsider, subdued by my nephew Si Dao. Reduced to a mere errand boy in the Yi family, lacking any status, and you dare to command me to leave?" Yi Ji sneered. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, grinning maliciously. "In your Yi residence, aside from Yi Si Dao, the rest are but a bunch of inept fools, yourself included. Now be gone. Impudent. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Yi Ji erupted in fury, about to rise, but Yi Fan chuckled darkly. From the Mother-Child 100 Ghosts banner, thick black smoke billowed forth, transforming into a massive hand nearly 10 feet wide, descending to grasp Yi Ji, who struggled in vain to escape its clutches. "At your age, living like a dog, to call you a fool is to show you respect." Yi Fan casually tossed him out of the Wu Xiaotang, coldly remarking, "Had it not been for Yi Si Dao's face, I would have long since ended your life and used your soul to nourish my shamanic treasure." Yi Ji was filled with rage, wanting to charge back and fight, but realizing he was no match for Yi Fan, he turned away in frustration. Yi Fan licked his lips, whispering, "I truly wish to eliminate this old fool. Though he is incompetent, he has cultivated to the 8th level of Yuan fusion. If I were to infuse his soul into my 100 Ghosts banner, it would surely enhance its power. Alas, if I killed him, that fellow Yi Si Dao would undoubtedly seek revenge, and I would not stand a chance against him." Yi Su felt a chill run down his spine. This old man was truly bloodthirsty, holding no one in high regard except for the family head, Yi Si Dao. Without Yi Si Dao to keep him in check, he would have likely already drenched Lu Zhou in blood. Yet, Yi Fan's action sparked a thrill within Yi Su. Were I to possess such power, I too would be just as audacious and domineering. That would be exhilarating, the mark of a true man. Yi Fan turned to Yi Su and said casually, "Seventh Master, now that it is quiet, you may choose a shamanic art, and I shall instruct you on its secrets." Yi Su lowered his head in contemplation. He had only encountered a few shamanic arts, namely the Ying Shi Shuang Ji and Ma San Bao's Qing Jiao Jiu Ji. The Ying Shi Shuang Ji in the hands of Yi Si Meng and Yi Fu was not particularly powerful. Upon closer inspection of the Wu Xiaotang statues, he realized that the two had merely grasped the form of the Ying Shi Shuang Ji without truly understanding its essence, falling far short of the authentic technique. If one were to master the true Ying Shi Shuang Ji, its power would surely be magnified several times over, with Qi evolving into the Ying Shi. A single strike could shatter the heavens. However, even if those two entered the Nei Fu Wu Xiaotang and learned the authentic Ying Shi Shuang Ji, they would still not truly possess it. The Wu Xiaotang's version of the Ying Shi Shuang Ji was merely the Yi family's interpretation, and to fully master the art, one must witness the Ying Shi in its living form, comprehend its habits, and capture its essence. After much deliberation, Yi Su finally made a decision and raised his head, declaring, "Senior, I wish to learn the Dian Tian sword technique." Yi Fan displayed a look of surprise, praising, "No wonder Yi Si Dao said your mind is clear and transparent. Your talent far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. You truly are remarkable." The mythical beasts such as Ying Shi, Long, and Jin Zi have mostly become extinct, rendering these shamanic techniques impossible to cultivate to their fullest potential. Choosing the Dian Tian Jian Shu was indeed a wise decision. He paused momentarily and shook his head, stating, "However, the power of the Dian Tian Jian Shu is rather weak, and I have not learned it, thus I cannot impart it to you." Yi Su felt a twinge of disappointment and reluctantly sought an alternative, saying, "Then please, esteemed elder, Teach me the Ing Shi Shuang Ji technique. I have not learned that either. Choose another, Yi Fan replied, displaying signs of discomfort and impatience. What about the Jin Zi de Li Shin Tong? Yi Su inquired. Not learned, was the curt response. After asking about a dozen different shamanic techniques, Yi Fan finally lost his patience, fuming. Kid, stop being so picky. I have only mastered one shamanic technique in my life, which is Qing Jiao Jiu Ji. The last time that fellow Yi Si Dao had me teach that brat Ma San Bao, I imparted to him the very same technique. If you wish to learn it, so be it. Speak further, and I shall not teach you this technique at all. Yi Su fell silent for a moment, muttering under his breath. Had you mentioned that you only know one, I would not have chosen at all. Chapter 60. Yuan Qi transforms into a dragon. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and scoffed. Shamanic techniques are not to be greedily accumulated. To kill, one must rely on strength. If your strength is sufficient, one technique is enough. If you lack power, learning more is futile. Among the myriad shamanic techniques, only Qing Jiao Jiu Ji possesses the greatest potential. Although the ancient beasts like Ing Shi, Long, and Jin Zi have become extinct, the Jiaolong still exists. Therefore, Qing Jiao Jiu Ji is undoubtedly the most valuable among all shamanic techniques. Yi Su nodded in agreement. Fully convinced by Yi Fan's words, he understood that while most ancient species had perished, the Jiaolong still roamed the earth, making the choice to cultivate Qing Jiao Jiu Ji a path with the potential to achieve mastery. Esteemed elder, have you encountered a Jiaolong? Yi Fan's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted angrily, You little brat, why are you prattling on with so many questions? Do you wish to learn it or not? Of course I wish to learn. Yi Su hastily replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. But have you never encountered a Jiaolong? The muscles around Yi Fan's eyes twitched, his face darkening with anger. Almost unable to resist striking him, the Jiaolong, a mythical creature of ancient times, while still existing, is exceedingly rare and not akin to lowly beasts. In his earlier years of pillaging and destruction, Yi Fan had never encountered such a creature, which is why he had never perfected his Qing Jiao Jiu Ji. He resolved not to allow this brat another opportunity to speak, lest his secrets be exposed, and immediately declared, 7 Yi. Qing Jiao Jiu Ji comprises 9 major forms: Tan Shui, Duozhu, Shuyuan, Baitue, Tunshin, Feitian, Chongzhuang, Jiaosha, and Shuang Jiao Jian. To cultivate these 9 forms, one must learn to visualize. Visualization: first observe, then imagine. Visualize the Jiaolong. Observe its body, bones, flesh, skin, scales, tendons, veins, blood, liver, lungs, intestines, stomach. Then imagine its spirit, rhythm, essence, energy, movement, stillness, joy, happiness, anger, and sorrow. Achieving this, one can use Yuan Qi to transform into a Jiaolong and learn the shamanic technique. Yi Fan explained the essentials of Qing Jiao Jiu Ji, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on refining his Zi Mu by Gui Fan, leaving Yi Su to his own devices, ignoring him. It was not that he did not wish to guide Yi Su in his cultivation. Rather, shamanic techniques are far more intricate than mental techniques. And due to the individual nature of understanding, even the same shamanic technique can yield different results. Any forced guidance would only be counterproductive. Yi Su sat before the first copper statue, representing Qing Jiao Jiu Ji, his gaze fixed on the dragon claw extending from the statue's dantian, analyzing its structure and striving to capture the essence embedded within the sculpture. The power of Qing Jiao Jiu Ji increased with each form, each more ferocious than the last. Cultivating this technique requires silent contemplation to construct the form of the Jiaolong, then transforming Yuan Qi into shape, breaking free as the Jiaolong strikes down formidable foes, exponentially amplifying its power. The 9th strike, Shuang Jiao Jian, wields even greater might, with Yuan Qi morphing into 2 Jiaolong, their bodies entwined like a colossal pair of scissors. Their dorsal fins sharp as blades, capable of cleaving through even the toughest steel. One swift motion, and it would sever in twain. Yi Su had grasped the nuances of visualization. Yet the more he envisioned, the more awkward it felt. Although the sculptures in the shaman hall were exquisitely crafted and lifelike, a voice within him incessantly insisted that they were false, that the true Jiaolong did not resemble this. This feeling arose from an unknown source, in his eyes. The copper statue grew increasingly unreal, its essence utterly lacking, resembling not a Jiaolong, but rather serpents or insects. As his thoughts became more tumultuous, he could no longer remain seated in quiet contemplation, rising to say, "Esteemed elder, I cannot cultivate this technique. I consistently feel that the Jiaolong depicted in the copper statue is not genuine, which prevents me from focusing on visualization." Yi Fan opened his eyes. a cold sneer escaping his lips. Not genuine? Have you truly seen a real Jiaolong? I have seen a real Jiaolong, Yi Su replied, momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling. Yi Fan continued to berate him. These copper statues were all carved by the ancestors of your Yi family, each chisel and stroke representing their shamanic achievements. If you can fully comprehend the essence contained within these sculptures, it is not impossible for you to achieve their level of success in the future. Yet Yi Su paid no heed to his words, as a singular thought echoed in his mind, a true Jiaolong. He finally recalled why he had always perceived the ancestors' carvings as unconvincing. Indeed, he had once encountered a Jiaolong. On the eaves of his Baiyu, several hung. Was it the preconceived notion that led him to feel that the ancestors' Jiaolong carvings were not authentic? Yi Su steadied himself, resuming his seated position. Closing his eyes and centering his mind, his consciousness sinking deep into his dantian. The two-story Jade Tower rested upon a radiant white yuan qi, slowly rotating. 4 slender Jiaolong tails curled around the eaves of the Jade Tower, their claws gripping the outer walls, their golden fins contrasting against their dark bodies, mouths holding jade pearls. Elongated necks drooping downward, dorsal fins fanning out like a fan, with a pair of dragon eyes gazing forward. These 4 Jiaolong were not living beings, but rather sculptures. Yet their lifelike quality occasionally gave Yi Su the uncanny feeling that they possessed life. He observed their poised forms, proud demeanor, ferocious aura, and sinister essence. Their eyes devoid of emotion, indifferent to all life. This cold indifference sent shivers down his spine. Unlike the legendary Tianlong, which exudes mystery and elegance, these creatures revealed only their brutality and dominance to the world. However, Yi Su felt that this was the true essence of a Jiaolong, a being of immense pride, a symbol of strength, ferocity, and malevolence. In this moment, he finally grasped the essence of the Jiaolong. Yi Fan, seeing him regain his composure, nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Cultivating shamanic techniques is no simple task. It requires immense dedication and a high degree of insight from the practitioner to succeed. Those shamanists within the Yi family often spent 10 years seated here, visualizing shamanic techniques, illustrating the difficulty of mastering such arts. This boy would likely require another 10 days to half a month merely to visualize one claw of the Jiaolong, and I cannot linger here with him. A fierce glint flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he contemplated. Yi Dao is also in seclusion, too occupied to concern himself with me. I might as well seize this opportunity to head west to Liangzhou and eliminate a few shamanists to refine my Zimu by Gui Fan. Just as he was about to depart, he halted abruptly, turning to gaze at Yi Su with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Yi Su remained seated. Yet an aura emanated from him that struck Yi Fan as extremely perilous. This aura was malevolent, radiating a murderous intent, while simultaneously exuding a disdain for all life, carrying a majestic presence that overshadowed all existence. Yi Fan, not being a virtuous person himself, was no stranger to cruelty, yet in the face of this aura, he felt a trace of trepidation. The young man has indeed cultivated the Qingjiao Jioji, a feat that seems impossible given that his murderous aura outweighs even mine. I have taken more lives than he has acquaintances. The aura emanating from Yi Su intensified, and after a considerable duration, a sudden dragon roar resonated from his dantian. A dragon claw, the size of a palm, emerged from his lower abdomen, followed by half of a dragon's head, adorned with iron teeth and copper fangs, complete with scales and whiskers, exuding a fierce and menacing presence. Unlike the dragons envisioned by others, this one was entirely covered in white dragon scales, indicating that Yi Su had cultivated the first level of the 9 turns Yuan Gong to its 4th turn, transforming his vital energy into a white hue, thus altering the appearance of the envisioned dragon to something extraordinary. Yi Fan stood in complete shock. The speed at which Yi Su manifested the dragon exceeded his wildest imaginations, taking merely half an hour. Moreover, this dragon, formed from vital energy, was evidently more perfect and ferocious than the one he envisioned. Its power must also be significantly greater. Although the dragon formed by Yi Su's vital energy did not yet match his own in power, if Yi Su were to attain the same cultivation level, the might of the Qingjiao Jioji would undoubtedly surpass his by a considerable margin. Cursing under his breath, Yi Fan contemplated how foolish he would be to use the Qingjiao Jioji in front of him. In comparison, the dragon he envisioned appeared grotesque, akin to a mere reptile. Utterly unimpressive. At midnight, there was another chapter to push the rankings. Next week, the author would strive to produce 3 chapters daily, as the book had only 2 days left on the list. In the 61st chapter, the dragon manifested from Yi Su's vital energy, featured merely one claw and half of a triangular head. With a single thought, the dragon's head immediately struggled, as if desperately attempting to extract its body and tail from his dantian. Seventh Master, there is no need to exert yourself unnecessarily. Your cultivation is insufficient to fully manifest the dragon. Yi Fan interjected, then pondered aloud, with your rare talents. You should have been able to cultivate to the mid-stage of the Peiyuan first grade within a month, enabling you to evolve the dragon's head completely and master the first form of the Qingjiao Jioji. Why does your vital energy appear so feeble? Yi Su ceased his visualization, observing as the claw and head swiftly retracted into his abdomen, stating, this may relate to the heart method I am cultivating. Recently, I exchanged for a set of witchcraft techniques called the 9 turns Yuan Gong. Since practicing this heart method, my accumulation of vital energy has been incredibly sluggish. After nearly a month of arduous training, I have only amassed this little vital energy. 9 turns Yuan Gong. Yi Fan was left in a state of shock. After a long pause, his white brows quivered slightly as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. You're managing to cultivate vital energy with this heart method? What a peculiar phenomenon. Senior, what is wrong with this heart method? Yi Su's heart raced, having recognized the drawbacks of the 9 turns Yuan Gong. He was intrigued to hear Yi Fan's apparent knowledge regarding this method. Yi Fan contemplated for a lengthy period before slowly articulating, Seventh Master. The 9 turns Yuan Gong follows the path of martial arts into witchcraft, focusing on the physical body while neglecting the witchcraft itself. Cultivating this method will not only hinder the cultivation of vital energy, but will also devour the vital energy one possesses. Even your ancestors from the Yi family experienced stagnation while practicing this method. Not only did their cultivation not progress, but they also lost a significant amount of vital energy, leading to a drastic drop in their realm. Yi Su nodded in agreement. Had it not been for his concurrent practice of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Yin Qi technique, his dantian would have likely been devoid of vital energy, rendering the cultivation of the Qingjiao Jiuji impossible. Yi Fan continued, had he not decisively ceased his practice. Even if he were cultivating the Mangazu Hua Daily Shin Gong, which rapidly enhances vital energy, he would have found himself stripped of all his cultivation, reduced to a Peiyuan first-grade little sorcerer. Your cultivation has not only avoided such a fate, but has even managed to produce some vital energy. This situation can only be described as miraculous. Yi Su noticed the old man's gaze towards him had suddenly grown extraordinarily peculiar. He heard Yi Fan muttering softly, I truly wish to dissect this young man to uncover his secrets. Yet alas, I cannot contend with that rascal Yi Dao. A chill ran down Yi Su's spine. Realizing that the elder was not jesting, had it not been for Yi Dao's restraint, Yi Fan would have undoubtedly taken the drastic step of dissecting him for study. Is my cultivation insufficient to fully evolve the dragon? Must I wait until my cultivation reaches a certain level to practice the Qingjiao Jiuji? Yi Su fell into deep contemplation. Given the slow progress of the 9 turns Yuan Gong, it could take him 30 to 50 years to completely evolve the dragon. Would it be possible to reduce the size of the dragon? A smaller size would require less vital energy. With this thought, he immediately began experimenting. Yi Fan, witnessing his renewed visualization, felt puzzled. With his insufficient cultivation, could he possibly have a method to instantaneously elevate his capabilities? After a brief moment, he finally understood Yi Su's intentions and could not help but applaud, filled with admiration. From Yi Su's dantian, a dragon claw emerged once again, followed by a dragon's head, and even the long, menacing body of the dragon began to unfurl from his abdomen. However, this time, the dragon formed from vital energy was infinitely smaller than before. The dragon, now struggling and roaring, gradually extracted itself from his abdomen. After a short while, the dragon had freed most of its body, with only its tail remaining within him, not yet fully manifested. The dragon lowered its body, raised its head, and let out a furious roar, as if bursting forth from an abyss. Its imposing presence twisting its body and soaring skyward, abruptly pulling free its tail. At last, the dragon had completely transformed. This dragon, though not large, measured over a foot in length and was as white as snow, swirling gracefully around Yi Su's body. After a few revolutions, it suddenly coiled its tail around Yi Su's left ear, resting its 2 front claws on his shoulders, lifting its triangular head, and expanding its dorsal fins, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. Its gaze was one of utter disdain, commanding a sense of immense pressure. This fully manifested dragon stood in stark contrast to the eagles and serpents conjured by Yi Fu, Yi Si Meng, and others, while their creatures sought grandeur and completeness, leading to an empty and grandiose outcome. Lacking true power, Yi Su's dragon, though petite, was complete in its anatomy, fierce and menacing, elevating the witchcraft to a level far beyond that of Yi Fan, who had immersed himself in this path for decades. Seventh Master, you are far more agile than that clumsy Ma San Bao to have conceived such a method. Yi Fan marveled, saying, although Ma San Bao possesses exceptional talent, his approach is rather rigid. He follows the traditional methods without daring to question the processes of previous practitioners. Hence his progress has stagnated at the tail-whipping technique. In contrast, you demonstrate remarkable flexibility and understanding of adaptability. However, how much power can such a small dragon truly possess? Yi Su shared similar doubts. The witchcraft sought strength and dominance. Yet the dragon he had evolved was indeed rather diminutive, leaving him uncertain of its might. Furthermore, the dragon's color was somewhat amiss. It was no longer a Qingjiao, but a Baijiao. With a thought, Yi Su commanded the white dragon to strike. The dragon shot upward, extending its claw, and the air erupted with a series of explosive sounds as it shattered a copper pillar from the ceiling of the witchcraft hall into pieces. The pillar, thick as a water barrel, split in two and fell from above, heading straight for Yi Su's head. Zhuizhu, Yi Su shouted as the white dragon extended its claws, instantly reducing the two copper pillars to fragments, scattering copper debris everywhere. Chao Yuan, the small white dragon suddenly dove, rising from below, sweeping up all the shattered copper, grinding it to dust, and with a resounding crash, it broke through the roof of the witchcraft hall, disappearing into the unknown. Yi Su intended to unleash the remaining forms of the Qingjiao Jiuji, but upon observing the chaos, he hastily halted his actions. If he continued, the entire witchcraft hall would surely collapse. The dragon circled once more before diving back into his dantian, vanishing from sight. He looked up and beheld a large hole in the roof, approximately 2 meters in diameter, through which starlight streamed down, revealing that it had unknowingly become deep into the night. Senior, how formidable is my Qingjiao 9 strikes? Yi Fan's eyelid twitched slightly, and he replied non-committally. It's mediocre at best. Compared to my own Qingjiao 9 strikes, it is hardly worth mentioning. The night is late. You should return for now, and we shall continue tomorrow. After Yi Su took his leave, Yi Fan's expression grew exceedingly peculiar as he gazed at the broken end of the copper pillar in the roof. This lad, in his first attempt at practicing witchcraft, has actually shattered the Qi Yuan refined copper. Truly an oddity. The significance of the Wuxiu Hall to the Yi family surpasses even that of the Witch Repository. Hence the ancestors of the Yi family utilized predominantly materials for crafting witch treasures to construct the Wuxiu Hall, making it exceptionally robust and difficult to destroy. The copper pillar that Yi Su shattered was indeed cast from Qi Yuan refined copper, which is of the same grade as Han iron but possesses superior hardness. Hence its use as a main beam in the Wuxiu Hall. The fact that this copper pillar was reduced to rubble as if it were tofu speaks volumes about the might of Yi Su's Qingjiao 9 strikes, which did not diminish in power despite the scaled-down form of the dragon, and indeed, it was even greater. Seventh Master, the reason I do not praise you is primarily out of concern that you may become arrogant and complacent. Such attitudes in youth are the most likely to lead to downfall, Yi Fan murmured, speaking against his heart. In the following days, Yi Su finally mastered the first 8 forms of the Qingjiao 9 strikes. However, the 7th form, the charge strike, and the 8th form, the strangle strike, lacked potency due to the diminutive size of the dragon formed from his vital energy. Yi Fan explicitly informed him that the charge strike relies on a profound depth of vital energy to crush the opponent, while the strangle strike also necessitates a deep reservoir of vital energy to twist the opponent into a knot. As for the most powerful 9th form, the twin Jiao scissors, it requires the vital energy to manifest into 2 dragons. Given Yi Su's current cultivation, even forming 1 dragon was somewhat challenging, and transforming into 2 dragons was out of the question. The disadvantages of the 9 transformations vital art significantly impacted him, limiting his performance in witchcraft. Seventh Master, today may indeed be the last day I instruct you in witchcraft, Yi Fan stated as they stepped out of the Wuxiu Hall and stood outside. The elder spoke earnestly. Today, I shall impart to you the final and most critical 3 secrets of being a witch. Once you grasp these 3 secrets, you will possess a measure of self-protection. Even though most witches in the Yi residence surpass you in cultivation, those who could slay you are likely few. Yi Su felt a twinge of reluctance. Although Yi Fan was a ruthless figure, unpredictable in temperament, he had developed a comfortable rapport with him. Compared to the duplicitous individuals within the inner court, Yi Fan, despite his tainted reputation, was straightforward and domineering, aligning well with Yi Su's preferences, devoid of the need for intrigue. However, he understood the adage, the master opens the door. But the cultivation lies in the individual. Yi Fan was his mentor on the path of witchcraft, guiding him toward the way of the witch. His future achievements would depend on his own efforts. After imparting these 3 techniques, I shall depart from the Yi family and venture to the western region of Liangzhou. Having been confined by that rascal Yi Sadeo for so long, although my cultivation has not declined, my Zimu 100 Ghosts banner is starving, and I must seize the opportunity to unleash a massacre while Yi Sadeo is still in seclusion, using the souls of witches to offer tribute to my grand banner before returning to contend with him. As Yi Fan spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he looked up towards the main hall of the Yi family's inner court, exclaiming, "That old fellow Yi Sadeo is about to emerge from seclusion. This scoundrel's magical prowess has actually improved, nearly breaking through to the Hunyuan stage. If he reaches the Hunyuan stage, I will no longer be qualified to contend with him." Yi Su, too, sensed an extraordinary shift in the world's vital energy, looking upward to see the air currents swirling above the Yi residence, a tempest brewing, forming a colossal vortex with a diameter of nearly 50 meters above the main hall. The rampant vital energy surged forth, pouring into the vortex with great ferocity. In the center of the vortex, a massive radiant light flickered, bright and pure, resembling a full moon, approximately 4 to 5 meters in size. It was now morning. The sun had risen, yet this brilliant moon obscured the sunlight. It was this moon that devoured the world's vital energy. Yi Su's heart raced. The speed at which he absorbed and refined the cosmic star energy was already terrifying, yet he had not anticipated that Yi Sadeo would be even more formidable, actually summoning a cosmic phenomenon. The cultivation of the Hall Master is exceptionally high, having reached the hazy moon phase of the 3 true realms. If I possessed his level of cultivation and operated the Zhou Tian star refining technique, I would undoubtedly surpass him in terror, Yi Su thought to himself. Yi Fan sneered. To advance from the hazy moon phase to the Hunyuan phase requires an immense reservoir of vital energy. Although Yi Sadeo has reached the hazy moon phase, it is still insufficient to attract the vast amounts of vital energy needed. If he seeks to break through, it will be quite the challenge. No sooner had he spoken than a square seal gradually materialized at the center of the luminous moon, upon which a blood-red toad with its mouth agape crouched, exuding an eerie aura. Goo, goo. The seal grew increasingly larger, and the toad swelled to the size of a bull, croaking loudly, its wild and untamed essence filling the air, while an overwhelming suction emanated from its mouth, expanding the vortex several-fold, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. As torrents of vital energy surged directly into the moon. This grand seal was the Yi family's treasured artifact, the Mangu Zhuha Town Heaven Seal. Yi Sadeo invoked this witch treasure, harnessing the power of the Mangu Zhuha Town Heaven Seal to draw in the world's vital energy and forcefully break through. In that instant, not only could the witches of the Yi family not cultivate, but even the witches throughout Liuzhou were rendered powerless. The might of the Mangu Zhuha Town Heaven Seal swept the vital energy of Liuzhou clean. Damn it, I forgot he had this trick up his sleeve. Yi Fan cursed, striding outside, urging, "Seventh Master, we must leave the city quickly. I shall impart the final 3 secrets to you outside the city, and then I will depart." Yi Sadeo, that old fiend, will undoubtedly break through to the Hunyuan phase. I shall never have the chance to defeat him in this lifetime. So it is best to slip away before he achieves that breakthrough. Yi Su followed him to the banks of the Qing Shui River outside the city. Yi Fan halted his steps and said, "Seventh Master, every witch is granted a Jade Tower bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. My first secret is how to utilize the Jade Tower's powers." Behold, suddenly, a 3-tiered Longdu Fan Bien golden Jade Tower appeared above his head, towering several zhang high, exuding an imposing aura, surpassing Yi Sadeo's Longdu Fan Bien Shizhen Tower by a minor tier. He had already opened 2 levels of this Jade Tower, acquiring the heart technique of the 2nd level, indicating his aptitude was evidently superior to Yi Sadeo's. Yi Sadeo's talent was not exceptional, and to reach this level was indeed remarkable. The Jade Tower granted by the Heavenly Dao was not merely a means for cultivating techniques and witchcraft. It was also an extraordinarily intricate treasure. The Jade Tower could store vast amounts of items, even living creatures, making it an indispensable tool for murder and plunder. As he spoke, Yi Fan suddenly opened the Jade Tower, and from its base, a heap of items tumbled out, stacking up to a height of 5 or 6 meters, resembling a small mountain. These items were a hodgepodge, including medicines, materials, drinking water, provisions, cooked meat, tents, and even a gray eagle standing proudly atop the pile with its wings folded. This gray eagle, taller than a person, glanced at Yi Su with a haughty glare and exclaimed, "You brat, what are you staring at?" Keep looking, and I'll eat you. Yisu was taken aback, exclaiming, "This bird has actually reached the level of a spiritual creature, refining its bones. You are the one who will be devoured. I'll deal with you," and Yo Yifan's expression grew somewhat awkward as he explained, "Not long ago, I contemplated leaving the Yi residence. Thus, during my time protecting you, I captured this fellow in by Man Mountain. I have been unable to tame him due to time constraints, which is why he remains somewhat wild. My Jade Tower is of the 3rd rank, possessing an immense space capable of accommodating 30 to 40 horse-drawn carriages side by side. 7th Master, how vast is the space of your Jade Tower?" As soon as he posed the question, he immediately regretted it, silently cursing himself. These past few days, I have been thoroughly humiliated by this young man. Why must I further subject myself to ridicule? Yisu pondered for a moment before responding. The internal space of my Jade Tower is approximately. No need to say more. Yifan interjected hastily. Time is of the essence. I will now impart to you the 2nd secret, which reveals another function of the Jade Tower, its defensive capabilities. The Jade Tower possesses commendable defensive abilities, with higher-ranked towers exhibiting even greater strength, capable of withstanding the attacks of magical artifacts. To activate the Jade Tower's defenses, one must place their Primordial Spirit within it, allowing one's vital energy to flow inside, thereby creating a protective barrier that envelopes the body. At this point, Yifan's thoughts shifted, and he manifested a golden light shield from the Dragon Du Fan's Jinyu Tower atop his head, enveloping his entire form, resembling an inverted bronze bell. The light shield flowed slowly, appearing almost tangible. Yisu struck it with considerable force, producing a resounding clang that echoed across the surroundings. This vital energy barrier was indeed remarkably sturdy, difficult to breach. Although the 2 techniques imparted by Yifan were simple, they were exceedingly practical, demonstrating the elder's earnest dedication to teaching Yisu. 7th Master, the 3rd secret is, Yifan abruptly fell silent, lifting his gaze toward the east, his brow slightly furrowed. Yisu followed his gaze and beheld a young man clad in tight-fitting attire, striding purposefully from the east, heading toward Lu Zhou. Elder brother. Yisu's body trembled with excitement as he gazed at the young man, his voice breaking. The voting for Sanjiang Pavilion had seen little participation from the Friends of Zhu, which was disheartening. In truth, one could simply click into Sanjiang and scroll down to locate Du Butianxia and cast a vote. Additionally, voting at Sanjiang Pavilion can be done once daily for an increase of 10 points in contribution, so I hope that friends will visit daily. This week, I shall provide 3 updates each day as a token of gratitude. Chapter 63. Yi Qin returns. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was both handsome and robust, dressed in a black robe that, while generally loose, clung tightly to his formidable physique, revealing muscular contours akin to solid rock. His shoes bore the marks of wear, a testament to his long journey, each stride covering nearly 2 meters, maintaining a swift yet measured pace. His vital energy burned fiercely, as if harboring a miniature sun within him, radiating boundless warmth. In the 3rd realm of cultivating vitality, his energy resembled a furnace. In the solidifying realm, it resembled a small sun, and in the merging realm, his energy was akin to a great sun, illuminating his surroundings. Evidently, this young man had reached the solidifying realm, showcasing immense strength, and could be regarded as an extraordinary figure among the many sorcerers of the Yi family. Most strikingly, he was still quite young. Possessing such cultivation at merely 20 years of age was nothing short of terrifying. The direct heir of the Yi family and the sole son of Yi Dao, Yi Qin, had finally returned. Elder brother. Yisu's heart surged with joy as he called out loudly. Having endured a lonely childhood with only an old servant for company, Yi Qin treated him like a true brother, caring for him in countless ways. Now, seeing Yi Qin again filled his heart with overwhelming excitement. You are the 7th. Yi Qin paused momentarily upon seeing Yisu, a look of delight crossing his face. He quickened his pace, rushing over like a whirlwind, scrutinizing Yisu from head to toe before bursting into hearty laughter and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Old 7, it is truly you. When I left home, you were but a small child, and now you are nearly my height. Yisu's eyes glistened with moisture as he replied, Elder brother, you have been away for 4 years. Where have you ventured all this time? The head of the household has been searching for news of your whereabouts, but to no avail. Yi Qin shook his head, saying, it is a long story. I went to the Qinhan battlefield, serving as an infantryman on the border. After enduring near-death experiences, I finally earned the privilege to return. The Qinhan battlefield? Yisu was momentarily taken aback. In this land of countless nations, Qin and Han were 2 of the most formidable powers, renowned for their sorcerers. The founding emperor of Qin was a figure of astonishing prowess, having unified the realm and established the capital at Xianyang, gathering talented individuals from across the land to forge 12 magical artifacts, the 12 bronze men, as national treasures. Miaozhong lay within the borders of the Qin nation, and Luzhou along with its surrounding prefectures were part of its territory, situated in the southern coastal frontier. Conversely, Han was another major power neighboring Qin, possessing formidable strength and frequently at odds with it. It was said that even the most ordinary soldiers in the Qin Han armies were innate martial experts, while sorcerers held only low-ranking positions such as soldier captains. To ascend to the ranks of junior commanders, one needed to at least attain the third realm of true essence, while those who became generals were expected to cultivate their essence into a primordial pill. The brutality and grandeur of the warfare on the Qin Han battlefield were beyond ordinary imagination. Even esteemed figures like Heavenly Dao and Yi Fan, with their profound cultivation, would likely be inconspicuous there. Yi Qin had ventured into such perilous territory for 4 years and had returned alive. A remarkable feat. Young master, this elder. Yi Qin finally noticed Yi Fan, his brow furrowing in confusion. 4 years prior, when he departed the Yi residence, Yi Fan was still wreaking havoc and killing indiscriminately. It was only after Heavenly Dao embarked on a journey to find him that he encountered and subdued Yi Fan. Therefore, Yi Qin had never met this elder before. Yi Su briefly explained Yi Fan's background, stating, "Elder Yi Fan is temporarily responsible for teaching me sorcery, but he will leave soon." Yi Qin dismissed it with a smile, saying, "Old Seven, I have been away from home for so long, and my heart is aflame with urgency. I shall return home first, and then visit your courtyard later." Yi Su watched him depart, feeling a mix of emotions. When elder brother Yi Qin left, his cultivation had just reached the 9th realm of the Tsang-Ming refining body technique, yet now he had become a sorcerer, attaining the solidifying realm. Once, he had commanded respect. Even now, he remained an exceptional figure. Once Yi Qin had gone, Yi Fan's expression turned sinister as he remarked, "Seventh Master, if you but utter a word, I can immediately pursue Yi Qin and end his life with ease. He has yet to return home. We could slay him in the outskirts, and no one would ever know he perished at our hands." Yi Su was taken aback, his anger flaring as he retorted, "Elder, why would I kill my elder brother? Why?" Yi Fan erupted into a maniacal laugh. His visage twisted. "Do you not understand why Heavenly Dao entrusted your safety to me and tasked me with teaching you sorcery? It is because he has already earmarked you as the next head of the household. Once he reaches the merging realm, he plans to abdicate and wander the world in search of breakthroughs to forge a primordial pill. At that juncture, you shall become the master of the Yi family." Yi Su's heart quaked as he murmured, "The head of the household wishes for me to succeed him? Now that Yi Qin has returned, he is the biological son of Heavenly Dao, and his cultivation surpasses yours, his talents rivaling yours. Do you truly believe you still have a chance to become the head?" Yi Fan's grin was sinister as he continued, "Seventh Master, the third secret I wish to impart to you is to possess a ruthless heart, employing any means necessary to achieve your goals. It is not too late. If you simply speak, I will immediately pursue and kill him." Yi Su fell into a heavy silence as Yi Fan pressed on. The head of the Yi family wields tremendous power, controlling half of Luzhou's enterprises and possessing 3 magical artifacts. All resources at your disposal would greatly accelerate your progress in cultivation. Do you know why Heavenly Dao was not the eldest son of the Yi family? He had 8 elder brothers before him. Yet do you know why he became the eldest and assumed the position of head of the household? Yi Fan's countenance turned grim as he stated, "It is precisely because his 8 brothers perished one after another, leaving him as the highest cultivator among them. Reflect carefully on the fate that befell them." The fierce contest for the position of the mansion's master back then was said to be exceptionally brutal, with many members of the Yi family turning against one another. It is likely that Yi Sadeo's victory was not achieved through honorable means. Yi Su remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, "Senior, I have no intention of vying for the position of mansion master with my elder brother, nor will I raise a hand against him. If my brother desires the position, he may take it." Yi Fan snorted in anger. "What a woman's compassion. You regard him this way, yet he may not reciprocate. Seventh Master, I hope you will not come to regret this in the future." With that, he summoned the Longdu Fondian Genula and released a gray eagle, which soared westward with great speed. His voice echoed in the distance, lamenting, "The Yi family possesses 2 prodigies, but alas, this may not be a blessing for the Yi family." Yi Su watched him depart, resolutely declaring, "My elder brother treats me as though I were his own flesh and blood. Without his care, I would not have survived to this day. Therefore, I shall never harbor regrets." In the following days, Lu Zhou was engulfed in a sensation that arose from two primary sources. First, Yi Sadao broke through to the third realm of Xinjing, successfully entering the mixed element stage and beginning to advance towards the third stage of Dan. Secondly, Yi family's eldest son, Yi Qin, returned after 4 years of wandering, displaying formidable strength at the 7th grade of Gu Yuan. The 7th grade of Gu Yuan is a level many elders of the 3 great Wu Huang families have yet to attain. The Yi family welcomed another prodigy, even overshadowing Yi Su's brilliance. Instantaneously, Yi Qin became the focal point of everyone's attention, with Yi Fan having departed from the Yi residence. And despite Yi Su having become a sorcerer, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Thus, not only the Yi family, but even the other 2 great Wu Huang families viewed Yi Qin as the inevitable next mansion master, leading to a constant stream of visitors seeking him out. Although Yi Fan was gone, Yi Su continued his training diligently, dedicating the majority of his energy to the Zhou Tianxing Do refining qi technique and the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, with a small portion devoted to the Qin Jiao 9 strikes. Under Yi Fan's guidance, he had preliminarily stepped into the realm of sorcery, tentatively exploring his path forward. After 7 days, his 9 transformations of Yuan Gong finally exhibited a subtle change. The rate of energy absorption began to gradually slow, filling Yi Su with excitement. The 4th transformation of 9 transformations of Yuan Gong is likely nearing completion. The technique's voracious appetite for energy was akin to an insatiable abyss. And now that its absorption rate was decelerating, it was undeniably a promising sign for Yi Su. This indicated that the energy required for the 4th transformation was approaching saturation. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong should also be a heart method transmitted by the Tao of Heaven, given that it originates from such a source. The first level of the heart method alone is sufficient for one to cultivate to the 9th grade of the 3rd realm of Rong Yuan. In other words, the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong does not draw energy incessantly. After mastering the 4th transformation, there will be a process of cultivation enhancement. Each subsequent transformation will yield significant increases in strength. Upon comprehending this, a sense of relief washed over him. Since the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong has its limits in energy absorption, he could continue his cultivation without worrying about being unable to break through to the 2nd grade of Pei Yuan for a decade. Yi Su continued to channel the Zhou Tianxing Li, and the rate of energy growth within his Dantian began to accelerate, further solidifying his thoughts and filling him with joy. The Zhou Tianxing Li flowed continuously from the crown of his head into the Zifu, nourishing his primordial spirit, passing through the Hua Qi, 12 layers of towers, the Jianggong, and the 18 levels of the underworld, ultimately entering his ancestral palace Dantian and transforming into energy. He simultaneously operated the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, which demanded less and less energy, allowing his cultivation to increase at an ever-quickening pace. Eventually, the heart method of the 4th transformation reached saturation. Yi Su's body trembled as he felt an unimaginable surge of energy rapidly expanding within his Dantian. The formidable strength of the Zhou Tianxing Do refining qi technique was fully unleashed. After absorbing the Zhou Tianxing Li several times, the sounds of explosions echoed from within his Dantian as the immense energy inflated it to tenfold its original size, propelling him into the 2nd grade of Pei Yuan in an instant. How could this happen so quickly? Yi Su was momentarily taken aback, and before he could even rejoice, the heart method operated at an unimaginable speed, forming a vortex around him measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Though it was nowhere near as terrifying as Yi Sadao's, it nonetheless managed to evoke an anomaly, drawing in the Zhou Tianxing Li from a radius of over 10 meters. The energy transformed from the Zhou Tianxing Li quickly filled his newly expanded Dantian, and before long, a violent eruption resonated from within him as his cultivation surged forward, breaking through once more into the 3rd grade of Pei Yuan. Yi Su felt a mix of fear and astonishment. The speed of his advancement was so astonishing that he began to doubt whether there was something amiss with his heart method. Otherwise, how could it be so rapid? The swift cultivation speed of the Zhou Tianxing Do refining qi technique must remain a secret, for if others were to discover it, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Therefore, he could only cultivate in secret, revealing nothing until faced with a life or death situation. Most sorcerers in the Yi residence require years, even decades, of arduous effort to reach the 3rd grade of Pei Yuan, and those who can elevate their cultivation within a year are truly exceptional. His ability to achieve such progress in mere hours illustrates the terrifying nature of the Zhou Tianxing Do refining qi technique. Should others learn of his possession of such a heart method, even figures like Yi Sadeo would likely be unable to resist temptation, which would not bode well for Yisu. His cultivation surged forward with unstoppable momentum, breaking through into the 4th grade of Pei Yuan in just one day. Upon reaching this level, his advancement began to gradually slow. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th grade requires an astronomical amount of energy, nearly tens of times that of the 4th grade, making it impossible to achieve in a short period. The energy within his dantian burned fiercely, like a massive furnace hidden within him, radiating overwhelming heat. Yisu released a sigh of relief and ceased his training, murmuring, in a single day, I have ascended from the 1st to the 4th grade of Pei Yuan. If I were to speak of this, it would surely terrify countless people. As he concentrated, a white dragon formed from energy emerged from his dantian, its whiskers and brows imposing and fierce. This dragon was many times larger than the one he had previously envisioned, measuring a striking 3 meters in length, coiling around his waist, with its claws gripping his shoulders, and its long neck held high, its head resting atop Yisu's own. Its dorsal fins spread wide, with sharp spines connected by membranes, resembling a fan-shaped mountain of blades, extending from the back of its head all the way to its tail. This was an unparalleled beast, a veritable armory, evoking fear at first glance. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from within his dantian as another dragon emerged, this time with a massive triangular head and claws that propelled it from his dantian. Having reached the 4th grade of Pei Yuan, the depth of his energy allowed for the evolution of 2 dragons, each of which was significantly smaller than Ma Sanbao's single dragon of the same grade, thus enabling the manifestation of 2 fierce dragons. The 2 dragons entwined their necks, their foreclaws gripping his shoulders, their heads turned towards one another, gazing into each other's eyes. As if engaged in a playful duel, their dorsal fins inwardly aligned like a colossal pair of scissors, poised behind him. With the dragons as scissors and the dorsal fins as blades, this constituted the most formidable technique of the Qing Jiao 9 strikes, the Shuang Jiao Jian. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet imbued with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, blending violence with aesthetics. Yisu, filled with aggression, felt an overwhelming urge to find someone to cleave in half, having grasped the essence of the Qing Jiao 9 strikes. His mindset inevitably shifting towards the ferocity of the dragon. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed from above, prompting Yisu to look up and see Yi Qin reclining on the roof, a wine bottle in hand. Excellent sorcery. What a marvelous technique, Shuang Jiao Jian. Radiating a fierce aura. But alas, no one is here for you to test your blade. Brother, what brings you here? Yisu dissipated his energy. 2 azure dragons diving into his dantian, and smiled. Yi Qin leaped down from the rooftop, hooking his shoulder, and chuckled. These days have been filled with endless socializing, which has truly been exhausting. Today, I managed to steal a moment to find you for a drink, only to discover you practicing the Qing Jiao 9 strikes. Truly impressive sorcery. Old 7, this skill of yours is enough to surpass most of our uncles in the Yi family. You flatter me, brother, Yisu replied. Xiao Xiao. Please instruct the kitchen to prepare some wine and dishes. Yi Qin hastily interjected, no need to bother the household. I plan to dine at the Qinghai Tower with Xiaobao. There's no need for any trouble here. Upon saying this, he looked Yi Qiao up and down, noticing that she resembled a graceful orchid blooming in a secluded valley, enchanting and demure. He mused, sister, you seem just like that little girl who used to follow Xiaobao around. How time changes. I barely recognize you now. With a slight blush, Su Qiao nestled against a wall and then quietly withdrew. Yi Qin, intrigued, remarked, the green-clad girl holding the inkstone urges the scholar's pen, while the red-sleeved maid enhances the reading experience. Old 7, you are indeed favored by fortune to have such a beauty by your side. If it were me, I would be content to stay at home and indulge in such blessings. What joy it is to have a beauty accompanying you. You jest, brother, Yisu said, feeling a touch of shyness. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to unveil his secret, speaking earnestly, brother, I wish to take her as my wife. At that moment, as Su Qiao rounded a corner in the corridor, she felt as though her strength had evaporated, and she slowly sank to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks, dripping onto her skirt. The young master wishes to marry me, she murmured through her tears, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Yi Qin casually remarked, even if you take her home as a concubine, such a woman is indeed worthy of you. As he spoke, he gazed into Yi Su's eyes, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Old 7, you can't possibly mean to marry her as your legitimate wife, can you? She is merely a maid. Yi Su pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yi Qin frowned, We, as scions of noble families, cannot choose our partners freely. Even sorcerers cannot simply wed whom they wish. Marriages are arranged by the elders in our clans. Moreover, while that girl is undeniably beautiful, her status is far too lowly. She is not of the right match. Yi Su remained silent. Observing his demeanor, Yi Qin suddenly burst into laughter, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Old Seven, you've always had that stubborn streak. Once you've made a decision, nothing can sway you. I can't believe you remained so obstinate after 4 years apart. In truth, I also dislike how our elders meddle in whom I should marry. I will marry whomever I choose, and if anyone dares to speak against it, even my father will receive a good thrashing. As your older brother, I support you in this. Come, let us head to the Qinghai Tower for a drink. It has been far too long since we've had a proper chat. Yi Su exhaled, smiling. Brother, this meal is on you. Qinghai Tower is the largest tavern in Liuzhou, built atop a centuries-old Qinghai tree. Numerous elegant pavilions nestle among its branches, approximately 20 in total, with the trunk fashioned into steps, allowing even the unskilled to ascend. The ambience is exceptionally refined. Inside, the establishment is quite luxurious, frequented by wealthy merchants who host guests. Upon arriving at the base of the Qinghai tree, Yi Su and Yi Qin were promptly greeted by a server, who escorted them to a private pavilion. Xiaobao. The outside world is vast, filled with masters beyond your imagination. After a few drinks, Yi Qin became more talkative, shaking his head in lament. When I departed from the Yi family, I believed we were a formidable power. However, upon venturing outside, I discovered that compared to those families with millennia of heritage, my Yi family is merely a provincial upstart. All our so-called geniuses amount to nothing in the grand scheme. This is a truth I have come to understand deeply as your older brother. A hint of bitterness crossed his face, revealing the hardships he had faced over the years. Yet, united as brothers, I am confident we can elevate the Yi family to rival those illustrious clans. His spirit remained unyielded, like a finely honed blade sharpened through years of adversity. Having never left Miaojiang, Yi Su was unaware of the outside world and could not help but inquire, Brother, are there truly so many talented sorcerers outside? Those I have encountered do not even qualify as true geniuses, Yi Qin replied exuberantly. They simply possess broader knowledge, greater experience, and a more systematic approach to cultivation. In Liuzhou, possessing a single sorcerous artifact makes one a significant figure. Yet outside, having a sorcerous artifact merely places one among the common folk. The war chariots in my Qin army are sorcerous artifacts, capable of carrying 8 sorcerers, thundering through the skies while they unleash their sorcery upon foes. Yi Su was astounded, feeling a yearning for the world beyond. To remain confined to Liuzhou for a lifetime would be to squander one's existence. The two brothers laughed and chatted, Yi Qin sharing amusing anecdotes from his time in the Qin army. Though Yi Su abstained from drinking, most of Yi Qin's drinks were consumed, leaving him slightly inebriated. Suddenly, the window of the opposite pavilion swung open, revealing a young maiden of about 16 or 17, who extended a bamboo pole to prop open the window, exposing her delicate white arms. Clad in a green skirt, her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, lending her an air of tranquility. Upon spotting Yi Qin, the maiden momentarily froze, a hint of shyness crossing her face before she retreated, glancing back at him. Sisters, this place is splendid, quiet and cool. Shall we sample some sweet wine and share tales of our chambers? Jingjia, I've brought a fine zither today. You can show off your singing skills. Wonderful. This is far more interesting than mere conversation. Laughter erupted from the opposite pavilion, and Yi Qin chuckled. It seems we have a cluster of songstresses. Xiaobao, merely drinking and dining is rather dull. Why not call for a girl to entertain us with a song? Yi Su blinked and replied with a grin, Brother, you're intoxicated. Those ladies are virtuous maidens, not songstresses. Yi Qin interrupted with a hearty laugh. Virtuous maidens? After the event, a little money will turn them into songstresses. With that, he bellowed and reached out, channeling his energy to form a hand the size of half a meter. It traversed more than 10 meters, plunging through the window of the opposite pavilion, seizing the green-skirted maiden and pulling her back. Instantly, screams erupted from the opposite pavilion as the green-skirted girl fell to blur before being captured and drawn into Yi Qin's grasp. Young lady, can you sing? Yi Qin slurred, gazing at her with drunken eyes. The green-skirted maiden's face turned slightly anxious but quickly composed herself, sitting gracefully and smiling. If the two young masters of the Yi family wish to hear a song, why not come over? Capturing me like this is quite unbecoming. From the opposite side, the other girls shrieked. Oh no, Miss Fang Jing has been taken by 2 ruffians. Quick, tell the family to rescue her. Those ruffians are audacious. daring to lay hands on the second miss of the Fong family. They will regret this. Yi Su, overhearing this, silently lamented, realizing that the girl was likely Fong family's second miss, Fong Jing. If the Fong family learned of her abduction, it would surely lead to trouble. Yi Qin, hearing the cries, was jolted halfway back to sobriety but feigned intoxication, shouting, "My dear lady, can you sing? If not, you may as well leave." He felt a secret sense of pride in his heart. The military command was a piece commonly performed by the men of the army, typically shouted out loudly by seasoned veterans. He presumed that Fong Jing, a young lady of noble birth, would certainly be unable to sing it and would have to obediently come down the stairs. To his surprise, the girl smiled faintly and began to sing. On the frontier, the long wind blows, the flute sounds cold and clear. The setting sun in the vast desert, the waning moon hangs high. Day and night I hear the sound of camel bells, drifting into dreams of home. Her voice, though soft, carried a spirit of fervor and grandeur. Yi Qin was left in a daze, and when the song concluded, he stood and bowed deeply, saying earnestly, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will not hold it against me, dear lady." Fong Jing hurriedly rose, adjusted her clothing, leaned slightly, and smiled. "Ignorance is no crime. There is no need for such formalities, dear brother." Yi Su noted a peculiar tension in the glances exchanged between the two and quickly cleared his throat. Yi Qin appeared oblivious, while Fong Jing regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just then, a raucous voice erupted from the opposite pavilion, bellowing, "Who dares to abduct the second miss of the Fong family? Come out and face your doom." Fong Jing swiftly opened the window, peered out, and chuckled, "Ah, it's Uncle Donyang. It was merely a jest between the elder brother of the Yi family and me. No villain has abducted me. I shall come down now." She turned back to Yi Qin with a radiant smile, saying, "Dear brother, I will be descending." Her eyes were fixed solely on Yi Qin, entirely disregarding Yi Su. "She is truly a gentle, graceful, and poised lady," Yi Qin mused. Yi Su felt a sense of foreboding and advised, "Elder brother, the Fong family has always been our rivals. It is best not to entangle with their daughter." Yi Qin, coming back to himself, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I am well aware of that, seventh brother. We may be in trouble now." Yi Su glanced out the window and saw that the Fong family's sorcerers were furious, sending someone to escort Fong Jing back home immediately. Among them was a burly man in red robes, his face grim, likely the Uncle Donyang mentioned by Fong Jing, the steward of the Fong family's inner court, who had already reached the first level of Yuan. After Fong Jing departed, the Fong family members did not leave immediately, but coldly fixed their gaze upon Yi Qin and Yi Su through the window. Fong Donyang narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The two prodigies of the Yi family." His eyes glinted with malice. Ever since Yi Qin's return, the pressure on the Zhou and Fong families had drastically increased. Previously, the Yi family only had Yi Su, while the Fong family still had Fong Chun to contend with him. Now, with the addition of Yi Qin, that balance had been shattered. Yi Si Dao, even if he were to break through to the third true realm of mixed origin, would not dare to claim he could face both the Zhou and Fong families simultaneously. However, should these two grow stronger, the Zhou and Fong families would inevitably face annihilation. Yi Qin's drunken antics and the abduction of Fong Jing as a songstress would certainly incite the wrath of the Fong family. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. If the two could be detained here, the Yi family would no longer be a threat. With the Zhou and Fong families united, Yi Si Dao would find it difficult to contend with the Fong family. "You two young masters of the Yi family, leave behind a hand each and bow in apology." "And you may depart," Fong Donyang stated coldly. Yi Qin chuckled, "Young master, someone is asking us to leave a hand behind. I am quite afraid." Yi Su, smiling in agreement, added, "I fear the pain. It seems that cutting off one's own hand is less desirable than severing another's. Indeed, the incident was my fault. But I have already apologized to Fong Jing. What reason do you have to demand we cut off a hand? If you want one of my hands, let your Fong family members do it themselves." Fong Donyang's expression darkened, his hands trembling with rage. These two were clearly mocking him. His aura surged forth, his blood and energy radiating like a blazing sun, enveloping his body and emitting an overwhelming heat. "You young men are ignorant of the heavens and earth, thinking that becoming sorcerers grants you unrestrained freedom. It seems the two young masters of the Yi family lack proper upbringing. Very well. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." As the chapter unfolds, Fong Donyang's robe flared open, and the energy atop his head rippled, transforming into a giant crimson bat that roared, unleashing visible waves of sound that charged toward them, yet made no audible noise. Within the pavilion where Yi Su was, Dishes shattered explosively, fragments flying everywhere. Before the sound waves arrived, Yisu felt the energy in his dantian tremble, nearly spiraling out of control. He summoned the Bayou Tower, which shook violently, and the chaotic energy immediately fell into order, regaining control. Bloodbat 13 strikes. Yi Qin's expression turned grave as he positioned himself in front of Yisu, waves of sound crashing against him and erupting. Seventh brother, are you alright? This sound attack specifically targets energy and the physical body, causing chaos and rupturing internal organs. Check yourself quickly. Yisu examined himself and found that, aside from a brief disturbance of energy, his internal organs were unharmed. Shaking his head, elder brother, I am fine. Yi Qin glanced back at him, astonished. The Bloodbat 13 strikes was a notorious sorceress technique, once wielded with great flair by the Bloodbat ancestor. This technique possessed a rare offensive capability through sound waves, catching one off guard and potentially shattering vital organs, leading to death. Yi Qin had not anticipated that Feng Dongyang would have acquired such a sorcery. In his mind, Yisu had only recently become a sorcerer with shallow cultivation, and he believed he could not withstand the Bloodbat 13 strikes. He was unaware that Yisu had practiced the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, and his physical prowess far exceeded his expectations. Thank goodness. Seventh brother, you should return home. I will deal with them. Yi Qin's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Feng Dongyang, filled with rage. He had already attained the 7th rank of solidifying essence, while Yisu had only just become a sorcerer a little over a month ago. Feng Dongyang knew that the Bloodbat 13 strikes would not harm him. His purpose was not to deal with Yi Qin, but to eliminate Yisu. This was no longer just a simple lesson. It was an intention to kill. Yisu stood beside him, smiling. To fight a tiger, one must rely on brothers. In battle, one must rely on father and son. Elder brother, I am no longer the little lad you need to protect. Yi Qin stared at him in astonishment, noticing that Yisu was hardly shorter than him now, exuding a vigorous aura, indeed no longer the young boy who needed his care. Yi Qin laughed heartily, filled with bravado, proclaiming, excellent. Today, we brothers shall face the masters of the Feng family. Feng Dongyang's expression darkened further as he turned to the 2 Feng family sorcerers behind him, commanding, make it quick, kill them. I will bear any consequences alone. He soared from the pavilion, the blood-winged bat landing upon him, as if he had sprouted wings, enabling him to fly. Yisu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing such a sorceress application. Back at the foot of Baiman Mountain, Yifu had used the Eagle Snake Double Strike sorcery to escape his pursuit, which bore some resemblance to Feng Dongyang's Bloodbat 13 strikes. However, Yifu could only fly about 40 to 50 meters before having to land, unable to change direction in the air, rendering it an impressive yet impractical display. Feng Dongyang's techniques, however, were evidently superior, displaying extreme agility as he flapped his wings mid-air, soaring above the pavilion to launch an attack from above. Yi Qin planted his feet firmly, crashing through the roof of the pavilion. As he descended, he landed upon the air with a resounding thud, defying gravity and pursuing Feng Dongyang at a remarkable speed. This feat deepened Yisu's understanding of sorcerers and their arts. Martial arts were confined to ground battles. Even the mightiest innate body could not soar through the skies. Yet, sorcerers transcended this limitation, engaging in combat across 3-dimensional spaces, both on land and in the air, making the battlefield limitless. However, to achieve this level, one must possess an exceptionally high cultivation or practice similar to the Bloodbat's 13 strikes or the Eagle Snake Dual Strike sorcery. The reason Yi Qin ascended effortlessly is due to his profound vitality. With a single step, he could compress the air into a tangible substance, grounding himself firmly. Conversely, Feng Dongyang's ability to fly is aided by the dual wings of the blood-winged bat. I remain uncertain how long I must cultivate to reach the level of my elder brother. Yisu blinked, pondering. It seems that the words of Senior Yi Fan are not entirely accurate. While a single sorcery may suffice for killing, mastering additional sorcery would provide more means and enhance the chances of victory. The varieties of sorcery are numerous, each possessing its own peculiarities. Most sorcerers opt to cultivate multiple sorceries precisely to compensate for the shortcomings of others. Although Yisu's 9 strikes of the Azure Flood Dragon are formidable, they manifest significant limitations. Compared to the Bloodbat's 13 strikes, the 9 strikes appear clumsy and lack agility. In the elegant chamber opposite, the 2 sorcerers from the Feng family exchanged glances and simultaneously charged at Yisu, shouting, "Young master of the Yi family, you can blame your excellence and your lineage for your demise." They were both external sorcerers of the Feng family. One had reached the 5th level of cultivation, while the other was slightly inferior, yet still at the 4th level, flanking him and simultaneously unleashing their sorcery. Their sorcery was a combined technique known as Xuanwu Combined Strike. One person's vitality transformed into a black tortoise, while the other morphed into a tongue snake, coiling around the tortoise and charging at Yisu. The Xuanwu Combined Strike is a sorcery that integrates both offense and defense, requiring 2 practitioners to execute simultaneously. If one's cultivation is sufficiently deep, it can also be performed by a single individual, yet these two had evidently not attained such mastery. The black tortoise, the size of a tabletop, had limbs as robust as pillars, its body a dark hue akin to iron, with a head resembling a sharp spear, its mouth and tongue menacing. The tongue snake, however, was even more ferocious, nearly 6 meters long, its neck fanning out like a fan, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a fully grown man whole. Yisu observed that although the manifestations of the 2 sorcerers' vitality, the black tortoise and the tongue snake, were impressive, they appeared dull and unreal. Evidently making the same error as Yi Simong and Yi Fu, obsessively seeking size and completeness, which instead diminished the intended potency of the sorcery. Nonetheless, the Xuanwu Combined Strike is not something an ordinary individual can withstand. Even a congenital body of dominance or a sorcerer of the same rank would be crushed to pulp by the tortoise or torn to shreds by the snake. Yisu was intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Disregarding the oncoming Xuanwu Combined Strike, 2 snow-white vitality dragons surged forth from his dantian, unleashing a furious roar as they soared towards the opposition, intertwining and spiraling above the tortoise-snake hybrid, heading straight for the elegant chamber. Simultaneously, he summoned the Bayou Tower, channeling his vitality into the tower, which descended like a grand bell, enveloping him entirely. The Xuanwu Combined Strike collided violently with the vitality shield, producing a thunderous sound as vitality scattered, shattering the chamber where Yisu stood into fragments. The vitality shield trembled violently under the immense impact of the Xuanwu Combined Strike, rippling like waves, yet remained unbroken. Yisu felt a semblance of relief. The technique imparted by Yi Fan indeed possessed formidable strength. His dual dragons had reached the opposite side, and with a swift cut of their fins, they cleaved the chamber cleanly in 2. Foolishness! A novice sorcerer, just promoted, dares to think your sorcery can defeat us? Xuanwu Combined Strike. The 2 external sorcerers from the Fong family scoffed in unison, once more executing the Xuanwu Combined Strike, their bodies merging into the tortoise, the tongue snake coiling tightly around them. The Xuanwu Combined Strike excels in both offense and defense, and with their composure intact, they coldly observed the approaching silver-white dragons. The 2 silver-white dragons, with dorsal fins like blades, sliced through, and with a sharp sound. The entire shell of the tortoise was severed, the tongue snake disintegrating inch by inch. Their expressions changed drastically, realizing the peril they were in. Just as they intended to flee, it was too late. The dual dragons intertwined in a final cut, and the 2 sorcerers found themselves severed at the neck, blood staining the sky. Had it not been for the guidance of Senior Yi Fan, even if I wished to surpass them, it would have required considerable effort. Yisu thought to himself. He leaped into the air, landing atop the green locust tree, scanning the surroundings for any trace of Yi Qin and Fong Danyang. As the 3rd hour approached, fatigue washed over him. Yi Qin had just reached the 7th level of solidifying vitality, while Fong Danyang was already a 1st level merging vitality sorcerer. A disparity of 3 minor realms and 1 major realm, an inconceivably vast gap. With such a significant difference, Yisu felt a pang of anxiety regarding whether Yi Qin could contend with Fong Danyang. However, upon locating the 2, he was astounded. Fong Danyang was being thoroughly subdued by Yi Qin, exhibiting almost no capacity for retaliation. The gap of 3 minor realms and 1 major realm seemed non-existent in the case of Yi Qin. He employed a peculiar combat style that was all offense and no defense. He executed only half forms of his sorceries. For instance, in the Eagle Snake Dual Strike, he utilized merely the eagle's claw without fully transforming his vitality into the complete form of the eagle snake, and similarly, in the 9 strikes of the Azure Flood Dragon, he only employed the dragon's head. Yi Qin possessed a vast repertoire of sorceries, yet not a single one was executed in its entirety. Rather, they were all deadly fragments extracted from the sorceries, focused solely on offense, devoid of defense. Each punch and kick from him emanated an extreme offensive force, as fragments of various sorceries erupted from his movements, leaving Fong Danyang in disarray. Yisu's eyes brightened. Yi Qin had mastered the application of various sorceries to an exquisite degree, allowing him to deconstruct these techniques and unleash precisely the strikes he desired. This method of attack seemed to stem from the training regimens within the Qin army, emphasizing aggression over self-preservation, aiming to eliminate the opponent with the quickest and most potent strike possible. Imagine being amidst a sea of soldiers, surrounded by relentless sorcery assaults. Where could one find refuge? Any defensive sorcery would be shattered instantaneously, and only through relentless aggression could one hope to survive by vanquishing the adversary before them. Utilizing only half forms of sorcery enabled Yi Qin to execute attacks at extraordinary speed, unleashing a flurry of techniques that dazzled the eye. Although Fang Dongyang's cultivation exceeded Yi Qin's by 3 minor realms and 1 major realm, in terms of combat experience, he fell far short. Rendered impotent against Yi Qin's relentless assault. Under such intense pressure, even Fang Dongyang's bloodbath's 13 strikes could only be partially executed before being overwhelmed. Suppression. This was a relentless domination, rendering him powerless despite his lofty cultivation. This was even more impressive than Yi Su's defeat of the 2 external sorcerers from the Fang family. After all, those 2 were only 1 or 2 realms above Yi Su, and as external sorcerers, they had not received the true teachings of the Fang family's sorcery. In contrast, Fang Dongyang was an internal steward of the Fang family, having received the family's genuine teachings and being considerably more advanced than Yi Qin. While the minor realm differences were manageable, the gap of an entire major realm was akin to a chasm, an insurmountable divide. Yet Yi Qin shattered this disparity, evoking an unparalleled sense of shock. My elder brother, having navigated the battlegrounds and endured countless trials within the Qin army over the years, had indeed reached a level of strength that was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yi Su's eyes sparkled with intensity, contemplating, could the outside world truly enable an individual to become a master in merely 4 years? His curiosity about the world beyond Luzhou grew. In the realm of sorcery, great nations abound, and battles between sorcerers are ceaseless. Luzhou, in contrast to the outside world, resembles a secluded paradise. However, this isolation breeds arrogance among sorcerers, leading them to rarely interact with others, resulting in a regression in their sorcery knowledge. The 3 great families of the sorcery wasteland may appear glorious, yet beneath the surface, they are in decay. They lack a complete cultivation system. While they might dominate within Luzhou, they would crumble outside its borders. For instance, the technique of the vitality shield might not be entirely foreign to those in Luzhou. Rather, they treasure their own rudimentary knowledge too highly to share it readily. When Yi Fan first spoke of the shaman of the Yi family, referring to them as pigs, Yi Su felt a twinge of discontent. However, as he gained more experience, he increasingly recognized the insularity of Luzhou. His uncles and cousins indeed resembled what Yi Fan described, foolish as swine. Yi Qin was an exception. Although he had struggled to make breakthroughs within the Yi family, after spending 4 years outside, he returned to astonishing success, decisively defeating the seasoned shaman Fang Dongyang. At this moment, the outcome of the battle between Yi Qin and Fang Dongyang had already been determined. Fang Dongyang, unable to keep pace with Yi Qin's rhythm, was swiftly overpowered, his defenses breached by a single strike from Yi Qin, resulting in both his arms being broken and his face being stomped upon, sending him crashing to the ground. Yi Qin clapped his hands and approached the Qinghuai tree, looking up with a smile. Xiaobao, let us return. Yi Su leapt down from the tree and whispered, Elder brother, why didn't you kill him? The 2 shamans you killed were mere external shamans of the Fang family. While Fang Dongyang is a core shaman, he cannot be easily dealt with. Yi Qin chuckled softly. Had this been in the outskirts, I would have taken his life without hesitation. Yet here in Luzhou, countless masters are secretly observing us even before we engage. If I were to kill him, the hidden experts of the Fang family would undoubtedly intervene. Do you know why I acted so fearlessly? It is because the ancient relics of the Yi family are covertly protecting us. Should we find ourselves in dire straits, they would step in, and blood would flow like rivers in Luzhou. Now is not the time to wage an all-out war against the Fang family. He paused, suddenly recalling the image of Fang Jing, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. He quickly added, Xiaobao, your cultivation may not be high, but your prowess is indeed impressive. You dispatched those 2 with such ease. When I was your age, I had yet to become a shaman. You, my young brother, have limitless potential ahead of you. Even I cannot predict how far you will go. Elder brother, my Yulu has only 2 tiers. I fear that once I reach the 3rd Jinjing stage, I will be unable to cultivate further. Yi Su smiled wryly. Although his Yulu could grow, where would he find enough shamanic treasures to consume? He had yet to voice another concern. He was practicing the Jiao Zhuan Yuan Gong. Who knew when he would reach the 9th grade of Rong Yuan, transforming his qi into shamanic essence, and unlock the 2nd tier of the Bai Yulu? Yi Qin, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Your Yu Lu has only 2 tiers. Yet it is not impossible for you to achieve great success. During my time in the army, we besieged the Qinyang Pass for a prolonged period. A general invited a renowned figure from outside, said to be a master of a certain demonic sect. Despite only having a 2-tiered Xianhuan Yu Lu, he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd Dan stage, brimming with shamanic treasures. It was through his assistance that we finally breached the Qinyang Pass. 2-tiered Xianhuan Yu Lu can cultivate to the 3rd Dan stage?" Yi Su was astonished. It said that the Yu Lu can only provide corresponding levels of heart techniques. His 2-tiered Xianhuan Yu Lu should only allow him to cultivate to the 3rd Jinjing stage. Yi Qin laughed. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, those demonic sects have histories spanning over 1,000 years, producing countless shamans. The predecessors who reached high realms have passed down their heart techniques, archived within their sections. Even if your aptitude is insufficient, you can still cultivate to profound realms through these classics. Yi Su silently nodded, realizing that his perspective had indeed been too narrow, failing to appreciate the myriad wonders of the vast world. Yi Qin continued, "These demonic sects resemble the Wu Huang family, but on a much grander scale, possessing a more comprehensive array of heart techniques and shamanic arts. Even complete 9-tiered heart techniques have been passed down. This type of 9-tiered heart technique shares a common name, known as the Forbidden Technique, which is a complete celestial heart technique." Forbidden Technique? Yi Su exclaimed, his heart racing. He recalled the golden leaves he had obtained from the mysterious jade tree of the Yu Lu, one of which was named the Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do Wei Chun Forbidden Technique. The cultivation method he practiced, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Yin Qi Shu, was the overarching principle of this forbidden technique. It was said that forbidden techniques encompassed a vast array of subjects, including qi cultivation, shamanic arts, treasure refinement, formations, yuan dan, yuan tai, alchemy, and much more, all encompassed within. Upon reaching this point, Yi Qin could not help but display a look of yearning, stating, "If one could obtain a complete forbidden technique, they could establish their own sect, govern a nation, and proclaim themselves as the master or emperor." It is said that the founder of our great Qin dynasty possessed extraordinary talent and acquired a forbidden technique, which enabled him to establish the Qin state, laying down an unshakable foundation for generations to come. Yi Su felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. While the forbidden technique Yi Qin spoke of was vast, the Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Do Wei Chun forbidden technique encompassed only the Zhou Tian Xing Do Yin Qi Shu in a single formation. It was likely just a fragment of the grander forbidden technique. Nevertheless, even as a fragment, it was remarkable enough to greatly enhance his cultivation speed, hinting at the extraordinary nature of the complete forbidden technique. Obtaining a complete forbidden technique? How could that be possible? I currently only know one shamanic art. It seems I should make another trip to Baiman Mountain to hunt a few elite-level beasts in exchange for a shamanic art that allows flight. Upon returning to his private residence within the inner court, Su Qiao Qiao rushed over, her brows alight with joy, chattering, "Young master, my Xianming True Qi has reached the 6th level." To be honest, Yi Su had grown numb to her astonishing progress. Yet he still made an effort to feign surprise. Upon seeing his reaction, she appeared quite pleased and self-satisfied. "Qiao Qiao, I must embark on a long journey in the coming days. Stay at home, and if anyone troubles you, seek out my elder brother." "Young master, can I go too?" she inquired, her confidence bolstered by her recent advancements. Yi Su shook his head. Though Qiao Qiao had improved rapidly, she was still a novice. Venturing to Baiman Mountain would be tantamount to courting death, merely serving as bait for the beasts. The current Baiman Mountain was no longer the same as during the hunting festival. At that time, the shamans of the 3 great families banded together to drive away the elite beasts, but now those creatures had returned. Yi Su could only ensure his own safety. If he brought Su Qiao Qiao along, he lacked sufficient confidence to safeguard her. The next morning, Yi Su packed some provisions and water, storing them within the Yu Lu. The technique Yi Fan had imparted for material storage proved immensely useful. In the past, Yi Su had to carry a backpack filled with limited supplies, making movement cumbersome. Now, he could bring as much as he desired without worrying about hindering his strength. I wonder if the esteemed Yi Fan is still alive? This ruthless elder, known for his merciless nature and penchant for killing, may have perished long before reaching Liangzhou. "Young master, if you venture out, you should take a weapon with you to avoid danger," Qiao Qiao insisted, handing him 2 ancient bronze hammers. Yi Su blinked. These ancient bronze hammers, while appearing formidable, were merely mundane weapons with little real power. He had no need for them. Yet, to alleviate Qiao Qiao's worries, he accepted them. "Young master, since you'll be away, you should bring me along." Su Qiao's eyes widened as she watched him store the bronze hammers within the Yulu, her expression filled with anticipation. Yisu quickly dismissed the suggestion. He vividly remembered the incident of the Yulu disassembling after Yifu's death. If he were to meet with misfortune, who could say whether Qiao would suffer the same fate? Are you really not bringing me? She asked, her eyes brimming with innocence and a hint of tears. Yisu hastily made his way outside, muttering, women are truly troublesome. They weep at the slightest provocation. Stay at home and wait for me. If you can cultivate to the innate level, I will take you with me next time. Su Qiao stuck out her tongue, whispering, the young master has actually cursed. He must have learned it from the young master of the Zhou family. As Yisu exited the Yi residence and headed towards the outskirts of the city, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, a frown creasing his brow. That person had seemed to be his elder brother. Why would he be with Fang Jing? Something felt amiss, significantly amiss. Yisu harbored a vague sense of unease. The Fang family and the Yi family were sworn enemies. Though their animosity had not escalated to a life-or-death struggle, both families secretly wished for the other's annihilation. Although there were occasional marriages between them, these unions did not involve significant family members, as only prominent figures would wed those from other clans. Fang Jing was the second daughter of the Fang family and the sister of Fang Chun, whereas Yi Qin was the son of the esteemed Yi Dao and the legitimate heir of the Yi family, destined to become the next lord. Therefore, a union between the two was utterly impossible. Should Yi Qin grow too close to Fang Jing, he would likely become a pawn for the Fang family. Contemplating this, Yisu hurriedly pursued them, scanning the crowd for their figures, but he found no trace of Yi Qin and Fang Jing. He could not help but feel perplexed. Had he truly misjudged the situation? He furrowed his brow and exited Luzhou. As he walked away, Yi Qin peered from a tea house, with Fang Jing following closely behind, giggling. Older brother, why do you act as if you've seen a cat when encountering your younger brother, scurrying about in hiding? Did you not claim that your relationship with Su Ji was the best? Why, then, do you seem so afraid of him? I am not afraid of him. It is just that my younger brother has a stubborn temperament. Once he fixates on something, he will not look back. He cannot stand to see me with you. Yi Qin replied with a smile. Currently, our relationship must remain concealed. Who said we are in a relationship? Fang Jing blushed, pouting as she exited the tea house. Yi Qin followed her, chuckling. Sister, if we were to become close, once I become the lord, the grievances between our two families could be resolved. Would that not be a splendid outcome? That is indeed a thought. Fang Jing paused, suddenly realizing, feeling both shy and indignant. Who said I would be close with you? Yi Qin laughed heartily, while Fang Jing's cheeks flushed. You claim you can become the lord of the Yi family. Do you not fear Su Ji competing for that position? Yi Qin's expression sobered, the playful demeanor vanishing. He replied calmly, both I and Lao Qi possess extraordinary talents. Whoever becomes the lord will surely elevate the Yi family. If I wish to be the lord, Lao Qi will not contest me, and if he desires it, I will not oppose him. He sighed, recalling an incident from his childhood. He remembered one Qingming festival when Yi Dao visited the ancestral graves of the Yi family. Upon returning, he had consumed copious amounts of wine and wept inconsolably before Yi Qin. In his drunken stupor, Yi Dao lamented over the many kin he had slain in the struggle for the lordship, a regret that haunted him to this day. Had those kin survived, the Yi family could have vanquished the influence of the Zhou and Fang families in Luzhou. It was the first time Yi Qin witnessed his father inebriated, crying like a child. From that moment on, Yi Qin resolved to treat every brother kindly, vowing never to follow in his father's footsteps. Sister, it is quite noisy here. Allow me to take you to a quieter place. I have brought an ancient guqin. Although my skills are modest, I possess some knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and I would like to seek your guidance, Yi Qin said, casting aside his worries with a smile. Fang Jing responded, that sounds delightful. Last time, you abducted me to force me to sing. This time, I demand a song from you. As Yisu departed Luzhou, he gradually approached by Man Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he suddenly halted, laughing. Zhouji, how long do you intend to follow me? The mountain wind wailed, rustling the leaves with a soft murmur. After a moment of waiting, Yisu furrowed his brows and said, Zhouji, when did you become so fond of lurking in the shadows? Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from the forest, and a burly man with a thick beard strode forth, brimming with confidence. Xiaobao, what a coincidence to encounter you here. I heard you have also become a shaman. They say your Jade Tower is a second grade by you tower? I became a shaman 2 months ago, acquiring the Heavenly Dao inheritance and my own 5-layered Baoyuo Miaoshan Baibao Tower, unique in Luzhou, pure gold, surpassing even your talented brother. Yi Su observed as Zhou Siwen summoned a black jade tower, 5 layers high, exuding a profound and grand aura. Various peculiar treasures dangled from its eaves, including golden orbs, ancient bells, jade inkstones, and various trinkets. In terms of talent, Yi Qin indeed could not compare to him. Yi Qin's Jade Tower, which Yi Su had seen, was a 4-layered Zhurun Doushui Xinhuang Tower, a few ranks beneath the Baoyuo Miaoshan Baibao Tower, a full major tier apart. However, in a real confrontation, Yi Qin could easily crush Zhou Siwen with a mere finger. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and Zhou Siwen had no chance of catching up to Yi Qin in the near future. "Why have you been following me?" Yi Su inquired, his brow furrowed. "Who is following you?" Zhou Siwen laughed. "I am heading to Baiman Mountain to hunt, seeking to slay some creatures to exchange for shamanic techniques in my Zhou family shamanic treasury. I did not expect to run into you along the way." The rules of the Zhou family shamanic treasury were similar to those of the Yi family. To enter and select shamanic techniques, one must present sufficient materials. This regulation would not be waived for any gifted descendant. To enter the treasury and learn shamanic methods, Zhou Siwen must offer something of equivalent value. Zhou Siwen, with a sly look in his eyes, glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and then laughed. "Xiaobao, are you alone? That old fellow named Yi Fan from your family is not with you?" Yi Su, with a half-smile, replied, "Has Zhou Ji developed murderous intent?" Zhou Siwen clenched his fists, approaching with a menacing grin. "Xiaobao, do not blame me. Why did your Yi family suddenly produce another Yi Qin? Having 2 geniuses in your family puts immense pressure on me, almost suffocating. It would be best to eliminate you first since you are the weakest. Once you are gone, only Yi Qin will remain, and I can lay low for a few more years before dealing with him as well." Yi Su surveyed the surroundings, finding the mountains eerily silent. He suddenly laughed. "Zhou Ji, are you also alone?" Zhou Siwen halted, warily asking, "What do you intend to do?" Yi Su stepped forward, summoning 2 silver serpentine dragons made of vital energy, their claws gripping Zhou Siwen's shoulders, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. The 2 dragons opened and closed their mouths, producing human-like voices, booming with a sinister laughter. "What do you think?" This display demonstrated Yi Su's remarkable control over his vital energy, manipulating the dragons to mimic human speech without uttering a sound himself, creating an eerie spectacle. Zhou Siwen was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "Xiaobao, I was merely jesting. No need to take it seriously. I am aware that the 2 shamans from the Fong family have perished at your hands, feeling inferior. Why would I engage you in battle? I am not jesting." The 2 dragons on Yi Su's shoulders roared. "Eliminating you means only Fong Chun will remain, significantly easing my burden. Yi Xiaobao, I am no soft persimmon for you to squeeze." Zhou Siwen laughed heartily, suddenly transforming his vital energy into form. Sprouting a pair of wings, soaring into the treetops, perching atop a towering tree, his body rising and falling. His wings were unlike the fleshy wings of a bloodbat or the feathered wings of an eagle or serpent. They were a pair of snow-white wings, subtly infused with the power of wind and thunder, seemingly composed purely of wind and thunder. "Xiaobao, you have cultivated the shamanic technique Qing Jiao Jiuji, and your attack power is formidable. No shaman of the same level can rival you. But I am no slouch either. I have specially trained in a technique for escape," Zhou Siwen declared proudly, chuckling. "This is the wind thunder wings. No other shamanic technique can match its speed. I am a timid person after becoming a shaman. This was the first technique I chose to cultivate. Though its attack power is somewhat lacking, preserving my life is paramount. Should I wish to flee, you will not be able to catch me." Wind thunder wings? Yi Su felt somewhat exasperated. He had heard of this technique, which supposedly simulated the power of wind and thunder through vital energy, manifesting wings that, when flapped, unleashed a tempest and lightning, achieving remarkable speed. Zhou Siwen's cultivation of this technique indeed posed a considerable challenge. If Zhou Ji will not come down, is it because it is so pleasant atop the treetops? Yi Su absorbed the essence of the Jiaolong, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Now we can discuss our plan to hunt in by Manshan together." Zhou Shiwen let out a sigh of relief, his expression tinged with suspicion. "Are you not attempting to deceive me into coming down, only to strike me down?" Yi Su laughed and chided him. "Even if I were to launch a surprise attack, you would surely escape with ease. Why go through such unnecessary trouble? We have both recently become wusher, and the journey to Baiman Shan is fraught with peril. It would be best for us to travel together. What do you think, brother?" Zhou Shiwen replied. "I had already intended the same." Descending from the treetop, Zhou Shiwen maintained a cautious distance of several meters from Yi Su, chuckling lightly. Yi Su assessed the situation. This distance was neither too close nor too far. allowing Zhou Shiwen to utilize his Feng Lei Shuang Qi to evade the lethal strikes of Qing Jiao Jiuji. It was evident that this seemingly rugged youth was quite shrewd and cunning beneath his rough exterior, prompting Yi Su to abandon any thoughts of ambush. Feng Lei Shuang Qi was indeed an exceptional method for escape. Yi Su expressed admiration, contemplating, if I can hunt enough extraordinary creatures this time, I too shall choose to cultivate this sorcery. I just wonder if my Yi family possesses the Feng Lei Shuang Qi Zhou Shiwen. Weighing his thoughts, mused. Yi Xiaobao's Qing Jiao Jiuji is indeed formidable, its attack power so great that ordinary wuxer cannot withstand it. Upon returning, I shall also pursue this sorcery. The two young men, one appearing as frail as a scholar and the other rugged as a bandit, both possessed remarkably astute minds and quickly recognized that if their sorceries could be melded together, they would achieve a perfect balance of offense and defense. Xiaobao, what cultivation method have you been practicing? How have you advanced so swiftly? Even I cannot match your progress. Zhou Shiwen asked, admiration evident on his face. Yi Su replied, I have been practicing the Fa Hualien Wuju. My second time becoming a wuxer, I have merely attained the second level of Baiyu Lu. What remarkable method could I possess? Fortunately, the cultivation speed of Fa Hualien Wuju is not slow. He then inquired, what about you, Shiwen? Zhou Shiwen humbly replied, I practiced the Chanshan Yuan Shinde Fa. This method is only slightly superior to your Fa Hualien Wuju. My cultivation speed is not quick. Hence I cannot compete with you. Yi Su praised. The Chanshan Yuan Shun de Fa excels in refining the primordial spirit. Although its cultivation speed is somewhat slow, the power of its sorcery is exceedingly strong. Your future achievements, Brother Shiwen, will undoubtedly be limitless. Zhou Shiwen, modestly insisting, not at all. You surpass me, Xiaobao. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned away and simultaneously spat, each inwardly cursing. This rascal speaks not a word of truth. Yi Su claimed to practice Fa Hualien Wuju, and Zhou Shiwen was naturally skeptical. While Fa Hualien Wuju is indeed quick to cultivate, it could not elevate 1 through 4 realms in merely over a month. Zhou Shiwen's claim of practicing Chanshan Yuan Shin de Fa prompted even greater disbelief from Yi Su. Zhou Shiwen's Baiyu Lu was of a significantly high grade, and the methods it offered would surely be astonishing, far surpassing Chanshan Yuan Shin de Fa. From the degree of his Feng Lei Shuang Qi's condensation, Yi Su could ascertain that Zhou Shiwen's primordial energy cultivation was not as low as he claimed. He likely had cultivated to the 4th tier of Pei Yuan. The clash of talents from two prominent families resulted in neither being able to extract a single truth from the other, leaving them both feeling somewhat disheartened and devoid of ulterior motives. It is a pity that the young dandy is not here. If he were, it would be quite lively. Zhou Shiwen sighed, expressing his sentiments. Yi Su, who had not heard any news of Feng Chen recently, felt a surge of curiosity and asked, what has Brother Feng been occupied with lately? Zhou Shiwen shook his head. That young dandy is quite cunning. He is likely in seclusion, preparing to emerge only when he is confident in eliminating both of us. As the two ventured deeper into Baiman Shan, they each summoned their Baiyu Lu, emanating a heavy aura. Ordinary beasts dared not confront them, scurrying away at a distance. Throughout their journey, they encountered no peculiar circumstances, merely a bear that bellowed and chased after them. However, their pace was swift, and they had little interest in such lowly beasts, quickly leaving the bear far behind. Before long, Heihu Ling loomed before them, its majestic peaks radiating an aura of ominousness. Yi Su felt a shiver run down his spine. The current Heihu Ling was 100-fold more perilous than before, without the 3 great Wu Huang families driving the extraordinary creatures away. It was not just the 10th-tier beasts they needed to worry about. There were likely many extraordinary creatures lurking, presenting a considerable danger. Yet, as they entered Heihu Ling, they encountered surprisingly few extraordinary beasts, leaving them both perplexed. Not only were extraordinary beasts scarce, but even ordinary ones were exceedingly rare. Xiaobao, there is a corpse of an extraordinary beast here, Zhou Shiwen exclaimed, having made a discovery. Yi Su approached to inspect, discovering the remains of a tiger demon. Still partially in its beast form, its body covered in yellow fur, sprawled on the ground amidst a scene of devastation, with broken trees and scattered stones all around. It was clear that this tiger demon had encountered some formidable foe and had perished in battle. The death of this tiger demon was somewhat peculiar. Yi Su noted that the corpse was dry and shriveled, with 4 blood holes in its neck, as if its essence had been drained by some unknown force. He tugged at the tiger's hide, only to find it resistant. Astonishment filled his heart. What could possess such power to so easily slay this fierce tiger? The tiger's skin is valuable. Do not waste it. Zhou Shiwen said without hesitation, promptly drawing a dagger, attempting to skin the tiger demon. His dagger, forged from the materials of Wu Bao, was exceptionally sharp, yet it too failed to cut through the tiger's hide, forcing him to sheepishly sheath it. Yisu smiled slightly, summoning his Baiyu Lu to collect the tiger demon's body, saying, "Since Brother Shiwen cannot enjoy it, why not leave it to me?" Zhou Shiwen's eyes lit up, quickly responding, "You may have the tiger's skin, but you must teach me the method of your Baiyu Lu." Yisu replied, "I would not mind teaching you. But brother must exchange it for your Feng Lei Shuang Qi." He made his intentions clear with a smile. Zhou Shiwen shook his head vigorously, "Dream on. If you learn Feng Lei Shuang Qi, you will likely turn on me immediately. I am not that foolish." Suddenly, their expressions changed in unison as they leapt into the air. A silver swallow, 3 meters in size, swept past them, its wings sharp as blades, creating a whistling sound. This was the sorcery, Shui Yin Fei Hong. The enormous silver swallow failed to strike them down, soaring forward for dozens of meters, slicing through trees and rocks with precision and sharpness. An enemy. Yisu and Zhou Shiwen simultaneously thought. Shui Yin Fei Hong was inspired by the snow swallow, a creature not commonly found, residing in the icy plains of the extreme north, known for its swift flight and blade-like wings, its body radiant white as snow. This sorcery possessed remarkable combat capabilities and was not as difficult to cultivate as Qing Jiao Jiuji or Jinzi de Li Shintong. Hence many wuxer opted to specialize in Shui Yin Fei Hong. However, in Luzhou, few practiced this sorcery, for the techniques preserved by the 3 great Wu Huang families were each no less powerful than Shui Yin Fei Hong, if not stronger. The snow swallow, having missed its strike, immediately turned back, charging once more towards their backs. Simultaneously, a sudden roar of a tiger erupted from the nearby forest as a headless energy tiger lunged at them, baring its fangs. This was the sorcery, Hu Xiaoju. As this attack was unleashed, both men quickly discerned the location of their foes and turned to see 2 young men, each in their 20s, standing 20 meters away. Shui Yin Fei Hong and Hu Xiaoju were indeed conjured by these 2 individuals. Next to them stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, arrogantly observing without intervening. He leaned on a large knife, its tip pointing downward. The blade was remarkably peculiar, shining like silver, with a hilt barely less than a foot long, while the blade itself measured 6 or 7 feet, curving dramatically in an astonishing arc. The attire of these 3 individuals deviated slightly from the customs of Liuzhou and appeared rather unfamiliar, suggesting they were not the local sorcerers. Surrounding Liuzhou are numerous prefectures, such as Yuezhou, Taizhou, Wuzhou, Zhangzhou, and Xuanzhou, all belonging to the region of Miaojiang, where families of sorcerers also exist. The 2 young masters understood that in the realm of sorcery, the first to strike holds the advantage, while the second suffers the consequences. Eliminate these 2 for practice, and we shall continue our search for mystical beings, declared the middle-aged man in black robes nonchalantly. Suddenly, Zhou Shiwen unfurled his wings of wind and thunder, soaring into the sky, shouting, "Xiaobao, hold on for a moment while I summon reinforcements. By the time you return with help, I will have already dispatched all 3. Yi Su scoffed coldly, activating the Jiuzhuan Yuangong fiercely, causing his body to become emaciated, his skin tight against his bones like water-soaked leather. He extended his skeletal hands, striking forward with ferocity. His palms turned a silvery hue, resembling platinum, and with a resounding crack, he crushed a flying tiger's head, then brought his hand down, cleaving through the approaching snow swallows, splitting them in half as they shot past him. His physical prowess was unmatched, capable of contending with sorcery unarmed, especially considering the 2 young sorcerers were not exceedingly skilled, merely on par with him and Zhou Shiwen. It was inconceivable for them to breach his peak physical strength at the 4th transition of Yuangong. Yisu landed and let out a long howl, charging fiercely towards the 3, as the Baiyu Lu rose into the air, transforming into a colossal entity over 15 feet tall, crashing down upon the trio. Simultaneously, 2 snow-white dragon serpents surged from his dantian, one to the left and one to the right, intertwining and slicing, their dorsal fins sharp as blades, aiming to sever the 3 at the waist. Yi Fan had once remarked that when facing an enemy, one must unleash their most formidable techniques from the outset, employing the most ruthless strikes. Yisu wholeheartedly agreed with this principle. Thus, he did not inquire about the origins of these 3 or their motives for wanting his life. Since they sought to end him, he would simply eliminate them all. As the Baiyu Lu descended, it instantly pinned down the 2 young sorcerers, rendering them immobile. Their eyes wide with horror, they had attacked to satisfy their murderous urges, only to be taken aback by Yi Su's overwhelming strength. not only shattering their sorcery, but also countering with lethal intent, leaving them defenseless. The middle-aged man in black robes swiftly positioned himself before the two, sneering, "Ignorant youth. Having evaded the attacks of the young masters, you dare to resist instead of fleeing? Truly foolish." He raised his large knife, deflecting the dual dragon cuts. But the weapon trembled violently, emitting a series of sharp cries as it suffered 2 fist-sized dents. The middle-aged man was astounded. His ghostly knife was forged from materials used to craft sorcerous treasures, usually reinforced with vital energy, making it exceptionally sturdy. Although it did not match true sorcerous treasures, it far surpassed mundane weapons. Such weapons, lying between ordinary arms and sorcerous treasures, are known as wubbing, frequently wielded by sorcerers of the Sanyuan realm, capable of decapitating foes from 100 paces away using their vital energy. To his shock, the wubbing suffered significant damage upon mere contact with Yi Su's dual dragon cuts. The man could discern that Yi Su's cultivation was not extraordinary, comparable to the 2 young masters. Yet he never anticipated that the blue-clad youth's sorcery would be so formidable as to shatter even a wubbing. Meanwhile, the Baiyu Lu pressed down with an immense force, causing the man to shrink in stature by half a foot, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. The 2 young sorcerers had already been overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from the Baiyu Lu, left crawling on the ground, unable to move. It dawned on the middle-aged man that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Having underestimated his adversary, he immediately shed his contempt and shouted in fury, "A mere brat dares to flaunt his skills before Luan. Rise!" Vital energy surged from his head, lifting a 3-tiered Longdu Fondian Baiyu Lu, as translucent as Yi Su's. The 2 Baiyu Laos crashed together, resulting in simultaneous muffled grunts from both Yi Su and the black-robed man, their respective structures soaring back into their dantians. The middle-aged man was utterly astonished, his legs sinking nearly a foot into the stone as he attempted to force Yi Su's Baiyu Lu away. He had not anticipated the 2nd-tier Baiyu Lu to be unimaginably heavy, descending like a mountain, and upon contact, it compelled his Longdu Fondian Baiyu Lu to shrink back into his dantian. When Yi Fan confronted Yi Su's Baiyu Lu by the Qingshui River, he could effortlessly send it flying with a single palm, for Yi Fan's strength was so immense that even with a sorcerer's treasure in hand, Yi Su could not harm him in the slightest, thereby obscuring the Baiyu Lu's true power. In contrast, the middle-aged man was leagues weaker than Yi Fan, which allowed the Baiyu Lu's potency to manifest. Had Yi Su's divine consciousness and cultivation been sufficiently robust, the Baiyu Lu alone could have subdued him. The reason Yi Su's Baiyu Lu was repelled was due to his divine consciousness being far less resilient than that of his opponent, coupled with his cultivation being significantly inferior. The clash of vital energies forced Yi Su's divine consciousness and vital energy out of the Baiyu Lu, necessitating its retreat to his dantian. "Young man, cease. We are from the Luan family of the Yuezhou sorceress clan. These 2 are young masters of the Luan family and bear no ill intent." The middle-aged man, alarmed, recognized that Yi Su was not the weakling he had presumed and hastily called out, "Why speak of goodwill now? Did you not proclaim your intent to kill me?" Yi Su ignored him, storming forward like a whirlwind, hands thrusting forward, enveloped in vital energy. One hand instantly bore snow-white dragon scales, as though they had sprouted from his skin, appearing like a massive dragon claw the size of half a table. Meanwhile, his other hand erupted with the triangular head of a dragon, roaring furiously as it lunged towards the middle-aged man. Whether claw or dragon head, both were partial techniques from the Qingjiao Jiuji, and though only a fragment, they posed a threat to the black-robed man that rivaled the most powerful technique, the Shuangjiao Jian. This method was one Yi Su had learned during the battle between Yi Qin and Feng Danyang. Yi Qin wielded various sorceries effortlessly, none being complete techniques. Yet he had decimated Feng Danyang, who was of the Wan Yuan 1st tier. From that moment, Yi Su began to contemplate how to simplify sorcery for practical application. "Fool, it seems you truly believe that Luan fears you if I do not unleash my true abilities." The middle-aged man's face turned a shade of iron, and his ghostly knife suddenly soared, as he infused it with divine consciousness and vital energy, aiming to strike down Yi Su. Collect, collect, collect. Chapter 71. Forcibly seizing the wubbing, Zhou Sherwin unfurled his wings of wind and thunder, observing from a distance, not immediately departing. Upon witnessing Yi Su single-handedly withstand the assault of the 3, he was struck with astonishment, murmuring, "Xiao Bao is incredibly powerful. Perhaps he truly can eliminate these 3 arrogant fellows. And if he does, there will be no need to return for reinforcements." When the middle-aged man summoned the wubbing, Zhou Sherwin was nearly rendered speechless. "Solid you on stage. He had not expected the black-robed man to be a master of the solid yuan stage. Sorcerers at the solid yuan stage possess sufficiently powerful vital energy to manipulate objects, and when infused into wubbing, they become unmatched in sharpness and destructive capability, far surpassing the abilities of the cultivation yuan stage sorcerers. The ghostly knife wielded by the middle-aged man was evidently a wubbing, not an ordinary weapon of the mundane world. The distinction between the weapons of the Wu Bing and those of the secular realm is notably pronounced. During the ritual crafting process, it is exceedingly difficult for the Yuan Shun to penetrate ordinary weapons. Only those forged from the materials necessary for creating Wu Bao can harbor the Yuan Shun, thereby unleashing greater and more formidable power. The Yi family's Lian Bao Tang ostensibly specializes in the forging of Wu Bao, yet the variety of Wu Bao is vast, and the materials required are exceedingly complex. Even with ample resources, success is not guaranteed, as it necessitates the relentless effort of masters above the Sanjin realm, consuming considerable manpower and resources, rendering it less practical than the Wu Bing. Even if a Wu Bao is successfully forged, its activation demands a Wu Shi of at least the Sanjin realm to wield its might. Within Luzhou City, those capable of cultivating to such a realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Consequently, the Wu Shi at the Lian Bao Tang seldom engage in the forging of Wu Bao, often opting instead to craft Wu Bing, which is both economical and pragmatic. Zhou Shiwen's dagger, a manifestation of Wu Bing, though diminutive, bears an astonishing weight of over 200 jin. The ghostly-headed knife wielded by the middle-aged man in the black robe, Luan Shiping, likely weighs even more, possibly exceeding 1,000 jin, making it impossible to wield without reaching the Gu Yuan stage. Little Bao is in grave danger. He may not survive until reinforcements arrive. A glint of determination sparked in Zhou Shiwen's eyes. A Wu Shi at the Gu Yuan stage can slay a man from 100 paces away, even with the wind thunder wings. He is not safe and risks being cleaved in two by a single strike. He resolved to retreat, but before he could depart, he beheld Yi Su, with the left hand grasping a dragon claw and the right hand holding a dragon head, audaciously clashing against Luan Shiping's ghostly-headed knife. Little Bao has lost his mind. Zhou Shiwen's could not help but exclaim. The dragon head and claw shattered, the blade's light imminent, yet Yi Su remained unfazed, suddenly summoning the Jade Tower. A pure white light descended from the tower's base, enveloping him entirely like a colossal bell. The ghostly-headed knife struck the Qi shield with a thunderous clang, ripples cascading outward. As the shield began to shatter, his Qi was relatively feeble compared to that of the middle-aged man in black, unable to withstand the fierce assault of the Wu Bing. However, the force of Luan Shiping's strike was thereby significantly diminished. The two young masters of the Luan family from Yuzhou rejoiced at this development. Luan Liangfang shouted, "Luan Jiaodo, quickly slay him. This brat nearly frightened me into wetting my pants." Another, Luan Liangyu, interjected, "Do not be hasty. Capture him alive. Let us interrogate him about the workings of that shield." An elder specter also insisted, "Do not let that old, ugly fellow escape. If he is so hideous, he should not emerge to terrify others." The two young masters need not elaborate. Luan would take decisive action and ensure that this brat and the ugly specter would not flee. A slight smile graced Luan Shiping's lips as he remained composed. "Old and ugly? I prefer to call it maturity." Zhou Shiwen's could hardly tolerate remarks about his appearance. Enraged, he dove downward towards the two young masters. The wind thunder wings slicing through the air as he snarled. "These two rascals chatter too much. I shall dispose of you both. How dare this ugly specter strike at us? He is courting death." Luan Liangfang and Luan Liangyu sneered, one employing the snow swallow flying rainbow technique, while the other unleashed the tiger roar technique, attacking from both sides. The three forms of Wu Fa collided, and the wind thunder wings were instantly overwhelmed, shattering with a resounding crash as Qi surged chaotically. Zhou Shiwen's suddenly produced a dagger that effortlessly cleaved through the snow swallow, severing Luan Liangfang's right hand at the wrist with a swift hiss. The dagger in his hand, also a Wu Bing, excelled at slicing through Qi, severely wounding one at their first encounter. However, Luan Liangyu's tiger roar technique struck him, sending him flying several zhong as he spat blood. An exchange of injuries. Zhou Shiwen seemed oblivious to his own wounds, roaring ferociously, twisting and pouncing, his visage contorted, his bristling mustache ablaze, resembling a frenzied tiger. Luan Liangfang and Luan Liangyu, terrified, hurriedly evaded. Yet, as they retreated, Zhou Shiwen's overwhelming aura bore down upon them, placing them at a disadvantage. Yi Su, having clashed with Zhou Shiwen's, understood that once this fellow engaged, he fought without regard for his life. casting aside defense and launching an unrelenting offensive until his opponent lay dead. Almost simultaneously, Yisu's brow remained unfurrowed as his sinewy hand reached for the ghostly-headed knife. Luan Shiping sneered, "You reap what you sow. Watch as I sever your hand." As the blade descended, Yisu's body remained steadfast. His right hand precisely positioned within the notch of the ghostly-headed knife, unharmed. Subsequently, a silvery white dragon emerged from his palm, entwining the ghostly-headed knife with tenacity, forcefully crashing into the Jade Tower above. This Wu Bing was effortlessly claimed by him. Luan Shiping repeatedly urged his qi, only to feel as though it had vanished into the depths of the sea, utterly silent, clearly suppressed by the Jade Tower. The anguished cries of Luan Liangfang and Luan Liangyu echoed behind him, and his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to see the brothers battered and bruised, one with a severed hand and the other bloodied, fleeing in terror from the mustachioed giant. "Damn it! How dare you call me an ugly specter? I shall beat you so thoroughly that you won't even recognize your own mother." Luan Shiping erupted in fury. As the Wushi instructor of the usual Wan family, he was tasked with leading the two young masters on a hunting expedition at Heihu Ridge to hone their skills. Now, one had been rendered a cripple, and the other disfigured. Upon their return, punishment was inevitable. "Sacrifice!" Luan Shiping bellowed, his qi soaring into the heavens, transforming into two torrents that bore down upon Yisu and Zhou Shiwen's. Zhou Shiwen's felt a tremendous force ensnaring him. His qi cultivation immediately compressed back into his dantian, rendering him immobile, his heart gripped by alarm, a suppression of realms. Yisu, simultaneously ensnared by a torrent of qi, recognized that Luan Shiping had reached the Gu Yuan stage, his qi vastly exceeding theirs. Now, fueled by genuine rage, he directly pressed down upon the two. He needed to control his qi to remain motionless, urgently calling out, "Young masters, quickly eliminate the two of them." Luan Liangfang, enduring pain, and Luan Liangyu, advancing in tandem, pressed towards Zhou Shiwen's and Yisu, cursing, "You scoundrels! This time, we shall thoroughly torment you, ensuring you cannot live or die." Yisu fervently urged forth the Jade Tower, and suddenly a low, rumbling dragon's roar emanated from his mouth. Qi enveloped his body, adhering closely to his skin. As he envisioned the dragon, in an instant, fine scales began to spread from his forehead, covering his entire body with dense white dragon scales. These scales appeared to emerge from beneath his skin, his palms now adorned with glistening, fearsome scales. Through this battle, he had become increasingly adept at employing the Qin Jiao Jiuji technique. "Open!" Yisu roared, his body straining fiercely, causing the qi that bound him to Luan Shiping to shatter inch by inch. "Die!" Just as Luan Liangfang reached him, Yisu stepped forward, his hand flipping over to strike down, producing a soft thud as he forcefully smashed Luan Liangfang's head into his torso. The body wavered twice before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Luan Liangyu had approached Zhou Shiwen's, his qi transforming into a ferocious tiger, grinning as it lunged towards him. At that moment, two tentacles suddenly shot forth from the nearby thicket, piercing his neck with a swift motion and greedily sucking his essence. Luan Liangyu let out a startled cry, as the qi tiger dissipated with a thunderous crash, and his body visibly shriveled, transforming in the blink of an eye into a desiccated corpse. This scene was eerie and macabre, sending chills down the spine. The two young masters of the Luan family had perished in an instant, leaving Luan Shiping's eyes filled with rage. The two tentacles drained Luan Liangyu in an instant, screeching as they lunged towards Luan Shiping's neck. While Yisu advanced with thunderous steps, Luan Shiping, trembling in fear, lost all fighting spirit, uttering not a word as he retreated hastily, leaping into the dense forest and vanishing from sight. Yisu and Zhou Shiwen's both exhaled in relief, exchanging glances that reflected their shared joy at having survived the ordeal. Luan Shiping's prowess far surpassed theirs. Even with all their might, they could not inflict harm upon him. The mere fact that they managed to escape with their lives and force him to retreat was a remarkable achievement. "Xiaobao, what arcane sorcery have you been practicing? Those two tendrils are truly malevolent and elusive," Zhou Shiwen exclaimed, shaken. Yisu shook his head, saying, "It is not my doing. Had I possessed such abilities, I would have employed them long ago." Suddenly, a light chuckle emanated from the forest, and a youth clad in garments as white as snow emerged, elegantly unfurling a folding fan. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. How fare you?" Fang Chen. Yisu stared blankly, fixated on what loomed behind him. There. Fang Chen's vital energy coalesced into a peculiar creature, resembling a heart, pulsating ominously, akin to a colossal octopus wielding 8 tendrils, exuding an eerie aura. It was this very creature, formed from vital energy, that had drained Wan Lianyu to a mere husk. Pretty boy, what sorcery is this? Zhou Shiwen was equally astonished. Recalling the monstrous corpses they had encountered at Heihu Ridge, suspecting that it was Fang Chun who had dispatched those beings. Fang Chen's complexion appeared even more pallid than before as he gently caressed the tendrils, akin to cherishing a beloved, and smiled. This is the heart technique I acquired within the 5th level of the Baoyuo Miaoshan Qingyu Tower, known as the Blood Demon Yuan Soul Great Method. It is both sorcery and a heart technique. My essence is the Blood Demon Heart, perfectly aligned with the Blood Demon Yuan Soul Great Method. Whether they are monsters or sorcerers, they become my sustenance, allowing me to continuously ascend in power through their cultivation and vitality. He licked his lips, revealing pearly white teeth, and continued, esteemed brothers, my cultivation has far surpassed yours, having reached the 5th tier of Peiyuan. As the saying goes, rather than seeking a meeting, it is better to encounter one by chance. Here, let me assist you in your return to the West, turning you into nourishment for my blood demon heart. Zhou Shiwen chuckled, pretty boy, you remain as arrogant as ever. You may be unaware that yesterday, Xiaobao and Yi Qin, those rascals, visited Qinghuai Tower and entertained your sister Fang Jing, without paying, no less. Yi Su interjected, Zhou, do not incite discord. That was my elder brother Yi Qin's doing. Besides, not paying does not constitute an entertainment. You seek death. Fang Chen roared, his face turning crimson. In an instant, he appeared before them like a phantom, for tendrils lunging towards Zhou Shiwen. Zhou Shiwen smirked, unfurling his wings of wind and thunder, soaring into the skies. Simultaneously, the 4 tendrils struck before Yi Su, clanging as they collided, rebounding harmlessly off his dragon scales. Brother Fang, cease. Yi Su grasped the 4 tendrils in his gaunt hand, crushing them as they burst apart. He chuckled, I was merely jesting. Although your blood demon Yuan soul great method is formidable, you cannot surpass Zhou nor breach my defenses. Why engage in futility? Fang Chen scoffed, realizing he indeed could not contend with the two, retracting his blood demon Yuan's soul great method, and arrogantly declared, after 2 months, we meet again. Yi, only you can barely match me now. As for Zhou, a mere coward who knows only to flee is unworthy of combat with me. Ha! Zhou Shiwen spat disdainfully. Once I master an offensive sorcery, I will strike you down so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you. Enough banter, Yi Su interjected. Brother Fang, have you eliminated all the monsters at Heihu Ridge? Indeed, Fang Chen replied, pride emanating from him. I was just about to venture into the Yingxiu Gorge to investigate what formidable beings reside within that can obstruct my path. I did not anticipate encountering both of you here, in such a pitiful state, and took it upon myself to save you. No need for gratitude. Curse it. Who is grateful to you? Zhou Shiwen grumbled, suddenly glancing at Yi Su with a glint in his eye. Xiaobao, shall we venture to Yingxiu Gorge? Pretty boy boasts so grandly. It would be worthwhile to witness how he meets his end. Yi Su pondered. Realizing that the dangers of Yingxiu Gorge had thwarted the 3 major sorceress families for 3 centuries, being 100 times more perilous than Heihu Ridge. They had sent sorcerers deep within multiple times, yet none returned alive. If they could breach Yingxiu Gorge, it would be a monumental achievement. Our strength is still insufficient for Yingxiu Gorge. While it is not impossible to go, I have a stipulation. Given the imminent dangers, we must cooperate sincerely. If one encounters peril, the others must lend aid, and we shall never turn against one another. Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen exchanged glances and nodded slowly. They understood that if they continued to bicker while in Yingxiu Gorge, they would undoubtedly face numerous dangers, risking total annihilation. Yi Su's proposal resonated deeply within them. Then, allow me to impart the secrets of the Yulo's storage and defense techniques, Yi Su offered. If you grasp how to utilize the Yuan Qi shield, the dangers of this journey will be significantly mitigated. Fang Chun was visibly moved. Having secretly observed Yi Su's battle, he had long been intrigued by the Yuan Qi shield, recognizing its immense value. As for the Yulo's storage technique, he deemed it less significant, pondering for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, I admire your magnanimity. Should we find any rewards on this journey, you shall have the first choice. Zhou Shiwen added, if we gather enough treasures, you may select an additional item. Countless sorcerers had perished within Yingxiu Gorge. The treasures they carried would fall into the gorge, with ordinary items decaying over time, while sorcerous artifacts would remain uncorrupted. For instance, comparing Zhou Shiwen's dagger with the ghostly blade Yi Su had acquired, the latter's value and potency were far superior. Granting Yi Su first choice was indeed a significant advantage. Agreed. Yi Su promptly shared the secrets of the Yuan Qi shield and Yulo's storage technique. which were exceedingly rare in Liuzhou. Yet, Yi Fan had remarked that such techniques were common in other regions, thus he felt no remorse. The two quickly grasped the two techniques, which were not difficult in essence, primarily involving the fundamental applications of Yuan Qi, Yuan Spirit, and Yulo, concepts that mere mortals often overlooked. Once Feng Chun became adept in both techniques, he smiled. My Yulo spans half an acre. May I inquire about the size of your Yulo spaces, esteemed brothers? Zhou Shirwan retorted with a smirk. My natural talent surpasses yours. It's a bit over half an acre. Both turned their attention to Yi Su, awaiting his revelation regarding the size of his Yulo space. Yi Su scratched his head and chuckled. Why must we dwell on such sensitive issues? Zhou Shirwan patted his shoulder. Laughing, Xiao Bao, your Yulo is merely 2 tiers. It is only natural that it pales in comparison to ours. If you acquire anything later that your Yulo cannot contain, you may store it with me. Feng Chun added with a faint smile. Storing it with me is also acceptable. Yi Su sighed, laughing, esteemed brothers. I shall consider your generous offers. The trio proceeded along the clear water river towards the depths of Heihu Ridge, soon arriving at the water pool where Yi Su had once cultivated. The surface shimmered with azure waves, and Yi Su could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The pool lacked the mystical white mist that had once enveloped it. It was this peculiar mist that had enabled his Yulo to evolve from the first tier to the second. What exactly was this mist? His elder brother, being well-versed, would surely know, but alas, he was not present. Upon reaching the cliff, a damp mountain breeze swept over them, heavy with moisture. With cliffs towering like swords on either side, in the distance, voices were faintly heard. Yi Su quickly glanced over, spotting a group of individuals traversing the Yingxiu Gorge, numbering around 10, all sorcerers. These are not the sorcerers of Liuzhou. Could they be from other states? Zhou Shirwan observed intently, puzzled. Yi Su's heart sank. These individuals were likely sorcerers dispatched from other states, preparing to delve into the perilous Bema Mountain for exploration. Feng Chun licked his lips, his handsome visage exuding an air of beguiling malevolence as he spoke with an eerie smile. This time, we can indulge ourselves and feast to our heart's content. After several consecutive nights of toil, should we not receive some form of reward? Upon hearing this, both Yi Su and Zhou Shirwan felt a chill run down their spines. The once graceful Feng Chun, who embodied the essence of a refined gentleman, had transformed into a figure more sinister than either of them, exuding a terrifying aura as if he were a predator ready to devour. It appeared that the blood demon Yuan soul technique not only heightened his cultivation, but had also twisted his very character. The malevolent essence of the demon cultivation method was formidable and allowed for rapid advancement, yet it also posed the danger of fundamentally altering one's disposition, leading to madness. Conversely, the orthodox methods, though slower in progression, were characterized by purity and stability in practice, reflecting on the orthodox view of demonic cultivation. Yi Su considered his own Zhou Tian Xing Do refining qi technique and the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, pondering whether they belonged to the righteous or the demonic. The origins of these two techniques were somewhat obscure. The Zhou Tian Xing Do refining qi technique was derived from the golden leaves in the Yu Lu, sprouting from the Yu Shu, while the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong was an accidental acquisition by his ancestors from the Yi family. According to orthodox evaluations, the Zhou Tian Xing Do refining qi technique, with its rapid cultivation speed, might be deemed demonic, while the Jiu Zhuan Yuan Gong, with its agonizingly slow pace, would be classified as orthodox. However, despite the swift cultivation of the Zhou Tian Xing Do refining qi technique, its essence remained noble and righteous, completely devoid of the characteristics of demonic methods. Yi Su mused to himself that regardless of whether it was demonic or righteous, as long as it could enhance his cultivation and strength, it was a worthy technique. The trio ventured into the Yingxiu Gorge, where the water flowed gently, and pink blossoms of the peach tree mist floated upwards from the depths of the valley, resembling translucent jellyfish suspended in mid-air, illuminated by the sun, casting a radiant glow akin to the hues of dawn. Some of the mist bore a dense vapor, refracting sunlight and forming a magnificent rainbow arching across the gorge, a sight of unparalleled splendor. This mist, however, was highly toxic and exceedingly rare, yet it was found in abundance in Yingxiu Gorge. It was said that a certain patriarch of the Zhou family intended to gather the peach blossom mist to forge a magical artifact of demonic nature. This patriarch had already attained the third true realm of the Hunyuan stage and had searched extensively through the Baiman Mountains for this mist, only to be discovered and ultimately succumb to the poison within it. In the end, no disciple of the Zhou family dared to venture into the peach blossom mist to retrieve their patriarch's body. This incident was a scandal for the Zhou family. viewed as a tremendous disgrace, yet the tale spread throughout Liuzhou. The trio carefully avoided the peach blossom mist. When evasion was impossible, they activated the Yulu, raising a protective barrier of vital energy to disperse the mist, holding their breath as they passed through. In contrast, the shamans ahead, lacking such means, suffered dire consequences, with two of them inadvertently succumbing to the poisonous mist. Zhong Qiyuan's expression darkened further as they had entered the Yingqiu Gorge for less than 3 miles without encountering a single spirit creature. Yet 2 shamans had met their untimely demise. This expedition was proving to be quite unfortunate. As the chief steward of the Zhong family in Zhangzhou, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade of the Rong Yuan stage, with his vital energy radiating like a blazing sun, fierce and bright, showing signs of transforming falsehood into reality. Shamans of the 3rd true realm collect the vital energy of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation. However, this energy is not pure and is directly plundered from the environment, leading to an unstable foundation. Once they reach the 3rd true realm, they can genuinely transform the vital energy of heaven and earth into their own cultivation, refining it into true essence, thus termed as transforming falsehood into reality. On either side of the gorge, thick wisteria grew, some as thick as a barrel, far more luxuriant than those outside, climbing from the gorge floor up to the cliff summit, nearly 100 meters in length. Some wisteria even hung down from the mountain's peak into the gorge below. The vines bore strange fruits, vibrant and colorful, enticing in their appearance. One of the shamans from the Zhong family could not resist plucking a bright red fruit and popping it into his mouth. Just after a couple of chews, a horrific scream escaped his lips as his body seemed to be punctured by countless holes, leaking life force until, in the blink of an eye, his bones dissolved into a puddle of flesh upon the ground. His Yulu leapt from his body, dispersing into ethereal light. Zhong Qiyuan's countenance shifted, and he called out loudly, "Everyone be cautious. Do not touch the fruits here, for they are highly toxic. Chief Steward, we have not even ventured deep into the Yingqiu Gorge yet, and have already lost 3 men. This journey may prove to be perilous." A young shaman remarked cautiously, "It is of no concern. As long as we remain vigilant, we should face no major issues." Zhong Qiyuan replied with a grave expression. "Our family's mines have run dry. We must carve out new ones, and we must break through the Yingqiu Gorge. Otherwise, in a few years, our family will decline and be absorbed by other clans. Chief Steward, there are still 3 minor shamans following us. Should we eliminate them?" Zhong Qiyuan glanced back, a cold smile spreading across his face. "They are merely insignificant characters. Kaiyong, take a few men and stay behind. Eliminate them and rejoin us swiftly." A steady man acknowledged and said, "De Ming, De Qing, De Jing, you 3 stay behind." Nearby, Zhou Sherwin plucked a yellow fruit, intending to taste it. But upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the Zhong family shaman, he hastily discarded the fruit, silently grateful for his luck. Seeing this, Yisu sprang into action, gathering several red fruits and activating the Yulu, producing the ghostly blade seized from Wan Shiping, meticulously coating the blade with the fruit's pulp. Zhou Sherwin and Fang Chun shivered involuntarily, muttering to themselves, "This reserved fellow, seemingly honest, is even more cunning than we are." Imitating Yisu, Zhou Sherwin also gathered a few red fruits and carefully applied the pulp onto his dagger. Fang Chun, lacking a weapon, pondered briefly before collecting several red fruits into the Yulu, preparing to use them should he acquire a shamanic weapon in the future. Once their preparations were complete, they looked up to see the Zhong family shamans had already advanced quite far ahead, prompting them to hasten their pace. "Pretty boy, are you not hungry enough to unleash a massacre?" Zhou Sherwin jested upon noticing Zhong Kaiyong and his companions standing there with malicious expressions, emanating a murderous aura. "There are 4 appetizers ahead. Will they not satiate your appetite?" Fang Chun grunted softly. Despite his prideful demeanor, he was self-aware enough to recognize that he could not face the 4 Zhong family shamans alone. The 3 young shamans of the Zhong family were not particularly impressive in their cultivation, yet the composed man among them exuded a contained energy and dignified presence, indicating that he was far superior to Fang Chun and comparable to Wan Shiping, likely of the same generation as Yi Simin. Zhong Kaiyong regarded the approaching trio with a solemn tone, stating, "Young men, my family has come to the Yingqiu Gorge to cultivate. This territory is now ours. I care not who you are or where you hail from. Turn back now while you still can." "Your family's territory?" Yisu laughed. "May I inquire whether it was granted to you by the Qin Emperor or the Han Emperor?" Zhong Kaiyong's expression shifted, and Zhou Sherwin burst into hearty laughter. "My dear Zhong brother, you would be better off wielding a couple of large axes and proclaiming, 'This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. With more conviction, Fang Chun elegantly unfurled his folding fan, smiling as he remarked, the Zhong family of Zhangzhou excels at highway robbery. The countenance of Zhong Kaiyang darkened instantaneously, and his three young companions stirred restlessly, one of them sneering, Uncle, why waste words on them? Just kill them directly. Young men are too arrogant. They often meet an early demise. I have already given you a chance. You are the ones seeking death. Zhong Kaiyang coldly replied, Deming, you three take action. I shall support you from behind. They are on par with you in cultivation and make for excellent opponents. The three rejoiced and immediately darted from behind him. With Zhong Deming advancing towards Yi Su, his vital energy coalescing overhead into a swirling vortex of over 100 sword energies, as he grinned. I have long wished to test my Diyin Tian sword technique. This is the Diyin Tian Jian Shu, a sword technique that, when mastered to its zenith, can unleash 1,000 swords simultaneously, reducing opponents to mere pulp. However, Zhong Deming's prowess remains far from this level. The simultaneous release of 100 swords marks his utmost limit. As the target of my blade, you should consider yourself fortunate, for my strikes are executed with remarkable swiftness. Before the word swift escapes my lips, Zhong Deming perceives a flicker, and Yi Su stands before him, his Yuan Gong activated, rendering him tall and slender. With a gnarled hand, he seizes Zhong Deming's neck and twists with great force. A sharp crack resonates, and Zhong Deming finds himself staring at his own posterior. Chapter 74. Fierce battle. His strike was swifter than mine, too fast to discern. Darkness envelopes Zhong Deming as his Jade Tower begins to dissipate. Without his control, over 100 sword energies shoot in all directions, yet a dozen collide with Yi Su, failing to inflict any harm, all shattering upon impact. The Zhong family's main force has retreated, seeking a swift resolution. Yi Su roars, his Jade Tower suspended overhead, pressing down upon Zhong Kaiyang. Young master, do not waste time. Fang Chun licks his lips, 2 of his 8 tentacles splitting off, piercing Zhong Deming's neck with a swift hiss, draining him to a mere husk in the blink of an eye. The remaining 6 tentacles engage Zhong Duching, who is ensnared by 4 of them, rendered immobile, while 2 others pierce his neck, siphoning his cultivation and vitality at an alarming rate, leaving him in utter terror. Behind Fang Chun, a colossal heart resembling an octopus pulses ominously, growing more crimson and bizarre. In a mere encounter, 2 of the Zhong family's disciples have perished, leaving only Zhou Shiwen, who has not cultivated offensive sorcery, to engage Zhong Deheng in a heated clash. Zhong Kaiyang's limbs turn cold as Yi Su and Fang Chun unleash their unparalleled killing moves, dispatching Zhong Deming and Zhong Duching before he can even attempt to intervene. He never imagined that the trio before him would be the 3 prodigies from Luzhou. Though young and lacking in cultivation, their strength is undeniably beyond the reach of sorcerers of the same tier. Just Yi Su alone dares to confront Wan Shiping, who has reached the solidification stage, in a direct contest. Yi Su's Jade Tower looms over Zhong Kaiyang, crashing down with a thunderous sound, sending forth waves of azure ripples that clash with his Yuan Qi, erupting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. You seek death. Zhong Kaiyang is both astonished and enraged. As a peculiar swastika-shaped sorcerous artifact strapped to his back soars into the air, spinning rapidly as it arcs towards Zhou Shiwen. Although the artifact appears strange, it is a treasure he has painstakingly refined. Prior to reaching the solidification stage, he practiced a sorcery known as the swastika true solution whirling blade, which, when infused into this swastika-shaped artifact, allows him to unleash his full potential, even challenging opponents of greater cultivation. With 2 of the Zhong family's disciples already dead, should Zhong Deheng fall as well, the weight of responsibility would be immense, one he could scarcely bear. Meanwhile, the azure ripples descend, causing disarray in his Yuan Qi, as his legs become ensnared in the rocky ground, destabilizing the flight path of his swastika-shaped artifact, making it difficult to control. Who are these 3 individuals? Zhong Kaiyang extends a massive hand, crashing down upon the second tier of the White Jade Tower, scattering Yi Su's Yuan Qi and spirit, significantly diminishing the Jade Tower's might, sending it hurtling towards Yi Su. Regardless of who you are, for slaying my Zhong family's disciples, you shall all meet your end here. Zhong Kaiyang bellows, repelling Yi Su's Jade Tower and continuing to command the swastika-shaped artifact, intent on beheading Zhou Shiwen. Zhou Shiwen flaps his wings, unleashing a thunderous roar as he evades Zhong Deheng, swiftly appearing behind Zhong Kaiyang, thrusting a dagger viciously towards his back. While his wind and thunder wings lack significant offensive power, they are undeniably the swiftest among all sorceries, so rapid that even Zhong Kaiyang struggles to react. feeling a sharp pain in his back as he is struck. Zhong Kaiyang's yuan qi erupts, shattering the dagger in Zhou Sherwin's hand with a resounding explosion, causing blood to spurt from his palm as he is sent reeling. Poison. Zhong Kaiyang senses a wave of numbness spreading from his back. With a flicker of thought, he invokes the sorcery he has labored over for years, the swastika, true solution whirling blade, pursuing Zhou Sherwin with the intent to bisect him. Simultaneously, he leaps into the air, matching Zhou Sherwin's speed, aiming a downward strike. With urgency, Zhou Sherwin raises the Jade Tower, but the swastika true solution cleaves through the yuan qi shield, creating a sizzling sound as it slices through, with the yuan qi shield offering some resistance. Zhou Sherwin seizes the opportunity to evade the deadly assault of the swastika true solution, planning to make his escape. However, Zhong Kaiyang's hand descends, blocking his path. Zhou Sherwin's speed is so great that he cannot alter his course in time, struck by the gust of Zhong Kaiyang's palm, causing him to spit blood and fall several dozen meters away. To dare poison me is to court death. Zhong Kaiyang seethes with fury, the swastika-shaped artifact spiraling back towards Zhou Sherwin. The area of numbness on his back expands, and even his yuan qi struggles to suppress the toxin. Enraged, he resolves to first eliminate this despicable bearded man. Clang. Yi Su interjects, his blade positioned before Zhou Sherwin, the ghostly dagger colliding with the swastika-shaped artifact, unleashing a surge of yuan qi that erupts into a small mushroom cloud rising from the valley below. The three young sorcerers of the Zhong family possess insufficient vitality to satiate my blood demon yuan soul. Seizing the moment, Fang Chun dispatches the remaining Zhong family sorcerer. Zhong Dehang, 8 tentacles screeching as they swarm towards Zhong Kaiyang, wearing a sinister smile as he cackles. Devouring your cultivation will elevate my own to the 6th or even 7th tier of the Pei Yuan stage. Zhong Kaiyang disregards Fang Chen's blood demon yuan soul technique, striding towards Zhou Sherwin and Yi Su. Before the 8 tentacles can reach him, they are obliterated by his overwhelming yuan qi, the disparity in their realms starkly apparent, rendering Fang Chen's blood demon yuan soul technique ineffective against his yuan qi. The twin jiaos cut. 2 snow-white jiaos surge upward, intertwining as they transform into a massive pair of scissors approximately 2 meters long, their dorsal fins gleaming white as they aim to cleave him in half. Foolhardy. Zhong Kaiyang scoffs, raising his palm towards Yi Su's twin jiaos cut, only to be met with an unexpected shriek as his hand is severed at the wrist instead of shattering the scissors as he had anticipated. The collision style. Yi Su executes the collision style of the Qing Jiao 9 strikes, and the 2 jiaos suddenly diverge, crashing forcefully into Zhong Kaiyang's chest. Zhong Kaiyang emits a muffled grunt, staggering momentarily before regaining his footing, astonished by the fact that this young man could wound him, even severing his hand. What poison is this? Zhong Kaiyang feels an increasing numbness spreading from his back, enveloping his entire back, his expression darkening as he coldly retorts, "You 3, hand over the antidote, and I may grant you a complete corpse." A complete corpse? Zhou Sherwin wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling, "Zhong family elder, I fear you may not even be able to preserve your own. What I applied to the dagger is the venom from the extraordinary fruit of the purple vine." Zhong Kaiyang's expression shifts dramatically. The toxicity of the purple vine's fruit is so potent that even sorcerers cannot withstand it. Though his injuries are minor, the toxin has already seeped into his veins, and if he does not seek treatment soon, it may be too late. The steward possesses an antidote. The sorcerer who perished earlier was merely an outer sect sorcerer, while I am of the Zhong family's inner court elite. The steward will not let me perish. In a fit of rage, Zhong Kaiyang's thoughts crystallize, the swastika-shaped artifact spiraling back to him, spinning rapidly as he turns and charges towards Fang Chun. He was enveloped by more than 30 swastika symbols, each one razor-sharp, whirling around him at a rapid pace, cutting through the air. Fang Chun dared not intervene. He swiftly darted away like a wraith, seeking refuge. Zhong Kaiyang surged forward, racing towards the Zhong family's main forces, his voice echoing from afar. "You 3. Wait until I drive the poison out, and then I will settle the score with you. Especially you, the bearded one. You must not die, for I shall return shortly to stuff 10 pounds of exotic fruit down your throat." Zhou Sherwin shivered at this, hastily exclaiming, "This lad beside me has even severed your hand. You must give him at least 5 pounds of that 10. Today my spirit feels rather low, and my typing speed is sluggish. I cannot guarantee a third update. If there is none by 10 o'clock, then it is simply not forthcoming. This is a formal announcement." Chapter 75. The poisonous spotted mushroom. Yi Su brandished his ghostly knife, swiftly pursuing Zhong Kaiyang, urging, "Hurry, intercept him." If he catches up to the Zhong family's troops, we will face certain doom. Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen felt a chill in their hearts, recognizing the truth in Yi Su's words. Even with their utmost efforts, they had failed to stop Zhong Kaiyang, and among the Zhong family's pioneers, there were undoubtedly individuals even more formidable than he. Should the main forces of the Zhong family arrive, they feared they would not even have the chance to flee. Fang Chen smiled. Brother Zhou, your speed is unmatched. You should pursue and entangle him. Zhou Shiwen retorted angrily. You want me to die? If I go alone, it would be akin to offering my head for him to strike. Your agility is ghost-like, hardly inferior to mine. It would be better for you to pursue him. Fang Chun fell silent, acknowledging that while his movements were indeed ghostly, his mastery of Blood Demon Yuan Soul technique was still shallow, unable to breach Zhong Kaiyang's vital energy. Against similarly ranked sorcerers, he could certainly strike with lethal precision, but against a master who had cultivated their qi to the solid foundation stage, his shortcomings became glaringly evident. Even if he caught up to Zhong Kaiyang, he would be powerless to act. Both turned their gazes to Yi Su, who, clad in a blue robe, charged ahead with vigor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. They could not help but lament. This lad, how has he trained? He is capable of injuring even solid foundation sorcerers. He is akin to an extraordinary beast. Regrettably, he was simply too slow. In truth, Yi Su's speed was not lacking. Compared to other sorcerers, his strides were immense, covering 7 to 8 meters with each step, traversing miles in mere breaths. However, when compared to Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun, he appeared significantly slower. Yet, Yi Su's strengths were undeniable. His strikes were ruthless and powerful, capable of clashing head-on with solid foundation sorcerers, resembling an indomitable Iron Man. His offensive prowess far surpassed that of Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen, unmatched in sharpness, employing various lethal techniques. If faced directly, they were certain he could kill them with a single blow, though they were loath to accept it. They could not deny that Yi Su's strength indeed eclipsed theirs by a considerable margin. Zhong Kaiyang, frantic, pursued the Zhong family's forces with all his might. A buzzing filled his ears as toxins invaded his bloodstream, severely diminishing his perceptions. Despite his best efforts, his speed unconsciously slowed, and soon the three had closed the gap. Old brother of the Zhong family, take it slow. Yi Su called out with a hearty laugh. Allow me to escort you. He had discerned that Zhong Kaiyang's condition was amiss. Clearly, the poison was steadily eroding his body. Zhong Kaiyang remained silent, his back already emitting hissing white smoke. Yet he was oblivious, charging forward with fervor. Suddenly, his body seemed to lose all structure, shrinking lower and lower until he collapsed into a puddle of mush. Falling from the sky, the uncontrolled swastika-shaped sorcerer continued to rush forward at high speed, flying 100 meters before embedding itself into the mountainside, leaving only its tail exposed. Yi Su and the others hastily halted, exchanging glances filled with horror. The toxicity of this exotic fruit exceeded their expectations. Zhou Shiwen had merely smeared a layer on his dagger and had managed to poison a solid foundation master. Ordinary martial artists who reached the innate stage of martial arts seldom faced threats from poisons. Once they advanced to sorcerers, they could disregard all worldly toxins, consuming even the most deadly herbs without concern, easily expelling toxins from their bodies. They had not anticipated that such exotic fruit could slay a solid foundation master. Regardless of what other gains they might achieve, the value of these exotic fruits alone was considerable, and if used wisely, their effects could rival those of sorcerers and sorceress treasures. Cough, cough, I am broke. I should gather more of these fruits to sell for some silver to support my family, Yi Su remarked, striding toward the mountainside, clearing his throat with a chuckle. Yet, a peculiar thought stirred within him as he secretly calculated how many fruits it would take to poison all the sorcerers from the Zhou and Fang families should the three great families go to war. Zhou Shiwen's eyes darted around, laughing awkwardly as he approached the cliff's edge, saying, I have always been extravagant with money, perpetually broke. I must gather some to exchange for silver. The little white face need not bother. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, responding with a smile, though I possess some wealth. Who would ever have too much silver? He too began to gather the purple vine fruit. The three exchanged vigilant glances, clearly having arrived at a mutual understanding, intending to use this rare and deadly poison against the sorcerers of rival families. Surely, the noble and righteous little protector would not resort to poisoning our family, would he? Fang Chun waved his folding fan, feigning nonchalance, yet beads of sweat formed on his brow as he smiled. Of course not. Yi Su wiped the sweat from his forehead, chuckling awkwardly. Brother Fang surely would not consider such actions, would he? Ha ha, such petty schemes are beneath me. Fang Chun declared, gathering the fruits into his Jade Tower. Glancing at Zhou Shirwen with a cold smile. Yet it is you, Brother Zhou, who raises concerns. With your despicable appearance, you may indeed commit such underhanded acts. Brother Yi, perhaps we should deal with Brother Zhou here and now. Zhou Shirwen retorted angrily. What about my appearance is despicable? I swear to heaven, if I were to commit such acts, I would be but a dog, a beast. The muscles around his eyes twitched as he secretly thought. After poisoning all your family members, I could howl like a dog on your graves. It would not be such a big deal. Nevertheless, it dawned on him that neither Little Protector nor the little white face had taken a toxic oath. Thus he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. All right, you two. Let us keep our words to a minimum. Yisu interjected as a mediator, smiling. We should hasten our departure lest the treasures of Ingxiu Gorge fall entirely into the hands of the Zong family. Fang Chun and Zhou Shirwen exchanged cold huffs, casting unkind glances at Yisu, thinking, you gathered the most just now, and yet play the good Samaritan. Zong Kaiyong left no other treasures behind. Only a swastika-shaped sorcerous weapon, which was a rare artifact requiring specific sorcerous techniques for manipulation, of little use to Yisu. Fang Chun looked down upon this sorcerous weapon. Yet its value was undeniably significant, enough to exchange for a heart technique or sorcerous method from the sorcerer's treasury. Zhou Shirwen collected Zong Kaiyong's sorcerous weapon, carefully applying a layer of fruit pulp to its blade, declaring, I still lack a weapon. This one shall be mine. If we find anything else, I shall choose one less. Brother Zhou, be cautious. This weapon is notoriously hard to control. Do not injure your delicate hands. Fang Chun mocked. Zhou Shirwen retorted with a sneer, I shall indeed be careful. If mishandled, I might just slice through Brother Fang's pristine backside. Their banter had become routine, and Yi Su, accustomed to it, could only shake his head in resignation as he continued onward. At this moment, the pioneering team of the Zong family had ventured nearly 10 miles into Ingxiu Jian, yet they had encountered no supernatural beings, not even a rare demon beast, leaving them utterly perplexed. One of the family's shamans chuckled, Chief, Ingxiu Jian is hardly a perilous place. Aside from those venomous vines and the toxic peach blossom mist, everything else seems rather mundane. Another voiced his concern, where are Kaiyong and Deming? Are those three youngsters truly that troublesome? Zong Kaiyuan smiled and replied, troublesome they are not. Most likely, Kaiyong intends to use those three to train Deming and the others, which is why they have been delayed. Since Ingxiu Jian is labeled as a dangerous area, we must not let our guard down. As they spoke, the gorge of Ingxiu Jian began to narrow, with the stream at the bottom flanked by chaotic rocks and an assortment of unfamiliar shrubs and large purple mushrooms. The shrubs were low and sparse, while the mushrooms towered remarkably tall, resembling grand purple umbrellas, vibrant and striking. These clusters of purple mushrooms formed groups, their caps adorned with myriad tiny holes, occasionally emitting popping sounds and releasing fine spores, creating a haze of purple mist above the stream, distinct from the peach blossom mist. Everyone be cautious. These are likely corpse poison mushrooms, highly toxic. As long as we do not touch them, we should be safe, Zong Kaiyuan stated solemnly. These corpse poison mushrooms typically thrive atop corpses, with each mushroom concealing a body beneath it, cultivating its toxic essence. The group surveyed the area, only to see clusters of these mushrooms, numbering around 700 or 800, causing a chill to run down their spines. If Zong Kaiyuan was correct, this place was the resting ground for 700 or 800 corpses. Fear gripped their hearts, and one shaman stammered, Chief, who could have killed 700 or 800 people here? It's utterly terrifying. Chapter 76. Human head mushroom Yi Su and his companions caught up with the Zong family shamans, keeping their distance to observe the latter's movements. Ahead, a cluster of towering purple mushrooms, akin to magnificent umbrellas, obstructed their path in Ingxiu Jian. These mushrooms gathered in clusters, their caps speckled with tiny holes, producing crackling sounds and releasing fine spores, forming a purple mist above the mushroom grove. The things in Ingxiu Jian are indeed peculiar. Even the mushrooms are this large. They must be quite delectable. Just one could provide sustenance for several days, Zhou Shirwen remarked with a grin. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene, and speculated. They appear to be corpse poison mushrooms. I have heard of such fungi. They supposedly grow from corpses, each mushroom hiding a body beneath. However, these corpse poison mushrooms seem different from those I've seen in books. Could they be a variant? Zhou Shirwen shuddered at the thought and quickly dismissed the idea of mushroom foraging. Yi Su suggested, let the Zong family scouts probe ahead to ensure safety before we proceed. The trio then positioned themselves atop a rise, watching from a distance. Zong Kaiyuan, convinced these were corpse poison mushrooms, stepped forward into the grove, inhaling deeply. A fragrant aroma wafted towards him, and with a slight infusion of his vital energy, he felt unencumbered. This mist bears no toxicity. Follow me, but remain vigilant. The Zong family shamans relaxed and ventured into the mushroom grove, making their way deeper into Jian. Dejai, your neck seems to have thickened since we last met. It appears you've indulged in quite a feast during the journey. A young shaman jested at the plump figure ahead. Zong Dejai cast a glance back, sneering, Phoebe, your neck is thicker than mine. Our elder brother does not mock our second brother. It's a mutual affair. The young man, perplexed, laughed. How could my neck compare to yours? What nonsense. Nearby, several Zong family shamans halted, gazing at his neck with peculiar expressions. Indeed, his neck had expanded significantly. Phoebe, sensing something was amiss, inquired anxiously, what are you all staring at? What is wrong with my neck? As he spoke, his neck had grown to match the thickness of his head, swelling grotesquely, the dark veins protruding alarmingly. What is happening? My neck is thickening too. Yours is as well. Are we poisoned? Didn't the chief say we would be safe as long as we didn't touch the corpse poison mushrooms? Panic ensued among the Zong family shamans. As not only Zong Dejai and Phoebe experienced this affliction, others' necks also swelled, as if an invisible hand was constricting their throats, forcing air into them. Even Zong Kaiyuan's neck expanded, making breathing difficult. The spores emitted by these mushrooms are toxic. Zong Kaiyuan realized with alarm, retrieving a white pill, intending to ingest it, but hesitated and instead handed it to a young man in his 20s beside him, gently saying, Diong, this is an antidote pill. It can counteract all poisons. Quickly, take it. The young man, his only son named Zong Diong, felt his neck swell alarmingly and replied, Father, what about you? Zong Kaiyuan smiled confidently. This minor toxin cannot harm me. Zong Diong, reassured, consumed the antidote pill. Zong Kaiyuan felt slightly relieved. This precious pill was granted by the family head, singular in number, capable of expelling any toxin from the body, rendering one impervious to poisons. In a mere moment, the Zong family shamans were unable to speak, their faces reddening from the strain. Particularly, Zong Phoebe's neck swelled grotesquely as he clutched it tightly, emitting beastly roars from his throat. His neck continued to inflate, growing larger, as if a massive mushroom was lodged within his throat. Suddenly, with a loud pop, Zong Phoebe's head detached from his neck, where once his head had been. A purple mushroom cap sprouted. Subsequently, thick, root-like tendrils shot out from his body, burrowing into the ground. The sound of tearing fabric followed, as his flesh was drained by the mushroom, leaving only a skin sheath encasing the grotesque fungus, an eerie sight. In the blink of an eye, a fifth-tier shaman had his head forcibly removed by the mushroom growing within him, transforming his body into a purple mushroom. A spectacle that even Zong Kaiyuan had never witnessed or heard of, filling him with to traverse this mushroom forest. We merely need to summon the Yulu and expand the Yuan Qi shield, thus preventing the inhalation of the spore seeds of the Ren Tu Jungu. This path through the mushroom grove is quite straightforward. It is feared that this forest has claimed the lives of numerous sorcerers, and the bounty they left behind should be considerable. This time, it will all be to our advantage. The sorcerers of the Zong clan have perished one after another, and even Zong Kaiyuan's son, Zong Diong, has been transformed into a large purple mushroom. The antidote, the Baidu Dan, can indeed neutralize various poisons. Yet the spores of the Ren Tu Jungu are not toxins. Thus, they cannot be countered. And he too could not escape the fate of being choked to death by the mushrooms. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zong Kaiyuan, the clan steward, witnessed his son's transformation into a mushroom, his demeanor frenzied. At this moment, he was the only one still alive, suppressing the mushroom in his throat with his substantial Yuan Qi. However, the mushroom within him continued to grow, and his Yuan Qi was showing signs of being unable to contain it any longer. Indeed, this was not poison. Suddenly, he grasped the crux of the matter and immediately circulated his Yuan Qi throughout his body. His Yuan Qi had begun to show signs of evolving from the false to the true, transforming into true essence. As he ignited this essence, flames erupted around him. These were not ordinary flames, but true fire born of true essence, which swiftly reduced the mushroom in his throat to ashes. Zong Kaiyuan staggered forward, escaping the mushroom forest. The Zong clan sorcerer who managed to escape was an extraordinary master. Yisu also took note of Zong Kaiyuan, his heart tightening as he observed. His Yuan Qi has transformed into true fire. It seems he has reached the peak of the 9th grade of Yuan fusion, and he may even have entered the realm of the three truths. Zhou Shiwen and Fang Chun exchanged grave expressions, Should they cross the mushroom grove, they would inevitably encounter Zhong Kaiyuan again, leading to unavoidable conflict. Shall we proceed into the mushroom forest, Xiaobao? Zhou Sherwen inquired. Unbeknownst to them, he and Fang Chun had already begun to follow Yi Su without realizing it. Yi Su chuckled and replied, "Fortune favors the bold. We must certainly enter. With such a formidable master to lead the way, opportunities like this are rare." Chapter 77. The Five Poisons Cave. The three of them immediately descended the slope, summoned their respective Yulu, activated their Yuan Qi shields, and ventured into the mushroom forest. Inside, they were greeted by a haunting sight of scattered human skulls, some freshly deceased, still bearing remnants of flesh, while others had been long dead, a sight both shocking and disheartening. Numerous weapons and sorcerous artifacts lay strewn across the ground, corroded by time and crumbling at a mere touch, rendered useless. "This is my second uncle Zhou Ting's sorcerous artifact. 10 years ago, he was assigned to explore the Yingqiu Gorge when I was only 5 years old," Zhou Sherwen said, standing beneath a Ren Tu Jungu, bending to pick up a broadsword, gazing at the mushroom with a hint of sorrow. Yi Su surveyed the mushroom forest, his heart heavy with reflections. Buried here were not only the sorcerers of the Zhou clan, but also those of the Yi and Fang clans, who had come to cultivate the land, only to perish unknowingly here, their bodies transformed into towering mushrooms. Most among them lacked the strength to wield true fire or the knowledge of Yuan Qi shields. Only a few possessed the power to traverse this mushroom forest, yet none had ever returned alive from the Yingqiu Gorge. Countless heroes of noble families had met their demise here, and now they sought to unearth it. "Brothers, let us eradicate these Ren Tu Jungu to prevent future harm," Yi Su declared. The three immediately set to work, uprooting the Ren Tu Jungu. Although the spore-laden air they emitted was perilous, their Yuan Qi shields protected them, rendering the spores harmless. They also collected several sorcerous artifacts, remnants of sorcerers who had ventured into Yingqiu Gorge. These artifacts were relatively recent, still gleaming and uncorroded. Zhou Sherwen took the broadsword. Fang Chun claimed 2 items, while the remaining 3 artifacts fell into Yi Su's possession. According to their prior agreement, Yi Su was entitled to 1 extra item. The foray into Yingqiu Gorge had indeed yielded astonishing rewards. While the utility of sorcerous artifacts may not rival that of sorcerous treasures, their scarcity rendered them quite precious. Among the 3 great sorceress families, only the most esteemed individuals were allowed to wield such artifacts, leaving ordinary sorcerers to merely covet them. Why are there no sorceress treasures? Zhou Sherwen stroked his beard with a hint of regret. Yi Su replied with a smile, 1 sorceress artifact is sufficient to exchange for a sorceress technique. These artifacts will arm us to the teeth. Brother Zhou, do not be so greedy. Fang Chun grinned proudly, stating, "These artifacts are merely a start. My goal is to collect as many as possible, then to forge them anew into a sorceress treasure." As they eliminated all the Ren Tu Jungu, a cave entrance, taller than a person, emerged before them, emanating a faint glow. This cave, concealed by the Ren Tu Jungu, had never been discovered until now. Only after they cleared away the mushrooms did it finally reveal itself. On the stone wall at the cave entrance were inscribed several ancient characters, which Yi Su read closely, revealing the phrase Wu Du Dong Fu. The characters were somewhat weathered, indicating that this place had long been abandoned. Could it be that someone once resided in Yingqiu Gorge? He was astounded, although they had yet to explore even a quarter of Yingqiu Gorge. The dangers they had encountered were enough to instill fear. If someone had once lived here, their cultivation level must have surpassed even that of the heads of the 3 great families. Since we have come, we might as well venture inside. Perhaps there are great treasures to be found. Zhou Sherwen exclaimed excitedly. Yi Su nodded and took the lead into the 5 Poisons Cave. The exterior of the cave was modest, yet within it was vast and bright, a veritable hidden paradise. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, suggesting it was a natural cave, slightly modified by someone for habitation. On either side of the cave, large luminous pearls were embedded, radiating a soft glow, each the size of a fist. With more than 20 in total, each luminous pearl contained a sealed fish spirit, humanoid in form with a fish's head, evidently having cultivated to a certain extent. Measuring just 2 inches, grotesque in appearance with a mouth full of dagger-like teeth, and covered in dark green scales. From their foreheads sprouted what resembled fishing rods, each holding a lantern, from which the light emanated. After countless years, these fish spirits had somehow survived, swimming around their lanterns within the luminous pearls. Even the 3, well-versed in the world, were left speechless in astonishment. Each luminous pearl housed a living fish spirit, and the everlasting light they emitted was of unimaginable value. Even the three great families could not possibly possess such wealth. In comparison, the sorcerous artifacts they had scavenged outside seemed utterly trivial. Excessive, far too excessive. Yisu sighed, shaking his head, and reached to pluck one luminous pearl, stowing it in his yulu, adopting a sorrowful expression as he remarked, "Extravagance is wastefulness. Let us have the younger brothers collect these frivolous items to prevent them from inciting bloodshed if they were to be revealed." In the blink of an eye, he had collected 6 or 7 luminous pearls. Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwin exchanged glances, hurriedly rushing towards the remaining luminous pearls, laughing. How can such a burden fall solely on Brother Yi? Let us assist in sharing the load. Indeed, Xiaobao, how can your frail shoulders bear such a heavy responsibility? My robust shoulders can carry more. In a short span of time, the three had gathered all the luminous pearls, plunging the cave into darkness. Yisu produced one luminous pearl for illumination, casting a soft light that revealed Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwin staring at him, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Reminiscent of hungry wolves, Yisu rubbed his nose and chuckled. Brothers, are you really considering harboring ill intentions towards me over these trivial possessions? Zhou Sherwin grinned menacingly. You little rascal took the most and must share the spoils. A fair division is only just. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he nodded in agreement and coldly remarked, otherwise, my blood demon Yuan soul technique would not hesitate to devour another vengeful spirit. Yisu surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quipped, once I have consumed something, it shall never be regurgitated. This cave's space is rather limited. Brother Zhou, your wind and thunder wings may not be of much use here. And Brother Fang, how effective can your blood demon Yuan soul technique be in such terrain? The fierce glint in their eyes faltered as they glanced around. Indeed, the environment was not conducive to their capabilities. While Yisu could exhibit his full strength in this terrain. Dear brothers, greed is the original sin, Yisu earnestly advised. Little master, do you not feel even a tinge of shame or guilt when you utter such words? Zhou Sherwing retorted, damn it, you are even more greedy than I am. Fang Chun had no choice but to concede. Engaging in combat in this place would not enable the two of them to subdue Yisu, and they risked being defeated instead. The three raised a luminous pearl each and continued onward. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a spacious area deep within the cave, where their eyes were first drawn to a diminutive ancient cauldron, with dual ears and triple legs, its entire body of vibrant crimson, crafted from an unknown wood that exuded a powerful aroma. This was a wooden cauldron. Within Yisu's dantian, the Baiyu Lu suddenly throbbed violently, as if encountering something that stirred his heart. He scanned the surroundings and noticed a faint white mist enveloping the cave, heavy like mercury, clinging to the ground. Reminiscent of the mist in the waters beneath the Heihu Ridge waterfall. Though not as dense, it was still considerable in quantity. It was this very mist that provoked a transformation in the Baiyu Lu, causing a new layer to grow. His heart raced as he hastily steadied his mind and continued to survey the area. In the center of the cave lay a mat, upon which a skeleton sat, draped in a dark black robe, its head bowed, the years of its death unknown. Yet, that dark robe remained uncorrupted, still gleaming as if new. Beside the skeleton lay a few scattered scrolls of scripture and a jade vial. The scrolls were crafted from paper interwoven with golden threads, capable of resisting decay for a long time. The skeleton extended its bony hand, leaving behind a line of text. The primordial fetus unformed, lifespan exhausted. Alas, alas. The words conveyed an endless melancholy and unwillingness, reminiscent of a hero in decline. The ancestors of the Yi family did not even manage to refine a Yuan Dan. Yet the master of the Wudu cave nearly cultivated a primordial fetus, far surpassing even the general of the Qin army spoken of by his elder brother Yi Qin. His heart was filled with astonishment. Most captivating was the triangular black banner floating above the skeleton's head, entirely black and merely 3 inches in size, with venomous insects and serpents writhing within, engaged in fierce battles, as if another world existed within the banner. This small black banner emanated terrifying power, undulating in the air. Which treasure? Yisu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he exclaimed, unable to contain his murderous intent. Slay the two beside me, and seize this treasure for myself. Chapter 78. Astonishing wealth. Fang Chun and Zhou Sherwing simultaneously noticed the small black banner, and upon exchanging glances, 3 waves of murderous intent surged into the air. Behind Fang Chun, the blood demon Yuan's soul materialized, 8 tendrils waving, 2 of which grasped witch weapons. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he leisurely retrieved an exotic fruit and smeared potent poison upon the blades of the witch weapons. Concurrently, Zhou Sherwing unfurled his wind and thunder wings, one hand gripping a swastika-shaped weapon and the other holding a broad sword, his eyes glinting with ferocity. It was evident that they harbored the same intent as Yi Su, planning to eliminate the other two and monopolize the treasure. Dear brothers, greed is the original sin. Yi Su sighed, shaking his head as he slowly drew his ghostly blade, helplessly stating, why must we resort to such extremes? Do we truly wish to turn against each other? Damn it, what nonsense about original sin. Zhou Sherwing sneered, this black banner is undoubtedly a witch treasure. Even if I have to contend with my father for it, I shall cleave him in two. Fong Chun, with a smirk, sighed, Brother Yi. The value of a witch treasure is incalculable. Acquiring one would mean my Fong family gains an additional formidable master of the Sanjin realm. How could I not be tempted to kill? Those luminous pearls, while precious, are merely external items with limited practical value, and I shall not contend with you over them. However, this witch treasure is something I must fight for. Yi Su pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly and softly confessed, in truth, I too desire to eliminate you both and monopolize the wealth here. Zhou Sherwing licked his lips and chuckled. This voodoo cave is far larger than the outside. Both my strength and that of the pretty boy can be fully realized. Little master, you possess the strongest attack among us three. But our witch weapons are all coated with deadly poison, so it is likely you will be the first to perish. Yi Su furrowed his brow. Their witch weapons were smeared with lethal poison, and even a minor scratch could lead to death. Although the defensive capabilities of the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong were remarkable, he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed from a coordinated assault by Zhou Sherwing and Fong Chun. If combat ensued, they would undoubtedly target him first. Fong Chun smiled. Once Brother Yi is dead, Brother Zhou will follow him to the grave. Zhou Sherwing grunted angrily. Pretty boy, your strength may surpass mine by a smidgen, but my speed is far greater. I could still manage to stab you. The three glared at one another, their words fierce yet none daring to strike. They had no certainty of surviving to the end. It was plausible that they would end up perishing together. Yi Su sheathed his witch weapon and chuckled. Dear brothers, before we entered the Yingxiu Gorge, we agreed to unite against our foes and collaborate sincerely. Now, having explored merely a quarter of the gorge, must we turn on one another? Zhou Sherwing sighed in relief, also sheathing his witch weapon, and smiled. If that is the case, let us adhere to our previous agreement and organize the items here, taking what we need, shall we? Fong Chun remained silent, also sheathing his witch weapon and dissipating the blood demon Yuan soul technique. The three of them were exceptional individuals, knowing that engaging in conflict would yield no benefits. They promptly abandoned the thought. Yi Su and the others tidied up the Wu-Du cave, placing the wooden cauldron, jade vial, and scrolls together, while the small black banner continued to hover above the skeleton's head, untouched by anyone. Upon perusing the scrolls, they were taken aback, unable to suppress their murderous intent once more. These scrolls belonged to a singular system known as the Wu-Du Jing, a demonic cultivation technique akin to Fong Chen's blood demon Yuan soul technique, amalgamating witchcraft and mental discipline. However, its quality far surpassed that of the blood demon Yuan soul technique, encompassing secrets of artifact refinement and alchemy. The Wu-Du Jing collects poisons of extraordinary caliber, cultivates goo insects, and entrusts the primordial spirit within the goo insects, refining them into entities akin to witch weapons and treasures, capable of killing upon summoning. Practicing the Wu-Du Jing requires no frantic gathering of materials to refine witch weapons, as even the lowest grade goo insects can rival witch weapons. Should one cultivate superior goo insects, their power could even eclipse that of witch weapons, equating to witch treasures. Once goo insects slay their foes, they would consume the opponent's vitality, nourishing their master and enhancing their cultivation. This was a technique similar to the blood demon Yuan soul, yet more extreme, necessitating the blood sacrifice of goo insects, using the flesh and blood of living beings to elevate one's own cultivation. Moreover, the threshold for manipulating goo insects was remarkably low. Even a San Yuan realm, which could command them to slay enemies, their attacks potentially surpassing those of witchcraft. The scriptures also detailed 3 methods for artifact refinement, one of which was the black banner floating above the skeleton's head, known as the Baidu fan, a witch treasure crafted from extraordinary grade poisons. The materials and processes for refinement were meticulously enumerated, and as long as sufficient materials and cultivation were present, one could systematically forge a new Baidu fan. Another refinement method pertained to the creation of a witch treasure called the Shun Mu Wang Ding. This mystical treasure serves as a vessel for cultivating goo worms. Although it possesses no remarkable power, once activated, it can incessantly draw in toxins from all directions, compelling them to leap into the cauldron, where they engage in mutual destruction, ultimately evolving into goo worms. It is an indispensable artifact for cultivating the Wudu Jing. The final method involves the creation of a defensive talisman known as Tiansan Baoyi. When donned, Tiansan Baoyi provides formidable protection against the onslaught of witchcraft and mystical treasures, boasting a level of defense that leaves one astounded. The three artifacts caused Yi Su and his companions to exchange glances, each perceiving the astonishment and delight mirrored in the other's eyes, along with an undercurrent of wariness. They had initially believed that only the Black Banner was a mystical treasure, unaware that even the robe worn by the skeleton and the seemingly unremarkable wooden cauldron were also treasures of great significance. Yi Su felt a compelling urge to eliminate Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen, coveting all three artifacts for himself. And it was clear that Fang Chun and Zhou Shiwen harbored similar thoughts. Throughout the entirety of Lu Zhou, the number of mystical treasures does not exceed 10. All firmly held within the grasp of the three prominent witchcraft families, including the Zi Mu by Gui Fan possessed by Yi Fan. Within this Wudu cave, 3 mystical treasures exist, representing a collection nearly equivalent to that of a single witchcraft family. Should the heads of the 3 great families find themselves here, it is likely they would succumb to the temptation to resort to violence. Fortunately, they still retained a modicum of rationality. Otherwise, it is conceivable that one would have already fallen lifeless to the ground. As for the alchemical portion of the scripture, the 3 had initially dismissed it. But upon reviewing it, their hearts raced with excitement. The alchemical techniques described in the Wudu Jing are distinct from the ordinary. While conventional alchemy involves the gathering of spiritual herbs, the scripture outlines several unique methods that utilize toxins to concoct elixirs by hunting down formidable beast-level monsters, harnessing their essence, and employing toxins to create beast transformation pills. The most remarkable aspect of the beast transformation pill is that once ingested by a witch, the body instantly transforms into a formidable beast, gaining its powers. However, the drawback of the beast transformation pill lies in the necessity of possessing the corresponding essence of a powerful beast. The greater the strength of the slain beast, the more potent the beast transformation pill becomes. Conversely, the weaker the beast, the lesser the effect. Thus, it is entirely plausible to meticulously gather materials only to produce a pill equivalent to a first-tier beast. If one could slay a powerful demon at the Hunyuan stage of the Sanjin realm and concoct a beast transformation pill from it, would it not mean that one could immediately attain the strength of the Hunyuan stage? Zhou Shiwen mused while stroking his bushy beard. Fang Chun retorted with a cold smirk, stating that if one possessed the power to kill a Hunyuan stage demon, the pill would be of little use. Zhou Shiwen refrained from arguing. Although Fang Chen's words were harsh, they carried considerable truth. Yi Su uncorked a jade vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside the vial were 3 pills the size of longan fruits, rolling about at the bottom as if they were alive. He poured the pills into his palm, observing their semi-translucent forms, each differing in color and appearance. One blue pill seemed to contain water, with a golden-haired violent ape frolicking within, splashing waves. This ape occasionally raised its fist, banging against the inner wall of the pill, displaying an irritable demeanor as if it sought to break free. The second pill was a vibrant red, harboring blazing flames that felt exceedingly hot to the touch. Within the flames, a clear, sharp cry resonated, as a crimson bird flitted about. This pill occasionally lifted into the air, as if attempting to escape. The final pill was green, concealing a creature adorned with bony spines and sharp horns, its limbs equipped with razor-like nails, standing upright within the pill and causing it to spin wildly. These 3 beast transformation pills danced and rolled in his hand, a stark contrast to ordinary pills. Yi Su secured the beast transformation pills, declaring that their potency remained uncertain, suggesting that each of them should take one. The value of the Wudu Jing is worthy of comparison to a mystical treasure, and together with the Baidu Fan, Shenmu Wang Ding, and Tiansan Baoyi, they constitute 4 mystical treasures. Do my esteemed brothers have any objections?